Fa's face darkened instantly. The Buddha temple had a total of 6 Buddha sons, 4 of whom had been beaten half-crippled by Jiang Chen's great majestic heavenly dragon. Especially the first Buddha son, Xian, who is still in a coma to this day. Not only that, although the Buddha temple had many law-enforcing monks, the ones who went to enlighten Jiang Chen that day were among the top experts. And those experts were also severely injured by Jiang Chen. At this moment, CFA began to suspect that the demon monk from the upper domain was actually paving the way for the Juyan sect. Amitabha, I observe that you Juyan sect people are shrouded in malevolent energy and demons born from the heart. You have all fallen into evil. I must help you reform. Before the fight began, CFA put his hands together and said with Buddha's light above his head. He thought these words would anger the Juyan sect people. However, how did you know? Are you a demon sect undercover? Zhou Jian exclaimed in shock. CFA was stunned. This was just the way Buddhist sect disciples claimed the moral high ground before a fight. Normally, those cultivators who were told by Buddhist monks that they had fallen into evil, would desperately deny it. But this Zhou Jian actually admitted it. Not only did he admit it, but he also accused him of being an undercover. This move was quite clever. He was not taking the usual path, but he actually threw dirty water on him. CFA looked at Zhou Jian with admiration, no longer wasting words, and prepared to make a move. Zhou Jian also straightened his expression, and his spirit sword made a zing, zing, sound. 1 second ago, the two were staring into each other's eyes, but in the next second, they rushed to each other's faces, their eyes filled with the will to fight. And just as everyone was watching, ready for them to fight 300 rounds, 2 delicate voices suddenly rang out. Get out of the way. You're blocking the way. As the voices fell, Zhou Jian felt a heavy blow to the head, while CFA was trembling all over from the cold. When everyone came back to their senses, they discovered that 2 graceful figures had appeared. It was Jiang Lianyue and Qingning. No one knew when Qingning had quietly reached behind Zhou Jian and knocked him out with a spirit shovel. Jiang Lianyue was even more direct. She first used her cultivation technique to form cold qi, which made CFA shiver and then kicked him several meters away. Everyone glanced at Zhou Jian and CFA on the ground, then at Jiang Lianyue and Qingning. The people of the Buddha temple were shocked and the people of the Juyan sect were stunned. These 2 women were indeed swift and decisive in their actions. But the problem was, why were they hitting their own people? After a long moment of shock, the great elder of the 9th peak, Lu Yang, rubbed his eyes in disbelief. He had just realized that after just a few months of seclusion, Jiang Lianyue had already broken through to the heavenly origin level. And Qingning, who had always been less talented, had also raised her cultivation to the earth origin level. Haha, these are the proud talents of my 9th peak, Lu Yang shouted excitedly. Oh, the disciples of the 9th peak also shouted. Topple Buddha temple, save Lin Feng, Lu Yang called out with a wave of his arm. Oh. The people of the Juyan sect shouted again. In the next moment, the 2 sects clashed once more. Jiang Lianyue and Qingning had been informed on their way there that saving Lin Feng was just a slogan, and the real purpose of this mission was to rescue Jiang Chen. Therefore, although the 2 women did not echo the slogan, they still joined the battlefield. Of course, if any fellow sect members hindered their steps, they would still indiscriminately knock them down together. As the fight went on, Jiang Lianyue grew tired of it. After frowning, a surge of imperial authority burst forth from her body, making it difficult for the monks of the Buddha temple to breathe. She did not intend to self-destruct her imperial essence. After repeated tests, she found that as long as she controlled the rhythm well, she could use the imperial essence to release a certain amount of imperial authority to suppress the enemy. Qingning was also tired of it and stopped knocking people with her spirit shovel. Instead, she waved her white arms, and the green bells on them rang clearly. The bell rings like waves, rippling outwards. And upon hearing it, monks with lower cultivation levels fall into a stupor one after another. Seizing this opportunity, members of the Juyan sect surge forward, pinning down the monks who have lost their ability to fight and giving them a wild beating. The monks of the Buddha temple are forced to retreat because of this. Lu Yang and the others from the Juyan sect initially want to pursue, but Li Fudu arrives with another group of disciples and stops them, saying, "Don't chase after them. Jiang Chen is in the Buddha's 6 prisons. We need to hurry to rescue him." After speaking, Li Fudu glances at Qingning, who is smiling with crescent moon eyes. Then, he shudders. To this day, he still can't forget the experience of being buried alive by Qingning. Don't be afraid, Elder Li. As long as you behave, Qingning won't bury you alive again, Qingning says seriously with hands clasped behind her back. Li Fudu is speechless. For Li Fudu, the most frightening thing about Qingning is her ability to say the most terrifying things with the most innocent face. Elsewhere, in front of hundreds of floating spirit boats. Watching the disciples of the two sects battle, with the Juyan sect repeatedly victorious, Xiaoting and other high-ranking members of the sect are both excited and helpless. They had intended to put on a show, but it turned out to be real. Fortunately, the disciples of the Juyan sect knew their limits and did not fatally harm the monks of the Buddha temple. Otherwise, this could have turned into a deadly battle between sects. Supreme Great Elder, what do we do now? Sect Master Ji Changqing asks in a panic. What else can we do? Xiaoting glares at him and says, a great battle is inevitable. If I'm not mistaken, the strong ones from the Buddha temple will come to fight us soon. Don't act rashly and follow my lead. All right. Everyone nods in agreement. The words had barely left his mouth when an angry roar was heard. Juyan sect, how dare you claim to be a righteous sect? Immediately following, a dazzling Buddha light shines, and a group of monks wearing kasayas and holding various Buddhist instruments appear before everyone. Great ascetic monks, great universal salvation monks, and the abbot of the Buddha temple. Xiaoting's pupils contract as he coldly asks, what? Does your Buddha temple want to start a war with my Juyan sect? At this, the monks are all puzzled. What did they mean by wanting to start a war? It was clearly the Juyan sect that came with 100 spirit boats, breaking formations, injuring people, and destroying temples first. Are you reasonable? Xiaoting. A thin monk steps forward while holding a vajra and retorts, don't play the victim. Considering it a major righteous sect, our Buddha temple has been patient with the Juyan sect. But you have gone too far. This person is the leader of the great ascetic monks, with the Dharma name Kuji. Too far. Xiaoting laughs loudly. Over the years, the Buddha temple has repeatedly detained our disciples. Now, you have detained our sect's prodigy first. Who is really going too far? Sect's prodigy. Kuji is stunned. Indeed, the person I'm talking about is Lin Feng. Lin Feng joined the Juyan sect, and his destiny was known to everyone as 100 zhang tall golden pillar. By detaining Lin Feng, you aim to cut off the fortune of the Juyan sect. That is truly going too far, Xiaoting declares righteously. Hearing this, the people of the Buddha temple fall silent. If that's the case, indeed, they were the ones who started the conflict. But Lin Feng caused a huge disturbance in the Buddha temple, and if they didn't punish him severely, wouldn't the reputation of the Buddha temple built over hundreds of years be destroyed? Moreover, the Buddha temple has the ability to enlighten Lin Feng but instead locks him in the Buddha's 6 prisons. Isn't the purpose to make the Juyan sect compensate for the losses and spend a price to redeem him? Who would have thought that the Juyan sect would not hesitate to start a great sect war? Seeing the Buddha temple's people at a loss for words, Juyan sect members internally praise Xiaoting's eloquence. In just a few words, he has rendered these bald monks speechless, worthy of being their supreme great elder. Hee. Xiaoting suddenly changes his tone, smiling and saying, of course, the Buddha temple and the Juyan sect are both righteous sects, like brothers. Abbot, it's terrible. The people of the Juyan sect have gone mad. All of our 6 Buddha sons are severely injured. Before he could finish, a monk suddenly arrives and interrupts, shouting from below. The senior monks' expressions darken upon hearing this. Xiaoting's smile also freezes. He had just been talking about the 2 sects being like brothers, but now the Buddha's sons of the Buddha temple have all been severely injured. Cough. Xiaoting coughs lightly to cover his embarrassment and says, the Juyan sect is united, and some mistakes are understandable. Hearing this, the senior monks' expressions grow even darker. Everyone, calm down. Xiaoting quickly tries to soothe them. The demonic path is rampant, and we should be united in our hatred against it. Fighting amongst ourselves will only cause pain to our loved ones and joy to our enemies. Great ascetic monks, it's terrible. Under the leadership of Jiang Lianyue and Qingning, the people of the Juyan sect have gone on a killing spree. Most of the disciples of our Buddha temple are severely injured, 100 are dead, and now less than 1/10 can still fight. Another monk arrives to report. What? The great ascetic monks exclaim in unison. How long has it been? The ordinary disciples of the Buddha temple are nearly wiped out. Is this what Xiaoting meant by being united in hatred? Ah, Xiaoting is once again embarrassed. He hadn't expected that today the ordinary disciples of the Juyan sect would be so overwhelmingly powerful. Initially, he brought Jiang Lianyue and Qingning along, considering them as capable fighters. But it turns out their capabilities were too powerful. If I say this is all a misunderstanding, would you believe me? After a long while, Xiaoting finally asks. A misunderstanding. These two words make the senior monks so angry that their faces turn red. They want to dismiss everything with one word of misunderstanding. Today, hundreds of temples within the Buddha temple were destroyed, with ordinary disciples injured or dead. If they don't retaliate, wouldn't they be laughed at by other sects? Baldies. Don't push your luck. Xiaoting suddenly shouts, switching from placating to threatening. Our Juyan old ancestor commands respect in the central domain. If you dare to make a move, today will be the day of your sect's destruction. Although harsh, these words are like a bucket of cold water poured over the heads of the senior monks. Undeniably, Juyan old ancestor is the existence they truly fear. Even the Buddha old ancestor once said that the Juyan old ancestor's strength is unfathomable, and the chances of winning against him are slim. Suppressing their anger, the monk Kuji clenches his fists and grits his teeth. Amitabha, our Buddha is merciful. As Donor Shao said, if we fight each other, it will only benefit the demonic path, but the Buddha temple has suffered too much damage this time. The Juyan sect must provide compensation. Agreed. Xiaoting readily agrees. Hearing this conversation, Jiyu Changqing and other high-ranking members of the sect all breathe a sigh of relief. They know their own affairs. Now that the Juyan old ancestor has fallen, it's not a loss if they can use some benefits to resolve the crisis and save Jiang Chen. They just hope that the ordinary disciples of the Juyan sect won't cause any more trouble. Unfortunately, what they fear comes to be. Suddenly, a third monk arrived, exclaiming, Master Kuji, something terrible has happened. Xiao Hongyi has invaded Buddha's 6 prisons and is refining them with phoenix fire. Now, 5 of the Buddha's 6 prisons have been refined by her and countless sinners have died tragically as a result. Boom. As these words were spoken, the minds of the gathered monks were struck by a thunderous shock. Buddha's 6 prisons were the pride of the Buddha temple, a deterrent to the central domain. And now, they had been refined by Xiao Hongyi. How could this be tolerated? This incident alone might have been bearable. But coupled with other issues, it was intolerable. Suddenly, the monks glared at the people from Juyan sect, their Buddhist powers circulating in spiritual light gathering on their Buddhist artifacts. Seeing this, Jiyu Changqing and other peak masters felt utterly despondent, with the words "it's over" flashing through their minds. The situation had escalated beyond the point of negotiation. Those madmen from 9th Peak had really doomed the Juyan sect. Everyone's gaze turned to Xiaoting, hoping he had a way to turn things around. Xiaoting narrowed his eyes, not saying a word, but gave Jiyu Changqing and the others a meaningful look. Then, bald donkeys, prepare to die, he charged forward. This scene left Jiyu Changqing and the others completely dumbfounded. They couldn't help but wonder. So, the meaning of that look just now was strike first. Thinking it over, they felt Xiaoting's action made sense. Now that a sect war was inevitable, they might escape, but the thousands of Juyan sect disciples who had entered the Buddha temple would not. Thus, they had no choice but to fight to the death. Even if they were to die, they would take some of those bald donkeys down with them. Bald donkeys, prepare to die, Jiyu Changqing and the others also charged forward. The two sides immediately clashed in battle. While fighting, Xiaoting cursed and transmitted his voice. What I meant with that look was that I would cover the rear while you lead the sect disciples to retreat quickly. Why did you all rush forward? Hearing this, the Juyan Peak masters were stunned. Who could understand that? Xiaoting felt they were all a bunch of pig-headed teammates. With things having reached this point, he went all out, shouting, activate the spirit cannons on the spirit boats and bombard them. Some of you, cover me while I control the dome realm. All right. Several supreme elders quickly responded. Boom, boom. With Xiaoting controlling the dome realm, hundreds of spirit cannons on the spirit boats fired simultaneously. Soon, a divine light emerged from the dome realm, and the earth-shattering momentum appeared once again. At this moment, the sect war has entered a fierce stage. Lin Feng finally regained consciousness in the lowest level of Buddha's 6 prisons, the Desire Prison. He was lying in an open space while surrounded by dim light. Lin Feng touched his swollen cheek. It was terribly swollen. Before he lost consciousness, he was nearly beaten to death by the martial emperor, but he clearly remembered that his cheek had not been this swollen. Someone must have taken advantage of his unconscious state to do something to him. Looking around, Lin Feng quickly found the culprit. It was Jiang Chen, sitting cross-legged not far away while seemingly meditating with his eyes closed. "I saved your life, so slapping you a few times is reasonable," Jiang Chen said after sensing Lin Feng's gaze while keeping his eyes closed. "Reasonable, my foot. Sooner or later, I'll let you experience this kind of outrageous, reasonable, someday." Lin Feng complained in his heart. Helpless, he could only grumble internally. Now, he was seriously injured, and old man Tianji's soul power was running low. In plain terms, he was neither able to fight nor run away. If Jiang Chen attacked him again, he would have no strength to resist. Suddenly, Lin Feng felt like crying. What was this all about? He thought his troubles would be over after leaving the Juyan sect, and everything would go smoothly. But who could have expected that Jiang Chen had actually followed him to Buddha's 6 prisons? He hadn't even had a chance to rise to power before Jiang Chen had beaten him up again. Now is not the time to confront Jiang Chen. We need to recover from our injuries as quickly as possible and find a way to get the 6 prisons demon suppression body. That's the best course of action, old man Tianji's voice of persuasion rang out. Old man Tianji's words only made Lin Feng angrier. This wretched old man was truly terrible. He enjoyed beating others, but when it came to getting beaten, he just hid away. Especially when the martial emperor was beating him and Jiang Chen was stabbing him with a sword, the old man didn't even make a peep. "I had no choice," old man Tianji sighed. "Firstly, my soul power is insufficient, and secondly, your cultivation level is too low. Even if I could control your body, I wouldn't be able to defeat Jiang Chen and the martial emperor." "So you just played dead?" Lin Feng said angrily. "That wasn't playing dead. I was looking for an opportunity. Moreover, the martial emperor has a violent nature. The consequences would be unimaginable if he detected my presence. That last part is the main point, isn't it?" Old man Tianji was left speechless. After a while, he said, "This Jiang Chen is too strong. He can fight the martial emperor and even make the martial emperor willingly admit defeat. I see no luck on this man, but every time he makes a move, he refreshes my view of him. It's truly strange. Can I fight him if I get the 6 prisons demon suppression body?" Lin Feng asked. "It's hard to say." "Why is it hard to say again? Didn't you confidently tell me that I could soar to the skies as long as I get the 6 prisons demon suppression body? I'm afraid that you'll be slapped to death by Jiang Chen before you can take off." This time, it was Lin Feng's turn to be speechless. "My advice is to avoid making an enemy of Jiang Chen for the time being. The farther away from him, the better. It would be best to obtain the 6 prisons demon suppression body and then find a place to lie low for 10 or 8 years until you truly grow strong enough to fight Jiang Chen," old man Tianji added. Lie low again. Lin Feng couldn't believe it. When he first arrived in the central domain, he was constantly abused by Jiang Chen and others, which made him consider returning to the lower domain to lie low. Recently, his fortunes had turned, but he hadn't expected to have to lie low again. If this continued, he would start to doubt his life. The only consolation was this time, it was only Jiang Chen abusing him. Jiang Lianyue and the other crazies hadn't come, or else he might have had to lie low back in the lower domain again. Could Jiang Chen's real target also be the 6 prisons demon suppression body? Lin Feng suddenly thought. If that's the case, then he's seeking his own death, old man Tianji sneered. Without waiting for Lin Feng to ask, he elaborated, the 6 prisons demon suppression body is an ancient physique. Unless one cultivates ancient techniques or possesses ancient bloodlines, it's impossible to merge with the essence blood. Forcing a merge would only lead to a violent death. I see. Lin Feng understood, and then his eyes lit up as a scheme formed in his mind. After a sly smile, he took several high-grade pills and, with the help of old man Tianji's soul power, quickly recovered from his injuries. Once his injuries were mostly healed and no longer affected his mobility, Lin Feng approached Jiang Chen, trying to smile, and said, "Eldest senior brother, I have a tremendous opportunity that I'd like to offer you as thanks for saving my life." Jiang Chen ignored him. "It's ancient physique. Eldest senior brother, are you interested?" Lin Feng persisted. Jiang Chen still ignored him. "It's called the 6 prisons demon suppression body. If you obtain it," Lin Feng continued to incite. But before he could finish his sentence, slap, Jiang Chen suddenly made a move, delivering a strong slap to him. This slap completely dazed Lin Feng. He was both angry and furious while holding his cheek. Back in the lower domain, it was always him slapping others, but ever since he arrived in the central domain, he had lost count of how many times he had been slapped. Among these, Jiang Chen had slapped him the most. "Junior brother, if your injuries have healed, then we should leave quickly. If that martial emperor comes again, we might both end up dead here." Jiang Chen suddenly stood up, patting Lin Feng's shoulder. Such a tone and gesture infuriated Lin Feng even more. Just a second ago, Jiang Chen had slapped him, and the next second, he was acting all senior brother, again. He was treating him like he wasn't even a human. Annoyed as he was, Lin Feng still had his wits about him. He knew very well that he would be the one getting crushed if he directly confronted Jiang Chen now. Instead of a head-on clash, it would be better to set a trap for Jiang Chen to fall into. That was the Six Prisons demon suppression body, and he didn't believe Jiang Chen wouldn't be tempted. If Jiang Chen forcibly merged with the essence blood and then exploded and died. Just thinking about that scenario made Lin Feng feel incredibly thrilled. After all, once Jiang Chen exploded, the essence blood would still exist, and he could then merge with it himself. In this way, he could vent his anger and also gain an opportunity, killing two birds with one stone. "Eldest senior brother, I'm familiar with this desire prison. Let me break the prison, and you can just rest in the back," Lin Feng said again. Jiang Chen nodded, indicating his agreement. After a sneer in his heart, Lin Feng continued to wander aimlessly in the desire prison. During this time, Jiang Chen was always not far from him, neither approaching nor leaving. He must be waiting to pick the fruits of my labor. After cutting down a sinner with a single strike, Lin Feng was certain in his heart. That must be the case. Otherwise he has no reason to follow you. Old man Tianji thought the same. And at that moment, crack, space shattered like glass, making a clear sound. With this sound, numerous blood-red cracks appeared around the dim desire prison. The cracks spread quickly, soon covering the entire six prisons. Crack. An even more grating sound emerged as space suddenly collapsed, turning into falling fragments. Once everything settled down, Lin Feng rubbed his eyes. He found himself seemingly standing in the midst of flesh. Countless streams of blood flowed down the fleshy walls around him, and the air was filled with a heavy scent of blood. The six prisons are actually transformed from the 6 parts of the demon suppression palace old ancestor: eyes, ears, mouth, nose, body, and mind. This bottom layer of the desire prison is an extremely important part of the body. Now that you have broken this prison, soon this blood will condense into essence blood, old man Tianji explained. Soon, the flesh began to move, and the blood flowed like a fountain, gushing down from all sides and gathering into a pool of blood. The blood in the pool continued to merge and compress, eventually forming a richly colored, dazzling essence blood, floating in front of Lin Feng and Jiang Chen's eyes. "Eldest senior brother, this is the essence blood of the 6 prisons demon suppression body," Lin Feng deliberately said loudly. "Oh." Jiang Chen's response was indifferent, merely glancing at it before looking away. At this moment, Lin Feng felt all his acting had been for naught. Jiang Chen's mindset had changed. He originally came to the Buddha temple to disrupt Lin Feng's opportunity. But now, he didn't want to disrupt it anymore. Because this son of destiny was really disappointing. Despite growing rapidly, he was still being abused by people like Jiang Lianyue. If this continued and Lin Feng's Dao heart developed problems, he might actually be abandoned by destiny. Then, his plan for ascension would be ruined. Moreover, the plot was becoming more and more absurd. Even the martial emperor had already broken through the seal. Therefore, Jiang Chen decided that as long as it didn't exceed his control, he would let Lin Feng grow in the future and, if necessary, even lend a hand. There was no choice. After all, Lin Feng was his tool for ascension, and before the grand finale, this tool couldn't be broken by someone else. "Eldest senior brother, are you really not interested? It's the 6 prisons demon suppression body. If you merge with this essence blood, I feel you could be invincible. You should know that before the Buddha temple was established, this place was the territory of the demon suppression palace. That demon suppression old ancestor was able to suppress the demons of the upper domain in the central domain by relying on this 6 prisons demon suppression body. Eldest senior brother, if you don't want it, then I'll take it." Lin Feng didn't give up and kept on babbling and tempting. Feeling annoyed, Jiang Chen raised his hand, ready to give him another hefty slap. However, perhaps out of habit or because he was already on guard, Lin Feng actually dodged the slap. This made Jiang Chen frown. Although he planned to let Lin Feng grow, this did not mean that his deep-seated hatred had dissipated. Before the grand finale, he would still torment this protagonist. But now, this protagonist Lin Feng actually dared to dodge him. After a cold snort, Jiang Chen added another great majestic heavenly dragon, move. The overwhelming Buddhist power immediately pressed Lin Feng down and rendered him immobile. Can't you change your move? Lin Feng yelled while lying on the ground. No. Why? Because you're a beast, and this move is specifically for taming beasts. Lin Feng was once again left speechless. Since his injuries had not yet healed and old man Tianji's soul power was further reduced, he could only watch helplessly as Jiang Chen approached. Then, he slapped him over a dozen times. Seeing stars and his head ringing, Lin Feng was seething with rage. He must have noticed something, old man Tianji explained. Lin Feng thought the same. Otherwise, with Jiang Chen's personality, why would he willingly miss such an opportunity? I underestimated the Jiang family. Old man Tianji lamented. I thought that information about the 6 prisons demon suppression body had been lost over 1,000 years. I didn't expect the Jiang family to still know about it. HMPH. Lin Feng said disdainfully, sooner or later, I will take care of the Jiang family too. How soon that sooner or later would be, he wasn't sure. After all, at this moment, he was practically powerless in front of Jiang Chen. And just as the Buddhist power disappeared and Lin Feng regained his ability to move, preparing to merge with the essence blood himself. Sizzle. A sound like the searing of flames suddenly came from above. Lin Feng looked up. Screech. The cry of a phoenix suddenly rang out. Countless fire serpents spread from above, then converged into the form of a phoenix, beginning to incinerate everything in sight. Phoenix fire, old man Tianji exclaimed in shock. Who on earth possesses such heavenly fire? Quickly take the essence blood and flee at once. Upon hearing this, Lin Feng didn't act immediately but was momentarily stunned. Because the phoenix fire before him reminded him of someone. Someone who, through Zhang Hu's hand, wanted to poison him to death, someone who acted even crazier than Qingning. Move quickly, old man Tianji urged again. Finally snapped out of it, Lin Feng hurried forward to grab the floating essence blood. But he had only taken one step when a figure in red fluttered before his eyes. Xiao Hongyi stepped ahead, snatching the essence blood first, then tossed it upwards. Roar. The roar of a tiger suddenly sounded. Xiao Bai burst through the flesh above, wrapped in black lightning, and swallowed the essence blood in one gulp. At this moment, Lin Feng was dumbfounded. He never expected that after all the hardships he went through to break into the 6 prisons, the essence blood would be snatched away. After swallowing the essence blood, Xiao Bai's body underwent a noticeable transformation. The tiger stripes that only appeared in its transformation state were now spreading across its body, moving like black lightning. On Xiao Bai's forehead, a black flower emerged, shaped like a blooming 6-petaled blossom. This it has merged all the essence blood. It has become the 6 prisons demon suppression tiger, old man Tianji exclaimed upon seeing this, his voice filled with shock. Boom. Lin Feng felt as if he had been struck by lightning. This 6 prisons demon suppression body was his hope for rising to power. But now, this great opportunity had been snatched away by a foolish tiger. Meanwhile, Jiang Chen was also somewhat stunned. He had not planned to disrupt Lin Feng's opportunity, but in the end, Lin Feng still lost the 6 prisons demon suppression body. In the original story, Xiao Bai's own bloodline was weak, and the ancient bloodline was too strong, which is why the shape transformation failed, leading to its death by explosion. At this moment, the 6 prisons demon suppressing body has completely improved Xiao Bai's bloodline. This foolish tiger could it actually succeed in shape transformation this time. Still, whether Xiao Bai can merge the essence blood of the 6 prisons demon suppression body depends on whether the concentration of the ancient bloodline in its body meets the standard. Otherwise, Xiao Bai will still explode and die. This foolish tiger is so fierce this time, disregarding its own safety for the sake of defying the heavens. Lucky you, Xiao Hongyi said indifferently after seeing that Xiao Bai was fine. Woo! Hearing this, Xiao Bai cried and ran to hide behind Jiang Chen. Eldest senior brother, your master is too terrifying. She said she'll roast and eat me if I don't eat this essence blood. Jiang Chen was speechless. He had found the culprit. As for Xiao Hongyi knowing about the 6 prisons demon suppression body, he wasn't surprised. After all, the Xiao family was a great family in the central domain, and the Juyan old ancestor had lived for who knows how long, so it was normal for her to know some secrets. After understanding all this, Lin Feng completely resented Xiao Hongyi. He had thought that if he had the chance, he would save this crazed beauty of a master, especially since Xiao Hongyi's beauty was not something ordinary women could compare to. Who knew that Xiao Hongyi actually destroyed his great opportunity? I told you before, beauty is a disaster. The prettier the woman, the more deceitful and vicious she is. You just wouldn't listen to me, old man Tianji complained. This time, Lin Feng didn't retort but was filled with regret. If he hadn't been thinking about tricking Jiang Chen, he might have been able to merge the essence blood earlier. Even just 1 drop would have prevented Xiaobai from merging all 6 drops of essence blood and becoming the 6 prisons demon suppression tiger. If he could have killed Xiaobai after that, then he might have been able to take back the remaining essence blood. But now, even if he had the ability to kill Xiaobai, he couldn't retain the essence blood inheritance if Xiaobai was unwilling. So, he got nothing this time. He suffered in the 6 prisons, was beaten by the martial emperor, slapped by Jiang Chen, for nothing. After all the hardships and suffering, he ended up shooting himself in the foot. Lin Feng, you idiot, why aren't you running? Suddenly, Jiang Chen's shout rang out. Hearing this, Lin Feng was taken aback again. He felt that Jiang Chen was up to no good. Gulp. He swallowed hard after seeing Xiao Hongyi staring him down with phoenix fire continuously flaring on her body and a fierce look in her eyes. Xiao Hongyi did not want to see Lin Feng because she had always known that if she did, she would be unable to restrain the murderous intent in her heart. She was also aware that Lin Feng's aura as the son of destiny was very strong. If she acted against him directly, it would inevitably bring insurmountable enemies upon herself and Jiang Chen. That's why she chose to have Jiang Hu help her with the poisoning. But at this moment, she saw Lin Feng. The plot of 9 lifetimes. Jiang Chen died at Lin Feng's hands time and time again. Because Lin Feng was the son of destiny, and Jiang Chen was just a stepping stone prepared by the heavens for him, Jiang Chen suffered a millennium of misunderstandings over 9 cycles of reincarnation. Throughout those 9 cycles, Xiao Hongyi had been in despair over her own powerlessness. When Jiang Chen died, she could only watch. When Jiang Chen was misunderstood, she could only blame herself and others. But now, the instigator of all this, Lin Feng, was right in front of her. Xiao Hongyi kept inhaling and exhaling, trying to calm herself down. But she couldn't hold back. As soon as she saw that hateful face, she felt a surge of murderous intent rush to her head. Driven by this intent, her body and soul trembled uncontrollably. Just as Lin Feng was about to make a run for it, she flashed in front of him and blocked his path. Seeing Xiao Hongyi almost consumed by her fury, Lin Feng said with a trembling voice, "Master. You beast, dare to call me master. Dare to defile me." Xiao Hongyi interrupted loudly, the malevolence in her beautiful eyes seeming to surge forth. Without waiting for Lin Feng to speak again, she waved her sleeve. Slap. Even though there was no physical contact, Lin Feng felt as if he had been slapped. Although he had grown accustomed to being slapped repeatedly, the force of this slap was so great that it not only made him spit blood but also sent him flying several jong away. Cough cough. After falling to the ground, Lin Feng clutched his chest and coughed violently. Old man Tianji, quickly think of something. This woman is too strong, and she's a lunatic, he urgently called out to old man Tianji for help. There's nothing I can do, old man Tianji said in despair. This woman is an innate phoenix body, and she was consumed by anger. Her strength now far surpasses the fate transformation realm of the upper 4 realms. She's only a step away from the divine passage realm. I wouldn't be her match even if I possessed your body. That's strong. Lin Feng was shocked. He was also confused. When he was undergoing the true inheritance test, Xiao Hongyi had clearly stated that she was a postnatal phoenix body, so how had she become an innate phoenix body now? The only thing we can do now is to gamble on destiny, or, old man Tianji continued. Or what? Or ask Jiang Chen for help. Lin Feng fell silent. Ask Jiang Chen for help again. The last time the martial emperor wanted to kill him, he had asked Jiang Chen for help. Not only did he end up getting slapped several times, but he also got a hole punched through his abdomen. Although the wound had healed somewhat, it still ached faintly. Gambling on destiny is too risky, and your destiny's luck might be reduced. Asking Jiang Chen is embarrassing, but you won't be risking your life, old man Tianji said. After speaking, he added, a true man can bend and stretch. These words made Lin Feng's expression even darker. A true man can bend and stretch. He was the son of destiny, not some trash to be trampled upon. Back in the lower domain, there weren't many who could make him bend. But ever since he arrived in the central domain, it seemed like he had never had a chance to stand tall. The intense humiliation and unwillingness twisted Lin Feng's expressions. Seeing Xiao Hongyi approaching with phoenix fire, he had no choice but to look at Jiang Chen with a plea for help. You're the son of destiny, can't you be of some use? Jiang Chen cursed directly. Lin Feng was at a loss for words, his heart filled with mixed emotions. Be of some use. He was probably the most useless son of destiny ever, constantly being abused and still incessantly asking for help from a stepping stone. Today, no one should help me. Lin Feng was furious. He bore the pain and stood up, looking directly at Xiao Hongyi, his voice resounding firmly. I am the son of destiny. I follow the will of heaven, and whether I live or die is for the heavens to decide. His words once again provoked Xiao Hongyi. The next second, Xiao Hongyi's sleeves waved non-stop, and after slapping Lin Feng a few more times, she kicked him, sending him flying and crashing heavily to the ground. At the same time, Xiao Hongyi leapt in front of Lin Feng. She moved her fingers in the air, and the spiritual energy around her converged into a visible hand that pried open Lin Feng's mouth. She then touched her spirit ring and, from it, poured out poison pills of various grades like a waterfall. All the poison pills accurately fell into Lin Feng's mouth, at least 100 of them. Whenever Lin Feng's cheeks were stuffed full of poison pills and could no longer accommodate more, Xiao Hongyi lifted her foot and stepped on Lin Feng's face. Gulp. Under the force and impact, Lin Feng was forced to swallow the poison pills continuously, and with each pill that went down, his expression grew more horrified. Ha ha. Xiao Hongyi laughed wildly. Her laughter was manic, her red dress billowing. Boundless malevolence invaded her mind, and her beautiful eyes turned pitch black, becoming terrifying to behold. Screech. Suddenly, the cry of the phoenix sounded again. Dark blood black with a hint of red welled up from her eyes. The black blood slid down her fair cheeks, dripping continuously onto her clothes, soaking and spreading, blooming light black blood flowers on her red dress. Gorgeous, yet deadly. Phoenix weeping blood. Seeing this, Jiang Chen was startled. Originally, the blood wept by a phoenix should have been fresh blood, but now it had turned black. Not only that, but the phoenix fire on Xiao Hongyi's body also seemed to be turning black. This was a sign of demonic possession. A mad demon might still be curable, but if Xiao Hongyi was completely possessed, there would be no turning back. In fact, Jiang Chen had always intended to save Lin Feng. However, Xiao Hongyi's cultivation was too high, and now with her madness intensified, he wasn't sure if he could stop her, so he had planned to observe for a while longer. Who would have thought that the situation would deteriorate so quickly? Xiao Hongyi turned her head, her eyes seeping with black blood, and stared directly at Jiang Chen. Her head tilted to the side, her face bearing a bizarre smile. Although it appeared extremely terrifying, the words spoken were, "My disciple, do not fear. Master will help you kill him, and no one shall harm you." Jiang Chen was struck as if by lightning. Even in madness, even possessed, Xiao Hongyi still wished to protect him. Despite the 9 cycles of reincarnation, this master before him had punished him time and again, but he always knew that this master was truly kind to him. That's why, in this life, he still wants to save Xiao Hongyi's life even if he has given up. Master, calm down. Taking a deep breath, Jiang Chen slowly stepped forward. He entered the phoenix fire surrounding Xiao Hongyi while enduring the pain of being burned. He raised his hand to caress Xiao Hongyi's cheek, wiping away the black tears. Then he embraced Xiao Hongyi in his arms. Master, calm down. Throughout history, those who have fallen into evil did so because they were too impatient, and that's why they strayed onto the evil path. You must not make the same mistake, Jiang Chen whispered. Hearing this, Xiao Hongyi was startled. The familiar words and the familiar tone reminded her of the perilous peak, the red jade pavilion. She was fishing in front of the pavilion, planning to learn before teaching Jiang Chen. Behind her, Jiang Chen said the same words in a teasing tone. Blood tears turned into clear tears. Xiao Hongyi looked up, trying to smile. Between the two of us, who really is the master? At this moment, the Buddha's 6 prisons had completely shattered, turning into a deep well in the shape of a person. While Jiang Chen and Xiao Hongyi were embracing each other, the foolish tiger Xiaobai was trembling with fear from Xiao Hongyi's appearance. Lin Feng had managed to escape the 6 prisons with the help of old man Tianji's soul power. But just as he was about to fly to the sky, he was stunned again. Before him lay ruins, a temple reduced to rubble. The sky was filled with the light of swords and sabers. The battle of many powerful beings had caused the heavens and earth to change color. Lin Feng exclaimed after squinting at the sky for a while, "Those are the 12 supreme elders of the Jiang sect, as well as the peak masters of various peaks. Has a great sect war begun? Do you still have the mind to worry about these things? I am currently using all my soul power to suppress the poison pill. You must immediately find a quiet place and exert all your effort into the 7 purifications annihilation technique. Otherwise, once the poison of the hundreds of poison pills erupts, you will instantly turn into a puddle of blood." Old man Tianji's weak voice rang out. Hearing this, Lin Feng immediately came to his senses, preparing to leave this place of trouble first. But, oh, topple Buddha temple, save Lin Feng. A resounding call that echoed through the universe arose, with Li Fudu, Lu Yang, and other elders and disciples of the Jiang sect rushing over from afar. The number of people was in the thousands. The momentum was so vast that it shook one's spirit. Are they here to save me? Lin Feng stood dumbfounded. HMPH, the people of the Jiang sect still have some sense. You are the son of destiny, and your fate is tied to the Jiang sect. If they neglect you, the Jiang sect will sooner or later have its fate severed and will be destroyed. Old man Tianji snorted coldly. Lin Feng felt this made sense and was deeply moved. He had thought that the people of the Jiang sect didn't care about his life or death, but now he knew the Jiang sect did care about him. No, not just care, they treasured him. Otherwise, they wouldn't have mobilized the entire sect to rescue him just for being locked in the Buddha's 6 prisons. At this moment, Lin Feng was silent. Ever since he came to the central domain, only now did he feel warmth in his heart. He had once harbored resentment towards the Jiang sect and even thought of rebelling. But now, he only wanted to step forward quickly and give those who came to save him a hug. Although the Jiang sect has many madmen, and there's Jiang Chen, the sect has treated me so well, so I must repay them. From now on, the Jiang sect is my home. Apart from the 9th peak, the people of the other peaks are all Lin Feng kin. Lin Feng clenched his fists with eyes full of sparkle. Topple Buddha temple, save Lin Feng. Another deep shout came from ahead. Lin Feng looked carefully and was moved again. The one who called out was none other than Li Fudu. Lin Feng remembered clearly that regardless of whether his son of destiny status was revealed or not, Li Fudu had always been extremely kind to him. He was a truly upright and respectable person. Quickly go to these people and ask for some antidote pills. That way, I can also use less soul power, old man Tianji suddenly said. All right, Lin Feng nodded solemnly. After taking a deep breath and calming his emotions, he ran towards Li Fudu. Arriving in front of Li Fudu, Lin Feng stopped, bowed, and said, Elder Li, thank you. Lin Feng. Li Fudu frowned and interrupted. Indeed, it is me. Lin Feng's eyes filled with tears again, and he spoke gratefully. The sect has treated me so well, I must repay. Before he could finish, get out of the way. Li Fudu threw Lin Feng out after suddenly grabbing him by the collar. Lin Feng was utterly confused after falling to the ground. What was going on? What he didn't know was that the entire Jiang sect was almost being labeled as a villain by the heavens. There's a rule when villains see the main character. They just can't stand them. Li Fudu didn't know why, but now that he saw Lin Feng, he felt extreme disgust as if seeing an enemy. At this moment, Li Fudu also couldn't help but feel emotional. No wonder Jiang Chen had always disliked Lin Feng. It turns out he had seen through Lin Feng's true nature long ago. Roll back to the Jiang sect and take your punishment. After scolding Lin Feng, Li Fudu walked away with his sword. And Lin Feng was once again baffled. What had he done? Why was he being sent back to the sect to be punished? Topple Buddha temple, save Lin Feng. Suddenly, another shout arose. Lin Feng looked in the direction of the voice and his pupils contracted. This time, the caller was the 9th peak great elder, Lu Yang. Realizing something was amiss, Lin Feng didn't approach Lu Yang, but the latter, upon spotting him, came over with a smile at the corner of his mouth. My dear nephew, you've suffered. Lu Yong comforted Lin Feng after helping him to his feet. These words immediately made Lin Feng's nose tingle with emotion. Had he nearly suffered? There were times he nearly lost his life. And now, there were still hundreds of poison pills in his body about to erupt. Seeing Lu Yang's compassionate and kind expression, Lin Feng was moved once again. He had never expected that there would be good people in the Juyan sect's ninth peak. It's not tough at all, not in the slightest, Lin Feng denied with his mouth, but his voice was thick with emotions. He wanted to step forward and give Lu Yong a hug. But unexpectedly Lu Yong dodged him away. Do you know where Jiang Chen has gone? Lu Yong still asked with a smile. His smile was somewhat forced, giving off a feeling of insincerity. Although Lin Feng shivered, he didn't think much of it. After all, he had spent some time at the ninth peak and naturally knew that Lu Yong and Jiang Chen were at odds. The current inquiry was likely because he wanted to cause trouble for Jiang Chen. Jiang Chen is in the collapsed 6 prisons. Without hesitation, Lin Feng reported directly, Elder Lu, that Jiang Chen is inhuman. He hurt his fellow disciples, misled the ninth peak master and Mu Kui, and almost beat me to death. After speaking, he changed the subject. Elder, now is not the time to talk about this. I need some antidote pills, or my life is in danger. He thought that Lu Yong would be furious and help him. Oh, then take care of yourself. But unexpectedly, Lu Yong walked away with that. Wait, Elder Lu, I'm really dying here. Lin Feng hurried after him, pleading for help. Lu Yong turned a deaf ear. Wait, I am the son of destiny. My fate is linked to the sect's fate, Lin Feng added. Lu Yong remained silent. Lu Yong. Lin Feng got angry, stepped forward, grabbed Lu Yang's shoulder, and rebuked, the Juyan sect has been established for 1,000 years, and I am the only one who has been personally chosen by the old ancestor to receive his essence blood. If I die, you. Enough. Equally furious, Lu Yong kicked Lin Feng away. After doing this, he even dusted off his shoulder with a look of disgust. If it weren't for saving Jiang Chen, I'd be disgusted even talking to you. With those words, he quickly left. After taking a few steps, he shouted, Topple Buddha Temple. Save Lin Feng. Falling to the ground, Lin Feng was dumbfounded. The martial emperor shouted, Jiang Chen, die, but it was he who got beaten. The people of the Juyan sect shouted, Topple Buddha Temple. Save Lin Feng, but they treated him like this. If he wasn't sure he was wide awake, at this moment, Lin Feng would have doubted whether his name was even Lin Feng. The people of the Juyan sect, they've all gone mad. In the end, Lin Feng could only come to this conclusion. Hey, brother, this feels so familiar. A Juyan sect menial disciple came over and patted Lin Feng's shoulder. Seeing that the newcomer had a low cultivation level and was completely unremarkable yet had an empathetic demeanor, Lin Feng immediately asked. Who are you? Indeed, who am I? The person sighed, looking up at the sky at a 45-degree angle, and said. I used to be called Lu Lin, but now I might just be air. Lu Lin did not die during the internal conflict at the Juyan sect. Although he was moved down from the first peak by Xiaobai and heard Qingning and Xiaobai discussing how to bury Li Fudu alive, he was merely frightened away. As for his escape, Qingning and Xiaobai acted as if they hadn't seen it. Traumatized and seriously injured, Lu Lin fell into a long unconsciousness. When he woke up, he encountered ninth peak elders and disciples discussing the events of the internal conflict, and even heard the slogan Save Lu Lin, overturn the main peak, shouted again and again. Lu Lin was haunted by the events of that day. He wanted to ask for clarification about what exactly happened, but as soon as he approached, an elder asked him, Who are you? He wanted to find Xiao Hongyi, but as soon as he reached the peak master's pavilion, Jiang Chen and others who arrived at the same time also looked puzzled and asked, Who are you? Lu Lin felt deeply hurt. He felt like he was just air. He even started to doubt his own existence. Even though people around him occasionally mentioned the slogan Save Lu Lin, overturn the main peak, no one recognized him. This made Lu Lin think his real name might not be Lu Lin, but who are you? And at this moment, after seeing Lin Feng's plight, Lu Lin finally understood. He really was just air. The slogan was just an excuse, and his existence was like an ant on the ground, completely unnoticed by others. Lin Feng, we share the same fate. Why don't we become sworn brothers and be a pair of air brothers, comforting each other? How about it? After a long sigh, Lu Lin suggested. As for Lin Feng, seeing Lu Lin sometimes sigh, sometimes cry, and sometimes wanting to become sworn brothers with him, He felt like he was seeing a madman. He is the son of destiny. How could he possibly become sworn brothers with someone who clearly had such a low presence? And a madman at that. Lin Feng, accept your fate. You and I are destined to be air with no presence at all. Although you are loathsome, like a maggot, ugly, dark, and unattractive, I don't really despise you, Lu Lin added. Upon hearing these words, Lin Feng was almost suffocated with anger. Being beaten by Jiang Chen, tortured by madmen like Xiao Hongyi, and ignored by elders like Li Fudu and Lu Yang was one thing. But now a nobody was insulting him. This was outrageous. Where did this guy get the nerve? Unfortunately for him, the Juyin sect had its members, whether influenced by the Juyin old ancestor or not, all looking at this son of destiny with disdain and extreme dislike. Despite his intense dislike, Lu Lin still wanted to become sworn brothers with Lin Feng. This indirectly proved Lu Lin was really hurt. Regardless, Lin Feng was furious. Suppressing his discomfort, he grabbed Lu Lin by the collar and slapped him across the face a dozen times. Ah, Lin Feng, we are brothers in adversity, why do you do this? In this world, only you and I can truly empathize with each other. You're just an invisible man. But even you don't recognize me. It's clear that you're even uglier than me. While continuously screaming in agony, Lu Lin kept insulting him out. The more Lin Feng listened, the angrier he became, and his attacks grew increasingly fierce, even employing his cultivation. Soon, Lu Lin was slapped into a pig-headed state and collapsed to the ground unconscious. At that moment, Lin Feng finally felt exhilarated. But just as he was enjoying the moment, he suddenly felt excruciating abdominal pain and dizziness. Foolish. I have been helping you suppress the poison pill, but look at you. You recklessly used your vital energy, accelerating the outbreak of the poison pill. Now, meditate immediately and use your technique to purify it, old man Tianji scolded angrily. Hearing this, Lin Feng regretted deeply. He hadn't expected to evade Jiang Chen and others, only to fall into Lu Lin's hands. With no other choice, he immediately sat cross-legged, trying his best to circulate his technique to combat the poison pill within his body. Immediately, the 7 Purifications Annihilation technique was activated, and with the help of old man Tianji's soul power, numerous black blood toxins emerged from his pores. Lin Feng thought he wouldn't die, but then he heard footsteps approaching. He suddenly opened his eyes and then turned pale with fright. Before him stood 2 women with completely different expressions. One woman's face was frosty, while the other smiled with crescent eyes and a bell-like voice. It was Jiang Lianyue and Qingning. The 2 women stood before Lin Feng, both silent. Their gazes towards Lin Feng were like looking at prey. Yet, while filled with murderous intent, they were also wary of each other. 5th junior sister, I have things to do. You go save eldest senior brother first, Qingning said after a brief silence. What are you talking about, 3rd senior sister? Isn't our slogan to save Lin Feng? You go find eldest senior brother, and I'll save him properly, Jiang Lianyue retorted with a cold smile. 5th junior sister, this is an order from your senior sister. 3rd senior sister, I won't listen to the orders of a madwoman. The madwoman doesn't know herself, poor junior sister Lianyue, you really are pitiable. Senior sister, your words resonate deeply with me. With that, the 2 women fell silent again while glaring at each other. The 9 cycles of reincarnation were truly miraculous. Therefore, even though the number of mad people kept increasing, Jiang Lianyue and others still believed that only they had seen the true nature of the world. While everyone else, they were all suffering retribution and become mad. Seeing the 2 women at a standoff, Lin Feng saw an opportunity. He stopped circulating his technique and thought about escaping. But he had barely taken a step. Stay still. Both women turned and glared at him simultaneously, their beautiful eyes filled with hostility. This scared Lin Feng into a cold sweat. He quickly looked around. There was no thatched hut. He looked behind him. The foolish tiger hadn't followed. This made him breathe a sigh of relief, feeling that his life was probably safe. Because the madwoman Jiang Lianyue had always wanted to press him to death in a thatched hut. As long as there was no hut, there would be no threat to his life. And Qingning. This person's combat strength wasn't strong. Without Xiao Bai's help, he could fight and win against her. In short, he could still preserve his life no matter whose hands he ended up in. Thinking this, Lin Feng calmed down quite a bit. Taking advantage of the 2 women's mutual wariness, he once again circulated his technique, continuing to purify the toxins within his body. Third senior sister, it's not a solution for us to be at a stalemate like this. Jiang Lianyue suddenly suggested, since there's no thatched hut here, and you don't have a contracted beast to help dig a hole, why not keep it simple and just kill him? All right. After a moment's thought, Qingning nodded, he won't die so easily anyway. I can bury him next time. Hearing this, Lin Feng's scalp tingled. These two mad women were actually joining forces. Seeing Jiang Lianyue's spirit sword appear and Qingning raising her spirit shovel, Lin Feng didn't want to sit still and wait for death, so he had to muster his vital energy, ready for a desperate resistance. Stop! Old man Tianji shouted, but his cry was clearly a step too late. The moment Lin Feng fully activated his energy, the toxins from hundreds of poison pills erupted simultaneously. Accompanied by heart-wrenching pain, his skin, flesh, bones, and even his soul cried out in agony at the same time. Ah! Lin Feng knelt on the ground while screaming miserably. His skin began to peel off, his flesh started to melt, and his bones began to break. The unbearable pain made him cry and tear up while the blood and fluids from his skin and flesh kept emerging from his 7 orifices and spread a strong stench around. He could clearly feel every change in his body, and while his thoughts became clearer and clearer, the pain became more and more intense. This lasted for several moments. Yet, he still wasn't dead. Because with every inch of skin that peeled off, every bit of flesh that melted, there was a surge of medicinal power that regenerated his skin and reconstituted his flesh. 7th grade. The poison pill you took contains a 7th grade poison pill. This level of poison pill can make your life worse than death, old man Tianji exclaimed in horror. Ah! Lin Feng screamed again, rolling on the ground. He felt as if there were thousands of ants crawling inside him, unbearably itchy. While rolling, he scratched his body with his nails with great force. Soon, his skin was torn by his scratching, flesh gouged out, and his white bones were faintly visible. If you dare, just kill me. Lin Feng couldn't take it anymore and decided to gamble with fate once again. Why kill you? Junior brother, have you forgotten? We came to save you. Qingning squatted down to enjoy Lin Feng's miserable state. Third senior sister, your words resonate deeply with me. Jiang Lianyue nodded in agreement. At this moment, Lin Feng was in utter despair. At that moment, a 7-colored Buddha light appeared, and 100 Jiang golden body manifested out of thin air. The long-eared golden body held prayer beads in the left hand and a single palm upright in the right while chanting Buddha's name. Amitabha, saving a life is more meritorious than building a 7-story pagoda. Buddha old ancestor. Jiang Lianyue and Qingning both said in a deep voice. Both women knew that Lin Feng, the son of destiny, was not so easy to kill. Unexpectedly, this time Lin Feng encountered a crisis that even drew out the Buddha old ancestor. Looking around, the Buddha old ancestor could see at a glance that Qingning and Jiang Lianyue had both gone mad. Not just the two women. In fact, his divine consciousness had always enveloped the entire Buddha temple, and the movements of people from the Juyan sect and others were crystal clear to him. So he was well aware that Xiao Hongyi had also gone mad. The actions of the people from the Juyan sect were also incomprehensible. They all claimed they wanted to save Lin Feng, yet they did nothing to save him when he was in danger, and Xiao Hongyi even forced him to take hundreds of poison pills. The Juyan sect is not right, thought the Buddha old ancestor. Not just not right, but very wrong. Although there had been occasional friction between the two sects, they generally got along and looked upon each other favorably. But now, every disciple of the Juyan sect feels repulsive to the Buddha old ancestor. It's just like seeing disciples of the demonic path. Only this Lin Feng, the more he looked at him, the more pleasing he found him. That's why this Lin Feng must not die. Although the Buddha old ancestor also saw that the Juyan sect's purpose was definitely not to save Lin Feng. If Lin Feng died, those madmen from the Juyan sect would have no excuse, and who knows what madness they would descend into. For the sake of the Buddha temple and for the sake of righteousness, Lin Feng absolutely must not die. But after taking a look at Lin Feng, the Buddha old ancestor frowned slightly. Lin Feng had taken too many poison pills, and to save his life, he must be infused with Buddhist teachings, using the Dharma to purify the toxins in his body. However, such an infusion of the Dharma should not be used on outsiders. After all, doing so would allow Lin Feng to understand the Dharma and set him on the path of Buddhism. Let it be. We are fated. The Buddha old ancestor shook his head. As his words fell, 3 rays of Buddha light shot out from his golden body, two imprisoning Jiang Lianyue and Qingning, while another directly entered Lin Feng's mind. With the Dharma entering his body, Lin Feng stopped struggling. The toxins that had been causing him agonizing pain just moments ago could no longer harm him. Not only that, Lin Feng felt himself entering a state of a sage, free from desires and wants. In this state, his 7 purifications annihilation technique operated even faster, and he even gained insights into the way of the saber. Quickly sit cross-legged and regulate your breath. How much of the Dharma you can comprehend depends entirely on your fate, the Buddha old ancestor said, his voice like a divine chant. Dharma. Lin Feng was shocked in his heart. He didn't want to cultivate the Dharma and always chanting Amitabha. What are you waiting for? This is your opportunity. Old man Tianji urged, your 7 purifications annihilation technique eradicates the 7 emotions and 6 desires, and the way of the saber follows the heartless blade. This complements the Dharma perfectly. But, Lin Feng was conflicted. He didn't want to eradicate his 7 emotions and 6 desires and fully follow the heartless way of the saber. Although Xiao Hongyi and the other madmen had indeed tortured him severely and made him naturally fearful of beautiful women, he could still find a partner of slightly plain appearance. The Dharma, when it comes down to it, isn't it just like being a eunuch? This was absolutely contrary to his life goals. How can you be so foolish? Old man Tianji was furious. If you don't fully comprehend the Dharma, how can you use it to remove the toxins? Do you really want to die? Besides, hasn't Jiang Chen also cultivated the Dharma without any change? That makes sense, Lin Feng suddenly realized. To make significant achievements in the Dharma, one indeed needs great enlightenment. But temporarily using the Dharma to remove toxins wouldn't have much impact. What he didn't know was the reason Jiang Chen was not affected by the Dharma was because he hadn't received an infusion of the Dharma. He had learned the Buddhist sect's secret texts with a single touch. Old man Tianji knew that the Dharma would have a certain impact on Lin Feng, but he deliberately didn't mention it. The reason was simple. Lin Feng was really losing face as a son of destiny, and if this continued, he would eventually be abandoned by fate. Rather than becoming someone else's stepping stone later, it was better to let Lin Feng use the Dharma to advance on the path of eradicating the 7 emotions and 6 desires. This was also for Lin Feng's own good. After thinking he had made sense, Lin Feng quickly closed his eyes and began to sit cross-legged and regulate his breath. His consciousness sank into the Buddha light, and the sound of Buddha chants echoed in his ears. This chanting resonated with his 7 purifications annihilation technique, and the next moment, his cultivation technique operated on its own, with the Buddha light intensifying. In the midst of this, Lin Feng fell into a profound and mysterious state. He felt himself bathed in Buddha light, surrounded by Buddhas gathering, their chants murmuring. The scriptures say, all conditioned phenomena are like dreams, illusions, bubbles, shadows. The Buddha said, all phenomena are devoid and false. The Buddhas said, go with the flow, be at ease with circumstances. Evil arises from the mind. Sins are created by oneself. Only by not being angry or mad, not being insane or crazy, can the past be like smoke, achieving a liberated karma. The sound of Buddha lingered in his ears, and Lin Feng suddenly felt enlightened. Old man Tianji often said that beautiful women are skeletons, and stunning beauties would eventually turn to white bones. Old man Tianji also said that 7 emotions and 6 desires are shackles for cultivators, and only by breaking these shackles can one ascend beyond the heavens. The former Lin Feng scoffed at these words. In his view, the so-called great freedom and cutting off the 7 emotions and 6 desires were nonsense. Isn't cultivation all about satisfying one's own desires? But at this moment, he understood. Compared to the desire, to become stronger, other primal desires only hinder his path to enlightenment. If he wasn't obsessed with women, he wouldn't have been tortured by Jiang Lianyue, Qingning, and Xiao Hongyi. If he had been more low-key and hidden in the lower domain at the first sign of danger, he wouldn't have joined the Mad Juyan sect and been beaten by Jiang Chen over and over again. All of this, when it comes down to it, is karma. Karma arises from the heart, and only by breaking karma and eliminating miasma can one be reborn through nirvana. Boom. Just as this thought settled, the main bell of the Buddha temple rang loudly, its sound echoing through the heaven and earth. The sound waves of the bell gathered above Lin Feng. Lin Feng's cultivation technique operated at an unprecedented speed, and combined with the infusion of the Dharma, a tricolor Buddha light formed above his head. Is this enlightenment? Seeing this, the Buddha old ancestor was shocked. He only thought that he and Lin Feng were fated, but he didn't expect Lin Feng to be fated with the Dharma. In the 100 years since the Buddha temple was established, no one had ever been able to invoke tricolor Buddha light upon first entering the path. Because tricolor Buddha light could be called a high monk, deeply versed in the Dharma. This had nothing to do with talent, it was about fate. Buddhist fate. Is this the son of destiny? The Buddha old ancestor wondered in his heart. At this moment, he felt a desire to nurture talent and wanted to take Lin Feng into the Buddhist sect. Although the son of destiny required sufficient sect fortune to bear, the Buddha old ancestor believed this was not a problem. The reason was simple. The son of destiny is a double-edged sword. As long as the Buddha temple can withstand the fortune, the Buddha temple can also soar to heaven. The Juyin sect feared the son of destiny because the lifespan of the Juyin old ancestor was running out, but the Buddha temple was different. The Buddha old ancestor was confident that he could withstand the backlash of fortune from Lin Feng the son of destiny. And now, what the Buddha temple needed was an opportunity. An opportunity to surpass the Juyin sect and compete for the sole spot in the upper domain. Without a doubt, Lin Feng was definitely the opportunity. Although there were some risks, it was worth the gamble. The more the Buddha old ancestor thought about it, the more excited he became, but soon, his eyes dimmed again. The idea was good but not realistic. Setting aside whether the Juyin sect would be willing to give up this son of destiny, he could also see that although Lin Feng had entered the path of Buddhism, he was unwilling to follow it. After all, a melon forced off its vine is not sweet. But, it quenches thirst, the Buddha old ancestor murmured to himself again. Half an hour later, Lin Feng awoke from his state of enlightenment. His eyes were clear, and a faint smile played on his lips, looking every bit the part of an enlightened monk. And before him appeared a slightly corpulent old monk dressed in a kasaya holding prayer beads with long earlobes. This old monk was none other than the Buddha old ancestor. At this moment, the Buddha old ancestor had the intention of accepting Lin Feng into the Buddhist sect, so he withdrew his golden body and showed his ordinary appearance to others. If the monks of the Buddha temple were to witness this scene, they would be as stunned as petrified chickens. Even the high-ranking members of the Buddha temple rarely saw the old ancestor's ordinary appearance. When they met him, he would always appear in his golden body. Without exception, only the pillars of the Buddha temple or those who were highly regarded could see the old ancestor in his usual state. An old ancestor, naturally, must have an imposing presence. Appearing in a golden body not only demonstrated his power but also added a sense of mystery to his persona, just like the Buddha himself. Lin Feng, would you like to join the Buddhist sect? The Buddha old ancestor asked with a smile. After a brief moment of astonishment, Lin Feng learned from old man Tianji that the elderly man before him was the Buddha old ancestor. He was somewhat conflicted. Having been infused with Buddhist teachings and now on the path of Buddhism, he felt a natural affinity for the Buddha temple. Moreover, he had no desire to return to the Juyin sect, so staying at the Buddha temple indeed seemed like a good idea. But monks cannot marry or have children, adhering to the principle that all is void. This was something he found difficult to accept. Squinting his eyes and sizing up Lin Feng, the Buddha old ancestor understood. Although Lin Feng had entered the path of Buddhism, a single infusion of Buddhist teachings was far from enough to purify his six senses. Perhaps a few more times. The Buddha old ancestor thought to himself. Clearly, he was determined to turn Lin Feng into a monk. The Buddha old ancestor chuckled lightly and continued. Lin Feng, you have a predestined connection with Buddhism. If you are willing to join the Buddha temple, I will help you with a Buddhist infusion once a year, and you will inherit the Buddhist sect's relics to become the first Buddha son of our temple. An annual Buddhist infusion, and to become the first Buddha son. Upon hearing this, Lin Feng was immediately shocked. A Buddhist infusion would consume some of the Buddha old ancestor's cultivation and lifespan, and the first Buddha son would have access to all the resources of the Buddha temple. If this were true, Lin Feng was confident that his cultivation would rapidly advance to the heavenly origin realm. With the addition of some big carp, even reaching the upper four realms was not impossible. Can I remain a lay disciple? Lin Feng asked in return. No, the Buddha old ancestor shook his head. The path of Buddhism is long and arduous, but by walking it, you will reach the end. Lay disciples only grasp the threshold, not the teachings. A half-baked understanding will only lead you astray in your cultivation. After hearing this, Lin Feng fell silent. He knew well that to receive the attention of the Buddha temple, he must become a monk. But he really didn't want to become a eunuch. After entering the path of Buddhism, his obsession with women had greatly diminished, but there was still a little bit of desire in his heart. Even if not for women, how easy is it to sever the 7 emotions and 6 desires? Not to mention him, even many of the high monks of the Buddha temple couldn't reach that state. Seeing his hesitation, the Buddha old ancestor knew not to push too hard and change the topic. It's my fault. I was indeed a bit abrupt. As the son of destiny, you should be equally valued in the Jiang sect. These words made Lin Feng's expression darken. To save you this time, the entire Jiang sect came forth. That slogan of, saving Lin Feng, was quite loud, the Buddha old ancestor added. Lin Feng's expression darkened further. Did I hear you were accepted into the Jiang sect's 9th peak? I remember that the 9th peak's master is Elder Shao's granddaughter, who is known for her protectiveness. You must have received her favor. The Buddha old ancestor continued. These words directly made Lin Feng's expression ugly. The Jiang sect valued him for nothing. During the test, they even wanted to kick him out of the sect. Although the slogan this time was topple Buddha temple, save Lin Feng, those people from the Jiang sect didn't care about his life or death at all. The most infuriating was Xiao Hongyi. Not only did she deceive Lin Feng, but she also repeatedly poisoned him. This time, he even forced Lin Feng to consume hundreds of poison pills. Could these actions be considered human? After this incident, Lin Feng was determined to defect from the sect. Now, the people of the Jiang sect were all abnormal, and he would rather die than return to be abused. He was very certain that if he stayed in the Jiang sect, he would eventually be killed even if he was the son of destiny. Originally, Lin Feng considered hiding out in the lower domain. But the words of the Buddha old ancestor gave him a rare feeling of being valued. I will consider it. In the end, Lin Feng could only respond in this way. The Buddha old ancestor smiled faintly, nodded, and said no more. Just then, the people of the Jiang sect, surrounding Jiang Chen, came from the already shattered Buddha's 6 prisons. In the distance, one could faintly hear Great Elder Lu Yang's rallying cry. Topple the Buddha temple, save Lin Feng. Oh, our goal has been achieved. Jiang sect is invincible. Oh, Jiang old ancestor dominates the central domain. Buddha old ancestor cowers and does not show himself. Oh, these shouts made both Lin Feng and the Buddha old ancestor stiffen their expressions. It was infuriating. What did they even mean by our goal has been achieved? Lin Feng declared that he had never been rescued. What did they mean by cowers and does not show himself? The Buddha old ancestor indicated that he simply did not want to confront Jiang old ancestor head-on. HMPH. With a cold snort, Lin Feng glanced at Jiang Chen in the crowd and suddenly said with a gleam in his eye. Buddha old ancestor, this Jiang Chen has caused trouble everywhere. You should personally take action and deliver him from evil. How can this be? The Buddha old ancestor was shocked. At this moment, he was extremely wary of Jiang old ancestor. He could also see that the people of the Jiang sect, for some unknown reason, seemed to place great importance on this scourge Jiang Chen. If he took action, could Jiang old ancestor just sit by and watch? Furthermore, as the young master of the Jiang family, wouldn't Jiang Chen have some means of emergency communication on him? If the Jiang family descended without restraint, the destruction of the Buddha temple would be imminent. Of course, these words could not be spoken outright. An old ancestor must maintain his dignity. How could I, the Buddha old ancestor, take action against a junior? The Buddha old ancestor declared with conviction. Before Lin Feng could reply, the people of the Jiang sect were approaching. Lu Yang and the others saw Lin Feng and immediately showed contempt. At the same time, they also saw the Buddha old ancestor. The Buddha old ancestor, having withdrawn his golden body, looked no different from the ordinary monks of the Buddha temple from a distance. Who dares to step forward and give that baldy a heavy blow? Lu Yang raised his arm and asked. I will go. The number 1 true disciple of Sword Peak Zhou Jian immediately drew his sword and stepped forward. He had always wanted to prove himself in this sect war. Before he had the chance, he was knocked unconscious by Qingning. Now that he had finally regained consciousness, he naturally wanted to refocus on his goal. Oh, senior brother Zhou is mighty. I see in senior brother Zhou the bearing of a great emperor. With a sword in hand, senior brother Zhou shall move mountains, calm seas, subdue demons, and suppress evil spirits. Sword Peak is invincible. Seeing this, the disciples of Jiang sect Sword Peak shouted and cheered with all their might. Under everyone's gaze, Zhou Jian stepped out from the crowd. He raised his 3-foot spirit sword, pointing its tip at the nose of Buddha Old Ancestor, and declared in a resounding voice. "Baldy, do you dare to fight me?" Buddha Old Ancestor's mouth twitched at once. Seeing Zhou Jian's eager appearance, Jiang Chen was dumbfounded. Because of his experiences with the 9 cycles of reincarnation, Jiang Chen had seen the true face of Buddha Old Ancestor. Moreover, at this moment, Buddha Old Ancestor was not revealing his cultivation level, and behind him were the 2 lunatics Jiang Lianyue and Qingning standing still. At a glance, this was not someone easy to deal with, right? But the people of Juyin sect were too excited and even thought that the high ranks of Buddha temple were all fighting in the sky, so they hadn't even checked Buddha Old Ancestor's cultivation level. Jiang Chen wouldn't remind them. Not only would he not remind them, but he also gave Zhou Jian a thumbs up. "Zhou Jian, I have faith in you." Hearing this, Zhou Jian was immediately invigorated. It was well known that Jiang Chen was extremely discerning, and few could gain his approval. Perhaps, this is what they mean by, no fight, no acquaintance. Zhou Jian thought sentimentally in his heart. He had once fought with Jiang Chen at the 9th Peak sparring platform. Although the outcome was basically defeat in seconds, in his view, Jiang Chen must have seen his potential then, which is why he had such high hopes for him. Seeing Buddha Old Ancestor remain silent, Zhou Jian waited no longer. "Baldy, prepare to die," he charged forward with his sword. And halfway there, the Buddha Old Ancestor glared fiercely, instantly transforming into 100 jong tall golden body, floating between heaven and earth like Buddha himself. "I've disturbed you, farewell." After rubbing his eyes, Zhou Jian quickly turned and walked away. HMPH. Buddha Old Ancestor let out a cold snort. The snort set off waves of Buddhist chants, directly blowing Zhou Jian away. And coincidentally, he crashed into Juyin sect Supreme Elder Xiaoting, who was fighting with an ascetic monk in the sky. Xiaoting recognized Zhou Jian. But he was also in a frenzy at the moment, with neither the spare energy nor the inclination to save anyone. He could only kick Zhou Jian back down. In the end, Zhou Jian crashed back in front of the Juyin sect people, head down, buried upside down on the ground. Fortunately, from his still trembling legs, it was evident he wasn't dead. Hiss. This made even Jiang Chen take a sharp breath, thinking how tragic it was. For a moment, the scene was very quiet. Suddenly, another scream rang out. Then, an ascetic monk from Buddha temple was struck down from the sky by Xiaoting, also buried headfirst into the ground, right next to Zhou Jian. "Who dares to harm my Juyin sect disciple?" Xiaoting bellowed and arrived like a streak of light from afar. "I'll tear you to pieces." After landing, he also saw Buddha Old Ancestor's golden body and immediately stopped talking. Seeing Buddha Old Ancestor glaring at him, Xiaoting stiffly said, "Lin Feng, how dare you harm your fellow disciples? I will tear you apart." Lin Feng's mouth twitched. What did this have to do with him? It had now become blatantly obvious, it's not save Lin Feng but actually tear Lin Feng apart. Seeing Buddha Old Ancestor's displeased expression, Xiaoting kept making eye signals to the ordinary disciples of Juyin sect. His signals meant, the goal has been achieved, retreat quickly. But what the disciples of Juyin sect understood was, Juyin sect, invincible. Oh. The next second, the people of Juyin sect shouted in unison. A few fired-up elders even made grandiose statements. So what if it's Buddha Old Ancestor? In front of our Juyin Old Ancestor, he's just a junior. Big golden body, so what? Once our Juyin Old Ancestor makes a move, everyone will see if there's any comparison. Juyin Old Ancestor, invincible. With the Old Ancestor behind us, we shall never retreat. Hearing this, Xiaoting slapped his forehead in despair. He inwardly screamed that he couldn't lead them, he really couldn't. Undoubtedly, Buddha Old Ancestor was indeed wary of Juyin Old Ancestor, but being confronted like this, Buddha Old Ancestor would lose all face if he didn't take action. Unable to run, the only option now was to fight. With this in mind, Xiaoting immediately sent a message to the other Supreme Elders. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Several sounds of breaking through the air rang out, and 12 Supreme Elders of Juyin sect gathered together. Meanwhile, the remaining 3 ascetic monks of Buddha temple also arrived, standing beside Buddha Old Ancestor. These 3 great ascetic monks looked extremely ragged, not only wounded in many places but also nearly depleted of spiritual energy. In contrast, the Supreme Elders of Juyin sect, despite some fatigue, did not bear such scars. 4 ascetic monks, 2 of them in the divine passage realm. How come you were in such a sorry state? Buddha old ancestor frowned and asked in a low voice. Old ancestor. One of the ascetic monks replied helplessly, Juyin sect has no shame. What do you mean, no shame? Shouting immediately retorted, isn't it just that we adopted tactics like rotation battles, group fights, and flanking attacks? Is that called shameless? That's called strategy. Amitabha. Not good at verbal sparring, the monks could only chant. Hearing this, the disciples of Juyin sect were even more excited. Look at that. This is the strength of the Juyin sect. Both the Buddha temple and the Juyin sect are top-tier sects in the central domain, yet in every confrontation, whether it's between ordinary disciples or the higher-ups, the Juyin sect has achieved a resounding victory. Next, as long as the old ancestor of Juyin makes a move and gives the Buddha old ancestor a good thrashing, it will be a complete triumph. Juyin sect. Invincible in the central domain. Unable to contain his excitement, a peak elder raised his arm and shouted. The disciples of the Juyin sect also immediately let out a thunderous roar. Seeing his own side suffer heavy losses and the enemy's morale soaring, the Buddha old ancestor could only sigh deeply. Alas, let it be. He shook his head slightly and his golden body swiftly ascended into the air. First, he used his divine sense to scan the surroundings, and after not finding the presence of the Juyin old ancestor, he called out loudly, Shao old man, come out and fight. His voice boomed like thunder like a Buddha, rolling away and echoing through the heaven and earth. But the response he received was a silence as still as death. Such an eerie situation caused the Buddha old ancestor to frown tightly and he said again. Shao old man, are you looking down on me? Do you think I'm not worthy to fight you? Silence answered him again. After calling out twice, the old ancestor of Juyin still did not appear. This made the disciples of the Juyin sect sense that something was wrong. At this moment, with the enemy old ancestor issuing a challenge, it would be expected that their own old ancestor, with his explosive temperament, would definitely jump out and start a fight. Seeing this, Shouting initially wanted to signal the others to escape with a glance. But after thinking it over, he directly sent a secret message, I'll cover the rear, you take the disciples and retreat. Save as many as you can. Things have come to this. Today's events can no longer be resolved peacefully. How many of us from the Juyin sect can survive, all depends on our good fortune. Upon hearing this, the 12 supreme elders were all shocked. Cover the rear. Although Shouting was of the divine passage realm in the upper 4 realms, he was certainly no match for the Buddha old ancestor. This offer to cover the rear was clearly a suicide mission. We are willing to cover the rear together. Without any hesitation, the other 11 supreme elders said in unison. Foolish. Shouting cursed, if we all fall here, the foundation of the Juyin sect will be lost, and our sect will not escape destruction. Perhaps. One of the supreme elders replied. Despite the grave situation, he smiled and said, but the future belongs to the young. We old immortals can only pave the way with our bones. Indeed. Another supreme elder added, even in death, having been part of the Juyin sect in this life, I have no regrets. Shouting was moved by these words. He glanced at those sect elders and disciples who still harbored hope, waiting for the Juyin old ancestor to appear, and shook his head. With things having reached this point, to make the disciples aware of the crisis and retreat quickly, he had to lay his cards on the table. Otherwise, the disciples, in their bewildered state, might follow them to their deaths. The old ancestor has already fallen. He finally spoke the truth after taking a deep breath. The old ancestor has fallen. Upon hearing this, the elders and disciples of the Juyin sect were all shocked. After a brief moment of astonishment, they were stunned into silence. They didn't want to believe it, for in their eyes, the Juyin old ancestor was so powerful and always considered the sect's well-being. But recalling the bell that tolled 9 times, they couldn't help but believe. Even during a major sect war, the bell only tolled 8 times. 9 tolls must signify a catastrophe. And the fall of the Juyin old ancestor was indeed a catastrophe. Furthermore, Shouting, as the supreme great elder of the Juyin sect, would never dare to joke about the old ancestor's demise. Therefore, everyone eventually came to the conclusion that the old ancestor had probably truly fallen. The elders and disciples bowed their heads in silence, feeling distressed. The scenes of the Juyin old ancestor preaching were still vivid in their minds. They had witnessed with their own eyes the day the Jiang old ancestor emerged from his coffin to help and save the sect, withstanding the heavenly tribulation with his physical body. They had also seen, with their own eyes, the old ancestor breaking out of his coffin, willing to destroy the main peak to demonstrate his determination to save the sect. Such a great old ancestor. Though somewhat moody, he valued the sect more than his own life. Yet such an old ancestor had met an abrupt end. Old ancestor. With a soft call, many disciples already had tears in their eyes. Their voices choked with emotion. They clenched their fists, glaring at the sky. Though silent, they were clearly accusing the heavens of injustice. Why did their old ancestor have to fall? Why not the Buddha old ancestor? The latter looked more detestable their ancestor. Sigh. Jiang Chen let out a deep sigh. He too felt regretful. He vaguely remembered that the day the Jiang old ancestor broke out of his coffin, his eyes were so defiant, furious, and unwilling. Those were the eyes of someone determined to defy the heavens. Unexpectedly, the Jiang old ancestor had passed away before he could do so. Jiang Chen mourned for the Jiang old ancestor in his heart for a second. Jiang Chen decided that when he returned to the Jiang sect, he would have Xiaobai and Qingning properly bury the Jiang old ancestor and then erect a monument. That woman and tiger had become increasingly skilled at burying people. Surely they would do a good job, right? The Jiang old ancestor has fallen. It's about time for me to slip away, he thought. Without the Jiang old ancestor, the Jiang family's hope of using the Jiang sect for protection was dashed. Moreover, Jiang sect's situation would undoubtedly be extremely difficult. A slight misstep could lead to the sect's destruction. As a major villain, it was only fitting for his character to slip away at such a critical moment. As for where to slip away to, Jiang Chen hadn't decided yet. He couldn't return to the upper domain for the time being. Otherwise, he wouldn't have the strength to deal with the Jiang family's downfall yet if he triggered it prematurely. Perhaps I could join a demonic sect. Jiang Chen began to consider his options. As he pondered, he let out another long sigh. Why did the Jiang old ancestor have to fall? Although the old man looked like he wouldn't live long, his demise was still too sudden. Was it Lin Feng's doing? How tragic. Jiang Chen decided to extend his moment of silence from 1 second to 3 seconds. Many others shared his sentiment. Suddenly, an elder from the main peak pointed at Lin Feng and cursed, "Lin Feng, it must be you. It must be the backlash of your son of destiny's luck that caused the old ancestor to fall." With these words, the people of the Jiang sect cast murderous glances at Lin Feng. Feeling so many angry stares, Lin Feng's scalp tingled. What did this have to do with him? Even if it were truly a backlash of luck, it wasn't something he could control. He was innocent. In speaking of the people from the Buddha temple, when they heard the phrase "the old ancestor has fallen," they were all struck as if by lightning. They didn't doubt the truth of the matter because when it came to their own old ancestor, even Xiaoting wouldn't dare to speak recklessly. Therefore, the fall of the Jiang old ancestor was an absolute fact. Now, the people of the Buddha temple only had one question. The Jiang old ancestor has fallen, and yet you still dare to cause trouble in the Buddha temple. And you keep shouting, "Jiang old ancestor, invincible." Isn't this deceiving the monks too much? Such actions were unbearable. Old ancestor, a monk couldn't contain his anger. With just one command from the old ancestor, we could keep all the people from the Jiang sect here today. That would also restore the face of our Buddha temple. The Buddha old ancestor didn't respond but just smiled faintly, appearing extremely composed. In fact, when he had resolved to battle the Jiang old ancestor just a moment ago, he was extremely anxious inside. After all, the Jiang old ancestor came from the upper domain, his age unknown, and his strength unfathomable. But now, the Jiang old ancestor was gone. With just him alone, he could annihilate all the people from the Jiang sect. But immediately, the Buddha old ancestor thought of another issue and looked at Lin Feng meaningfully. This son of destiny was too formidable. Having joined the Jiang sect for only a few months, he had directly caused the Jiang old ancestor's death. The Buddha old ancestor began to wonder if he could withstand it himself. "This really has nothing to do with me," Lin Feng cried out while feeling wronged. He. The Buddha old ancestor still smiled faintly, confident in himself, and reassured, "Everything in the world cannot escape the word's cause and effect. It seems that old Xiao must have committed some karmic sin, hence his demise." "That's right, it must be so," Lin Feng quickly agreed, trying to clear his association. just as the Buddha old ancestor was about to say something else. Buddha old ancestor, my Juyin sect is willing to compensate for the losses of the Buddha temple. The supreme great elder of the Juyin sect, Xiaoting, suddenly spoke up. Compensate. The Buddha old ancestor raised an eyebrow. The Buddha temple had been mostly destroyed, most of the ordinary disciples were seriously injured, and one of the great ascetic monks had fallen. The loss was staggering. However, if the Juyin sect was willing to bleed heavily, he would consider letting the Juyin sect off the hook. After all, they were both righteous sects, and it wasn't good to completely fall out. More importantly, with the Juyin sect old ancestor gone, he, the Buddha old ancestor, disdained to bully the weak. The Buddha temple has suffered too much this time. If the Juyin sect is willing to cede half of their territory, you may leave, the Buddha old ancestor finally said. That is the foundation of our sect and cannot be used for trade. Xiaoting shook his head in refusal. If that's the case, then leave behind your sect's divine grade jade water glazed dome realm to compensate for the losses of Buddha temple, came the counteroffer. The jade water glazed dome realm is the treasure of our sect and equally non-negotiable. After being rejected twice in a row, the old ancestor of Buddha temple grew angry. He doubted the situation. Had the Juyin sect not realized their current predicament? One must know that with the fall of the Juyin old ancestor, whether it's territory or divine instruments, it's only a matter of time before they are seized by other sects. Since it's destined to be lost, it would be best to proactively offer them now in exchange for the sect's survival. Amitabha, the old ancestor of Buddha temple, murmured, his voice rolling like thunder. Since that's the case, then all members of the Juyin sect shall stay here today. With the compassion of Buddha, allow me to personally guide all of you. Hold on. Xiaoting raised his hand to interrupt, speaking earnestly. The Juyin sect possesses an item, the value of which surpasses that of territories and divine instruments. Oh, what might that be? The old ancestor of Buddha temple showed interest. This item is. Taking a deep breath, Xiaoting turned his gaze towards Lin Feng. Me. Pointing at his own nose, Lin Feng was bewildered. Correct. Xiaoting nodded solemnly, his voice resounding. The Juyin sect is willing to offer this son of destiny to the Buddha temple as compensation for the losses incurred. Lin Feng felt a deep resentment. He found himself yet in another difficult situation again. Although he was eager to leave the Juyin sect, he couldn't bear the thought of being treated as a bargaining chip, even as a son of destiny. Jiang Chen wanted to speak out against it, but after glancing at Xiao Hongyi and others, he ultimately held his tongue. This ascension puppet had to be monitored closely. But now the problem was that everyone in the Juyin sect was nearly insane. If Lin Feng continued to stay, the ascension puppet would surely be ruined. For his own grand plan, having Lin Feng develop in the Buddha temple was indeed a good strategy. After all, Lin Feng was already bound by the blood, and that blood slip was in Xiao Hongyi's hands. As long as the blood slip wasn't destroyed, he could sense Lin Feng's movements at any time, effectively keeping him under surveillance. Of course, this decision couldn't be made hastily. The situation still needed to be assessed. I object. Suddenly, several delicate voices rang out. It was Xiao Hongyi, Jiang Lianyue, and Qingning. Xiao Hongyi's phoenix fire blazed, her beautiful eyes filled with fierceness. Although Lin Feng is not my disciple, he is a disciple of the Juyin sect. He cannot be used for trade. We've built quite a few thatched huts on the 9th peak recently, and Lin Feng, our junior brother, has yet to experience them, Jiang Lianyue said with a cold laugh. I disagree too, riding on Xiao Bai, Qingning said with a serious face. Eldest senior brother said that only by keeping Lin Feng in the Juyin sect can we torment him better. I still want to bury him alive. The words of the three women left everyone else speechless. Especially Qingning's. Was there a need to be so direct? Couldn't she have been more tactful? Upon hearing this, Lin Feng was even more determined to leave the Juyin sect, vowing never to set foot in it again in his lifetime. Of course, no one would take the words of three mad women seriously. Xiaoting looked directly at the old ancestor of Buddha temple, waiting for his response. The atmosphere once again grew silent. The old ancestor of Buddha temple thought that Xiaoting was treating him like a fool. Offer Lin Feng to the Buddha temple. Others might not know, but the old ancestor of Buddha temple was very clear. This time, with the fall of the Juyin old ancestor, the Juyin sect had initiated a sect war to come here, but their purpose was not to save Lin Feng. Otherwise, Lin Feng wouldn't have been ignored by everyone and even nearly lost his life. But it couldn't be denied that the proposal was indeed reasonable. Among righteous sects, the act of snatching disciples from other sects was always looked down upon. If they could take Lin Feng into the Buddhist sect under the pretext of compensation, it would indeed be above reproach, and other righteous sects wouldn't gossip behind their backs. Not enough. The old ancestor of Buddha Temple shook his head. In addition to offering Lin Feng to the Buddha Temple, you must also leave behind the jade water-glazed dome realm. Otherwise, stay here today. Do you wish for mutual destruction? Xiao Ting's expression darkened. Amitabha, mutual destruction. The old ancestor of Buddha Temple shook his head with his smile fading as he spoke. With the fall of the Juyan old ancestor, everyone will think that my Buddha Temple can be easily bullied if the Juyan sect doesn't pay a price today. With the knowledge of the Juyan old ancestor's demise, the old ancestor of Buddha Temple was brimming with confidence, speaking more directly and aggressively than before. This was not surprising. After all, the Buddha Temple suffered great losses this time, and not long ago, many elders and disciples of the Juyan sect ridiculed him to his face for not taking action. Now that the situation had reversed, it was natural to seek retribution. As always, for the old ancestor of Buddha Temple, face was important. As for Xiao Ting, he chose not to say more after seeing through the old ancestor of Buddha Temple's intentions. The sect's divine instrument was not for trade. Otherwise, he would have no face to meet the Juyan old ancestor even after death. The only option left was to fight. Juyan sect members, heed my command, retreat to the sect and activate the grand sect formation. Xiao Ting's body slowly rose into the air, his words echoing in the minds of every Juyan sect member. With that, accompanied by a roar, his body grew taller, quickly matching the size of the old ancestor of Buddha Temple's golden body. This was the divine passage realm's manifestation of heaven and earth. It was a kind of divine passage that could greatly enhance combat power. The reason why the Buddha Temple's 6 prisons were so formidable was that the old ancestor of the Demon Suppression Palace had fallen while maintaining his manifestation of heaven and earth, and its power persisted even after hundreds of years. A great battle was about to begin again. Xiao Ting beckoned with his hand. Then, a black-framed, jade-green dome realm turned into a streak of light floating beside him. This was the Juyan sect's treasure, the jade water-glazed dome realm. The other 11 supreme elders then focused on the remaining 3 ascetic monks. Among these 3 ascetic monks, one was of the divine passage realm. If it were one-on-one, none of them could match this divine passage realm opponent. Fortunately, under Xiao Ting's command earlier, this divine passage realm monk had already expended a great deal of spiritual energy. If they continued to use tactics like ganging up or relay fighting, they could delay time. Juyan sect disciples, retreat quickly. The 11 supreme elders shouted in unison. Amitabha, the old ancestor of Buddha Temple, murmured while moving the prayer beads in his hand. The Juyan sect is filled with too much malice, and demons have arisen in their hearts. It's not too late to lay down the butcher's knife and repent. Responding to him was the sound of the azure sea's waves. Xiao Ting knew that he was no match for Buddha old ancestor in a head-on confrontation, so while Buddha old ancestor was speaking, he channeled a ray of spiritual light into the dome realm. The surface of the dome realm rippled like water, and a 7-colored divine light shot out, heading straight for the golden head of Buddha old ancestor. My Buddha is merciful. Seeing the divine light approaching, Buddha old ancestor remained calm and simply increased the speed at which he rotated his prayer beads. Suddenly, Buddha's light poured down from the heavens. Above his head, the Buddha's light shone like a brilliant sun, with thousands of 7-colored sword beams instantly filling the sky for miles. Stop! Buddha old ancestor uttered a true word. The true word summoned divine might, and an indescribable Buddhist charm emerged around him. At the sound, heaven and earth suddenly came to a standstill. The divine light emitted by the dome realm eerily froze in place. The 11 supreme elders of the Juyan sect stood still in shock, and the ordinary disciples who were preparing to evacuate were also motionless as if they had lost their souls. The entire world seemed like a painting that had suddenly fallen into stillness. Only the people of Buddha Temple and Xiao Ting were unaffected. Words follow the law. Xiao Ting's expression was extremely grave. He had always known that the Nirvana realm was far beyond the divine passage realm, but he had not expected Buddha old ancestor to have reached the realm where words could manifest reality. Because this was a power that could only be mastered in the later stages of the Nirvana realm. Xiao Ting, Buddha old ancestor's eyes snapped open, and he suddenly shouted. The Buddha is before you, why do you not kneel? The Buddha. Hearing this, Xiaoting felt a wave of dizziness in his brain. In a daze, the Buddha old ancestor in front of him seemed like the Buddha seated high on a lotus throne, awe-inspiring and fearsome. Under an instinctive fear, his knees uncontrollably bent, ready to bow in worship. Xiaoting immediately bit his tongue, and blood flowed from the corner of his mouth. He straightened his body, took a big step forward, and his huge fist went straight for Buddha old ancestor's head. In my life, I, Xiaoting, only kneel to the old ancestor of the Xiao family. Boom! The fist struck the Buddha's light. Even though Xiaoting had given it his all, he couldn't even shatter the protective Buddha's light around Buddha old ancestor. With another loud shout, Xiaoting threw dozens more punches. Each punch was stronger than the last, but still, he could not shake the Buddha's light at all. From beginning to end, Buddha old ancestor's face was as calm as an ancient well, his indifferent gaze as if he were watching an ant struggle. The difference in their strength was as vast as a chasm that could not be crossed. All beings are equal before the Buddha, but the Jiang sect has been influenced by Jiang Chen and has fallen into the demonic path. Will you not admit your guilt and accept punishment? Buddha old ancestor said again. Upon hearing this, Xiaoting's heart filled with a sense of guilt, and as he gave a bitter smile, a sense of despair welling up within him. Suddenly, a towering figure like an iron tower rushed from afar, leapt up, and punched Buddha old ancestor in the back of the head accompanied by a roar. Ancient fist first form, open the heavens. Buddha old ancestor felt as if a mosquito had bitten the back of his head. It was Mu Kui. After the people of the Jiang sect entered the damaged Buddha's 6 prisons, they only took Jiang Chen away. It took Mu Kui a long time to find the correct exit and escape the Buddha's 6 prisons. After getting out, he too was shocked by the scene before him. Originally, he didn't want to get involved. Because of the 9 cycles of reincarnation, he had learned the truth of this world. He just wanted to leave this place as soon as possible, then travel around to strengthen himself to help Jiang Chen. But the words of Buddha old ancestor had provoked him. All beings are equal before the Buddha. During the 9 cycles of reincarnation, the Buddha temple was hostile towards Jiang Chen. Where was the equality of all beings? Influenced by Jiang Chen and fallen into the demonic path. That was even more nonsensical. Jiang Chen had been kind for 9 lives, upright in his dealings with others. Even if he really had fallen into the demonic path, it would have been forced by the heavens. Therefore, he punched Buddha old ancestor. And then, he was rebounded by the Buddha's light, flew out dozens of meters, and fell unconscious with serious injuries. Seeing this scene, Xiaoting's mouth twitched. After Buddha old ancestor saw Mu Kui's appearance, his heart skipped a beat. That punch just now had a very strong intent. If it were the martial emperor controlling Mu Kui's body, it might indeed have been possible to seriously injure him. Thankfully, Mu Kui had returned to normal. Otherwise, things would have been a bit troublesome for him. Buddha old ancestor, Jiang Chen. Jiang Chen has slipped away, Lin Feng's shout came from below. Buddha old ancestor looked down. He saw Jiang Chen carrying Xiao Hongyi, who was affected by the words follow the law, with the help of an ancient imperial bell. HMPH. Buddha old ancestor snorted coldly. Buddhist chants rolled like waves toward Jiang Chen. He only wanted to scare Jiang Chen, but he didn't expect the ancient imperial bell to directly neutralize the Buddhist chants. An ancient artifact. Buddha old ancestor's eyes narrowed. Feeling the covetousness in his heart, he quickly closed his eyes and recited scriptures to purge the evil thoughts. When he opened his eyes again, Jiang Chen had disappeared. Fleeing in the midst of battle, abandoning your comrades. Buddha old ancestor mocked, Xiaoting, is this the person you came to rescue at the expense of your entire sect? His nature is vile, truly a typical villain, R. Xiaoting remained silent upon hearing this. Although the rest of the Jiang sect were restrained by words follow the law, their hearts were also filled with mixed feelings when they heard these words. They had always been trying to influence Jiang Chen. Although their true purpose was to remove the demonic seeds in their hearts through this method. But seeing Jiang Chen escape alone, they still couldn't help feeling bitter. However, they soon came to terms with it. After all, Jiang Chen was a great villain. One should not hold any hope for such a person. Jiang Lianyue and Qingning, however, felt that everything was as it should be. Through 9 cycles of reincarnation, Jiang Chen did many good deeds, yet he was never recognized by others. In this life, since Jiang Chen has decided to be the villain, he naturally doesn't need anyone's recognition. Not only that, the two women even thought that Jiang Chen's fleeing figure was really cool. Old ancestor, Jiang Chen has come back again, suddenly, Lin Feng shouted. Upon hearing this, Buddha old ancestor was startled. Jiang Chen, who had already slipped away, had the audacity to return. After coming back, he picked up the still dazed Qingning and then once again hurriedly fled. Buddha old ancestor's mouth twitched. What does this mean? Not only did he blatantly rescue Xiao Hongyi right under his nose, but now he has slipped back to rescue another person. What does he think I'm invisible? Let him rescue them. After all, they are characters of no importance to the grand scheme of things. But Buddha old ancestor always felt that compared to the first cautious and careful escape, Jiang Chen's second rescue and escape were obviously more brazen. Does this kid realize that I don't dare to lay a hand on him? Buddha old ancestor speculated. Thinking this, he became even angrier. It felt like he was being underestimated. Angry as he was, Buddha old ancestor still knew his limits. He couldn't afford to offend the Jiang family. Although the imperial dynasty had laws stating that upper domain sects and noble families should not act against forces from the central domain or lower domain, the Jiang family was notoriously disobedient. Of course, if the Jiang family truly violated this law, the imperial dynasty would not sit idly by. But even so, unless necessary, Buddha old ancestor did not want to be targeted by the Jiang family. But Jiang Chen was too much. He actually came back again. To describe it as slipping was no longer fitting because the third time Jiang Chen returned, he was even more unscrupulous, walking with his arrogant and domineering nature restored. He even whistled as if he were strolling through the streets. Xiao Bai, if you can shape transform, you'll be writable in the future. Eldest senior brother will save your life. While speaking, Jiang Chen grabbed one of Xiao Bai's front paws and dragged it away. Not long after, he returned again. I can't ignore my brothers. After all, they are all my own people. He then dragged away the brothers Lu Wen and Lu Wu. Jiang Chen had many followers, numbering in the dozens. Therefore, he soon appeared before everyone again, continuously rescuing people. Back and forth, repeating the process. Buddha old ancestor was so frustrated that his golden body was almost collapsing. It's too arrogant. The other monks of Buddha temple were also infuriated but helpless. Especially those who had mistakenly thought Jiang Chen was a demon monk from the upper domain. They only now realized Jiang Chen's true identity. Buddha old ancestor, Jiang Chen has learned our Buddha temple's treasured sutra, a monk named Pudu reminded. Buddha old ancestor remained silent in response. How could he not know about it? But was a mere treasured sutra more important than the entire Buddha temple? Although he did not know how Jiang Chen managed to learn it, he could only pretend not to see it. The deterrent power of the Jiang family was simply too great. Due to Buddha old ancestor's frustration, the influence of words follow the law was slightly reduced. Seeing Jiang Chen returning again, Jiang Lianyue pitifully played the victim, eldest senior brother. Jiang Chen ignored her, looking to see if there were any other followers left. Wu! Jiang Lianyue cried out. Jiang Chen still ignored her. This caused Jiang Lianyue's heart to ache, and her sense of guilt deepened. She didn't actually want Jiang Chen to save her. It was just that seeing Jiang Chen rescue Xiao Hongyi and Qingning, leaving only her behind, made her feel very uncomfortable. Eldest senior brother, I bought a new pair of black stockings, she said through gritted teeth. Junior sister, don't talk nonsense, Jiang Chen finally reacted. Since when have I ever cared about black stockings? As his words fell, he carried Jiang Lianyue away. This scene left everyone dumbfounded. He said he didn't care, but didn't he end up carrying her away anyway? This must be what they call, the mouth says no, but the body says yes, right? Host's actions conform to the villain's character setting, reward, vital energy recovery speed plus 50. What people didn't know was that this was Jiang Chen's real purpose. And just when everyone thought that Jiang Chen wouldn't come back again because he had basically rescued everyone he needed to, Jiang Chen continued. You guys continue, I'm just going to wander around and do my own things. Jiang Chen came back again. Not only did he return, but he also headed straight for Lin Feng. What do you want to do? Lin Feng, frightened, turned to run. Jiang Chen chased after him, shouting as he ran, Junior brother, don't run. Eldest senior brother is going to save you and take you back to the sect. I don't want to be rescued. Even if I die, I will never go back to Juyin sect. Calm down, senior brother won't let you die. Then stop tormenting me. How could I? As your eldest senior brother, it's my pleasure to torment my junior brothers and sisters. Jiang Chen, you're so unreasonable. You're a madman. Dare to slander me. Great majestic heavenly dragon. The two chased and ran, with occasional screams. Knowing Jiang Chen was too fast, Lin Feng didn't dare to run far, so he could only run circles around Buddha Old Ancestor's golden body, hoping for Buddha Old Ancestor's help. This nearly drove Buddha Old Ancestor mad. Shao Ting, I must enlighten you today. Buddha Old Ancestor directly attacked Shao Ting. Shao Ting was also going crazy. What did this have to do with him? Was there no reason left in this world? Just as Buddha Old Ancestor really made a move, planning to slap Shao Ting to death. A swoosh sound was heard. A jade coffin flew from a distance at high speed, breaking through Buddha Old Ancestor's surrounding Buddhist power, and smashed onto his face. The impact of the jade coffin was immense. After the hit, Buddha Old Ancestor's cheek caved in, and his golden body showed signs of collapsing. Seeing the familiar jade coffin, Shao Ting and other high-ranking members of Juyin sect were dumbfounded. They recognized at a glance that it was their own old ancestor's coffin. But how did it fly over by itself? Seeing the jade coffin about to hit the ground, Shao Ting hurriedly caught it. He glanced inside the coffin and found it empty. The old ancestor's corpse was gone. This is outrageous. Who would not even spare old ancestor's corpse? Shao Ting couldn't believe it. Equally incredulous was Buddha Old Ancestor. He was about to annihilate the Juyin sect, so how he suddenly got beaten by a coffin? Who dares to launch a sneak attack? After stabilizing his posture, Buddha Old Ancestor was furious. No one responded. Then, a strange shadow appeared like a ghost floating above the jade coffin in front of Shao Ting. This shadow had no physical body and seemed somewhat ethereal. Clearly a soul, yet with blood-red eyes and wild hair and exuding a torrent of malevolence, it looked like a fierce ghost from the abyss. The newcomer was none other than Juyin Old Ancestor. Huff, huff, huff. Juyin Old Ancestor kept exhaling, repeating the process more than a dozen times before he could barely suppress the malevolence in his heart. He felt that his life was too hard. With his cultivation level, even if only his soul remained, he should have reached Buddha Temple at the fastest speed. But it wasn't that simple. An old ancestor carrying a coffin was too conspicuous, so he needed to conceal his presence. Thus, he traveled with frequent stops, lying in the jade coffin and controlling it with his soul power to move swiftly. If he encountered a group of cultivators, he would quietly hide. Everything went smoothly. However, when he passed a town not far from Buddha Temple, an accident occurred. He fell into the 9 cycles of reincarnation again. And this time, it happened right above the town, witnessed by tens of thousands of cultivators. That would have been fine. After all, he was hiding inside the jade coffin, and not many could see his true face. But the lord of that town was an idiot. Seeing the jade coffin suddenly appear while emitting a dazzling green light, that fool thought it was a heavenly opportunity. He led several cultivators from the upper 4 realms and took advantage of his entrapment in the 9 cycles of reincarnation when he couldn't fight back and pulled him out of the coffin. The Lord couldn't understand Juyin Old Ancestor's cultivation level but was convinced that Juyin Old Ancestor was a demonic cultivator. The reason was simple. Because Juyin Old Ancestor, despite being enveloped in death energy, had a soul that remained intact. He must have been killing and seizing souls to nourish his own. In the end, seeing that Juyin Old Ancestor didn't resist, the Lord gathered tens of thousands of cultivators from the town, intending to execute Juyin Old Ancestor publicly. Then, Juyin Old Ancestor experienced what it meant to be socially dead. After waking from the 9 cycles of reincarnation, he found himself surrounded by tens of thousands of onlookers, pointing and calling him a demon. The Lord even wanted to refine him with high-grade spiritual fire. How could he tolerate something like that? At that moment, Juyin Old Ancestor was enraged and went berserk. Everyone present got a dozen slaps from him. That's why he was delayed in coming here. Had he not retained some rationality, he might have annihilated the entire town. Falling into the 9 cycles of reincarnation repeatedly and now being socially dead, Juyin Old Ancestor, despite being as solid as a rock, was still affected, and his ghostly appearance and malevolence were the best proof. It was strange. Normally, if a soul showed strong malevolence, there was a high chance it would become a ghost. But Juyin Old Ancestor didn't turn into a ghost, and his soul even became more solid. All this gave him a feeling that the mysterious force was not only helping him maintain his soul form but also didn't want him to become a ghost. Why is that? Juyin old ancestor wondered. After all, if they really wanted to drive him mad, turning him into a ghost would have been a success. Unable to figure it out, he gave up. Looking directly at Buddha old ancestor, who was dumbfounded, he said coldly, "Stinky monk, dare to touch my Juyin sect people." Hearing this, Buddha old ancestor rubbed his eyes. After confirming he wasn't seeing things, he was shocked. Buddha old ancestor didn't expect Juyin sect to be so vicious and treacherous. What does it mean that their old ancestor has fallen? Isn't he alive and well? Had he known Juyin old ancestor was still alive, he wouldn't have been so aggressive. More importantly, squinting at Juyin old ancestor, Buddha old ancestor couldn't believe it. Old Shao. Your body is full of death energy, yet your soul remains. You're overflowing with malevolence. You've turned to the demonic path, killing and refining souls to nourish yourself. These words made Juyin old ancestor's expression darken again. Amitabha. Buddha old ancestor continued, 100 years ago, we met once. Back then, although your life was short, you were full of righteous chi. But now. He sighed deeply and lamented, I wondered why the people of Juyin sect were all acting strangely. It turns out they were influenced by you, the demonic old ancestor, and Jiang Chen. Who would have thought that the 1,000-year-old Juyin sect has fallen to become a demonic sect? Juyin old ancestor was struggling to restrain himself. Seeing his displeased expression, Al thought Buddha old ancestor wants to continue lamenting but immediately shuts up. But then, Buddha old ancestor thought he was being too cautious. Indeed, Juyin old ancestor came from the upper domain, and his cultivation was unfathomable, but that was when he was alive. Now, Juyin old ancestor had lost his physical body, leaving only his soul. Although the soul is also capable of combat, it is far less powerful than the physical body and would consume a lot of soul power. If he attacked, after just a few moves, Juyin old ancestor would fall into a deep sleep due to exhaustion of soul power. He simply was not to be feared. Buddha old ancestor smiled slightly after glancing at the Juyin sect members, who were also dumbfounded, shocked, and in disbelief. Even Juyin sect's own people couldn't accept Juyin old ancestor's current demonic appearance. Their morale was shattered. This sect battle was destined to end with Buddha temple's victory. Juyin sect had been established for 1,000 years, following the path of righteousness. Now, seeing their own old ancestor turned into a demon, their hearts were indeed in turmoil. For a moment, no one spoke. Only one thought was in their minds. The old ancestor has fallen, but the old ancestor has come back to life. And he even looks like a demon. Even Jiang Chen was puzzled by Juyin old ancestor's current state. He knew the plot had already collapsed, but he didn't expect it to be so absurd. Watching everyone's expressions, Juyin old ancestor's face grew darker. After thinking for a moment, Juyin old ancestor sighed and said, righteousness lies in the heart, not in appearance. The survival of the sect is above all else. Even if I fall into the abyss of hell, I will protect Juyin sect. Hearing this, Xiaoting and the others from Juyin sect were deeply moved. Xiaoting couldn't believe it. With tears in his eyes, he said, Old ancestor, you used a secret technique to save us and fell into this state. As for what the secret technique was, he didn't know. After all, Juyin old ancestor's cultivation was unfathomable, and he had lived for who knows how long, naturally possessing incomprehensible technique beyond ordinary understanding. Well said. Juyin old ancestor immediately nodded and praised, Ting your understanding is getting better and better. These words undoubtedly confirmed Xiaoting's guess. Our old ancestor is noble. To be part of Juyin sect is to live and die without regret. As the old ancestor said, righteousness is in the heart. Our Juyin sect is the #1 righteous sect in the central domain, and no one can shake our status. Our old ancestor's cultivation reaches the heavens, able to be reborn from life and death. Our old ancestor's great righteousness, we cannot wait to follow. The disciples of Juyin sect were moved to tears. Seeing this as a good opportunity, Juyin old ancestor's next words appeared in the minds of most Juyin sect people. This time, being able to maintain my soul is also thanks to Jiang Chen. Jiang Chen. The people of Juyin sect were shocked again. They turned to Jiang Chen with a mix of surprise, gratitude, and relief. Jiang Chen was puzzled. No, why are they looking at me? Is it because I'm too handsome? Seeing Jiang Chen's clueless expression, Shouting and the others from Juyin sect instantly had an even higher regard for him. Despite having made such a great contribution, he remained humble, which was admirable. Of course, everyone knew that Jiang Chen himself definitely did not possess the strength to help the Juyin old ancestor, but the Jiang family could. In their eyes, it was because Jiang Chen realized that the Juyin old ancestor's life was coming to an end, so he sought help from the Jiang family. That's why, at such a critical moment, they were able to rejuvenate the old ancestor and turn the tide. Jiang Chen, you did well, Shouting praised. Jiang Chen, you are the pillar of our sect, another supreme elder sighed. It's my fault for being blinded and not recognizing your merits. Our Juyin sect is blessed to have a disciple like you, said sect master Jiu Changqing. Jiang Chen, I misunderstood you before, Li Fidu also expressed with emotion. Hearing these words, Jiang Chen was even more baffled. He couldn't understand why and could only marvel inwardly. The entire Juyin sect has really gone mad. On the other hand, seeing the people of the Juyin sect go from confused and complicated to suddenly so excited, Buddha old ancestor couldn't help but be speechless. He wanted to ask right now, are the people of the Juyin sect so easily swayed? What he didn't know was, after the previous demon seed incident, the people of the Juyin sect had complete faith in the Juyin old ancestor. Even the absurd matter of the demon seed was proven true, under various corroborations. Compared to that, the Juyin old ancestor's fall for the sake of the sect was absolutely reasonable. Juyin old ancestor, invincible, a Juyin sect disciple suddenly shouted. Hearing this, the others joined in with a rallying cry. Invincible. Buddha old ancestor looked disdainful. Still, he was not afraid of the Juyin old ancestor, who only had his soul remaining. At this moment, he was the one in control of the situation. Seeing through his thoughts, the Juyin old ancestor didn't waste more words and said, Ting carry the coffin. Carry the coffin. What does that mean? Shouting was taken aback. Take it literally, the Juyin old ancestor glared at him. He was still confused, but Shouting quickly carried the jade coffin on his back. The Juyin old ancestor nodded and floated into the jade coffin. Release your mind and do not resist, the Juyin old ancestor instructed again. Shouting nodded. Boom. Then, a cold and eerie energy burst forth from Shouting's body. Under this cold energy, his aura kept soaring, breaking through the divine passage realm and instantly stepping into the nirvana realm. Finally, he reached a realm that even Buddha old ancestor couldn't discern. Thesis: this an ancient technique. Buddha old ancestor was shocked again. It was rumored that there was a soul technique in ancient methods that allowed a person with only a soul left to control another's body. This technique not only greatly reduced the expenditure of soul power for the soul-only cultivator in battle, but if the controlled person had a high cultivation level, it could even restore the controller's cultivation to its peak. Buddha old ancestor had thought that such ancient techniques had long been lost. But now, he was witnessing it with his own eyes. Old man Tianji, didn't you say that only you knew this ancient technique? How does the Juyin old ancestor also know it? Lin Feng called out in his mind as he recognized this familiar technique. Silence was his answer. He knew that old man Tianji was playing dead, probably worried that his existence would be noticed by the two old ancestors. Lin Feng's expression became grave. Ever since arriving in the central domain, old man Tianji's identity has been exposed multiple times. He also had the feeling that wherever he went, he was being watched. Things are getting more and more troublesome, old man Tianji suddenly spoke. Aren't you afraid of being discovered? Lin Feng was astonished. I'm not afraid of shit. Old man Tianji lost his composure and shouted loudly, I've been plagiarized, what else is there to fear? Besides, these two old ancestors are confronting each other right now, they have no spare time to pay attention to me. Then analyze for me, what exactly is going on? Lin Feng pressed. This. Old man Tianji fell silent again, and after a long while, he said, perhaps there's a traitor. A traitor. That's right. It must be someone who knows us inside out, someone who has leaked our information. Who is that person? How would I know? Lin Feng was speechless. What the two of them didn't know was that this ancient technique had been stolen by the Juyin old ancestor from the 9 cycles of reincarnation. When he stole this technique, the Juyin old ancestor was merely curious about the ancient method, never imagining that one day he would actually use it. Things have gotten a bit troublesome, old man Tianji said in a low voice. There are limited heavenly materials and earthly treasures in the world that can reconstruct a physical body. If I want to rebuild my body in the future, I'm afraid I'll have to compete with this Jiang old ancestor. After a pause, he said helplessly, it's one thing for you, the son of destiny, to have a nemesis, as that's a form of trial. But why do I also have a nemesis? This is too unreasonable. Indeed, it was unreasonable. To be precise, before his physical body was destroyed, old man Tianji also had many enemies, but the Jiang old ancestor was different. This was a nemesis competing with him for the hope of reconstructing a physical body. And he also knew his ancient technique. Old man Tianji had a feeling that both he and Lin Feng were being targeted by something. Boom. During their conversation, a muffled sound came from the sky. Lin Feng looked up in shock. He saw that the Jiang old ancestor, controlling Xiaoting's body, had shattered Buddha old ancestor's golden body with just one punch. Buddha old ancestor wanted to counterattack, but neither Buddhist techniques nor his techniques had any effect on the Jiang old ancestor. Everyone had thought it would be a great battle, but it turned out to be a one-sided fight. The Jiang old ancestor didn't even use a spiritual weapon and beat Buddha old ancestor into a frantic retreat, utterly powerless to fight back. In desperation, Buddha old ancestor used Buddha temple's divine-grade spiritual weapon, the demon-subduing bowl. The demon-subduing bowl emitted several pillar-like rays of Buddha dazzling light and accurately hit the Jiang old ancestor. But after the Buddha light dissipated, the Jiang old ancestor was not affected at all. Only his soul power was slightly weakened. Everyone was stunned. They hadn't expected such a significant difference in strength between the two old ancestors. They had thought it would take hundreds of rounds of fighting, with the heavens and earth shattering before a victor could be determined. More importantly, the current Jiang old ancestor only had his soul remaining, and his combat power was not at its peak. The divine-grade spiritual weapon can't harm him. What exactly is the cultivation level of this Jiang old ancestor? Lin Feng wondered in his heart. Above the upper four realms, old man Tianji replied instantly. Gulp. Lin Feng swallowed hard and asked, above the upper four realms. What is that level of cultivation? If you go to the upper domain, you will naturally find out. Knowing now is of no benefit to you. Old man Tianji was not inclined to elaborate. Currently, Lin Feng is only at the earthly origin level of cultivation because he focuses on breaking through to the upper four realms. Knowing too much would only add pressure and affect his Tao heart. Boom. Suddenly, there is another loud noise. Buddha old ancestor was punched down from the sky by the Jiang old ancestor and smashed into the ground, creating a huge crater. The battle between the two had ended in just a moment. Ha ha. The Jiang old ancestor laughed heartily and said, Old bald donkey, I'll give you two choices. 1. The Buddha temple is destroyed today. 2. This son of destiny, Lin Feng, joins your Buddha temple. Defeated under the watchful eyes of many people, Buddha old ancestor felt extremely humiliated. At this moment, he was filled with a sense of desperation. But after hearing what Jiang old ancestor said, he was stunned. What did that mean? When he was in control of the situation, Xiaoting intended to give Lin Feng to the Buddha temple. Now that he had been defeated, Jiang old ancestor still wanted to forcefully hand Lin Feng over to the Buddha temple. Was this son of destiny so unwelcome in the Jiang sect? Or could it be? After glancing at Lin Feng, Buddha old ancestor shivered. Could it be that Lin Feng, this son of destiny, was so detrimental to a sect that even someone formidable like Jiang old ancestor didn't dare to accept him? On the other hand, Lin Feng was nearly infuriated to death upon hearing Jiang old ancestor's words. Once was bad enough, but to think he was being treated as a commodity for trade a second time. Intolerable. Overcome with anger, he directly said to Buddha old ancestor before any transaction could happen. I am willing to join the Buddha temple. Lin Feng was all in. Since the Jiang sect didn't appreciate him, he had no desire to return and be tormented. Although the idea of becoming a monk was hard for him to accept at first, the Buddha temple was indeed a decent place to seek refuge. At least the people here seemed more normal. Of course he had no intention of being a monk for life. He was merely planning to bide his time and leave the monastic life once his cultivation was strong enough. Unexpectedly, after hearing his declaration, Buddha old ancestor did not immediately accept him but hesitated. Buddha old ancestor was simply scared. Having personally experienced Jiang old ancestor's strength, he had a new understanding of the backlash of Lin Feng's destiny. Buddha old ancestor could sense that Jiang old ancestor's cultivation was definitely above the upper four realms. Such a person, who had lived for who knows how many years, was desperately trying to push the Son of Destiny onto the Buddha temple. This clearly showed that the backlash of Lin Feng's destiny was too intense. Of course, Buddha Old Ancestor still had quite a favorable impression of Lin Feng. But when it came to his own and the sect's well-being, he naturally hesitated. Then, Buddha Old Ancestor remembered another issue. When Lin Feng first came to the Buddha temple, he caused a huge commotion, leaving no stone unturned. After being locked in the Buddha's 6 prisons, the Juyin sect used the excuse of rescuing Lin Feng to launch a full-scale sect war. He had considered taking Lin Feng into the Buddhist sect, and then, under the watchful eyes of all, he was defeated by Juyin Old Ancestor. All of this seemed to be related to Lin Feng. Hiss. Thinking of this, Buddha Old Ancestor took a sharp breath. This Son of Destiny was terrifyingly fearsome. The Buddha temple had merely been associated with Lin Feng and almost faced the brink of destruction. And he himself had lost all face. If he had stopped Lin Feng from entering the Buddha temple from the beginning, wouldn't all of this trouble have been avoided? We cannot take in this Son of Destiny. Absolutely not. The more he thought about it, the more it made sense to Buddha Old Ancestor, who was sweating profusely. But if he didn't accept Lin Feng, the Buddha temple would likely not escape destruction today. Accepting Lin Feng might lead to the sect's destruction. Not accepting Lin Feng would definitely lead to its destruction. Maybe I can agree for now and send Lin Feng away after these madmen from the Juyin sect leave. Buddha Old Ancestor thought to himself. Feeling that this was a good plan, he gritted his teeth and nodded in agreement. Seeing such a reluctant gesture made Lin Feng feel very displeased and sighed. He sighed internally, lamenting the coldness of this world. Not long ago, Buddha Old Ancestor had repeatedly said that he was destined for Buddha. But now, it was like this. This made him feel as if he was being rejected again. Although he was displeased, Lin Feng did not show it. Instead, he bowed to Buddha Old Ancestor, preparing to perform the 3 prostrations and 9 kowtows to formally become a disciple first. But just as he was about to bow, he felt a force bouncing him back. Looking at Buddha Old Ancestor, Lin Feng was full of question marks. Buddha Old Ancestor looked embarrassed and said, "No rush, no rush." But it was urgent. Very urgent. Lin Feng clearly remembered that last time, because he didn't perform the ceremony of acknowledging a master, Xiao Hongyi denied him being her disciple. He didn't want any more complications, so he was determined to bow his head first. But no matter how hard he tried, he still couldn't bow down. Hee. Seeing this scene, Juyin Old Ancestor stroked his beard and laughed. Since it's like this, then we from the Juyin sect will not disturb you any longer. Farewell. With that, he turned and left. With their old ancestor gone, the people from the Juyin sect naturally had no reason to stay any longer. Juyin sect, invincible. After shouting the slogan a few times, the disciples also turned around and returned to their spirit boats. Junior brother, take care. Jiang Chen patted Lin Feng's shoulder and said, "When I have time, your eldest senior brother will come to visit you." "Please don't come," Lin Feng shouted in his heart. "Don't worry, you will always be my junior brother. That will never change," Jiang Chen added. Lin Feng gave him a sneer with a hee-hee smile. "Great majestic heavenly dragon." Jiang Chen suddenly made his move. Pinned to the ground by the Buddhist force, Lin Feng said incredulously, "Are you sick? Attacking over this?" "Sorry, I just really hate it when people, me," Jiang Chen replied seriously. Lin Feng was speechless. After giving him a couple of big slaps, Jiang Chen sighed and said, "Junior brother, eldest senior brother is leaving. You must take good care of yourself and don't die. If you encounter a madman, stay away, understand? If you run into trouble, come find me." Lin Feng remained silent. Despite being slapped and wanting to strangle Jiang Chen, for some reason, he could actually sense a kind of care in Jiang Chen's tone as if he was genuinely worried about his life. Shaking his head to dismiss this absurd thought, Lin Feng clenched his teeth. He swore. One day, he would pin Jiang Chen to the ground and slap him hundreds of times. Noticing the hatred in his eyes, Jiang Chen smiled with satisfaction and left as well. The Juyin sect came quickly and left quickly. In an instant, hundreds of spirit boats sped away, and Buddha Old Ancestor along with the monks of the Buddha temple finally breathed a sigh of relief. But looking around at their surroundings, their expressions darkened again. The Buddha temple had stood for hundreds of years, its reputation suppressing the central domain. But now, apart from the intact main temple, it was practically reduced to ruins. The fact that Buddha Old Ancestor was defeated by Juyin Old Ancestor under the watchful eyes of all would surely spread, and when it did, the reputation of the Buddha temple would plummet. Alas, the Juyin sect has become the Juyin demonic sect. We must inform the other righteous sects of this. After a long sigh, Buddha Old Ancestor said. Upon hearing this, the monks' eyes lit up. What a clever plan. In this way, the other righteous sects would surely share the Buddha temple's outrage, thus preserving some face. After all, the actions of the demonic path have always been without rules, and it was reasonable for the Buddha temple to suffer under them. Moreover, this was indeed true and could withstand investigation. Didn't they see that Juyin Old Ancestor had become a demon? And weren't there more and more madmen in the Juyin sect? We will follow the Old Ancestor's decree. The monks promptly saluted in unison and then dispersed to handle the aftermath of the great battle. Lin Feng stayed where he was, ready to acknowledge Buddha Old Ancestor as his master. Buddha Old Ancestor preempted him, saying, "The rules of the Buddha temple state that those without merit cannot become Buddha's disciples. If you want to become the first Buddha's disciple, you must complete a task." A task? Lin Feng frowned. "Don't worry, it's just a formality. It's nothing difficult," Buddha Old Ancestor said with a slight smile. "Do you know of the ancient Pill Tower?" Ancient Pill Tower? Lin Feng was surprised. Not only did he know, but he was also very familiar with it. Many of the 7th grade poison pills he had consumed could only be refined by the ancient Pill Tower in the entire central domain. He once even suspected that the ancient Pill Tower had colluded with Xiao Hongyi to poison him. Of course, he eventually dismissed this idea, as he had no grievances with the ancient Pill Tower, and there was no reason for them to harm him. Moreover, it was well known that the ancient Pill Tower had a very bad relationship with Jiang Chen. The enemy of an enemy is a friend, right? I know, Lin Feng said, taking a deep breath and nodding. Before the great battle, I received news that the ancient Pill Tower's #1 true disciple perished at the Buddha temple, a matter of great significance, as it was the work of the Juyin sect. The Buddha Old Ancestor, with a solemn expression, said, "You need to go to the ancient Pill Tower and inform them of this matter and that the Juyin sect has fallen to become a demonic sect." All right. Lin Feng immediately agreed. The ancient Pill Tower was located in the north of the central domain, not far from the chasm that leads to the upper domain. The ancient Pill Tower has a long history, spanning thousands of years, with tens of thousands of disciples and 100 towers. The central tower, known as the Pill Tower, was only accessible to pill refiner masters of the 6th grade and above, as well as the high-level members of the ancient Pill Tower. In terms of sheer power, the ancient Pill Tower had 10 cultivators in the upper 4 realms, most of whom were at the first level of the upper 4 realms, and an old ancestor of the ancient Pill Tower who had passed away 100 years ago. Their strength could be considered weak, especially when compared to first-class sects like the Juyin sect and the Buddha temple. However, as everyone knows, the ancient Pill Tower has been able to stand in the central domain for thousands of years, not because of its combat power but because of its connections. The ancient Pill Tower had 10 7th-grade pill refiners and a rule. Any cultivator who came to request pills of a higher grade than 6th, in addition to providing the necessary materials for pill refining and paying a hefty reward, would also owe a favor to the ancient Pill Tower. Over thousands of years, countless cultivators had come to the ancient Pill Tower to request pills. Many of them owed favors to the ancient Pill Tower, including some exceptionally talented individuals who had gone to the upper domain. This was the foundation of the ancient Pill Tower. These favors formed a vast network of relationships that firmly maintained the unshakable ancient Pill Tower's status in the central domain. At this moment, inside the main tower's pill hall, a woman dressed in a plain white pill refiner's robe, with an elegant and extraordinary appearance, sat in the master's seat while deep in thought. Her skin was fairer than snow, her eyes clear as spring water, and her every smile and gesture, like a blooming lily, exuded purity and elegance without losing a sense of nobility, making people dare only to admire from afar and not to desecrate. She was Shi Ning, the master of the ancient Pill Tower. Shi Ning had exceptional talents in both cultivation and pill refining. At 18, she was already a 7th-grade pill refiner, and now in her early 20s, she had become an upper 4 realms cultivator thanks to her countless pill resources and talent. Despite her exceptional talents, her experience was relatively shallow. If it weren't for the old tower master, who had named her as his successor before his death, it wouldn't have been her turn. Where there are people, there is conflict, especially in a sect like the ancient Pill Tower that has been around for thousands of years. Although many elders of the ancient Pill Tower did not voice their complaints about Xi Ning becoming the Tower Master, they were actually quite resentful. She was helpless in this regard. After all, she knew that whether it was in terms of prestige or experience, the great elder, who was deeply respected and trusted by the elders of the ancient Pill Tower, was more suitable to take over as the Tower Master. What troubled the elders of the ancient Pill Tower the most was her other identity, the Peak Master of the Elixir Peak of the Jiang sect. How could the leader of one sect also be the Peak Master of another? It was an unthinkable situation, but it was the reality. Xi Ning had first joined the Jiang sect and became the Peak Master of the Elixir Peak before being valued by the old master of the ancient Pill Tower. The old master was amazed by Xi Ning's physique and talent and spent all the favors owed by the Jiang sect to the ancient Pill Tower, as well as a significant price, to bring her over. Originally, the Jiang sect had firmly refused. After all, talent is the foundation of a sect, especially someone with both pill and martial talents like Xi Ning. However, the Jiang sect owed too many favors to the ancient Pill Tower and knew that keeping Xi Ning in the Jiang sect would only hinder her talents, so they reluctantly agreed. Perhaps to not completely lose this talent, the Jiang sect still retained Xi Ning's position as the Peak Master of the Elixir Peak. They claimed that the Peak Master of the Elixir Peak was often traveling abroad. It's worth mentioning that Xi Ning had a very good relationship with Xiao Hongyi, and they called each other sisters while in the Jiang sect. However, since coming to the ancient Pill Tower, Xi Ning has been busy with pill refining and cultivation every day, and to avoid suspicion, the two have reduced their interactions. Sigh. In the vast master's hall of the tower, Xi Ning sighed deeply. The ancient Pill Tower had been quite unsettled recently. Ever since the great elder of the ancient Pill Tower learned that Jiang Chen had crushed his sworn brother Ma Wu to ashes, he had been stirring things up, trying to bypass her, the Tower Master, and use the ancient Pill Tower's connections for revenge. Xi Ning was certain that Jiang Chen was behind this. She had seen many of Jiang Chen's misdeeds while in the Jiang sect and knew of his nature. But to provoke a conflict between two sects over personal grievances was a bit too much. Moreover, Jiang Chen was the only son of the Jiang family. If they angered the Jiang family, even the ancient Pill Tower would not withstand the ensuing destruction. Helplessly, she felt like a figurehead as the Tower Master. Especially in matters related to the Jiang sect, she had to avoid suspicion to prevent being accused of colluding with the enemy. Sigh. Xi Ning sighed again while massaging her own temples. My sister is just too soft-hearted. Otherwise, how would Jiang Chen dare to be so presumptuous? As soon as she finished speaking, two people entered the master's hall. One old and one young. The elder had a straight figure, determined features, and wore the robe of a 7th-grade pill refiner. The younger one was Lin Feng. It had been over half a month since the great battle between the Jiang sect and the Buddha temple. Lin Feng had traveled almost across the entire central domain to reach the ancient Pill Tower. Tower Master, Jiang sect has fallen and become a demonic sect, the elder spoke first upon arrival. The elder's name was Yu Shi, and he was the great elder of the ancient Pill Tower. Demonic sect. Xi Ning found it hard to believe and shook her head. How is that possible? The Jiang sect has been established for 1,000 years and has always prided itself on being righteous. An Jiang old ancestor has expelled the foreign demons and protected the countless beings of this realm during the Interface War. He is known as a paragon of righteousness. Anticipating her response, Yu Shi gave Lin Feng a look. Lin Feng nodded, greeted her, and said, reporting to the Tower Master, I am. Before he could finish, he was startled. It's another beauty. Although Xi Ning's beauty was slightly less compared to Xiao Hongyi and others, her pure and gentle temperament was not something ordinary vulgar women could compare to. After his surprise, Lin Feng swallowed, instinctively took a few steps back, and looked on guard. Not bad, it seems you, young man, have finally realized. You understand what a woman's heart is the most poisonous means, old man Tianji praised. If possible, Lin Feng did not want to realize this. But the impression left by Xiao Hongyi and others was too deep, and with his entry into Buddhism, he had to realize it whether he wanted to or not. As for Xi Ning, she nodded slightly after giving Lin Feng a glance. Although Lin Feng wasn't particularly handsome, he exuded a sense of familiarity that made it difficult for others to harbor ill will toward him. PFF'd. Xi Ningen suddenly covered her mouth and chuckled, saying to Lin Feng, "What are you afraid of? I'm not going to eat you." Hearing this, Lin Feng was taken aback once again. Her laughter and demeanor were so enticing. If it weren't for his strong self-control, he might have had some improper thoughts. After repeatedly telling himself form is emptiness, emptiness is form, in his mind, Lin Feng composed himself and said, "Tower Master, my name is Lin Feng, formerly a disciple of Juyan sect." As the great elder said, Juyan sect has indeed fallen and become a demonic sect. After finishing his statement, he recounted the recent events at Juyan sect and the situation of the sect war in detail. "The old ancestor of Juyan has turned into a demon. My sister has gone mad too," Shi Ningen exclaimed, standing up in shock after hearing this. "Tower Master," Great Elder Yu Shi continued, "there is no doubt about this matter. There have been rumors for some time now that many in Juyan sect have gone mad. And the great battle between Juyan sect and Buddha temple was witnessed by countless cultivators." Seeing Shi Ning silent, Yu Shi added, "Juyan sect killed the #1 true disciple of our ancient pill tower. We cannot let this matter go so easily. I suspect it must be the work of Jiang Chen." "Jiang Chen again?" Shi Ning was startled. "Of course, it's him." Lin Feng chimed in, "Even if it wasn't his doing, it must have been under his orders. Only Jiang Chen would be so vicious as to use the dry bone pill, a poison pill that causes an extremely gruesome death, to kill someone." Shi Ning's brows furrowed slightly. Although there was no evidence for this matter, she knew that Yu Shi had ordered the true disciple Xiao Shan to go to find trouble with Jiang Chen. In plain terms, it was a case of seeking revenge for Ma Wu without success and dying in the process. Although she also disapproved of Jiang Chen's actions, without evidence, the ancient pill tower was powerless. Even if there were evidence, they would still have to consider the Jiang family behind Jiang Chen, as well as Juyan sect, which had become a demonic sect. It's indeed unwise to deal with Jiang Chen openly, but there are countless cultivators who owe favors to the ancient pill tower. We can have these people issue a kill order against Jiang Chen and look for an opportunity to eliminate him, Yu Shi added. Without evidence, this goes against the righteous path. Shi Ning shook her head. "Tower Master," Yu Shi suddenly roared, "dealing with a cunning and deceitful person like Jiang Chen by sticking too rigidly to the righteous path will only tie our hands. The ancient pill tower has been established for thousands of years, are we to remain indifferent even when our true disciples are killed?" This, Shi Ning was at a loss for words. Being less experienced than Yu Shi and knowing she was not popular within the sect, she was momentarily stunned. "Or is it that, although you are called the Tower Master, your heart is actually with Juyan sect?" Yu Shi pressed further. At this, Shi Ning became angry. Indeed, she still had feelings for Juyan sect, but since she had become the Tower Master of the ancient pill tower, she had always prioritized the interests of the ancient pill tower over the years. She would not, now or ever, place personal feelings above the interests of the sect. "Elder Yu, mind your words." Shi Ning's gaze turned cold, her aura becoming hostile. "Tower Master, please forgive my indiscretion," Yu Shi said after a moment's thought, bowing in apology. But, he changed his tone and continued, "My great disciple cannot die in vain, my sworn brother cannot die in vain. The reputation of the ancient pill tower cannot be trampled by Jiang Chen. Even if the Tower Master disagrees, I will still take action. And this has the support of most of the elders." Hearing this, Shi Ning shook her head. She realized that Yu Shi was not here to seek her opinion but to inform her. She was helpless in this matter. After all, Yu Shi's reputation within the ancient pill tower far exceeded that of her, the leader. "Elder Yu, reckless actions could bring disaster to the ancient pill tower," Shi Ning still warned as the Tower Master. "As righteous cultivators, we should have the resolve to not shy away from battle and not compromise with evil." Yu Shi's face was resolute, and his eyes filled with tears as he said, "My deceased sworn brother Ma Wu once said, the wicked are cunning, and the good, if they stick to the rules, will only tie their own hands. Only by being willing to tarnish one's own feathers can one fight and win." These words resonate deeply with me. Shi Ning was speechless. Not wanting to discuss this topic further, she turned to Lin Feng and asked, "Since the old ancestor of Buddha sent you to deliver a message, is there anything else?" "There are no other words, but there is a sound transmission jade slip," Lin Feng replied. With that, he took out a jade slip from his spirit ring. He intended to hand it directly to Shi Ning, but for caution's sake, he passed it to Yu Shi to deliver instead. When it comes to women, and beautiful women at that, Lin Feng was truly scared. After receiving the jade slip from Yu Shi's hands, Xi Ning injected a ray of spiritual light into it, and the words of the old ancestor of Buddha appeared in her mind. After listening, she was shocked. "You are the son of destiny," she said while looking at Lin Feng. Lin Feng was startled. He hadn't expected the old ancestor of Buddha to reveal his identity. But since it was out, it was out. Ever since the day of the destiny test at Juyin sect, his identity as the son of destiny could no longer be hidden. Moreover, in his view, the old ancestor of Buddha revealing his identity was probably to ensure that he, as a messenger, would be taken more seriously within the ancient Pill Tower. After a moment's thought, Lin Feng nodded to acknowledge it. Yu Shi was also surprised. He already had a very good impression of Lin Feng, and now he found him even more agreeable. Is what the old ancestor of Buddha said in the jade slip true? Xi Ning asked again. Lin Feng was startled again. How would he know what the old ancestor of Buddha had said? Although he didn't know, he guessed it must be related to the information about Juyin sect and Jiang Chen, so he nodded again. This. Xi Ning was somewhat flustered and didn't know what to say for a moment. In the end, she stood up and walked towards the outside of the hall, only turning back to say before leaving, "Elder Yu, come with me outside the hall. Lin Feng, please wait here for a moment." Hearing this, Yu Shi and Lin Feng looked at each other. Ultimately, it was the Tower Master's command, and Yu Shi couldn't refuse, so he also left the Great Hall. Only after they had moved a sufficient distance from the Tower Master's hall did Xi Ning set up a soundproofing array and said, "Elder Yu, the old ancestor of Buddha's jade slip says he is willing to be an arbiter to let Lin Feng, this son of destiny, become a disciple of the ancient Pill Tower. What do you think?" "This is a good thing," Yu Shi replied after a slight pause. "But this son of destiny seems a bit too much," Xi Ning said with a worried frown. When he was a disciple of Juyin sect, it fell and became a demonic sect. When he went to Buddha temple, it nearly perished. And now he has come to our ancient Pill Tower. Is the Tower Master worried that the ancient Pill Tower cannot withstand Lin Feng's destiny and will suffer backlash? If so, there's no need to worry. Yu Shi spoke as if he had everything under control. Why? Because our ancient Pill Tower has a profound foundation, established for thousands of years. What kind of storm haven't we seen? It's not the same. Tower Master, have you forgotten the lifelong wish of the old Tower Master, which was to take the ancient Pill Tower to the upper domain? Xi Ning fell silent instantly. Compared to other sects, the ancient Pill Tower had a much stronger desire to ascend to the upper domain. The reason was simple. Because only in the upper domain can one find higher-level innate pill fires. Advancing further in the way of the pill is the lifelong dream of all pill refiner masters. After all, they are a group of fools, who have forsaken their combat power for the way of the pill. Neither of them questioned Lin Feng's talent in the way of the pill. The aura of the Son of Destiny surpasses all talents and is destined to excel in whatever he does. Fine, let's take him in. In the end, Xi Ning agreed. Then, the two of them returned to the tower's main hall. Looking at Lin Feng, Xi Ning said, "Since that's the case, you should take me as your master." What? Lin Feng was completely dumbfounded. Take a master? He was just here to deliver a message. What master was he supposed to take? Could it be? He remembered that when he left the Buddha temple, the Buddha old ancestor personally saw him off, looking as if he had been relieved of a great burden. Lin Feng had a guess. "May I ask the Tower Master, what did the Buddha old ancestor say?" he asked with a serious face. "You don't know." Xi Ning frowned but still said, "The Buddha old ancestor mentioned in the jade slip that you are the son of destiny, and although the Buddha temple was reluctant to part with you, you have long aspired to join the ancient Pill Tower. Moreover, before coming here, you swore that if you couldn't enter the way of the pill, you would rather smash your head to death on the ancient Pill Tower." She shook her head slightly and continued, "Lin Feng, you are the son of destiny, how can you demean your own life like this? The Buddha old ancestor couldn't bear to see you die, so he persuaded us to take you in. The Buddha old ancestor has been quite generous to you." Lin Feng's face turned dark. "Generous my ass. Wasn't this just a way of getting rid of him by sending him to the ancient Pill Tower? Of course, since it's a recommendation from a sect old ancestor, my ancient Pill Tower can't be without a response. Later, I will have someone send some 7th grade pill medicines to the ancient Pill Tower as a token of gratitude," Xi Ning added. Lin Feng was speechless again. The Buddha old ancestor must have anticipated the ancient Pill Tower's gratitude. So he wasn't just being rejected, he was being sold. They say monks don't lie, but the Buddha old ancestor not only made up stories, he also became a human trafficker. This was outrageous. Actually, joining the ancient pill tower wasn't a bad thing. After all, it was a first-class sect. Moreover, under the guidance of old man Tianji, Lin Feng also made considerable progress in the way of the pill. But the problem was, he felt anger in his heart. I shall never share the same sky with that bald donkey. In the end, Lin Feng roared inwardly. With the Buddha old ancestors' deliberate spreading of the news, not only the ancient pill tower but many sects in the central domain learned of the Juyan sect's fall to a demonic sect. 7 Luminaries Sword Pavilion. 5 Way of the Sword Grand Masters gathered together, feeling shocked by the news but also sighed. Who would have thought that the Juyan old ancestor, once hailed as a paragon of righteousness, had fallen to become a demon? The Juyan sect, which had stood for 1,000 years and always claimed to be a righteous sect, had now become a demonic sect. Beyond their size, their expressions turned grave. Once, the central domain's power structure consisted of 4 righteous and 2 demonic first-class sects. The 4 righteous were Juyan sect, Buddha Temple, Ancient Pill Tower, 7 Luminaries Sword Pavilion, and the 2 demonic were Ghost-Controlling Sect and Myriad Dao Demon Sect. Although the number of righteous sects exceeded the demon sects, the reality was different. Because the Ancient Pill Tower, although a righteous sect, never participated in sect conflicts and had dealings with both righteous and demonic forces. The 7 Luminaries Sword Pavilion, on the other hand, was a group of ascetic swordsmen who would not emerge unless necessary. Therefore, it was the Juyan sect and the Buddha Temple, the 2 righteous sects, that frequently clashed with the 2 demonic sects. With the old ancestors of the sects not intervening, the power between the 2 sides was in a delicate balance. But now, the Juyan sect had beaten the Buddha Temple and fallen to become a demonic sect. The structure of 4 righteous and 2 demonic had now changed to 3 righteous and 3 demonic. From now on, with the Buddha Temple unable to stand alone, the 7 Luminaries Sword Pavilion might have to emerge. Let's wait and see. Unless necessary, the sect competition in 30 years is still the priority, one of the Way of the Sword Grand Masters said. Myriad Dao Demon Sect, the main hall of the sect master. Haha, the Juyan sect has become a demonic sect. Our demonic path's strength has greatly increased, the Myriad Dao sect master laughed heartily after receiving the news. But as he laughed, his brows furrowed. The demonic path was not a monolith, and the Juyan old ancestor was too strong, so he had to be wary. With this in mind, he summoned a bloodless old man and asked, "How is Zhu Zai's situation?" Reporting to the sect master, Zhu Shi possesses the rare profound dark demonic body, and although she started late, her cultivation is advancing rapidly. She has now reached the heavenly origin level, the old man replied. Good. Very good. The Myriad Dao sect master was overjoyed and then said, but such cultivation is still too low. Zhu Shi is the hope of our Myriad Dao demon sect. She must not leave the sect until she reaches the upper 4 realms. As you command, the old man bowed. Seeing that he had not left, the Myriad Dao sect master raised an eyebrow. Is there something else? The battle between the Juyan sect and the Buddha Temple has been heard by many. At the same time, many are saying that the Juyan sect's fall into demonhood is due to the Jiang family's behind-the-scenes manipulation, the old man replied. Jiang family. The Myriad Dao demon sect murmured softly and said, the Jiang family has been kind to our Myriad Dao demon sect. Our ancestor was being hunted in the upper domain by the righteous path, and if not for the Jiang family's protection, he might have perished. But the ancestor became Jiang Chen's protector, the old man continued. Our ancestor has always done as he pleases. Although he is of the demonic path, he never owes anyone anything. Since this was the ancestor's choice, we should not interfere. The Myriad Dao sect master shook his head and sighed. But after hearing about these events, Zhu Shi became interested in that Jiang Chen. Interested? Yes. Zhu Shi has high standards, but only when she heard about Jiang Chen did she show a young girl's interest. Hearing this, the Myriad Dao sect master fell silent. This was both good and bad. The good was that if the Myriad Dao demon sect's favored daughter could really pair up with Jiang Chen, it would greatly enhance the strength of the Myriad Dao demon sect. The bad was that the Jiang family was at odds with the imperial dynasty, and the Myriad Dao demon sect might also be targeted. Moreover, the profound dark demonic body was special, and it was taboo to become emotionally involved. If emotions were involved, if her desires were fulfilled, her cultivation would advance rapidly. If not, she could suffer from demonic body backlash and fall into madness. Let Zhu Shi focus on her cultivation and tell her that if she becomes an upper four realms cultivator and still has this interest, I will personally make a trip to the Juyin sect and see if a marriage can be arranged. In the end, the Myriad Dao sect master decided. As you command. The old man nodded, bowed, and left. Watching his back, the Myriad Dao sect master said, Great Elder, you are the descendant of our ancestor. I know you are discontented in your heart and unwilling for our old ancestor to become someone else's protector. But no matter how great your grievances, suppress them. Otherwise, if you anger the Jiang family, I will be the first to sacrifice you to the heavens. Hearing this, the old man trembled. Ghost-controlling sect. At this moment, in the main hall of the sect, there were two females, one old and one young. The old one was hunched over, and her nearly dried-up old eyes occasionally showed ghostly movements. The young woman, although not stunningly beautiful, appeared extremely seductive due to her revealing attire and heavy makeup. This old crone was the old ancestor of the ghost-controlling sect. Upon learning that the Juyin sect had fallen and became a demonic sect, the ghost-controlling old ancestor summoned the woman before her. Yan Mei, are you aware that the Myriad Dao demon sect has found a woman with a profound dark demonic body? The ghost-controlling old ancestor asked. I am aware. Yan Mei nodded and said, it is said that this woman possesses beauty that could topple empires, and her talent for cultivation is once in 10,000 years. The Myriad Dao demon sect treasures her, and the old ancestor of the Myriad Dao even considered taking her as a disciple. However, for some reason, the woman only chose to become a disciple of the Myriad Dao demon sect's great elder. There are reasons for this that you do not need to know. You just need to understand that with this woman, the Myriad Dao demon sect will sooner or later overshadow our ghost-controlling sect. The old woman waved her hand dismissively. Does the old ancestor mean for me to kill her? Yan Mei inquired. Upon hearing this, the ghost-controlling old ancestor frowned. Kill? How could she kill her? The woman was now heavily guarded by the Myriad Dao demon sect. Even if Yan Mei went, let alone the old ancestor herself, it was very likely they would return empty-handed. One only had to think a little to understand this. To make such an assumption, Yan Mei was simply foolish. The ghost-controlling old ancestor took a deep look at Yan Mei and then shook her head with a sigh. Although Yan Mei was the first true disciple of the ghost-controlling sect, her talent for cultivation was only excellent, not exceptional. Compared to the woman from the Myriad Dao demon sect, there was a world of difference. Fortunately, Yan Mei was not entirely without merit. At least she was adept at manipulating people's hearts and was ruthless. She was particularly skilled in seducing men. Our sect lacks talent, and to establish a foothold in the central domain, we need external support. Go to the Juyin sect and marry Jiang Chen. The ghost-controlling old ancestor finally revealed her purpose. Marry. Upon hearing these two words, Yan Mei was momentarily stunned. After a moment of thought, she understood her old ancestor's intention. The Juyin sect was once a major righteous sect, and naturally, the ghost-controlling sect was its mortal enemy. But now that the Juyin sect had become a demonic sect, this was a powerful ally. If the marriage could be successfully arranged, prompting an alliance between the ghost-controlling sect and the Juyin sect, then even if the Myriad Dao demon sect's female prodigy grew in strength, there would be nothing to fear. More importantly, this move would also connect them with the Jiang family. Although the Jiang family was somewhat in trouble, they still had the capability to protect the ghost-controlling sect on their journey to the upper domain. Of course, attracting the attention of the imperial dynasty would be troublesome, but at this moment, the pressure on the ghost-controlling sect was too great, so they had to take a risk. Rest assured, old ancestor, I have heard that Jiang Chen is extremely lecherous. I can capture him with just a little trick. I'll make him a dog under my pomegranate skirt. Yan Mei smiled confidently. Confidence is good, but do not underestimate the young master of the Jiang family, the ghost-controlling old ancestor reminded thoughtfully. If you anger Jiang Chen, be careful not to lose your life. I will remember the old ancestor's instructions. Yan Mei quickly bowed. Although she said so, she did not take it to heart. What about the young master of the Jiang family? Wasn't he just a man? In her eyes, men were nothing more than tools to be used. Give them a wink, and soon they would come running like obedient dogs. At least he's the young master of the Jiang family, so he should be a big dog, Yan Mei thought to herself. In just over a month, the news that the Jiang sect had become a demonic sect was known throughout the central domain. Jiang sect. Apart from the Jiang old ancestor, all the high-ranking members gathered together. This is nonsense. How could our Jiang sect, which has upheld the righteous path for 1,000 years, fall and become a demonic sect? This is slander. How could such an absurd thing be believed? Exactly. Isn't it just an excuse to start a sect war? Then because the old ancestor's spirit is not scattered and looks strange, we're labeled a demonic sect. It must be those bald monks from the Buddha temple causing trouble. Unable to defeat us, they spread rumors. Too despicable. We should destroy that Buddha temple. The supreme elders discussed heatedly, all showing indignation. The most infuriating thing was within a month, many righteous sects sent letters expressing their sorrow and regret over the Jiang sect becoming a demonic sect. While the demonic path also sent letters, they were of warm condolences. Now, the righteous cultivators had all left the Jiang sect's sphere of influence, but demonic cultivators often appeared. Rumors can melt gold. Now the entire central domain believed that the Jiang sect had become a demonic sect, and even if the Jiang sect wanted to explain, no one would believe them. This is probably also a ploy by the demonic path. Supreme Great Elder Shouting suddenly spoke. A ploy. The others were puzzled. Indeed, a ploy. Shouting spoke confidently. The demonic path has united to plant a demonic seed in our Jiang sect. Their goal is to make the Jiang sect fall and become a demonic sect, isn't it? He sneered and continued his analysis. In my opinion, those bald monks from the Buddha temple are the ones who have truly fallen into the demonic path. That's why they collude with the demonic path, wanting to force our Jiang sect onto the path of a demonic sect. That makes sense. After a moment of thought, Sect Master Jiang Chengqing joined the conversation. No wonder I've always found those bald monks from the Buddha temple displeasing. So, what should we do? Let the clear be clear. Shouting waved his hand grandly. Sooner or later, the world will know that our Jiang sect still walks the path of righteousness. The Jiang old ancestor is still a model of the righteous path. Moreover, being misunderstood as a demonic sect is not entirely a bad thing. At least now we can infiltrate the enemy's ranks. Hearing this, everyone nodded, feeling it made a lot of sense. The demonic path is cunning and unscrupulous. If they could really infiltrate the enemy's ranks with the identity of Jiang demonic sect, they could catch the demonic path off guard at a critical moment. This way, they could also avenge the planting of the demonic seed. Reputation, after all, is intangible. As long as they stick to their original intentions, people will eventually realize they misunderstood the Jiang sect. With this thought, everyone's mood improved significantly. I've just received news that Lin Feng has taken Ancient Pill Tower Great Elder Yu Shi as his master and is highly valued by the Ancient Pill Tower. Jiang Chengqing suddenly said. Taking Yu Shi as his master. With such a son of destiny, why didn't Shi Ning have the intention to take him as a disciple? Shouting was surprised. I'm not sure about the specifics, but there are rumors that Shi Ning indeed intended to take him as a disciple. However, Lin Feng would rather die than comply, saying he would never take a woman as his master. Jiang Chengqing said. The expressions of everyone present turned strange. Logically speaking, with Shi Ning's beauty and talent, becoming a disciple to such a beautiful woman would be the pursuit of many men. But Lin Feng was different. He would rather die than comply. He insisted on taking that old man Yu Shi as his master. Could it be? This son of destiny, he doesn't have some special preference, does he? Jiang Chengqing shuddered. Shouting and the others thought about it and felt it was indeed possible. After all, there were so many beauties in Ninth Peak, and Lin Feng still ran away. At the Buddha temple, he even proclaimed his desire to become a monk. Inform all the male disciples of our sect that if they encounter Lin Feng when they are out, they must protect themselves well. Shouting immediately ordered. Understood. Jiang Chengqing acknowledged. After the idle talk was over, it was time to discuss serious matters. Seeing that no one spoke for a while, Sect Master Jiang Chengqing had to take the lead and get to the point, about the ghost-controlling sect's desire to marry into our sect. Not long ago, the ghost-controlling sect sent someone to report that they were interested in marrying into the Jiang sect. Originally, the people of the Jiang sect were extremely averse to this. But they were helpless because the ghost-controlling sect offered too much. 107th grade medicinal pills, hundreds of high-grade spiritual weapons, tens of thousands of medium-grade spirit stones, and a 9-abyss soul embryo. These were all part of the dowry offered by the ghost-controlling sect. More importantly, the ghost-controlling sect said that the Juyan sect did not need to pay any bride price. In other words, it was a free deal. The medicinal pills and such could be refused by the Juyan sect, but the 9 Abyss soul embryo was truly tempting. Not only did Xiao Hongyi and others need it, but even the Juyan old ancestor needed the 9 Abyss soul embryo to replenish soul power. Originally, Xiaoting thought about using the power of the entire sect to go to the Ghost Ridge Soul Abyss and take all the remaining 9 Abyss soul embryos in one go. But the Juyan old ancestor said that unless necessary, they should not provoke that female ghost. That's why he had not acted yet. Xiao Hongyi and others can hold off their madness a bit longer. However, the old ancestor personally took action and severely injured Buddha old ancestor, which consumed a considerable amount of soul power and urgently needs replenishment, the Supreme Elder said gravely. It's a time of many troubles. So the condition of Juyan old ancestor is crucial to the survival of the Juyan sect, and it's of utmost importance. The ghost-controlling sect frequents the Ghost Ridge Soul Abyss, so they must have more than one 9 Abyss soul embryo, another Supreme Elder speculated with narrowed eyes. Upon hearing this, everyone's eyes lit up. That makes sense. We can't mess with the female ghost old ancestor of the Ghost Ridge Soul Abyss, but the ghost-controlling sect is fair game. If we're to infiltrate the enemy, we must make our stance clear. In my opinion, we should strike at the ghost-controlling sect first, accept their marriage alliance, and then stab them in the back at the critical moment. Start a sect war directly, annihilate the demonic sect, and snatch the 9 Abyss soul embryo, another Supreme Elder suggested. This strategy immediately received enthusiastic approval from everyone. In doing so, we can not only snatch the 9 Abyss soul embryo but also show the other sects where Juyan sect stands, achieving two goals with one action. The only problem is that they can't make this decision alone. Jiang Chen's agreement is necessary. Although the ghost-controlling sect hasn't explicitly stated who they want to form a marriage alliance with, everyone is well aware. Looking at the entire Juyan sect, the only person who could make the ghost-controlling sect bleed so much and lower their stance is Jiang Chen. I think it shouldn't be a problem. Xiaoting guessed, you all know, Jiang Chen has always been fond of women. Overall, he wouldn't be at a loss. We can negotiate with Jiang Chen. Besides the 9 Abyss soul embryo, all other items can be his personal possessions, the Supreme Elder proposed. I think we should still be cautious. Ji Yu Chengqing suggested, let that Yan Mei enter our sect first. It's said that this woman is quite attractive. If Jiang Chen truly takes a liking to her, we can then bring up the marriage matter. This way, we can avoid offending Jiang Chen. That sounds good, Xiaoting agreed immediately. Several days later, Yan Mei, the number one true disciple of the ghost-controlling sect, arrived at the Juyan sect accompanied by many of her sect's elders. Glancing at the gates of the Juyan sect, Yan Mei smiled confidently. In her view, if the Juyan sect and Jiang Chen had no intention of an alliance through marriage, they wouldn't have allowed her to come. But now that she was here, it meant things were stable. Next, she just needed to use a little trick to completely capture Jiang Chen and contribute to her sect. Though it meant sacrificing her looks a bit, that was not an issue. After all, her beauty had been sacrificed countless times already. The person who came to greet Yan Mei was Li Fudu. Li Fudu had always adhered to the path of righteousness and thought that upon seeing Yan Mei, he would hardly be able to contain his disgust. Surprisingly, his reaction was very calm. There was no disgust and no murderous intent. His face was expressionless. This gladdened Li Fudu. In his view, this must mean that the demonic seed within him was suppressed, and his dedication to justice had weakened. Unfortunately for him, the Juyan sect had become a villainous sect, and its members were now branded as villains. Yan Mei herself was a female antagonist known for her ruthless heart and skill in manipulating men's emotions, and villains looking at other villains naturally wouldn't feel much disgust. I am Li Fudu, a member of the Juyan sect's Hall of Enforcement. I have been ordered by the sect master to come and receive you, Li Fudu said with a faint smile. You are Li Fudu. Upon hearing this, Yan Mei was immediately shocked. She hadn't fully believed that the Juyan sect had fallen to become a demonic sect. After all, the Juyan sect had a reputation to uphold, and suddenly becoming a demonic sect didn't make sense. But now, she instantly believed it after seeing Li Fudu. The Juyan sect had really become a demonic sect. She had heard of Li Fudu's unyielding integrity, and had felt somewhat uneasy. But Li Fudu was smiling at her, a person of the demonic path. If this wasn't being corrupted, what was? You must be tired from your journey. Where is your wedding dowry? Li Fudu asked next. Wedding dowry? Who asks about the wedding dowry right off the bat? Yan Mei was speechless. She thought it over and figured this might be the Juyin sect's way of testing the sincerity of the ghost-controlling sect, so she gently tapped her spirit ring and took out the numerous dowry items. The dowry consisted of over 100 large and small red boxes. Li Fudu's eyes immediately lit up. This time, the task given to him by Jiyu Changqing was to get his hands on these dowries, whether the marriage alliance went through or not. That's why he had been so kind and benevolent. Although villains don't feel much aversion to other villains, Li Fudu wasn't so bored as to be so overly friendly. He won't forget. In the eyes of the Juyin sect, the demonic seed in one's heart was a curse from the demonic path. Albeit not strong, there was still some inherent repulsion. Ahem. After a light cough, Li Fudu continued, there are many items. They should be entrusted to the Hall of Enforcement for safekeeping. With that, he signaled to the disciples of the Hall of Enforcement behind him with his eyes. The disciples understood and quickly stepped forward to move the dowry. This made Yan Mei frown. Before leaving, the ghost-controlling sect's old ancestor had repeatedly instructed that the dowry should only be handed over to the Juyin sect after the marriage agreement was confirmed. Elder Li, this cannot be, a ghost-controlling sect elder protested. Be quiet. Li Fudu's attitude turned cold, and he suddenly scolded. This abrupt change startled everyone from the ghost-controlling sect. Hee. Li Fudu smiled again and said, we're all family here. Could it be that my Juyin sect would covet your dowry? Who doesn't know of my unyielding integrity? You can trust me with it. The people from the ghost-controlling sect were speechless. Everyone was part of the demonic path, so what integrity was there to speak of? Trust you? No way. Seeing that the people from the ghost-controlling sect had no intention of handing over the dowry, Li Fudu frowned. There were 10 elders from the ghost-controlling sect accompanying Yan Mei. Unlike the Juyin sect, the cultivation levels of the elders in the ghost-controlling sect varied, including both upper 4 realms cultivators and core formation cultivators. Among the elders who came, 2 were from the upper 4 realms, while the rest were all of the heavenly origin realm. After weighing the enemies and his own combat power, Li Fudu dismissed the idea of seizing the dowry by force. But if he didn't seize it, it would be difficult to complete the task given by the sect master. Regardless of the marriage alliance, the Juyin sect was determined to swallow this batch of dowries this time. And now was the best opportunity. Seeing Li Fudu's stern expression, a thin middle-aged man from the ghost-controlling sect said, I am Luo Wu, the 3rd elder of the ghost-controlling sect. The dowry will be handed over to the Juyin sect after the marriage contract is secured. This is the command of the ghost-controlling sect's old ancestor, he added. The old ancestor's command. These 4 words shocked Li Fudu. How cunning, he lamented in his heart. That old ancestor of the ghost-controlling sect was too cunning. Despite having proposed a marriage alliance between the 2 sects, she was extremely wary of the Juyin sect. This way, there was no chance for him to snatch the dowry. Compared to the Juyin sect's old ancestor, who was as good as his word, it was simply not on the same level. Why was there such a big gap between old ancestors? While Li Fudu was internally complaining about the unrighteousness of that old hag from the ghost-controlling sect. Suddenly, the sky changed color and a jade coffin descended from the heavens. The Juyin sect's old ancestor emerged from the coffin, and with a mere sweep of his sleeve, he gathered all the dowry items into the coffin, and then he ran off. Everything happened so quickly that everyone was caught off guard. Yan Mei and the elders of the ghost-controlling sect were dumbfounded. What did this mean? The old ancestor personally robbing the dowry? Was there no shame left? More importantly, why did he quickly run away? Since he had shown his face, shouldn't he have discussed the marriage alliance first? Looking at Li Fudu, the ghost-controlling sect elder Luo Wu asked with wide eyes, Elder Li, does this mean that the Juyin sect's old ancestor? Li Fudu was at a loss for words. Not knowing how to explain, he could only bow and say, I'll take my leave first. With that, he too ran off and left Yan Mei and the rest of the ghost-controlling sect people in utter disarray. Everyone, don't panic. Luo Wu regained his composure and reassured, even a demonic sect has its bottom lines. Since the Juyin sect's old ancestor has taken our dowry, he must have agreed to this marriage. Elder Luo is right, Yan Mei agreed. We must have misunderstood the Juyin sect's old ancestor. After all, the idea of an old ancestor personally robbing a junior's dowry is something not even the demonic path would do. That's right, that's right. Indeed, indeed. Hearing this, the other ghost-controlling sect elders expressed their agreement. So what should we do now? Another elder asked. We elders will go to meet the Juyan sect master. Yan Mei, you go directly to Ninth Peak to start building a relationship with Jiang Chen, Luo Wu ordered. Understood. Everyone immediately accepted the command. Soon, they entered the Juyan sect and went their separate ways. At the foot of Ninth Peak. Upon arriving here, Yan Mei felt somewhat nervous. Although she was extremely confident in herself, she would not allow failure when it came to important matters. She kept psyching herself up internally, and after adjusting her attire, she walked into Ninth Peak with a charming smile on her lips. As she strolled along, she soon spotted Jiang Chen, dressed in black, bullying a spiritual beast at the foot of the mountain with a group of underlings. Although Yan Mei had never met Jiang Chen, she instantly recognized him. The reason was simple, because he was handsome. She had inquired about him before coming, and Jiang Chen's good looks were famous throughout the Juyan sect. Especially that wicked smile on his face. It made even a woman like her feel restless. After taking a deep breath, Yan Mei quickly approached him. Ah! Then she pretended to fall, collapsing right in front of Jiang Chen. Ouch! She clutched her knee, her eyes brimming with tears, evoking pity. Seeing Jiang Chen staring at her in a daze, she felt her act was effective, and in a delicate voice, she said, "Young master, could you help me up?" "Help you?" Jiang Chen asked with a stern face. Yan Mei's cheeks flushed with a rosy tint, her red lips and big eyes exuding allure as she said, "Otherwise, you could hold me." "Is that so?" Jiang Chen said with a cold laugh. "In that case, wouldn't it be quite reasonable for me to kill you?" "TLN, I don't understand this joke." Checked my best to see if there was a play on words and saw nothing. Yan Mei was completely puzzled. Before she could react, Jiang Chen had already stepped forward, using all his cultivation to slap her across the face. Slap. The next second, the sound of the slap echoed all around. Yan Mei didn't even get to feel the pain before everything went dark, and she fainted. Looking at the completely unconscious Yan Mei with a swollen cheek, Jiang Chen was infuriated. 9 cycles of reincarnation, this Yan Mei always causes problems. In every life, she tried to snatch Lin Mubai's innate Dao bone, and each time he tried to rescue him, he ended up being accused of harming a fellow sect member, and was expelled from the sect. In every life, Jiang Chen wanted to kill this woman, but she was the #1 true disciple of the ghost-controlling sect, and she was always protected by guardians or elders of the ghost-controlling sect when she went out, so he never succeeded. He could never have imagined that in this life, Yan Mei would actually come to him, delivering her own head. Jiang Chen was very clear about Yan Mei's character. This kind of woman trying to seduce him. He found it disgusting to even look at her. If he hadn't lost control just now, he wouldn't have had any physical contact with this kind of, worn-out, woman. Dirty. Jiang Chen wiped his palm on Zhang Hu's clothes, who was standing nearby. Zhang Hu didn't mind at all and even had a flattering smile on his face, saying, "Eldest senior brother, that slap just now was earth-shattering, ghost-weeping, and flower-crushing, fully showing your domineering spirit. From that slap alone, I can see that senior brother has the bearing of a great emperor." That slap has something to do with being an emperor. Jiang Chen was taken aback. Of course, Zhang Hu explained earnestly, throughout history, those who became great emperors were decisive in killing. Faced with beauty, eldest senior brother acted without reason or basis. Greeting her with a slap upon meeting. Such a thunderous approach would make even emperors bow in respect. Jiang Chen nodded, accepting the compliment. He didn't really think so, but it gave him a good idea. If he spread the word about his emperor's bearing, he could attract various formidable enemies. Then, he could do some villainous deeds and earn a bunch of system rewards, right? This plan was simply perfect. Since returning to Juyan sect from Buddha Temple, Jiang Chen had resumed his dull and boring villainous life. Since bullying people didn't bring him any joy, he had no choice but to find pleasure in bullying spiritual beasts every day. But even bullying spiritual beasts nearly drove him mad. The lunatics of Juyan sect didn't play by the rules. After learning that he liked to bully spiritual beasts, the peak masters actually started sending spiritual beasts to him. Beast taming peak was the most outrageous, even offering their own demon beasts for Jiang Chen to bully. Look at this, is this something a normal human would do? They even deprived Jiang Chen of the joy of bullying spiritual beasts. Simply not acting like a human. Jiang Chen had decided that once Xiao Hongyi finished her seclusion, he would take on a mission and leave the sect. The world outside was vast, and he had no need or reason to stay in Juyin sect and play with a bunch of lunatics. It's worth mentioning that after returning to Juyin sect, Xiao Hongyi, Jiang Lianyue, Qingning, and even Xiao Bai all went into seclusion, trying to break through in one fell swoop. The reason for this was that they were all stimulated. During the sect war, they had no power to resist the hands of Buddha old ancestor, and in the end, they were saved by Jiang Chen. How could this be acceptable? The people in this life wanted to protect Jiang Chen, not to be protected by him. Therefore, the women and the tiger went into seclusion together. Eldest senior brother, Lin Feng has been accepted into the ancient pill tower. Jiang Hu suddenly said. I know. Jiang Chen nodded again. He had been keeping a close eye on Lin Feng's movements, but he didn't expect the bald monks of Buddha Temple to send Lin Feng to the ancient pill tower. But this was also good. With the profound heritage of the ancient pill tower, Lin Feng becoming its true disciple was also an opportunity. This son of destiny was really underwhelming right now. Jiang Chen planned to let him develop for a while, and when the time was right, he would go and beat him up. But back to the main point. After a cold laugh, the flame blood dragon sword appeared in Jiang Chen's hand. Since Yan Mei had come to deliver her head, he didn't need to be polite. Although they were all villains, and killing her probably wouldn't yield any system rewards, it would be satisfying just to vent his anger. But just as he was about to make his move, Jiang Chen, no, absolutely not. This person has come to Ninth Peak for a marriage alliance. A cry of alarm sounded. A marriage alliance. Jiang Chen was momentarily stunned. And while he was stunned, Sword Peak's master Zhang Lingfeng appeared, standing in front of the unconscious Yan Mei. A marriage alliance, with whom do you want this wretch to be united? Jiang Chen asked coldly after regaining his composure. Zhang Lingfeng was at a loss for words, feeling uneasy. It's over. In a moment of urgency, he had let something slip. Zhang Lingfeng had been in the sect master's hall with sect master Jiyu Changqing and others, receiving visitors from the ghost-controlling sect. During that time, Jiyu Changqing had asked him to check on Jiang Chen's situation. Jiyu Changqing's intention was if Jiang Chen and Yan Mei got along well and took a liking to each other, then they would discuss the marriage alliance with Jiang Chen. Otherwise, the marriage would be called off. Of course, the dowry would not be returned. But who would have thought that before they even started talking, Jiang Chen had given Yan Mei a slap. And now he wanted to kill her. How could this be allowed? In Zhang Lingfeng's view, although Juyin sect was misunderstood, it was still undoubtedly a righteous sect. To rob the dowry and kill someone, wasn't that murder and plunder? It was somewhat excessive. Even if they really wanted to kill, they should do it quietly. How could they kill someone in broad daylight at the foot of Ninth Peak? Even if one truly needs to kill in public, a reasonable excuse must be found. But when it comes to Jiang Chen's personality, Zhang Lingfeng still has some understanding. This kid is quite defiant. If he really knew about the sect's intention for an arranged marriage, who knows what kind of trouble he would stir up. Therefore, the truth cannot be told. Ahem, ahem. With a spin of his eyes, Zhang Lingfeng said, this lady has come to be wed to Lin Mubai. Lin Mubai. Jiang Chen was taken aback. That's right. It is Lin Mubai. Zhang Lingfeng nodded. Lin Mubai possesses the innate Dao bone and is deeply favored by the old ancestor of the ghost-controlling sect. Although our Juyin sect is a righteous major sect, we are still very open-minded about the feelings of our disciples. I see, Jiang Chen suddenly understood. He believed that. Zhang Lingfeng was astonished. He had thought he would need to concoct another story to dispel Jiang Chen's doubts. What he didn't know was Lin Mubai and Yan Mei had a 9-lifetime entanglement. It was a love story that could be sung about and wept over. A young scholar fell in love with a demonic enchantress. The former was so lovesick he lost all appetite, while the latter was single-mindedly focused on killing and bone collecting. I agree to this marriage, Jiang Chen decisively approved. Ag agreed. Zhang Lingfeng was even more astonished. He naturally knew that what Jiang Chen agreed to was not his own marriage but Lin Mubai's. However, this was not at all what the ghost-controlling sect had requested. Wait a minute. Zhang Lingfeng's eyes lit up again. Judging from Jiang Chen's attitude towards Yan Mei, not killing her was already a mercy, let alone marrying her. In that case, why not find someone random to marry Yan Mei? After all, the ghost-controlling sect didn't specify that the marriage partner had to be Jiang Chen. Moreover, although Lin Mubai was insane, he still possessed the innate Dao bone. He is also the sect's genius. Even if the ghost-controlling sect disagreed, the Juyan sect could retort, "You didn't specify, how is it our fault?" Thus the dowry, in the end, was non-refundable. Perfect. This plan was simply perfect. Zhang Lingfeng praised himself in his heart. Since that's the case, then you take Yan Mei to meet Lin Mubai. I will go see the sect master and discuss the marriage between Lin Mubai and Yan Mei with the ghost-controlling sect, he urged immediately. I understand. As the eldest senior brother of the ninth peak, this is my unshakable responsibility, Jiang Chen replied instantly. Juyan sect, the sect's prison. Carrying the unconscious Yan Mei, Jiang Hu followed Jiang Chen. But suddenly, they heard successive shouts. Let me out quickly. I've been locked up for almost half a year. Can't you give me a way out? Eldest senior brother needs me, eldest senior brother can't do without me. If it really doesn't work out, you can bring Jiyu Changqing in to keep me company. Old ancestor, you're not keeping your word. Ah, old ancestor, you're hitting me again. Hearing these voices, Jiang Chen's mouth twitched. No wonder Lin Mubai hadn't been seen recently. He had been locked up all this time. At this rate, he might really end up spending his life in prison. After telling Jiang Hu to wait at a distance, Jiang Chen quickly approached and stood outside the prison. Seeing him, Lin Mubai was momentarily stunned, then burst into tears. Eldest senior brother, you really didn't forget about me. I'm so great if. Lin Mubai, do you want a wife or not? Jiang Chen interrupted with a smile. Lin Mubai blinked in confusion. A wife? What use was that? His greatest wish in this life was to follow Jiang Chen and see the world's splendor again. No, women will only hinder the friendship between me and eldest senior brother, Lin Mubai flatly refused after coming back to his senses. Jiang Chen wasn't surprised by this answer. After all, a madman is a madman. The reason he agreed to the marriage between Lin Mubai and Yan Mei was to cause trouble for his own second junior brother. Why should he tolerate this mad second junior brother, who would cry in front of him for no reason and even indulge in self-harm? Moreover, in this life, he was the villainous eldest senior brother. To perfectly recreate his character, naturally, he would scheme against his junior brothers as much as possible. Maybe he could even earn some system rewards. Hee, Jiang Chen smiled faintly. Junior brother, it's only natural for men and women to enjoy each other's company. Master is in seclusion, and all matters of the ninth peak are decided by me, the eldest senior brother. So, just now, I've arranged a marriage for you. No, Lin Mubai immediately shook his head. Women will only slow down my killing speed. Jiang Chen was speechless. Seeing that persuasion was useless, he directly threatened, if you don't want her, you'll be expelled from the sect. Okay, I've long wanted to leave the Juyan sect anyway, eldest senior brother, let's go outside together. Lin Mubai said excitedly. Jiang Chen was speechless again. If you don't want her, I'll lock you in this prison for a lifetime, he continued to threaten. Actually, life in prison isn't so bad. There are formations, the way of the sword, talisman paths, and I've had many insights recently. The only thing that's unbearable is not seeing you, eldest senior brother Lin Mubai sighed. This response gave Jiang Chen a headache. Helpless, he had to play his trump card. If you don't want her, you will no longer be my junior brother. You'll never see me again in this lifetime. What? Lin Mubai was indeed shocked and said without hesitation, wife. I want 10. 10. Hiss. Jiang Chen took a sharp breath. Isn't this too much of an appetite? He only dared to think of 7 or 8, but Lin Mubai wanted 10. There aren't 10, but there is 1. Jiang Chen gestured for Jiang Hu to come over. Seeing this, Jiang Hu quickly approached. Jiang Chen flipped his right hand, and an ancient command token appeared out of thin air. This was the prison command token. Since Jiang Chen was in charge of the Hall of Enforcement, and the prison was under its jurisdiction, he naturally had the authority. After warning Lin Mubai not to escape from prison, Jiang Chen opened the prison. Jiang Hu took the opportunity to throw Yan Mei inside. Rather than choosing a date, it's better to just hit upon one. Today, you will marry this woman in the prison. After closing the prison again, Jiang Chen urged. Oh. Lin Mubai obediently nodded. He squatted down and turned over Yan Mei, who was lying on the ground. Boom. Then a thunderous shock struck his mind as familiar features filled his vision. Wasn't this the same scoundrel who had dug out his innate Tao bone for 9 lives, only to let Jiang Chen take the blame, playing him like a fiddle? Ever since the 9 cycles of reincarnation, Lin Mubai couldn't help but feel a murderous rage whenever he thought of Yan Mei. He hated her. He hated Yan Mei, and even more, he hated himself. 9 cycles of reincarnation, and in each life, he was completely bewitched by Yan Mei while ignoring Jiang Chen's warnings. In each life, it was Yan Mei who lured him out with the intention of stealing his bone. In each life, it was always Jiang Chen who came to his rescue. Lin Mubai was very clear that with memories of many lives, Jiang Chen naturally knew that saving him would mean taking the blame, yet he never hesitated. This grace, he found hard to repay. This sin, like a heavy stone, weighed on his chest, making it hard for him to breathe. At this moment, the instigator was right before his eyes. Lin Mubai could no longer contain himself. He often fantasized about how to kill this wretch, but he never expected that she would deliver herself to him. "You wretch, take my kick." The furious Lin Mubai immediately kicked Yan Mei directly in the face. The force of the kick was immense, sending Yan Mei flying into the prison's array, from which she then fell to the ground. Without a doubt, if it weren't for the fact that the cultivation of those who entered the sect's prison was sealed, Yan Mei would have been killed by that kick. After falling to the ground, Yan Mei finally woke from the severe pain. Her cheeks were swollen like a pig's head, and she was dizzy and seeing stars. Looking around, she found herself in a cave, with a wild and murderous stranger approaching her. No, what was going on? Yan Mei was completely dumbfounded. Her memory was still at the moment when Jiang Chen had slapped her. How did she end up in this wild man's den upon opening her eyes again? She tried to use her cultivation to fight back but found it sealed. Wanting to rely on sheer strength to escape, she realized that after being wounded repeatedly, she was severely injured and had no strength left to run. "Wild Ma, young master, calm down. As long as you don't kill me, I am willing to offer myself." Yan Mei decided to sacrifice her dignity once again. "You wretch, take my palm." But the response she got was Lin Mubai leapt up again and slapped her cheek as he landed. Struck hard on the cheek, Yan Mei spat out a mouthful of blood, which contained several teeth. The powerful force sent her spinning into the air, and after several rotations, her head smashed against the prison's stone wall. Then, after another kick, it was found she was dead. This sudden scene unfolded before their eyes. "Fuck." Jiang Chen finally let out a shocked exclamation after regaining his senses. Jiang, who had already been scared out of his wits. What shocked them even more was yet to come. Perhaps still not satisfied, Lin Mubai grabbed Yan Mei's long hair and hoisted her up. "You wretch, dying like this is too easy for you. I'll disfigure you first, then gouge out your eyes, pull out your tongue. Ha ha. Come on." Amidst bursts of laughter, a bloody scene unfolded in the prison. "Eldest senior brother, this has gotten out of hand." Jiang Hu turned away with a grave expression. "Indeed, it has." Jiang Chen nodded in agreement. He felt he had underestimated Lin Mubai, not expecting him to be even more ruthless than himself. The problem now was that if he was the one who killed Yan Mei, the ghost-controlling sect would have had to swallow their anger because of the Jiang family's backing. But if it's Lin Mubai, who knew how things would turn out? Most importantly, as the Ninth Peak's eldest senior brother and acting master of the Hall of Enforcement, he had just agreed to this marriage, and now Yan Mei was being tortured to death by Lin Mubai in the sect's prison right before his eyes. This was a blow to his face. Had he known this would happen, he would have preferred to kill her himself. At least, it would have been more satisfying. The more he thought about it, the angrier Jiang Chen got, and he shouted angrily, "How dare you, Lin Mubai? You dare to harm another sect's true disciple. I've repeatedly tried to stop you, but you ignored me. Come with me to the sect master's hall to be punished." Host's actions conform to the villain's character setting, reward, Phoenix Essence Blood. A few moments earlier, in the Juyin sect master's hall. In the rather simple sect master's hall, the Juyin sect master, various peak masters, and 10 elders of the ghost-controlling sect were gathered. The atmosphere in the hall was somewhat silent. Seeing the solemn faces of the ghost-controlling sect members, Sect Master Ji Yu Chengqing said with a smile, "Don't worry, everyone, we're all family here. Could my Juyin sect possibly covet your dowry?" His status was different from that of Li Fudu, and his description of family carried more weight. Hearing this, the faces of the ghost-controlling sect members eased slightly. That's right, we're all family, said Luo Wu, the third elder of the ghost-controlling sect, as he stroked his beard with a smile. In that case, should we invite the Jiyan old ancestor to come forward and set the marriage agreement? Another ghost-controlling sect elder suggested. By rights, we should. Jiyu Changqing continued with a sigh, but after our sect's last battle with the Buddha temple, the old ancestor expended too much soul power and is not in good condition, so he cannot appear. Not in good condition. These words made the ghost-controlling sect members' expressions turn strange again. Damn it, not in good condition. When the Juyan old ancestor was grabbing the dowry, his speed and efficiency were as smooth as flowing clouds and water. Those unaware would think he was some kind of fierce bandit. While they were internally complaining, Supreme Great Elder Shouting arrived with smiles. The old ancestor indeed should not appear, but I will take charge of this matter. Greetings to Elder Shao. Luo Wu and the other ghost-controlling sect members immediately stood up to pay their respects. When Juyan sect was a renowned orthodox sect, Shouting had given the ghost-controlling sect a hard time, so they were well aware of his prowess and did not dare to be presumptuous. No need for formalities, we're all family, Shouting said cheerfully, waving his hand. Who was he? The supreme great elder of the Juyan sect, second only to the Juyan old ancestor in authority. When such a person spoke of family, it naturally took on a whole new level. With that, the ghost-controlling sect members had no more concerns and laughed together. Jiyu Changqing gave up his seat to Shouting. After taking his seat, Shouting asked, the ghost-controlling sect has been delving into the Ghost Ridge Soul Abyss for years. How many 9 Abyss Soul embryos have you accumulated? This question puzzled the ghost-controlling sect members. What did he mean? Was he probing into the secrets of the ghost sect? We're all family, why the distinction between you and me? Shouting glared and said, what, does the ghost-controlling sect not want to become one with my Juyan sect? This. The member of the ghost-controlling sect was at a loss for words. Seeing that Shouting seemed displeased, Luo Wu made up a story on the spot. Senior, I must confess. The 9 Abyss Soul embryo included in the dowry this time is a treasure that our ghost-controlling sect has cherished for many years. We have no others left. HMPH. Shouting snorted coldly, not believing a word. Since the ghost-controlling sect does not wish to be honest, then I shall take my leave. With that, he made a move as if to leave. Senior, please wait. Luo Wu hastily intervened while gritting his teeth. I will not hide it from you, Senior. In truth, our ghost-controlling sect has one more 9 Abyss Soul embryo. One more. Shouting remained skeptical. Senior may not be aware, but there is a female ghost in the Ghost Ridge Soul Abyss whose cultivation is unfathomable. Although our ghost-controlling sect has ventured deep into it over the years, the 9 Abyss Soul embryos have always been in the hands of that female ghost, and they are not easily obtained, Luo Wu added. This time, Shouting nodded. He not only knew about it but had also clashed with that female ghost. With his cultivation level, he was unable to defeat the female ghost and had to flee with injuries, which was enough to prove her strength. Even so, this did not confirm the truth of Luo Wu's words. But Shouting didn't care. As long as the ghost-controlling sect had more 9 Abyss Soul embryo, he could just take it by force when the time came. Hee. After a light chuckle, he feigned admiration. Elder Luo is honest and straightforward, truly a member of our Juyan sect family. This made Luo Wu breathe a sigh of relief. But then he thought about it and felt somewhat aggrieved. Since they were all one family, it wasn't fair for the Juyan sect to probe the ghost-controlling sect for information while the reverse was not allowed. With this in mind, Luo Wu asked, may I ask how the old ancestor of the Juyan sect is doing after becoming a spirit? Has his cultivation fallen? And is it true that people from the Juyan sect have been going mad one after another? How dare you? Shouting suddenly turned hostile, his powerful voice creating a surge of spiritual energy as he angrily said, how can such confidential information be disclosed to you? Does your ghost-controlling sect intend to harm my Juyan sect? Luo Wu was left speechless. This turnaround was faster than flipping through a book. Weren't we supposed to be family? Could the Juyan sect ask for information from the ghost-controlling sect, but not the other way around? This was a double standard. Senior, please forgive me, I misspoke, Luo Wu apologized, knowing he was out of his depth. Hee Shouting chuckled again while calming his aura. No harm done, we're all family after all. Luo Wu was speechless once more. He had a phrase on the tip of his tongue but wasn't sure if it was appropriate to say it. Ahem. After a light cough, Luo Wu returned to the matter at hand. Since senior is in charge of this matter, should we not finalize the marriage arrangement first? That's not urgent, let's wait a bit longer. Xiaoting waved his hand. Luo Wu, however, felt very urgent. Now that the dowry had been taken by the Juyan sect, he was anxious to finalize the marriage arrangement as soon as possible. What is senior waiting for? Could you share it so we also have an idea? Luo Wu inquired. This is a secret of the Juyan sect, Xiaoting replied instantly. Luo Wu wanted to curse but dared not, so he could only wait patiently. Fortunately, the wait was not long, and soon Zhang Lingfeng, the master of Sword Peak, arrived and took his seat. On the surface, Zhang Lingfeng was tasting tea, but in reality, he was whispering to Xiaoting and Jiyu Changqing, informing them of what he had just witnessed. Learning that Jiang Chen had given Yan Mei a big slap as soon as he arrived and even had the intention to kill her, Xiaoting was shocked. This is troublesome. Jiang Chen has no interest in that Yan Mei at all. The marriage alliance is going to fall through. He raised his eyebrows, whispering to the other members of the Juyan sect. Supreme Great Elder need not worry. I have a plan that will leave the ghost-controlling sect speechless. Zhang Lingfeng also raised his eyebrows, replying through a whisper. Without waiting for Xiaoting to ask further, he shared his idea. This plan is good. Jiyu Changqing, imitating the eyebrow raising, whispered back, since the ghost-controlling sect did not specify by name, isn't it up to our Juyan sect to decide who will marry her? The three of them exchanged whispers, and the atmosphere in the hall grew somewhat silent. Luo Wu just watched as Xiaoting and the others kept raising their eyebrows and making gestures, leaving him completely baffled. He guessed that Xiaoting and the others must be discussing something in secret. But, was it necessary to keep raising their eyebrows? Did they think he was blind? Finally, Xiaoting and the others finished their discussion. Thank you for your patience, Xiaoting said to the people of the ghost-controlling sect with a sly smile. Since my Juyan sect has accepted the dowry, let's have Lin Mubai and Yan Mei get married quickly. At these words, the hall was filled with question marks. Luo Wu, who was tasting tea, almost spit it out. Lin Mubai. Where did this Lin Mubai come from? Their intended marriage partner was Jiang Chen. Senior Xiao, there seems to be a misunderstanding, Luo Wu hurriedly explained after regaining his composure. Our sect's intention was for Yan Mei to marry Jiang Chen, it has nothing to do with Lin Mubai. What? Is that so? Xiaoting feigned surprise, but you didn't say anything before. Luo Wu was left speechless. They didn't say it because they thought it was very obvious. He never thought the Juyan sect would pretend not to understand. If that's the case, then we'll have to start over. Xiaoting changed his tone. Jiang Chen's marriage needs to be decided by the Jiang family, our Juyan sect cannot meddle. Now you only have two choices. Which two choices? Luo Wu asked. 1. Lin Mubai and Yan Mei get married, and thereafter, the Juyan sect and the ghost-controlling sect will be one family. 2. Call off the marriage alliance and please return, Xiaoting replied instantly. After speaking, he added, the mistake lies with the ghost-controlling sect. If you choose the second option, the dowry will not be returned. After hearing Xiaoting's words, the faces of the ghost-controlling sect members were grim. Their plot is finally revealed. At this moment, the people of the ghost-controlling sect finally realized that the Juyan sect had no intention of a genuine marriage alliance. Their goal was very likely to seize the dowry. Such an act would even make other demonic paths ashamed. How could the Juyan sect, which was once a reputable sect, be so shameless? The elders of the ghost-controlling sect were red-faced with anger. However, they were now on the Juyan sect's territory, and with Xiaoting's strength, they would not be able to defeat him even if all of them combined their forces. Elder Luo, the Juyan sect is determined to seize the dowry, what should we do? One elder communicated to Luo Wu. After a moment of contemplation, Luo Wu replied, the dowry cannot be taken back, but if we return like this, we will surely be skinned and refined by old ancestor. I suggest we let Lin Mubai and Yan Mei marry. This way, we can still achieve the goal of forming an alliance with the Juyan sect. The other elders found this reasonable. At this point, clinging to the Jiang family was impossible, but if they could fulfill the goal of an alliance, they would have something to report back. This was better than coming back empty-handed. Moreover, Lin Mubai possessed an innate Dao bone, and marrying him could also be considered an investment. Phew. After exhaling a deep breath, Luo Wu said, if that's the case, then we choose the first option. Let Lin Mubai and Yan Mei get married. Upon hearing this, Xiaoting also breathed a sigh of relief. The reputation of the Juyin sect was not good these days, and if they really seized the dowry, who knows how much worse it could get. Good, good. He laughed, the old face full of wrinkles reiterated, this is good. From now on, the Juyin sect and the ghost-controlling sect will be true family. With that, he turned to a disciple and said, go and bring Lin Mubai and Yan Mei here. Yes. The disciple received the order and left. But just as he took a step, Sect Master, Supreme Great Elder, Lin Mubai has brutally murdered a true disciple of another sect, slaughtering Yan Mei in our sect's prison. Despite my exhaustive efforts to stop him, it was to no avail. I had no choice but to capture this madman. Jiang Chen arrived with Lin Mubai in tow. At this moment, Lin Mubai was still dragging the corpse of Yan Mei. Upon seeing this, the great hall fell into a silence as still as death. After a brief moment of shock, the members of the ghost-controlling sect angrily exclaimed, how dare you? Lin Mubai, you dared to kill the #1 true disciple of my ghost-controlling sect. That was your wife. How could you bring yourself to do such a thing? This is not just murder, it's torture. You have no regard for my ghost-controlling sect at all. In contrast, Xiaoting, Jiyu Changqing, and others were almost popping their eyes out. They knew Lin Mubai was mad, but they never imagined he would go this far. Senior Xiao, Juyin sect must give my ghost-controlling sect an explanation for this matter, Luo Wu said while forcibly suppressing his anger. This, Xiaoting was at a loss for words. Jiang Chen, however, curled his lip and said, we're all one family, let's not quibble over such details. Upon hearing this, Xiaoting mentally gave Jiang Chen a thumbs up. Luo Wu and the others from the ghost-controlling sect, however, were in disbelief. Listen to this, can you believe it? Even now, they're still talking about one family. It's so shameless. Luo Wu felt he had underestimated Juyin sect. Juyin sect wasn't just a demonic sect. It had clearly become a mad sect. A mad sect that would chop and steal even from family. Seeing that Luo Wu and the others were almost enraged to death, Xiaoting finally realized the gravity of the situation. Although Juyin sect's reputation wasn't much to speak of now, it was still worth trying to salvage what little was left. With this in mind, he finally straightened up and said, Lin Mubai, why did you kill her? If you have been wronged, speak up quickly. I just felt like it, Lin Mubai replied righteously. Xiaoting was stunned. Just because he felt like it, Lin Mubai killed the true disciple of the ghost-controlling sect. If he felt a little more like it, would he dare to even kill the old ancestor of the ninth peak? Ah, it seems he really tried once. For a moment, Xiaoting was at a loss, not knowing what to do. How could Juyin sect justify such an unreasonable killing? Jiang Chen, who loved to watch the excitement, nodded and interjected, I think it must be because of love. Fuck love. Is your love born from killing people? Everyone thought sarcastically. Luo Wu and the people from the ghost-controlling sect had completely lost their patience. The situation had come to this, and the marriage alliance was completely off. They could see that Xiaoting and the other high-level members of Juyin sect seemed to have no intention of giving an explanation to the ghost-controlling sect. Senior Xiao, shouldn't you first return the dowry? Luo Wu asked thoughtfully. Dowry? What dowry? Xiaoting feigned innocence, spreading his hands. I have never received any dowry from your ghost-controlling sect. With that, he turned to Jiyu Changqing and others, asking, have you received any dowry? Absolutely not. I don't even know what a dowry is, Jiyu Changqing immediately shook his head. Zhang Lingfeng, the master of Sword Peak, was even more direct. My Juyin sect is too big and too busy to care about your ghost-controlling sect's dowry. Luo Wu's face turned as dark as charcoal in an instant. He realized that Juyin sect was dead set on murder and plunder. He wanted to explode with anger, but he also knew he couldn't win in a fight right now. He wanted to endure. But how could one endure such a thing? Luo Wu's eyes fell on Jiang Chen. They say Jiang Chen is the scourge of the world, the source of all evil. But at this moment, Luo Wu thought that compared to the others of Juyin sect, Jiang Chen was many times better. After all, it was Jiang Chen who had captured Lin Mubai and brought him to face justice. At least he had some sense of propriety. With this in mind, Luo Wu turned to Jiang Chen and said, Jiang Chen, you are the young master of the Jiang family, surely you will speak a fair word, right? Of course, who doesn't know that I am a paragon of virtue? Jiang Chen nodded. A paragon of virtue. Luo Wu's mouth twitched. Not wanting to dwell on this issue, he continued to ask, so in your opinion, both morally and logically, shouldn't Juyin sect return our sect's dowry? Jiang Chen wanted to nod in agreement. Not because he had suddenly become virtuous but because he was annoyed. He was the eldest senior brother of the ninth peak, Lin Mubai was his junior brother, and the two were as close as brothers. As the saying goes, the eldest brother is like a father, and these madmen of Juyin sect didn't even share a bit with him after greedily taking Lin Mubai's dowry. This was absolutely intolerable. But before he could speak out, he heard a voice. Everything except the 9-yang soul embryo is yours, shouting suddenly transmitted. Demons, take my sword. Jiang Chen charged out with his sword. In an instant, the flame blood dragon sword's bloodlight surged, and several sword chi slashed directly towards the people of the ghost-controlling sect. As the sword light approached, Luo Wu and the others were collectively dumbfounded. They couldn't understand what was happening. What they didn't know was that compared to talking, Jiang Chen preferred to take action. Caught off guard, several heavenly origin realm elders of the ghost-controlling sect were injured by Jiang Chen. Seeing this, Xiaoting and the others of Juyin sect were also dumbfounded. No one expected Jiang Chen to be so bold and brave. Was he trying to silence them for the sake of the sect and the dowry? This is too much, too unreasonable, Luo Wu suddenly roared, his anger consuming his reason. Supreme Great Elder, what should we do? Seeing this, Jiyu Changqing asked through a transmission. What else can we do? Fight back. Try not to kill, capture them all first, Xiaoting replied instantly. After saying that, he looked at Luo Wu and said, Elder Luo, we're all one family, so please stay as a guest in Juyin sect. After a great battle, the sect master's hall was destroyed. With the absolute power of Xiaoting and the cooperation of the Juyin sect members, Luo Wu and the people from the ghost-controlling sect were beaten black and blue, their cultivation sealed. Afterward, the sect's prison housed 10 family members who had come to visit. After Jiang Chen got his wish and received his ill-gotten gains, he happily returned to Ninth Peak with Lin Mubai. The 12 supreme elders gathered in the sect's prison. The situation had blown up. Originally, their goal was to infiltrate the demonic path through a marriage alliance, but the plan hadn't even started before it was dead in the water. Not only did they murder and plunder, but they also tied up the other party's people. With this, let alone infiltrating the enemy's ranks, they would be lucky if the enemy didn't come after them with a vengeance. Why do I feel that if this gets out, it will be a devastating blow to our sect's reputation? Not just a devastating blow, by then our sect will have nothing to do with reputation anymore. What about killing them to silence them? That's not right. These people have soul lamps in the ghost sect. If we kill them, the ghost-controlling sect will surely notice it. This matter cannot be hidden. Even if we wanted to, the ghost-controlling sect would definitely spread the word everywhere. So, is our sect's reputation doomed? Does the old ancestor give any instruction? The old ancestor said that reputation is of little use, the innocent are naturally clear of guilt. The old ancestor really sees through it clearly. After all, our Juyin sect's current reputation isn't that great to begin with, so it won't make much difference if it gets worse. The supreme elders discussed among themselves. The conclusion they reached was, just let it be. The innocent are naturally clear of guilt, and one day other sects will surely understand that Juyin sect is righteous. So, what should we do with these people? Send them back, asked the supreme elder. How can we do that? Xiaoting decisively rejected the idea. These are hostages. I will have someone send a message to the ghost-controlling sect, demanding the 9 abyss soul embryo in exchange. What a brilliant plan. This way, we can avoid a direct confrontation and acquire the 9 abyss soul embryo. It's like killing 2 birds with 1 stone, another supreme elder agreed enthusiastically. Xiaoting was also very satisfied with his strategy. As for the person to send the message, they had to be chosen carefully. Because it was very easy to lose one's life. Soon, the Juyin sect's mission hall listed a new task labeled, Deliver a Message. The Juyin sect's missions were categorized by difficulty. From high to low, they were A, B, C, D, and E, each with upper, middle, and lower tiers. This message delivery task was rated A level. Normally, an A-level task would require at least an upper 4 realms cultivation, but this message delivery task was special, with no cultivation limit, just confidence was needed, R. The reason was simple. If the old ancestor of the ghost-controlling sect really intended to kill, even an ordinary upper four realms cultivator would die. Even if Xiao Ting went personally, there was still a chance he wouldn't return. The disciples of the Juyan sect, although unaware of the danger, knew that an A-level task was extremely difficult. Thus, the task hung in the mission hall for more than a month, with no one daring to take it. Until one day, a man in black arrived, glanced at the task, accepted it, and left the sect that very day. Jiang Chen still cares about the sect in his heart, Xiao Ting and the other high-ranking members of the sect said with tears brimming in their eyes as they watched Jiang Chen's departing figure. They had no intention of stopping him. Because only Jiang Chen could successfully complete this task. Who else but the young master of the Jiang family? Even if the ghost-controlling sect's old ancestor had 100 times the courage, that person still wouldn't dare to lay a finger on Jiang Chen. 100 li away from the Juyan sect, Jiang Chen, accompanied by Xiao Hongyi, Zhang Hu, and Lin Mubai, moved through an ancient forest. Xiao Hongyi's red clothes flickered in and out of view behind them, ready to catch the enemy off guard at any moment. Zhang Hu and Lin Mubai each held a 30 zhang tall red banner. The banners were embroidered with golden characters depicting dragons flying and phoenixes dancing. They read, "Wherever Juyan goes, the righteous make way. Ninth Peak's eldest senior brother with the stature of a great emperor." The banners were extremely conspicuous, and the cultivators they encountered along the way frowned and kept their distance. This annoyed Jiang Chen. His departure this time was not really to complete a sect mission but to earn system rewards. The purpose of these banners was to provoke others. But the cultivators sensed his identity and dared not approach, which was contrary to his goal. Zhang Hu, change the gold characters on this banner, Jiang Chen commanded. A few moments later, the gold characters on the first banner remained the same, but the second banner now read, "Ninth Peak's Nameless Junior with the stature of a great emperor." The effect was immediate. Soon, an earthly origin cultivator passing by scolded, "A nameless nobody dares to claim the stature of a great emperor. What arrogance! I am Billowing Cloud's sect's top disciple, Lu Renjia. Dare you fight me?" Billowing Cloud's sect was a second-tier righteous sect in the central domain. This man did not ask Jiang Chen's name, as he did not care for the name of a nobody. But he soon regretted it. Because with a casual swing of his sword, Jiang Chen severed his arm. Not only that, perhaps because he had been suppressed in the Juyan sect, Jiang Chen unleashed his full power upon finding an ordinary cultivator. Great majestic heavenly dragon. Dragon soars in the sky. Om Mani Padme Hum. Ha ha. I just love that defiant look in your eyes. Azure Lotus Sword Chi. Want to run? Watch me walk on lotuses. First, take my 100 punches. A few moments later, Jiang Chen finally vented enough. In contrast, Lu Renjia was barely alive, filled with regret and wailing in despair. This nameless junior was too strong. Clearly at the core formation stage, yet wielding a superior-grade spiritual weapon and using superior-grade techniques. He simply had no power to resist this nobody. What made Lu Renjia even more desperate was yet to come. Seeing Jiang Chen stop, Lin Mubai, holding two machetes and excitedly asking while sharpening them, "Eldest senior brother, is it my turn to enjoy?" Before he finished speaking, he had an epiphany. His cultivation rapidly increased, becoming a heavenly origin cultivator. Having been imprisoned in the sect's dungeon for half a year, Lin Mubai had not been without gains. Although his cultivation was sealed, he comprehended talisman, formation, and beast-taming arts to the minor achievement realm with his innate Dao bone. With several arts and the innate Dao bone, he could leap from the earthly origin realm to the heavenly origin realm. Innate Dao bone, Lin Mubai. Hearing this, Lu Renjia was almost scared to death. What terrified him wasn't Lin Mubai, but the term eldest senior brother, from Lin Mubai's mouth. This meant the person who had beaten him up was not some nameless nobody, but Jiang Chen. Along with the Juyan sect's fall to a demonic sect, Jiang Chen's reputation had worsened. There were even rumors that Jiang Chen liked to eat human souls. Lu Renjia didn't want to die a horrible death, nor did he want to be tortured to death. "Mother, your son is unfilial. I'm going ahead," he cried out while looking up at the sky. With that, he directly severed his own heart meridian and died. Host's actions conform to the villain's character setting, cultivation level upgraded from early earthly origin stage to mid-stage. As the system's voice fell, a surge of air burst from Jiang Chen's body, blowing Zhang Hu and Lin Mubai into disarray. Both couldn't help but feel emotional. As expected of the eldest senior brother. He regards the lives of others as nothing, able to break through even upon someone's death. So ruthless and inhumane. On the other hand, Jiang Chen was speechless as he stared at Lu Renjia's corpse. Another one has committed suicide. He just couldn't understand. Why do these so-called righteous people love to commit suicide when they can't beat him? He had originally planned to keep this person around, to beat him up whenever he felt like it. Bury him, Jiang Chen gestured with a wave of his hand. Can we burn him instead? Jiang Hu scratched his head awkwardly. Burying people is something that third senior sister is more experienced in. Jiang Chen agreed wholeheartedly. He decided that next time he went out, he would bring Qingning along. At least she knew how to bury people, unlike Lin Mubai, who only knew how to chop people up. The reason he brought Lin Mubai was to have him attract powerful enemies for himself, but instead of attracting any, he ended up scaring one to death. Soon, a greenish pill flame emerged from Jiang Hu's fingertips, incinerating Lu Renjia's corpse. This pill flame was the 6th grade Mystic Azure Flame. The previous owner of this Mystic Azure Flame was the former #1 true disciple of the ancient Pill Tower, Xiao Shan. After poisoning Xiao Shan, Jiang Hu had intended to offer the Mystic Azure Flame as a token of allegiance to Jiang Chen as a gift. But who would have thought that Jiang Chen didn't care for it at all? Although he still accepted Jiang Hu, he told Jiang Hu to keep the Mystic Azure Flame for his own use. Jiang Hu was so moved. To think that a congenital pill flame of such caliber, which countless pill refiner masters dream of, was left to him by Jiang Chen. And not just that. Ever since becoming Jiang Chen's underling, Jiang Hu felt his luck had turned. The lunatics on 9th Peak no longer bullied him. The disciples from the other peaks were also very friendly towards him. Even Xiao Hongyi reduced the number of times she sent him out to search for poisons. This made Jiang Hu even more determined to cling to Jiang Chen's coattails. He knew he had no special talents, and even with a pill flame, he couldn't refine pills, but besides refining pills, the flame could also be used to burn people. Although the Mystic Azure Flame was only 6th grade, it was famously fierce. Therefore, Jiang Hu practiced controlling the pill flame every day, and now his control was as smooth as flowing water. Under his precise and delicate manipulation, Lu Renjia's corpse was quickly reduced to ashes, which were then scattered by the breeze. Eldest senior brother, how's my skill in destroying corpses and erasing traces? Jiang Hu asked expectantly. You have talent, Jiang Chen replied. Jiang Hu was overjoyed. Seeing Lin Mubai frown, he exercised his boot-licking skills and said, thanks to eldest senior brother's high regard, but compared to second senior brother, I can only be considered a minor talent. This pleased Lin Mubai. If Jiang Hu were to compete with him for the position of Jiang Chen's right-hand man, this madman would have to resort to violence. Jiang Hu, I misjudged you. Lin Mubai patted Jiang Hu's shoulder and said sincerely. I never imagined you'd have a day of being mad. Jiang Hu was confused. Mad? He wasn't mad. He had simply had an epiphany and embarked on an evil path. This wasn't madness. It was living true to his heart. Stop the chatter, let's set off, Jiang Chen suddenly said. This time he had no specific destination in mind. He planned to wander around and rack up a bunch of system rewards before going to console Linfeng at the ancient Pill Tower. Completing the mission was just an excuse. Of course, there was nothing wrong with him going out without accepting a mission. But what if those crazies from the Juyin sect thought he was defecting and followed him? It's better to be safe. The group set off again. Since they were close to the Juyin sect, which currently had a bad reputation, they didn't encounter any other cultivators along the way. But as they walked, Jiang Chen's pupils suddenly contracted. Beside a large tree ahead, an old man was floating cross-legged, and on the branches of the tree lay a three-tailed white fox that seemed to be sleeping. Young master. Chen Sheng smiled kindly and stepped forward to greet him. Old Chen, haven't I told you many times? You watched me grow up, so there's no need for such formalities between us. Jiang Chen quickly helped him up. Hearing this, Chen Sheng's smile grew even wider. Seeing Jiang Chen's gaze fixed on the little fox, he explained, I caught this white fox in the Hengduan mountain range. It has been in a deep sleep for over a month and hasn't woken up yet. He didn't reveal the reason for capturing the little fox. The reason was simple. The little fox had run out of the Hengduan mountain range in search of Jiang Chen. And since the Nine Heavens mystic fox could charm all beings, Chen Sheng didn't want Jiang Chen to get involved with it. Jiang Chen didn't probe further. After all, the plot had completely collapsed, and getting too entangled would only add to his troubles. Return it as soon as possible, or it will cause a lot of trouble, Jiang Chen still warned. Trouble. Chen Sheng's eyes narrowed slightly. With his cultivation level, if Jiang Chen mentioned trouble, it meant the fox was indeed troublesome. Don't hurt it, Jiang Chen added. All right. After a moment's hesitation, Chen Sheng agreed. His original intention was to turn the little fox into a puppet and give it to Jiang Chen as a maid. But since Jiang Chen didn't want it, he naturally wouldn't insist. Others who were also watching the little fox included Lin Mubai and Xiao Hongyi in the sky above. Both remained silent, just sighing softly. Jiang Chen was about to leave. But after thinking it over, he leapt onto the ancient tree, stroked the little fox's head, and whispered, "Little fox, we meet again." The only response was the steady breathing of the little fox. "In this life, you can take the surname," by Jiang Chen added. The little fox frowned, mumbling in its sleep. Worried about waking it up, Jiang Chen leapt down from the tree and left with Lin Mubai and the others. Xiao Hongyi stayed behind. She floated in front of the little fox, her eyes swirling with murderous intent. "Young master said not to harm it," Chen Sheng said coldly. Xiao Hongyi did not respond. "The young master's orders are absolute. Girl, leave quickly." Chen Sheng began to threaten, "Even if you have the innate phoenix body, you won't last 3 rounds in my hands." HMPH. Xiao Hongyi snorted coldly, not denying it. "What if one day it harms Jiang Chen?" she countered. "As long as I'm alive, that day will never come," Chen Sheng replied instantly. Xiao Hongyi fell silent again, sighing deeply. She didn't doubt Chen Sheng's words. Because in the 9 cycles of reincarnation, Chen Sheng indeed fulfilled his duty as a protector, the only pity being that he died on the day the Jiang family was annihilated. "Take care." With those words, Xiao Hongyi drifted away. Watching her leave, Chen Sheng shook his head. The Xiao Hongyi of the past would always scold him upon seeing him, but this time she wished him well. "It's still the young master who's awesome. Even his own master can be driven mad," Chen Sheng said with satisfaction. And shortly after Jiang Chen and the others left, the little fox on the tree woke up from its slumber. It rubbed its fluffy sleepy eyes with its front paws and murmured, "What's that smell? It stinks." Chen Sheng shook his head again and closed his eyes, sitting cross-legged. He had always known that the memories of the mystic fox clan in their 3-tailed state were extremely unstable. In his view, after sleeping for more than a month, the little fox should have forgotten him and forgotten Jiang Chen. "Old man, who are you?" the little fox asked while looking at Chen Sheng. "Indeed, a fox that specializes in breaking hearts," Chen Sheng scoffed. "Old man, do you know someone named Jiang Chen?" the little fox asked again. Chen Sheng stared at the little fox in astonishment for a long time. Could it be that the ancient texts about the mystic fox clan were wrong? Chen Sheng thought to himself. But that was impossible because the little fox had indeed forgotten him. This was very illogical. "Little fox, do you have a name?" Chen Sheng asked. "Yes," the little fox replied happily. "Because I am the 9 heavens mystic fox, my surname is Zhu. I am as white as frost, so my name is Zhushuang. Jiang Chen gave me this name." Chen Sheng fell silent again. Even remembering its own name. This was illogical too. "Old man, do you know Jiang Chen?" the little fox persisted. "Of course, I know him," Chen Sheng nodded. "Really?" the little fox was overjoyed. "I didn't expect you, an old stinky man, to know Jiang Chen. Tell me about him." When it came to Jiang Chen, Chen Sheng was no longer sleepy. Sitting cross-legged in the air, he immediately began to talk at length. "My young master is awesome. Not only is he a genius with extraordinary talent, but he is also extremely intelligent and resourceful." Tell me more," the little fox nodded incessantly. "That's exactly what I was waiting for." Chen Sheng stroked his beard and smiled, explaining in detail. "My young master bullied boys at 3, dominated girls at 5, and was self-taught, truly a genius." Although he had said this before, the pride on his face remained undiminished. The little fox, once again, was left speechless, suspecting that there was something wrong with Chen Sheng's brain. Stop. As Chen Sheng got more and more into his storytelling, even planning to recount all of Jiang Chen's misdeeds from childhood to adulthood, the little fox hurriedly interrupted. "Tell me about being extremely intelligent and resourceful. Those 2 qualities sound more normal." "Sure. No problem." Without a second thought, Chen Sheng continued. The young master just used a small trick to drive a bunch of junior brothers and junior sisters crazy, and even his own master was driven to madness. He's extremely intelligent. How about being resourceful? The little fox was at a loss for words. The young master planned every step, first driving his fellow disciples crazy, then using his master's reputation to drive the entire ninth peak mad. Then, using ninth peak as a stepping stone, he repeated his tricks, driving his own old ancestor mad, and then corrupted the entire sect. Juyin sect has been established for 1,000 years, always priding itself on being righteous. Yet, under the young master's schemes, Juyin sect has now become the Juyin demonic sect. These things are so unbelievable that even I can't believe them, but who can deny that the young master is outstanding? Such schemes and cunning, can it be called being resourceful? Chen Sheng spoke with enthusiasm, the smile never leaving his face. With his level of cultivation, if he wanted to investigate, as long as the Juyin sect's grand formation wasn't fully activated, he could see most of what was happening inside with his own eyes. Specifically, he didn't know how Jiang Chen managed all this, but wherever Jiang Chen went, madness followed, and it all seemed to be related to Jiang Chen. Upon hearing this, the little fox was completely upset. This wasn't being intelligent and resourceful at all. This was clearly betraying one's master and ancestors. Utterly inhumane. Old man, you're slandering people, the little fox got angry. Jiang Chen is so wonderful, how could he do such bad things? I won't believe your nonsense. HMPH. Chen Sheng snorted, too lazy to bother. Think I care if you believe it or not. The reason he spoke wasn't really to clear the little fox's confusion but because he enjoyed boasting about his young master. The little fox jumped down from the tree and approached Chen Sheng. Old man, can you take me to see Jiang Chen? The young master said you are trouble and need to be sent back to the Hengduan mountain range as soon as possible. Chen Sheng refused. What? Does that mean Jiang Chen has been here? The little fox was shocked. Not only has he been here, but he also patted your head, though you were asleep at the time, Chen Sheng said with a teasing look. Little fox, aren't you annoyed? Regretful? Haha. The more heartbroken and upset you are, the happier I am. Weird old man. The little fox was speechless. With that, it took off running. Since Jiang Chen had just been here, he surely couldn't have gone far. But after only a few steps, it felt like it had hit a soft wall and bounced back. Old man, let me go see Jiang Chen. The little fox got up from the ground and glared at Chen Sheng angrily. Chen Sheng ignored it. Although he was a villain, he kept his word. He had promised the little fox that he would let it take a distant look at Jiang Chen. But Jiang Chen had already been here, and the little fox was asleep at the time, which had nothing to do with him. Moreover, the little fox had forgotten him first, so the promise naturally didn't count anymore. Seeing that the little fox was not giving up, Chen Sheng directly threatened, stay put, and I'll send you back tomorrow. Keep messing around, and I'll skin you alive. As he spoke, he used his cultivation. The powerful aura of the divine passage realm directly pressed the little fox so hard that it couldn't breathe, and its limbs trembled uncontrollably. Whoosh! Suddenly, a gust of wind arose, and an old woman with 6 tails and a pale-aged face appeared beside the little fox. The old woman looked directly at Chen Sheng, her face weak and as pale as paper. She stared at Chen Sheng, her old eyes filled with a chilling murderous intent. Dare to try and skin it. Chen Sheng's expression darkened instantly. This old fox had managed to appear without his divine sense detecting her, and he couldn't see through her cultivation level, which meant she was probably stronger than him. Could this be the trouble the young master mentioned? He couldn't help but think. Backing down was out of the question. In this lifetime, backing down was never an option. Chen Sheng, realizing the 6-tailed old woman had ill intentions, immediately decided. Strike first to gain the upper hand. Let's give it a try. But first, I'll skin you, you old fox. After a loud shout, Chen Sheng's right hand transformed into a giant claw, reaching straight for the 6-tailed old woman. Faced with the sky-obscuring giant hand that seemed to pierce through the void, the 6-tailed old woman was neither hurried nor flustered, and she uttered a single word. Shatter. Crack. As her voice fell, a crisp sound of breaking echoed around. The next second, Chen Sheng's divine passage transformed giant claw shattered into pieces. Words follow the law. Late Nirvana stage. Chen Sheng's eyes widened in shock. Stop. The 6-tailed old woman spoke again. Hearing this, Chen Sheng sensed trouble and decided to retreat. Admitting defeat was out of the question, so a strategic retreat was perfectly reasonable. However, before he could act, he noticed the spiritual energy in the air crazily converging towards him, forming a prison of heaven and earth from all four directions up, down, left, and right, trapping him so he could not move. Break for me. A silver cane appeared in Chen Sheng's hand, which he swung repeatedly. The cane was enveloped in divine light, and the silver dragon beneath it seemed to come to life, continuously striking against the prison of heaven and earth. Just a few strikes were enough to break open the prison. A divine-grade spiritual weapon. The old woman's eyebrows slightly furrowed upon seeing this. Even if Chen Sheng possessed a divine-grade spiritual weapon, he was no match for her. But anyone who carried a divine-grade spiritual weapon must have an impressive background. Unless necessary, she did not wish to provoke such a formidable being. Enough. Shaking her head and sighing, the old woman no longer paid attention to Chen Sheng and turned to the little fox, saying, "Granddaughter, come back with me." Granddaughter. The little fox blinked. It did not recognize the old woman before it but felt a strong sense of kinship. However, the little fox shook its head. "I won't go back. I want to find Jiang Chen. Grandma, that person is very important to me, more important than my own life." "Oh." The old woman was taken aback and asked, "Have you found your destiny?" Destiny. The little fox was puzzled. The old woman did not intend to explain but asked seriously, "Granddaughter, what is your name?" "Zhu." The little fox blurted out. "Zhu. What a good name." The old woman smiled from ear to ear. The Nine Heavens mystic fox, also known as the destiny fox, spends its life searching for the person of destiny. Only the name given by the person of destiny will be remembered by the Nine Heavens mystic fox. In her view, her granddaughter must have found her destiny. This time, in search of the little fox, the old woman had left her clan's land, which greatly reduced her lifespan. She felt sorrow in her heart. Because the reduction in lifespan meant she could no longer protect her granddaughter, nor see the day the little fox grew up. But who could have expected that the little fox had actually found its person of destiny? With this, even if she were to fall, someone would protect the little fox as it grew, allowing her to die with her eyes closed. "Granddaughter, where is this person of destiny?" the old woman eagerly asked. "I don't know." The little fox shook its head. It only knew that Jiang Chen had been there, but where he had gone or in which direction, it had no idea. Hearing this, the old woman felt as if a bucket of cold water had been poured over her, her figure swaying. Hee. She gave a pale smile, "So he's not the person of destiny. If he were, you would only need to glance at him once, and from then on, no matter where you are, you would be able to sense his presence." The little fox still did not understand. The old woman lost the will to stay any longer and said, "Granddaughter, go back. No matter who that person is, you will forget him." "No, I won't." The little fox said with certainty, "I slept and forgot many things, but I still remember him. I remember his name is Jiang Chen, I remember he named me, I remember his scent, and I remember. I once said, after shape transformation, I would marry him," it roared out loud. This statement made the old woman pause again. That's not right. Logically, the Nine Heavens mystic fox shouldn't remember any man other than the person of destiny. Even if you remember now, you will eventually forget him, the old woman was puzzled. "I won't," the little fox was confident. "Even if I forget, my dreams will remind me." It was the same this time. Although I was asleep, I kept dreaming about Jiang Chen. The old woman became even more bewildered and had to ask again, "How much do you know about this Jiang Chen?" Speaking of this, the little fox was no longer sleepy. It did not understand much about Jiang Chen, and the scenes in its dreams were extremely vague. But it had heard from Chen Sheng. Although they were all bad things, this did not hinder its fondness for Jiang Chen. Because the Nine Heavens mystic fox understands the human heart and knows good and evil, no matter what Jiang Chen has done, as long as he smells nice, he is a good person. Cough, let me tell you all about him. After composing itself, the little fox imitated Chen Sheng's manner and spoke at length. "My Jiang Chen is awesome. He's a genius, stands out from the crowd, and is extremely intelligent and resourceful." Go on. The old woman listened intently, her breath held in anticipation. "This genius means he bullied boys at 3 and dominated girls at 5. Standing out from the crowd means he doesn't follow the herd and takes pleasure in bullying his peers. As for being extremely intelligent and resourceful, My understanding is limited, but you can interpret it as betraying his master and ancestors. How about that? Impressive, right? The little fox went on. Although it didn't know what was so impressive, since it was Jiang Chen's doing, it must be remarkable. After all, Jiang Chen smells good. Of course, in its view, Chen Sheng's words were still not trustworthy, but it was better than saying it didn't understand Jiang Chen. After listening, the six-tailed old woman was completely taken aback. How to put it, indeed very impressive, but in the opposite sense. Isn't this just an incorrigible, utterly shameless bad person? Granddaughter, you must have been deceived, the old woman concluded. How could that be? This old man told me so. The little fox pointed at Chen Sheng. Hearing this, the old woman cast a cold glance towards Chen Sheng. During the conversation between the two, Chen Sheng had the chance to escape. But as the little fox recounted Jiang Chen's awesomeness, he listened with great interest, nodding in agreement from time to time, and thus forgot to flee for the moment. Moreover, Chen Sheng was well aware that if the old fox in front of him didn't let him go, escaping would be extremely difficult. At this moment, Chen Sheng let out a proud smile after seeing the six-tailed old woman looking at him. No need to admire me, this is just the tip of the iceberg. My young master has many more merits. If you're interested, I could talk about them for 3 days and nights. The old woman was speechless again. Tired of wasting words, she decided to forcefully take the little fox away. However, when she sensed her intention, the little fox bolted. You're running the wrong way. The young master went east. You're heading west. Chen Sheng, seeing this, quickly shouted out. Hearing this, the little fox ran even faster to the west. The reason was simple. The fox didn't believe that Chen Sheng would be so kind as to point out the right path. After all, this man stank to high heaven and had prevented it from meeting Jiang Chen. Anything he said about Jiang Chen's whereabouts was bound to be false. Chen Sheng not stopping would have been one thing. But his attempt to stop it only confirmed the little fox's belief in Jiang Chen's location. This made Chen Sheng extremely anxious. Jiang Chen had indeed gone west, and if he didn't stop the little fox, who knew if it might harm his young master? With the six-tailed old woman in front, he dared not act rashly and could only continue to shout, I'm telling the truth. What about the trust between humans and foxes? You rotten old man, I trust you, my foot, the little fox retorted. Chen Sheng was speechless. Talking was useless, so he had to take action. But sensing his intention, the six-tailed old woman once again spoke a true word, saying, forbidden. The next second, Chen Sheng was once again bound by the powers of heaven and earth. Are you really at ease letting your granddaughter go to meet my young master? My young master is extremely cruel. He might turn the little fox into a puppet. Chen Sheng narrowed his eyes. If it wants to meet him, then let it meet. The old woman shook her head. It won't be willing to return with me without seeing him once. If Jiang Chen is really as you say, I can still intervene even from here. Chen Sheng did not doubt her words. Because not to mention the old woman in front of him, even if he was hundreds of miles away, he could still reach Jiang Chen's side in an instant. The nine heavens mystic fox charms all beings. I won't give it a chance to harm the young master. Holding a silver dragon cane, Chen Sheng declared with fighting spirit, I'll take you down first, you old fox. With that, he broke free from the heavenly constraints and charged directly at the old woman. He knew he was no match for the old woman, but he had to try regardless. Because he had made a promise. As long as he lived, he would protect Jiang Chen. This was his promise to Jiang Chen's father and to himself. If you're seeking death, then I'll grant it to you. The old woman was also enraged and slapped her hand towards Chen Sheng. While the two were battling fiercely, the little fox ran with all its might. It dashed through dense forests and ancient trees, over perilous peaks and ridges, and finally saw the familiar man on a main road. The man's face was exactly like the one in its dreams. The only difference was that he was now dressed in black. Jiang Chen, I've finally found you, the little fox said with a choked voice, though no tears were in its eyes. It dashed again, its three tails swaying behind it. In its mind, images from its dreams surfaced again. Little fox, what's your name? I don't have a name, or maybe I do, but I've forgotten it. Shall I give you a name? No, I am a proud member of the Fox clan. I don't need a human to name me. If that's the case, then why is your tail wagging so fast? You're not a dog. The dream images flashed before its eyes, and without realizing it, the little fox wore a happy smile. Jiang Chen had named it Jushuang. This name and the man were both as precious as life itself in its heart. Jiang Chen, the little fox called out. The excited and joyous sound echoed all around. The man ahead heard it. He heard and looked in the direction of the sound. But just as the man and the fox locked eyes, the little fox suddenly stopped in its tracks. It was shocked and terrified. It shook its head while recoiling. It wanted to approach, but its instincts made it retreat. In the end, it said with a trembling voice, disbelief etched on its face, Who are you? Why do you smell so awful?" The little fox was puzzled. The man in front of it had the exact same features as Jiang Chen, so why did he emit such a foul stench? It clearly remembered that Jiang Chen smelled good. It was also confused. Why did it feel such an instinctive repulsion and disgust under such a foul smell, yet also felt an urge to throw itself into the man's arms? Was it like some habit formed over many years? The Nine Heavens mystic fox, understanding human hearts, knew good from evil. The little fox was certain that the man before it was a bad person. But why did it feel heart-wrenching pain and an urge to cry, yet unable to shed tears, upon seeing this bad person? Why was all of this happening? It wanted to run away, to get far from the stench-ridden man before it. But the familiar features compelled it to move forward against its better judgment. "Human, what is your name?" it asked. The response was Jiang Chen's silence. "Please, tell me your name," it begged. Jiang Chen remained silent. At that moment, the little fox felt as if its heart was being torn apart. The human it had longed for was right in front of it, but he seemed unwilling to speak. It didn't want to give up and opened its mouth to speak again. "I." "Scram," Jiang Chen interrupted coldly. A simple word, yet it made the little fox hear the sound of its own heart breaking. It kept shaking its head and backing away, constantly telling itself that the person in front of it was not Jiang Chen, or at least not the Jiang Chen from its memories and dreams. Jiang Chen wouldn't smell so bad, nor would he be so fierce towards it. The Jiang Chen in its dreams had a smile that touched the heart, but the smile of the man before it now was extremely sinister. "I don't know you. I definitely don't know you," it roared before turning to run away. But after taking a few steps, the little fox stopped and looked back. "If you don't scram, I'll skin you alive," Jiang Chen's cold voice rang out again. The little fox didn't respond but started to move again. Soon, it had darted into the dense ancient forest, disappearing without a trace. Eldest senior brother, that fox is quite special. After its shape transformation, it will definitely become a beauty. Should I catch it for you?" Jiang Hu suddenly suggested. "If you dare touch it, I'll kill you," Jiang Chen threatened, his gaze fixed on the ancient forest. Jiang Hu shivered and dared not say another word. Unnoticed by all, when the little fox had arrived, both Lin Mubai and Xiao Hongyi in the sky above had their pupils shrink. And after the little fox had left, although they both breathed a sigh of relief, they also shook their heads in silence. Others might not know, but they were very clear. Did Jiang Chen hate that white fox? The answer was no. Because through 9 cycles of reincarnation, that white fox was a ray of light in Jiang Chen's heart. Although the white fox had also caused Jiang Chen harm, it was nothing compared to what they had done, many times better. "Jiang Hu, if someone often forgot you, would you hate them?" Jiang Chen suddenly asked. "I suppose I would," Jiang Hu cautiously replied. I used to be as well, but later I came to an understanding and stopped feeling that way." "Why?" "Because it never wanted to forget me in the first place." Jiang Hu didn't understand but still nodded incessantly, as if to say, eldest senior brother speaks such profound truth. Jiang Chen smiled and looked away. He clearly remembered the little fox calling out his name just now. He was a bit puzzled since they hadn't met in this life yet. But then he thought of Chen Sheng's character, who liked to boast about how awesome he was everywhere, and he let it go. At that moment, a young man with a sinister look suddenly appeared. "How presumptuous! A nobody dares to claim to have the stature of a great emperor. I am the 3rd true disciple of the ghost-controlling sect. Do you dare to fight me?" "You're out of luck," Jiang Chen said, looking away. "I'm not in a good mood right now." Elsewhere, the little fox trudged through the dense forest, occasionally stopping and looking back in the direction of Jiang Chen. It was heartbroken because Jiang Chen had told it to scram and even threatened to skin it. It kept comforting itself, telling itself that the person just now was not the Jiang Chen who had named it. But the familiar facial features kept reminding it over and over. That person was Jiang Chen, the Jiang Chen it longed for day and night. And because of this, even though the stench was nauseating and the aversion instinctive, it still couldn't let go. Boom! A loud noise came from afar, and the sky and earth changed color. It was Chen Sheng and the six-tailed old woman clashing. The little fox had no interest in these matters. It knew its grandmother would be fine, and as for Chen Sheng, it didn't care about the well-being of that bad old man at all. Moreover, it even wondered if it was Chen Sheng who had led Jiang Chen astray, causing such a drastic change in him. In any case, the little fox was in despair. It could endure Jiang Chen's stench and his changes, but it couldn't bear Jiang Chen speaking to it as if he had forgotten it with such malice. At this moment, it didn't know that Jiang Chen had never forgotten it. Rather, it was itself who had forgotten the man it regarded as dear to its life, time and again. Suddenly, the little fox felt sleepy. It found a corner to lie down in and closed its eyes slightly. The world roared around its ears, but it quickly fell into a dream. This dream was different from the others. Above the sky, 3 golden characters shone: first life. Although it was still in the Hengduan mountain range, what appeared before it was an enlightenment tree, radiant with spiritual light. At the same time, at the second peak of the Juyan sect, inside the jade coffin at the base of the peak, the 9 Abyss old ancestor had been staying inside ever since he used the 9 Abyss soul embryo to recover his soul power. Now, he no longer had to feign death. It wasn't that he didn't want to leave, but rather he couldn't. If he left, he would have to either hold or lie inside the jade coffin, which would be somewhat undignified for an old ancestor. During this time, the 9 Abyss old ancestor was in a fairly good mood. After all, he no longer had to play dead, and although he had become a soul, this also indirectly extended his life. He had begun to plan. He would spare no expense to seize old man Tianji's opportunity to help himself rebuild his body. Only in this way could he prove himself as a great emperor and defy the heavens. He also vaguely sensed that this might be the purpose of the mysterious force that kept showing him the 9 cycles of reincarnation. The protagonist Lin Feng, with Jiang Chen and a bunch of lunatics to abuse. Lin Feng's grandfather naturally had to be matched with a suitable opponent, and that opponent was him. To this, the Juyan old ancestor was not only unopposed but actually extremely excited. After all, during the last 9 cycles of reincarnation, he had witnessed the power of the emperor firsthand, and now his fighting spirit was reignited. What pleased the Juyan old ancestor the most was that he truly didn't have to watch the 9 cycles of reincarnation anymore. The reason was simple. The crazies of the Juyan sect had had their fill, and now he had reverted to a soul state with 0 lifespan left, with no life to waste. Ha ha. Thinking of this, the Juyan old ancestor burst into laughter. But as soon as the laughter fell, he sensed something was amiss. The soul power that had just been fully restored was vanishing at an alarmingly fast rate. Such a bizarre situation immediately made him think of something. Sure enough, the view before his eyes began to distort and change, and soon he found himself becoming one with the universe, trapped in the 9 cycles of reincarnation. This little fox has nothing to do with me, not by a long shot. Do I also have to watch this? At this moment, the Juyan old ancestor truly felt like he was going mad. First life. Deep within the Hengduan mountain range, atop the enlightenment tree. A 3-tailed white fox curled up, its body absorbing the radiant light flowing from the tree. Below the enlightenment tree, an old woman with 6 tails sat cross-legged. She would sometimes gently stroke the ground, sighing deeply, and at other times, she would look up at the 3-tailed white fox in the tree, her smile tinged with the weariness of age. Suddenly, the little fox awoke and leapt down from the tree. "Old Granny, who are you?" it asked, tilting its head as it looked at the old woman. "I am your grandmother, and you are my granddaughter. We are both from the Mystic Fox clan, and you are the 9 Heavens Mystic Fox, the Destiny Fox," the old woman replied. She had lost count of how many times the little fox had awakened and how many times she had introduced herself. Each time the little fox awoke, it would forget her. The feeling of being forgotten by a loved one had once saddened the old woman, but over time she had grown accustomed to it. Mystic Fox Clan. The little fox did not understand. "Yes, the Mystic Fox Clan is an ancient fox tribe, and now only you and I remain," the old woman sighed. "Are my parents gone too?" the little fox asked again. "They are and they aren't," the old woman said while touching the ground. "This is our clan's land. Your parents and the other clan members are imprisoned beneath the ground, their flesh and blood nourishing this enlightenment tree." "What?" the little fox was shocked. Wasn't this equivalent to becoming nourishment for the tree? And since it had taken the tree's natural vitality, didn't this mean? Was it feeding on its own clan members? Granny, can I choose not to grow up? Can you save our clan members? The little fox quickly asked. No, the old woman sighed and shook her head. That person is too powerful, and the seal he left is beyond my ability to break. Who is that person? The little fox pressed. Emperor, the demon emperor from another world. The little fox fell silent. Although it had lost all its memories, it was very clear about the concept of an emperor. An emperor was the ruler of a world, an existence above all others. Did we offend the emperor? The little fox was horrified. The old woman did not respond, as she also did not know the details. But she was certain of one thing. As soon as the little fox grew its ninth tail and became a true Nine Heavens mystic fox, it would be able to break the seal and lead the mystic fox clan back to the demon realm. Her life was nearing its end, and she feared she would not live to see that day. But for the sake of the mystic fox clan and the little fox's future, she would die without regrets. That was why she had endured great hardships to bring back an enlightenment tree seed from the upper domain and planted it above the clan's land. These things she did not intend to tell the little fox for now, as it would be meaningless at this stage. After some thought, she said, the central domain is lacking in spiritual energy. Without this, the enlightenment tree could not grow, and you would not be able to accelerate your growth by absorbing the Tao light from the enlightenment tree. Do not feel pressured. You are the Nine Heavens mystic fox. When you grow your ninth tail, you will be able to rescue our clan members, restore the mystic fox clan to this world, and return to the demon realm, she added. Hearing this, the little fox nodded. At that moment, it set a goal for itself. To save its clan members and to break the seal. Granny, what exactly is the Nine Heavens mystic fox? The little fox still had doubts. The Nine Heavens mystic fox, also known as the destiny fox, could only stop losing its memory and forgetting only when it finds its fated person, the old woman explained. Is this fated person someone I will like? Perhaps, or perhaps not. What do you mean? The fated person is determined by destiny. Your fated person could be the emperor or a commoner, a handsome man as graceful as a willow or an ugly creature covered in sores. Ah, so I don't get to choose. That's right, you don't get to choose. The little fox fell silent. Seeing its disappointment, the old woman tried to comfort it, but since they are your fated person, you should have some affection for them. Remember, you cannot resist destiny. What happens if I resist? The little fox asked. The old woman pointed to the ground and said, this will happen. The little fox fell silent again. It understood the old woman's meaning. Resisting would bring great disaster to both its clan members and itself. But why? Why was its fate decided by the heavens? Why was who it liked also decided by the heavens? Didn't it have any freedom at all? Granddaughter, do you know how human cultivators refer to the Nine Heavens mystic fox? The old woman asked after seeing its trouble. The little fox shook its head. The old woman stood up, looked up at the sky, and said, they say that the Nine Heavens mystic fox is a puppet, a gift prepared by the heavens for someone with great destiny. The little fox was speechless. After a while, the little fox fell asleep again. The old woman's life was running out. That's why she, too, transformed into a white fox and feigned death atop the enlightenment tree to spend more time with the little fox. During this time, many demon kings were attracted by the enlightenment tree. Although no demonic beast wanted to get involved with the mystic fox clan, the temptation of the enlightenment tree was too great, and demon kings came one after another to comprehend the Tao beneath the tree. Time passed slowly. Apart from the occasional awakening of the little fox, who would run out while the old woman was feigning death and forcing the old woman to search for it, everything seemed extremely peaceful. One day, a man in white clothes entered the depths of the Hengduan mountain range and reached the enlightenment tree accompanied by a group of powerful beings. This man was Jiang Chen. His goal was to dig up the roots of the enlightenment tree to help stabilize the mind of his fourth junior brother Mu Kui. The old woman naturally refused, and a standoff ensued between the two parties. The little fox was still in a deep slumber, yet in its sleep, it smelled a refreshing fragrance that touched its heart. It groggily woke up, leapt down from the tree, and instinctively followed the scent. It arrived in front of Jiang Chen and curiously asked, "Human, you smell so nice. What's your name?" This was its first encounter with Jiang Chen. During this meeting, Jiang Chen made a promise, saying, "A lifetime is too long, but as long as I live, I will surely protect her." This promise gave the little fox a sense of security. It wanted to remember it firmly. But before Jiang Chen and the others left, the little fox fell asleep again. And this sleep lasted for 6 years. When it woke up again, the little fox wondered as it looked at the unfamiliar old woman in front of it. Jiang Chen. Who is Jiang Chen? Ah, isn't he your fated person? The old woman sighed with a sorrowful voice. Fated person? What's a fated person? The little fox asked again. Clearly, it had forgotten not only Jiang Chen but also its own identity and mission. With no other choice, the old woman had to explain everything again. After the little fox understood everything, the old woman lightly tapped its forehead with her finger, where a faint blue ghostly fire mark was. The next second, the ghostly fire condensed into a sprout, emerging from the little fox's forehead. The old woman drew symbols in the air with her finger, inscribing a line of large characters in the ghostly fire with her blood essence. After becoming a demon king, go to the upper domain. Cough, cough. After everything was done, the old woman aged a bit more. She rubbed the little fox's head and said, even though you may lose your memory, this blood inscription in the ghostly fire will remind you. Granddaughter, no matter what you encounter in the future, you must remember to find your fated destiny. With those words, the old woman's life force completely faded away as she slowly closed her eyes. Grandma. The little fox cried out in despair. Grandma. Don't die, I won't know what to do without you. I won't run around anymore, please talk to me, okay? Grandma, your granddaughter will be good from now on, I'll listen to you, open your eyes and look at me. Grandma. The mournful cries of the passing of a loved one continued. The heartache was excruciating, yet, it couldn't shed a single tear. Amidst its cries, the little fox fell asleep again. It didn't know how long it had slept. All it knew was that it woke up in the embrace of a skeleton. Looking up at the skull of the skeleton, the little fox felt a pang in its heart, yet it blinked in confusion and muttered to itself. Who is this skeleton? Although it didn't recognize the skeleton in front of it, the little fox still dug a hole and buried the skeleton. After everything was done, the little fox left the enlightenment tree. Despite not remembering what had happened, its smile was gone, and it aimlessly roamed the depths of the Hengduan mountain range. Wherever it went, whether it was demon kings or lesser demons, all avoided it. This made it feel very lonely. Until one day the little fox met a man dressed in white, who smelled very nice and named it Jushuang. To be honest, the little fox didn't actually like the name, Jushuang, because it wanted to have the surname Bai and felt it should be Bai. But it didn't refuse. The two of them walked together without a destination, still wandering in the Hengduan mountain range. Even so, the little fox smiled a bit more. Because not only did it have a name, but it also had company. The little fox liked to sleep in the man's arms because the scent made it feel comfortable as if it were in a safe harbor. Although every time it woke up, it still couldn't remember anything, the man didn't mind and repeatedly told it its name, telling it that it was the Nine Heavens Mystic Fox. However, the man never mentioned the mission of the Nine Heavens Mystic Fox. To prevent the little fox from forgetting, the man made a white and blue jade pendant with the character Ju, 9, on the front and Shuang, frost, on the back and turned it into a necklace to hang around its neck. This jade pendant was made of high-grade jade, impervious to water and fire. The man said, this way, it wouldn't forget its name. One day, the little fox suddenly woke up from a deep sleep, and because Jiang Chen didn't appear right away, it didn't remember anything and wandered alone in the Hengduan mountain range. As it walked, a voice caught its attention. Jiang Chen, you murder and plunder. Once, the Jiang family protected you, but now you're nothing but a stray dog. Following the sound, the little fox was stunned. What caught its eye was a man in blood-stained white clothes, holding a spiritual herb in his hand. At the lifeless man's feet lay numerous cultivators. Around him stood a group of righteous cultivators, their eyes filled with anger and murderous intent. I came here after hearing the commotion, not to kill and rob. The real murderer who stole the treasures is one of the true disciples of the ghost-controlling sect, the man explained. Ridiculous, a cultivator immediately retorted. If that's the case, why are you stained with the blood of my companions? And why are you holding a 6th-grade spiritual herb in your hand? The blood on me is from trying to help others, and the spiritual herb in my hand was retrieved to be returned, the man added. Where is the person from the ghost-controlling sect then? The cultivator asked. He ran away. Jiang Chen, do you take us for fools? We rushed here as soon as we heard the screams, and we never saw any true disciple of the ghost-controlling sect on the way. In the face of conclusive evidence, all explanations seemed weak and futile. Jiang Chen's helpless silence was interpreted by the other cultivators as an admission of guilt. Enough talk, take this. Suddenly, a cultivator charged forward with his sword drawn. Jiang Chen, not wanting to harm him, kept dodging. This behavior was interpreted by the attacking cultivator as mockery. Unable to win and unwilling to be humiliated, the cultivator exploded into a self-destructive death with a loud boom sound. As another companion died at the hands of Jiang Chen, the onlooking cultivators could no longer restrain themselves. In an instant, more than 10 people attacked Jiang Chen, each using lethal moves. Jiang Chen had no choice but to defend himself, and when he came to his senses, he found that the ground was littered with corpses, not a single survivor. Witnessing all this, the little fox was stunned as if it was struck by lightning. It felt as if it had seen a great villain. But this villain smelled so good. It slowly approached Jiang Chen. Seeing the fox, Jiang Chen panicked. "Zhuxuang, it's not what it looks like, listen to me explain." "Human, you smell really nice. What's your name?" the little fox interrupted. Hearing this, Jiang Chen was taken aback. After a while, he asked in confusion, "I've killed so many people, aren't you afraid of me? Don't you think I'm bad?" "Not afraid, because you smell good, and someone who smells good can't be a bad person no matter what they do," the little fox blurted out. At that moment, the little fox seemed to see tears welling up in Jiang Chen's eyes. "Human, you seem very sad." The little fox stepped forward to comfort him. "Don't worry, even if no one else believes you, I will always believe in you. You smell so good, even if you really were a bad person, you'd be a good bad person." A good bad person. Jiang Chen found himself both amused and bewildered by these three words. He had never heard such a term before. Ever since he had found the little fox, he had been careful not to talk about his past. Because he was afraid. In the Juyan sect, he was used to being misunderstood and accused, and he didn't want the little fox to grow to dislike him because of his villainous aura. But who would have thought that this fox would believe in him so much? This also proved that the Nine Heavens mystic fox's ability to understand human hearts and discern good from evil was indeed real. "Little fox, look at your jade pendant. Your name is Zhuxuang. My name is Jiang Chen, and I promised your grandmother that I would protect you until I die." After composing himself, Jiang Chen reintroduced himself. Glancing at the jade pendant around its neck, the little fox believed him without a hint of doubt. The two met again, and just like before, the little fox once again snuggled into Jiang Chen's arms, enjoying the scent that it was deeply addicted to. At night, the two sat by the campfire, and Jiang Chen talked about his past. When the little fox learned that he was misunderstood by his master, junior brothers, and sisters, the little fox was filled with righteous indignation. "Your fellow disciples are the real villains. They only bully you. I will help you take revenge when I become a demon king." When it found out that Jiang Chen's family had been annihilated, the imperial dynasty, "Sooner or later, I will help you destroy the imperial dynasty and make that empress of the imperial dynasty become your little concubine," the little fox said, both angry and heartbroken. "Forget it," Jiang Chen flatly refused. "That old hag is hundreds of years old. I don't have such a heavy taste." "That definitely won't do," the little fox nodded, but then its eyes twinkled. "Jiang Chen, even though the Jiang family is gone, I will be your family from now on." "Okay," Jiang Chen blurted out. "You promised. No going back," the little fox was overjoyed. "I, Jiang Chen, always keep my word, but I am the brother, and you are the sister." "What brother and sister? Who wants to be your sister? Aren't you saying we are family? I mean, I want to marry you." What? You said no going back. But you're a fox. I can do a body transformation later." Jiang Chen found the little fox's words so reasonable that he was left speechless. The scene before him continued, and as an observer, the little fox sometimes smiled with happiness and sometimes felt pain so intense it could hardly breathe. The happiness came from this scene had once appeared in its dreams, but because the dream was so blurry, it only remembered wanting to marry Jiang Chen. Only now did it realize it had once been so close to Jiang Chen. And the pain came from the realization that if it weren't for the dreams reminding it over and over, it would have forgotten everything. No wonder Chen Sheng said it was heartless. It not only repeatedly forgot Jiang Chen but even forgot its own kin. At this moment, the little fox realized that these were not its own memories. Because in reality, its grandmother was still alive, having appeared before it not long ago. But if it's not its memory, then what is it? The little fox didn't understand. From then on, there were rumors in the Hengduan mountain range of a man and a fox. The man was Jiang Chen, expelled from the Juyan sect, now without a place to call home. The fox, with snow-white fur, had lost its dear ones and its kin and would ask anyone it met, "Who are you?" Some experienced cultivators recognized it as the Nine Heavens mystic fox. Once, no one dared to provoke Jiang Chen in the central domain. For behind him stood the powerful Jiang family. But now, upon learning that Jiang Chen had reappeared in the central domain, many righteous warriors, as well as former enemies, came to the Hengduan mountain range, intending to eliminate him. Without exception, these people met their end at the hands of Jiang Chen for various reasons. Thus, Jiang Chen's infamy grew even worse. One day, Jiang Chen was cultivating at a critical moment of breakthrough, and the little fox was guarding him. Suddenly, an old man appeared. The old man was dressed in the elder's robes of the myriad Dao demon sect, his body thin and skeletal, but his powerful aura was intimidating. Nine Heavens mystic fox. The old man looked at the little fox with a cold gaze and said, "Fox, where is Jiang Chen? Who are you? Why are you looking for Jiang Chen?" Despite feeling uneasy, the little fox still questioned in return. "I am the great elder of the myriad Dao demon sect. Jiang Chen owes my Chen family a life," the elder replied. Hearing this, the little fox instantly understood that the visitor had ill intentions. "Jiang Chen, run!" It shouted towards the right. As it shouted, it also charged at the old man. But halfway through, it realized it didn't know how to fight. Although it was an ancient mythical beast in the Nine Heavens mystic fox, due to its forgetful nature, it remembered no techniques or innate abilities. Helpless, the little fox could only leap up and bite the old man's arm. HMPH. The old man just snorted coldly and blew the little fox away, crashing it into a tree behind. After falling to the ground, the little fox struggled to get up and charged at the old man again. But this time, it was blown away by a powerful force once more before it could get close. After falling to the ground again, the little fox was covered in wounds. But it did not retreat. Instead, it continued to advance. Its limbs trembled slightly, and even standing was extremely difficult, yet it did not back down and seemed very angry. "Why? Why do you bad people keep bullying Jiang Chen? He's clearly so nice and good. So gentle. He would hold me as we sleep, tell me stories, and tolerate my whims and forgetfulness. He is clearly the best, the very best person in the world. If you want to kill him, I will kill you first." The little fox roared. Perhaps it was out of anger or perhaps instinct. As its last words fell, a pale blue flame emerged from between its brows. The flame seemed weak, but the hot yet cold aura made the old man's pupils shrink involuntarily. "Nine Heavens phantom fire, this fire is troublesome. It burns anything upon touch," the old man said gravely. "Fox, I don't want to get involved with you. Put away your phantom fire and leave quickly. Otherwise," he threatened with a murderous look. "Otherwise, you will die before Jiang Chen today." The little fox responded with silence. The old man said no more and took action. His right hand formed a claw, and with a light grasp, the little fox, from a distance, seemed to be grabbed by a giant hand, suspended in the air, and let out a scream. At the same time, the phantom fire suddenly grew stronger, flaring up, turning from a small flame into a fire serpent several meters long, biting straight at the old man. The old man waved his sleeve, trying to use his cultivation to create a spiritual windstorm to drive away the fire serpent. Unexpectedly, wherever the fire serpent went, its color spread, and as the vegetation withered rapidly, the windstorm made of spiritual energy seemed to lose its power and dispersed into the world. The next second, the pale blue fire serpent touched the old man's sleeve, emitting a sizzling burning sound. The old man was shocked and tried to extinguish the flames. But the Nine Heavens phantom fire had a characteristic: the stronger the resistance, the stronger it became. It could use the spiritual energy of heaven and earth and the cultivator's own cultivation as fuel to grow stronger. Therefore, the more the old man resisted, the more the flames grew. Soon, the phantom fire enveloped his entire arm. The old man was ruthless. Seeing that the phantom fire on his left hand could not be extinguished, he used his right hand as a knife and chopped off his own left arm. Slash! In an instant, blood spilled everywhere. His left arm slid off his body and fell to the ground, where it was burned to ashes by the phantom fire. This made the old man so angry that he was about to burst with rage. Although he was a cultivator of the upper four realms, he was only at the first realm, the initial insight. The reason he could become the great elder of the myriad Dao demon sect with such cultivation was that he was a direct descendant of the Chen family, which had repeatedly made great contributions to the sect. And with such cultivation, he could not resist the phantom fire, which was as famous as the phoenix fire. But now that the phantom fire was extinguished, the little fox that had forcibly activated it was also at the end of its strength. The old man flipped his right hand, and a spiritual sword appeared. He aimed at the little fox's head as he quickly advanced and swung down the spiritual sword. Die! The spiritual sword broke through the air, bringing a sky full of sword light. The little fox struggled to escape, but it couldn't muster any strength because it had forcibly activated the phantom fire. It was not afraid but smiled and said, "Jiang Chen once said he would protect me with his life, but now, it is I who protect him with my life. Indeed, I am a proud member of the Fox clan." With that, it closed its eyes. However, the anticipated pain did not come. Instead, there was a clang, as the spirit sword seemed to strike against some rigid object. The little fox hurriedly opened its eyes. It saw the jade pendant around its neck shining brightly, the light converging into an oval-shaped shield that protected the little fox. A high-grade jade pendant, with an 8th rank formation inscribed within. The old man was extremely shocked, finding it hard to believe. The Jiang family has perished, and yet Jiang Chen was willing to give you such a precious treasure. The little fox was equally astonished. It had not expected the jade pendant Jiang Chen gave it to have such an effect. "Haha, old man, you can't hurt me," the little fox laughed heartily and gave him a smug smile. The old man's expression turned as dark. HMPH. He put away his spirit sword and, without another word, lightly tapped the ground with his toes and floated up, darting off to the right at great speed. The little fox knew that the old man realized he couldn't harm it and was probably going after Jiang Chen. But it wasn't worried and instead wore a smile of triumph. Because Jiang Chen was not on the right, but behind it. Moreover, it remembered clearly that to the right was the territory of an extremely brutal giant python demon king. "I truly am a proud member of the Fox clan, so clever." After a deep breath, the injuries inside the little fox's body erupted. It felt drowsy and its body cried out in pain. But it dared not sleep. Because it knew very well that if it woke up from sleep, it would forget everything again. Dragging its exhausted body, the little fox staggered over to Jiang Chen's side. At this moment, Jiang Chen had just completed a breakthrough. The little fox, familiar with the routine, snuggled into Jiang Chen's arms, rubbed Jiang Chen's cheek, and then fell asleep peacefully. "Jiang Chen, you really smell good," the little fox murmured. "Zhuxuang, who hurt you?" Jiang Chen asked anxiously. The little fox did not respond, clearly having lost consciousness. It slept for several days. Upon waking suddenly, it called out anxiously, "Jiang Chen, run. There's an old man who wants to kill you." As soon as the words were spoken, it was stunned. "Jiang Chen, I haven't forgotten. I haven't forgotten you, our promises. I finally remember you," the little fox was ecstatic. But soon, it sensed something was off. "Jiang Chen, you don't seem happy," it asked. No, Jiang Chen shook his head and replied. "Zhuxuang, you're about to advance to a demon king. Can you not become a demon king? I don't want you to be a demon king. I want you to always be like this. But if I don't become a demon king, I won't be able to transform, and then I can't marry you." The little fox didn't understand why Jiang Chen wasn't as excited as it was about not losing its memory this time. It was even more puzzled why Jiang Chen seemed unhappy about its advancement to a demon king. Regardless, seeing Jiang Chen's low spirits, the little fox felt a pang of heartache. After much struggle, it finally agreed. Although it wanted to shape transformation and marry Jiang Chen, it would rather die than see Jiang Chen in such a conflicted and sad state. Afterward, the two lived in the Hengduan mountain range. There was laughter and joy but also sighs. The little fox still occasionally fell into deep sleep. And each time it awoke, it would instinctively search for Jiang Chen, only relaxing with a content smile upon seeing his familiar face. Clearly, it was still afraid of forgetting Jiang Chen. What's more, its aura would strengthen a bit more with each sleep, bringing it closer to breaking through to a demon king. Over time, the little fox dared not sleep anymore, even when it was so tired that its consciousness blurred. The little fox still refused to close its eyes. Whenever sleepiness struck, it would burn itself with ghostly fire, using the deep, bone-piercing pain to stay awake. Years of this left it extremely tired and weak. Its snow-white fur had become dull and lusterless, and its once lively fox eyes were now dull and often vacant. "Jiang Chen, I want to go back to the clan's land," the little fox said one day. "The clan's land? Do you remember where it is?" Jiang Chen was somewhat surprised. "I don't remember," the little fox said weakly while looking towards the deepest part of the Hengduan mountain range. "Though I don't remember, I can feel the clan's land calling me." Jiang Chen fell silent. He had always known that the mystic fox clan had a homecoming trait. If they were in a weakened state severe enough to endanger their lives, the mystic fox clan would return to their homeland, wishing to die where they were born. In other words, the little fox's condition was not optimistic. Years of suppressing its cultivation had affected its bloodline, and if it continued, it might weaken to death. After pondering for a while, Jiang Chen sighed deeply and said, "Zhuxuang, it's my fault, I shouldn't have forced you to suppress your realm. Go to sleep, when you wake up, you should be able to advance to a demon king." "No." The little fox shook its head desperately, "I can see that you're sad. For you, I'm willing to do anything." "Silly fox," Jiang Chen stroked its head and forced a smile. "Have you forgotten? You said that you want to marry me after transformation." These words hit the little fox's soft spot. "Then if I become a demon king, will I forget you?" It hesitated. "Probably," Jiang Chen said after a moment's thought, telling the truth. "Then no. I finally remember you. How can I forget you again?" "But I remember." "Still, that's not fair to you." "No, you're wrong." Holding the little fox in his arms, Jiang Chen gently stroked its body and earnestly said, "Zhuxuang, your existence is the greatest fairness to me." The little fox fell silent. It understood what Jiang Chen meant. Because in this world full of misunderstandings and malice, it was the only one that truly believed Jiang Chen was a good person. It felt a deep sorrow. That's why it couldn't forget. Because once it forgot, the white fox that trusted Jiang Chen would cease to exist. Seeing its thoughts, Jiang Chen added, "It's okay, no matter how many times you forget me, I will help you remember. No matter where you are, I will find you. No matter what you become, I will recognize you at a glance." These words made the little fox want to cry. But it couldn't cry, just holding Jiang Chen and making strange choking sounds. The little fox fell asleep. This sleep lasted a whole year. Every day, its breath grew stronger until it was about to break through, and then it awoke from its deep slumber. Jiang Chen went to keep watch around. Although the little fox was scared, it still gritted its teeth and broke through. That night, the sky changed color, the wind and clouds surged. It seemed as if a fox's howl came from the ninth heaven, and a fox's cry lingered in the ears of surrounding living beings. Under the sky full of lightning, the little fox endured the pain in its body, and ghostly fire emerged from between its brows, enveloping its entire fox form. Feeling that increasingly powerful aura, small demonic beasts around bowed down in worship while Jiang Chen let out one long sigh after another from a distance. After everything calmed down, the little fox had grown a lot, with 3 tails turning into 4 and ghostly fire enveloping it like a garment. Its pale blue fox eyes now held a hint of bewitching charm that could captivate all beings. After the breakthrough, Jiang Chen quickly approached. But just as she was about to say something, she saw the little fox raise its head to the sky, murmuring, "Destiny." At that moment, it remembered its mission. It was the 9 heavens mystic fox, and its fate in this life was to find its destined person. Such a mission was etched in its bloodline, automatically surfacing once it reached a certain realm unrelated to memory. "Little fox, we meet again." Taking a deep breath, Jiang Chen stepped forward. Hearing this, the little fox turned its head. It looked at Jiang Chen with a blank expression in its eyes. "Human, you smell so nice, what's your name?" it asked. Before Jiang Chen could reply, a ghostly fire suddenly blazed, and several blood-red characters emerged from it. "After becoming the Demon King, go to the upper domain." The little fox was stunned. Although it couldn't remember who left these blood characters, it could feel the deep concern and kinship in them. And it could feel the urgency in these blood characters. Where was the upper domain? The little fox did not know. Despite not knowing, it leapt up instinctively, and a streak of white light traced across the night sky, eventually disappearing into the end of the night. Jiang Chen had no time to stop it nor the cultivation level to follow. Looking in the direction where the little fox had gone, he could only sigh deeply. Every time the nine heavens mystic fox grows a tail, it's like being reborn, completely forgetting all of its past. It seems I need to go to the upper domain to find it. But my current cultivation level is not enough. I can only wait for now, he mused to himself. Years later, he too left the Hengduan mountain range. Occasionally, he would habitually start talking to the little fox, only to remember at the last moment that white fox which had accompanied him for many years, the one that always trusted him, believing that even if he was a bad person, he was a good bad person, was no longer around. Jiang Chen's lonely silhouette was heart-wrenching for the little fox watching in the void. At this moment, the little fox in the void finally understood the meaning of Nine Heavens mystic fox. At three tails, the memory of the Nine Heavens mystic fox was unstable, often forgetting things. After that, although its memory stabilized, every time it grew a tail, it would forget everything again until it found the person destined by heaven. It was as if heaven was making it constantly forget. The purpose its life was to let it deliver a gift to the destined person without any interference. The little fox in the void looked up at the sky. Heaven, you really have a wicked sense of humor. This heaven not only did it make Jiang Chen, such a good person, suffer from misunderstanding and cold stares, but it even deprived the fox of the right to choose. Suddenly, the little fox came to a realization as it saw those first life characters again. Could it be, these are memories from a past life? It exclaimed in surprise. Time flew by swiftly, and more than a decade had passed in the blink of an eye. By then, the little fox in the picture had undergone shape transformation. After shape transformation, she was dressed in a pale blue brocade dress, with skin whiter than snow, 6 tails fluttering behind her. From a distance, she looked like a delicate beauty with bright eyes, white teeth, and a complexion like jade. If you get close, you'll see her charming fox eyes, and her laughter is captivating enough to bewitch all beings. Despite this, cultivators still avoid her wherever she goes like the plague. Occasionally, some people who don't believe in superstitions will come forward, wanting to take her for themselves. But just one glance and these people can sense their Tao heart being seduced, giving rise to the thought of wanting to give everything for her. This thought sends shivers down everyone's spine, prompting them to flee in haste. In a certain city in the upper domain, cultivators bustle about. Wearing a white veil, the little fox walks along the main road. Alas, she sighs softly. Since her arrival in the upper domain, she has visited many places but still hasn't found her fated person. During this time, she has been all alone. If she hadn't hidden her face today, most of the cultivators in this city would have been scared away. She finds a random inn to rest at and stares blankly at the jade pendant on her chest. She doesn't know where it came from. She only knows that it's very important. How important? She can't quite articulate it, but it's more significant than her mission to find her fated person, even more than her own life. Zhu Shuang. The little fox murmurs softly, her delicate fingers caressing the characters Zhu and Shuang on the pendant, then she smiles slightly. This must be her name. She's quite certain of it, though she doesn't know why. She once guessed, maybe her full name is Bai Zhu Shuang. But she quickly dismissed this name. There was no reason. It just felt wrong. Suddenly, a group of cultivators entering the inn catches the little fox's attention. The young man leading them has dark skin and carries a black blade, surrounded by many men and women in sect attire. Juyan sect people. The little fox thinks to herself. She knows that this is a sect that has recently advanced from the central domain to the upper domain. Although not very powerful, it's said to have many geniuses. And that dark-skinned young man gives the little fox a strange feeling. It's somewhat familiar, yet also repelling. Lin Jr. brother, it seems that our Ninth Peak's eldest senior brother has appeared in the upper domain. What eldest senior brother? Where did this eldest senior brother come from? Our Juyan sect's Ninth Peak doesn't have any eldest senior brother. Oh, my mistake, I meant Jiang Chen. The Juyan sect people chatter. Jiang Chen, the name startles the little fox. She doesn't know why she reacts so strongly. Just hearing the name makes her heart skip a beat and her emotions uncontrollable. Lin Feng hears her exclamation and immediately turns his head, his eyes lighting up. Shape-transformed demon beasts are not uncommon in the upper domain. Although the little fox is veiled, Her seductive eyes, the 6 tails behind her, and her fox ears reveal that she must be a stunningly beautiful fox demon in human form. Beautiful lady, my name is Lin Feng. Has that Jiang Chen wronged you? Lin Feng asks with a faint smile as he approaches the little fox. Lin Feng. The little fox frowns. She feels like she's heard this name before and it repels her. May I ask for your name, beautiful lady? Lin Feng inquires again. Distracted by her thoughts, the little fox remains silent, causing Lin Feng to frown. Seeing this, the innkeeper intervenes. Young friend, this lady is a 9 heavens mystic fox. I advise you to keep your distance. His words shock everyone. What? 9 heavens mystic fox? Is she the one from the rumors, the one who turned a Holy Land's son into a licking dog, wandering around the upper domain? I just sneaked a peek at her. I hope I haven't been bewitched. Let's leave quickly. This place isn't safe to stay. The cultivators in the inn are alarmed and soon begin to leave one after another. The innkeeper shakes his head helplessly. He had only meant to kindly warn Lin Feng but ended up scaring away all the guests. Lin Jr. brother, let's go. The 9 heavens mystic fox bewitches all beings. If we're not careful, we'll become puppets willing to give everything for her, the Juyan sect person urges Lin Feng. It's fine. Lin Feng waves his hand dismissively. My Dao heart is firm, unaffected by external forces. Then, turning back to the little fox, he smiles and says, I heard that the 9 heavens mystic fox spends her life looking for her fated person, and only the name given by her fated person can be remembered by her. How about I give you a name? I already have a name, Jushuang. The little fox finally responds. Jushuang. What kind of messy name is that? It doesn't suit you at all. Lin Feng scoffs, then starts to show off. You are a white fox, so, Bai, should be your surname. Your eyes are spirited and charming, so, Ling, should be your name. Bai Ling, how about this name? Bai Ling. The name strikes the little fox like lightning. She doesn't like the name, yet she can feel it engraving itself into her marrow and blood. And when she comes back to her senses, she can see a red thread tightly connecting her and Lin Feng. Her fated person. At this moment, she has actually found her fated person. Even though she doesn't have much affection for the man before her, even though when she heard the name, Jiang Chen, an image of a man in white appeared before her eyes, even though she had just thought that the man in white was her true fated person. But who would have known that fate would want to give her to this stranger she had never met before? Although this stranger smells of a refreshing fragrance, the little fox always felt that this scent was not pleasant, giving off a very deliberate feeling. This scent is not like. Not like what? The little fox is taken aback. In a daze, she sees the man in white again. He once said he would always protect her. He once said, no matter what she became, no matter where she was, he would recognize her and find her. She remembered that the person smelled very fragrant. She also remembered, she had once said that after transformation, she would marry him. And that person's name seemed to be. At this moment, the little fox's head was splitting with pain, and the ghostly fire between her brows flared wildly. In an instant, the ghostly fire spread out from her as the center, turning into a towering wave of flames, devouring everything around her. But the more she resisted, the more intense the pain became, and the figure in white seemed to be increasingly replaced by Lin Feng. And the name that was on the verge of being spoken seemed to be erased by a pair of large hands, using absolute power to obliterate it. Jiang Chen. Before she completely forgot, she still called out that person's name. And it was this name that seemed to trigger some kind of taboo. Boom. The sky suddenly rumbled with thunder rolling in waves. In a sky filled with lightning and thunder, the little fox's own ghostly fire turned into a giant wave, engulfing everything around her. Amidst the flames, her eyes were dull, her memory confused. She should no longer lose her memory or forget after the appearance of the fated one, but she still forgot Jiang Chen. Although she forgot, she also remembered. She forgot Jiang Chen's face, forgot the words Jiang Chen had once said, and even forgot the name Jushuang. But she remembered that figure in white, that scent that made her feel at ease, and that warmth. In the end, she left. Her instincts told her to stay by the side of the fated one, yet she still chose to leave. She wanted to search. For what exactly, she didn't know herself. The only thing she knew was only by searching for that something could she find peace. Only by searching could she feel her heartbeat, feel that she was still herself. And when the little fox left, the surroundings were in ruins. Although there were powers in the city that could stop the little fox's actions, no one wanted to step forward. No one wanted to get involved with the Nine Heavens mystic fox. Watching the direction in which the little fox left, Lin Feng was puzzled. At the moment he named the little fox, he could also see the red thread between them. He guessed that he was the little fox's fated one, but he didn't understand why the little fox's actions were so abnormal. "She is resisting fate," said the innkeeper beside him. Resisting fate? Lin Feng didn't understand. This is the second time I've seen a Nine Heavens mystic fox resist fate. The last Nine Heavens mystic fox that resisted fate angered the demon emperor, bringing a great disaster to her people, and she herself. She what? She became a nine-nether ghost fox, her soul scattered to the winds. Legend has it that there are two natural foxes. One follows the heavens and is named Nine Heavens mystic fox. The other defies the heavens and is named Nine-nether ghost fox. The Nine Heavens mystic fox, though a puppet, is favored by heaven and earth. The Nine-nether ghost fox, though free, only has a lifespan of a few hours, and once time is up, its soul will disperse. 1,000 years ago, a Nine Heavens mystic fox appeared in the demon realm. This fox resisted fate, refusing to marry her fated one, the demon emperor of the demon realm. Facing the emperor and the heavenly Tao and knowing she couldn't resist, she burned herself with her ghostly fire, using the nine abyss nether flame to refine her soul, escaping fate but also becoming a ghost fox and meeting a terrible end. This act angered both the heavenly Tao and the demon emperor, who then exiled her people and suppressed them in this realm. The reason for choosing this realm was that the imperial throne here was vacant, and the imperial dynasty's empress was merely self-proclaimed and doesn't dare meddle in others' affairs. A heaven-appointed emperor is a false emperor. A person who can prove themselves as emperor is a true emperor. A self-proclaimed emperor is one who declares himself a regional emperor without an imperial throne or comprehension of the great path. In plain terms, she is just a cultivator who has not touched the realm of an emperor. After learning all this, Lin Feng was shocked. He was very clear that to know such secrets and to have lived for thousands of years, one must be a hidden powerhouse. "Thank you for your guidance, Senior," he immediately bowed in gratitude. "No need to thank me, it was just a small effort. I am the lord of this city. The Nine Heavens mystic fox burned my inn and scorched my houses. Since you are her fated one, you should settle the account." Lin Feng's face darkened instantly. Afterward, the rumors about the Nine Heavens mystic fox in the upper domain grew even more intense. Year after year, the little fox still aimlessly searched the upper domain. She had been to many places and encountered many enemies, but she never found the white figure from her memories. During this time, she often burned herself with ghostly fire, trying to use this method to counteract the influence of the heavenly Tao on her. Each time, she was in agony, but every time, she was smiling. The reason she smiled was that she indeed succeeded, still able to see the figure in white in a daze. Also because for some reason, this feeling of self-immolation with ghostly fire felt very familiar to her. It seemed as if many years ago, she had also burned herself with ghostly fire for someone so as not to fall asleep. It was painful, yet it was also very blissful. One day, the little fox arrived at a secret realm in upper domain. Before her stood 100 jong tall enlightenment tree. The enlightenment tree was tall and fruitful, with lush branches and leaves. Judging by the flowing light it emitted, it was at least an 8th grade, if not 9th grade tree. The little fox slowly approached and leapt onto a branch to lie down. This feeling was familiar to her, like returning home, to a time long past. After a long search and self-immolation of her ghostly fire, she was physically and mentally exhausted, weak and frail. She gently closed her eyes, her skirt draping down, and as her 6 tails swayed, she fell into a deep sleep. She had a dream. In the dream, a figure in white once said, "A lifetime is too long, but as long as I live, I will surely protect her." The dream was warm, so warm that she couldn't help but smile. But the dream was also painful. Because in the dream, she kept trying to call out the name of the figure in white, but it was stuck in her throat. Only when the figure in white left did she understand. It wasn't the dream or the words that hurt, but the intense longing and the deep-seated affection that penetrated her bones. The little fox suddenly awoke. Recalling the images from the dream, she felt a heart-wrenching pain and a sourness at the tip of her nose. She wanted to cry to release the long-suppressed emotions in this way. But she couldn't cry, as if she had no tears. Suddenly, she felt the influence of the heavenly Tao again, the memory of the figure in white becoming blurry and once again being replaced by Lin Feng. Without any hesitation, a ghostly fire burst from between her brows and instantly engulfed her body. Using her bloodline and cultivation as fuel, the ghostly fire grew hotter and more dazzling, instantly turning the surroundings into a pale blue world of flames. Boom! The sky rumbled again with continuous thunder. With each thunderclap, Lin Feng's presence deepened in her mind. The little fox realized that this time, the heavens were truly angry and forced her to make a choice with this method. Either follow the will of heaven or perish in self-immolation. Although I don't know what I'm really looking for. Although I don't know who that figure in white is. Although I don't know if I can ever see him again. But one thing I am very clear about. The little fox looked up at the sky, her body suffering from the burning pain, yet she smiled brightly. I am very clear that I have no attachment to a world without him. As her words fell, more ghostly fire burst from her body, hissing, ethereal yet deadly. With her actions, she made her choice. Even in death, she refused to forget, refused to live in a world without him. In an instant, several bolts of purple lightning struck down from the sky, landing close to her. The dull thunder was deafening, causing the heavens and earth to tremble. The heavens seemed to roar, seemed to question, why? Yes, I wonder why. The little fox said with a smile. Everyone says that the nine heavens mystic fox has no heart. But I can feel my heartbeat, the warmth, the longing, the yearning. Perhaps. She looked up at the sky again. Perhaps, you are the one without a heart. Boom. As soon as she spoke, lightning converged into a dragon, striking directly above her head. At the same time, the jade pendant on her chest shone brightly with white light, forming a solid array to counter the heavenly thunder. But how could an 8th grade array stop the might of heaven? With a crack, both the array and the jade pendant on her chest shattered. At that moment, she despaired. Not because she was about to die, but because the jade pendant, as important as life itself, had broken. Just like her heart, at this moment, it became fragmented and scattered on the ground. Hey! The little fox gave a pale smile and closed her eyes to await death. Suddenly, a bell sound that echoed through the heaven and earth rang in her ears. The little fox quickly opened her eyes, only to find herself under the cover of an ancient imperial bell. And the terrifying thunder that had just struck was neutralized by this imperial bell. And a figure in white dazzled before her eyes, as she saw a man walking towards her. The man said, "Little fox, we meet again. Do you know me?" She replied. "Of course, have you forgotten?" The man, disregarding the ghostly fire on her body, embraced her. "I've said, no matter what you become, no matter where you are, I will recognize you, find you. By the way, my name is Jiang Chen." She finished for him. After many years, the two reunited once again. They repaired a house next to the enlightenment tree, which had been burnt to ashes by the ghostly fire. Jiang Chen practiced his cultivation daily while the little fox watched by his side, her face brimming with a blissful smile. Occasionally, she would ask why Jiang Chen worked so hard. His answer was always to save others. The little fox didn't understand. She couldn't grasp why Jiang Chen, despite being misunderstood and blamed, still thought about saving others. But she never stopped him. Because she always knew that Jiang Chen had never compromised with the heavens. The influence of the heavens still lingered. She had to burn herself with the ghostly fire every day to stay lucid and retain her memories. Yet she had no regrets. Because only with Jiang Chen did she truly feel alive. Until one day she suddenly remembered everything. November LBJNN. She remembered her grandmother, her clan, and the enlightenment tree beneath the Hengduan mountain range in the central domain. After meeting the Fated One, the Nine Heavens mystic fox wouldn't forget again, but it was also difficult to recall the past. Yet, strangely, she remembered everything. She remembered growing up by consuming the flesh and blood of her clansmen. She also remembered her grandmother saying that her clan was waiting for her to save them. If she defied her destiny, her clan would suffer another catastrophe. She even remembered her vow, her goal to save her people and not let her grandmother's efforts be in vain. At that moment, a difficult choice lay before the little fox. Her clan or Jiang Chen, whom should she choose? To save her clan, she had to return to the side of the Fated One. If she chose Jiang Chen, she wouldn't just be unable to release her clan from their seal, but she might also bring them disaster again. She was madly in love with Jiang Chen. But if because of this, she neglected her clan, her grandmother's advice, and her sacrifices, did she even deserve to be happy? Such a choice was too cruel. Cruel enough to drive her to suffocation and despair. From then on, the little fox lived in agony every day. She continued to resist the influence of the heavenly way, but her resistance weakened every time she thought of her clan and grandmother. She still watched Jiang Chen practice every day, smiling naturally and happily. But in the dead of night, she would look up at the sky, murmuring over and over again, "What should I do?" Time passed, and the little fox's condition became increasingly erratic. She sometimes asked herself if she was Jushuang or Bai Ling. She became capricious and unreasonable. Again and again, she demanded that Jiang Chen marry her. But Jiang Chen always responded with silence. The little fox understood. She knew Jiang Chen was aware of her troubles and didn't want her to make a regrettable decision under such circumstances. But she really didn't know what to do. She couldn't abandon her clan, nor could she leave Jiang Chen. Because both were more important than her own life. Jiang Chen noticed the little fox's thoughts and her odd behavior. But even though he was determined to be a good person and never owed anyone anything, he couldn't push the little fox towards Lin Feng. Because he knew better than anyone that the little fox still couldn't save her clan. Before she grew her 9th tail, she would die at Lin Feng's hands. This reality was even more cruel. He couldn't and didn't know how to tell the little fox, so he could only sigh and remain silent. In the end, the little fox still couldn't make a choice, torn between her own resistance and the influence of the heavenly Tao. She felt her soul being ripped apart, and over time, she developed another personality. One is Bai Ling. Bai Ling was charming and compliant with destiny. One is Jushuang. Jushuang was gentler, only wanting to stay by Jiang Chen's side. At first, Bai Ling's personality only appeared occasionally. However, as time went by, Bai Ling gradually took control, and only when she thought of leaving would Jushuang awaken from her slumber to stop her. Years passed in the blink of an eye. A group of cultivators entered the secret realm, led by Lin Feng and others. Using his red thread, Lin Feng found Jiang Chen and the little fox's whereabouts. Seeing the little fox and Jiang Chen living together, Lin Feng was furious, feeling cuckolded, and angrily attacked. Jiang Chen was no match for Lin Feng, and at the critical moment, Jushuang's personality emerged again, stopping Lin Feng from delivering a fatal blow. Looking at the little fox standing in front of Jiang Chen, Lin Feng was enraged. He was the son of destiny. The fated one for the 9 heavens mystic fox. But now, the woman who belonged to him had not only been taken away by Jiang Chen but was also protecting him. Bai Ling, come here, Lin Feng shouted loudly. At this moment, the little fox was in her Jushuang personality and naturally remained unmoved. Still, after a moment, she couldn't control herself and instantly lost control of her body. She could only watch helplessly as the personality of Bai Ling took over her body and moved to stand beside Lin Feng. Jiang Chen, do you see? Lin Feng laughed wildly. She is Bai Ling, not Jushuang. I am her destined one. And you are nothing but a stepping stone for me. Hearing this, Jiang Chen's expression turned desolate. Unable to control her body and only able to watch, Jushuang's heart twisted in pain. She regretted it deeply. Regretted her lack of resolve, which allowed fate to take advantage and strengthen its influence over her. She hated herself for breaking her promise. Because she had clearly said that she would always be with Jiang Chen and that she would marry Jiang Chen. But the result, she had cruelly stabbed Jiang Chen right in the heart. Others may not know, but I am very clear. Jiang Chen suddenly staggered to his feet while staring at Lin Feng. If I kill you, the red thread will break. Jushuang will be Jushuang again. Hey, kill me. Just you. Lin Feng sneered. Perhaps I can't right now, but next year, will you dare to fight me? This battle will decide both victory and life or death, Jiang Chen retorted. No need for next year. I can kill you right now. Lin Feng's eyes hardened. He was ready to make his move. But seeing that his destiny fox state was not right, struggling in his eyes, he ultimately changed his mind. Fine. I'll let you live another year. In the end, Lin Feng sheathed his black blade. Watching all this unfold, the little fox in the void felt as if struck by lightning. It had thought that after seeing Jiang Chen again, they would live happily ever after. But who knew what awaited it, and Jiang Chen was such an unbearable reality. Its clan. Jiang Chen. How to choose, the little fox didn't know itself. But faced with its indecision and Zhuxuang, or rather, Bai Ling heartlessly going to Lin Feng's side, Jiang Chen gave his own answer. He would still save her. Even if she was no longer herself, even if she had become Bai Ling, Jiang Chen was still fulfilling his promise. Until his death, he would still protect her. Jiang Chen, you fool. How can there be someone as foolish as you in this world? You're the one who's been hurt the most. You're the one who's the least understood, the one who longs for companionship the most. So why do you even need to think of others? Can't you think of yourself for once, even if just occasionally, just once to be the bad guy? The little fox in the void kept roaring. As it roared, it fell silent again. It struggled to suppress the urge to cry, but as always, it couldn't shed a tear. Nine Heaven's mystic fox, perhaps really has no heart. After all, I can't even cry, it said with a sorrowful voice. The following year, the battle between Lin Feng and Jiang Chen attracted much attention. One was a prodigy who had made a name for himself in the upper domain, while the other was the infamous former young master of the Jiang family. Accompanied by Xiao Hongyi's cries, the surrounding cheers, and Lin Feng's wild laughter, their fight didn't last long. As a bystander, the little fox in the void watched as Jiang Chen's chest was pierced by the black blade. Jiang Chen! It cried out in agony. It ran to Jiang Chen's side, cursing others while desperately trying to stop the blood seeping out of Jiang Chen. But no one could hear it, and Jiang Chen's life force was rapidly fading. Seeing Jiang Chen looking around before dying, Lin Feng whispered, "Don't bother looking around, I ordered Bai Ling not to come. With your death, the personality named Zhuxuang will completely disappear today. Jiang Chen, I must say, you've been quite the funny stepping stone." Jiang Chen's response to Lin Feng was, "Spare them." The little fox watched as Jiang Chen died, watched as his white clothes were soaked with blood. The little fox collapsed in an instant. Earlier, it guessed that this must be a memory from a past life. But it never expected such an ending. It regretted even more, hated itself even more. It questioned itself. If it had been more resolute, if it had heeded Jiang Chen's words and not advanced to become a demon king, if it had been more ruthless and chose Jiang Chen when faced with a choice. Would Jiang Chen still be alive? At least, would he not have died so alone? At this moment, as the person more important than its own life died, it too felt utterly desolate. Watching Jiang Chen's body being consumed by flames, the light blue ghostly fire between its brows rippled out like water waves. In the light of the fire, it seemed to return to the Hengduan mountain range, back to where it first met Jiang Chen. The man in white holding it, saying, "I'm destined with it." The man in white rubbing its head, saying, "A lifetime is too long, but as long as I live, I will surely protect her." The little fox gave a pale smile. At this moment, it finally understood everything. No wonder all cultivators and demon beasts steer clear of the Nine Heavens mystic fox. It truly is a calamity. It has no heart, always forgetting everything. It has no emotions either. Even after experiencing so much, it did not appear when Jiang Chen died. The little fox regretted it. It regretted knowing Jiang Chen, for it brought him too much harm. Watching the figure in white amidst the flames, the little fox muttered softly, "Jiang Chen, in the next life, I hope you never meet me again, for I am a little fox that specializes in wounding others' hearts." It didn't know how long it had stayed there. All it knew was that when it came to its senses, Jiang Chen's remains had long been incinerated, and it was alone. The little fox did not linger there but floated towards the central domain. It returned to the depths of the Hengduan mountain range, to where everything had begun. Time continued to slip away rapidly. The little fox lay where the enlightenment tree once stood, staring blankly around. After an unknown amount of time, it saw a familiar face. In its vision, a woman with 6 tails and a stunning visage arrived. She looked around and then planted an enlightenment tree where the old one had been, nurturing it with her own blood. In the blink of an eye, 100 years had passed. During that time, she never left. Over the century, the enlightenment tree grew to the 7th rank, just like the previous one, with branches and leaves flourishing in a halo of light. Throughout those 100 years, the little fox never spoke a word. Its gaze was vacant, her movements mechanical and dull. Only when looking at the enlightenment tree would a smile appear on her face. "Am I Bai Ling, or am I Zhuxuang?" the woman finally asked herself. Lin Feng thought that, at least, with Jiang Chen's death, Zhuxuang's personality would disappear. But he hadn't expected that even if Zhu might be gone, the events that had transpired couldn't be erased. Over the years, Bai Ling's personality was also affected, and occasionally, the figure of a man in white would appear before her eyes. It was following this figure in white that she returned to where it all began. It was as if Zhu had reappeared. Am I Zhu, or am I Bai Ling? The woman murmured to herself. Her mind was a mess, and she seemed somewhat insane. Memories of the past resurfaced in her mind. Familiar places and scenes reminded her of the past and of that man who no longer existed in this world but still lived in her heart. Jiang Chen. The woman whispered his name. A myriad of thoughts flooded her mind, and the past appeared before her eyes. As if in a trance, she seemed to see herself on the enlightenment tree and Jiang Chen beneath it. Her nose tingled, her heart ached. The woman felt as if all her strength had been drained, and she collapsed to the ground. A pale blue tear slid from her eye, tracing down her cheek. She wiped her face, slightly startled. She had always thought that if she could cry, it would feel better, and the pain would cease. But now, these falling tears, like unlocking the shackles of her negative emotions, made her realize what it meant to prefer death to life. She now understood that the Nine Heavens mystic fox doesn't cry because it can't. It can only cry when it is deeply moved and after shape transformation, but still, it mustn't cry. For her tears are the Nine Heavens' ghostly fire. The ghostly fire is like her life. If it runs dry, she will die. Knowing all this, the woman still covered her face and wept uncontrollably. Pale blue tears streamed down, falling to the ground and casting a pale blue hue over the world. And with each tear that fell, the ghostly fire mark between her brows faded a bit more until the mark disappeared completely. The woman could no longer maintain her human form and transformed into a six-tailed white fox, lying prostrate under the enlightenment tree. Tears still flowed, but they were no longer pale blue. They were clear tears. This proved that the ghostly fire within her had been extinguished, and her life was nearing its end. Feeling an overwhelming sense of fatigue, but taking advantage of her remaining mobility and clarity, she used her sharp claws to carve two names into the trunk of the enlightenment tree. Jiang Chen, Zhu. Upon the enlightenment tree, the fox comprehends the Tao. Beneath the enlightenment tree, you and me. She whispered softly, Grandma, Dad, Mom, I'm sorry. My heart has died, I can no longer grow into a nine-tailed fox to rescue you. Having said that, she finally closed her eyes, quietly feeling the ebbing away of her life force. She thought she would die quietly like this. Unexpectedly, Lin Feng arrived not long after and raised his black blade towards her. Watching the scene where she died at the hands of Lin Feng, the little fox felt desolate inside. It wished it could cry. Even if it would die all the same, it wanted to experience the feeling of having a heart. But although it moved, it couldn't transform anymore. Without transformation, it couldn't fully control the ghostly fire, and naturally, it couldn't turn the ghostly fire into tears to truly cry for once. I haven't forgotten, Jiang Chen the little fox in the void sniffled. It felt fortunate. Fortunate that when Jiang Chen died in the image, although it wasn't there, in the end, it still remembered Jiang Chen once again. It also felt very sad. Once, it was torn between saving its clansmen and staying by Jiang Chen's side. But now it finally understood. Choice. It never had one from the beginning. Because if it chose Jiang Chen, given Lin Feng's personality, he would still eventually kill Jiang Chen. And if it chose its clansmen, the result would be what it is now. The only thing it could do perhaps was just like its own ending in the image, to decide the place of its death, whenever and wherever that may be. The first life came to an abrupt end. The little fox thought that was the conclusion. Little did it know that this was just the beginning. Second life, third life, fourth life. In every life, Jiang Chen would appear beneath the enlightenment tree in the Hengduan mountain range, saying they were destined. In every life, Jiang Chen would find it in the upper domain and then save it from the heavenly thunder with that ancient yellow bell. Likewise, it would fall into difficult choices in every life, thus influenced by the heavenly Tao, splitting into another personality. Ninth life. In this life, the little fox could clearly sense the loss and exhaustion in Jiang Chen's eyes. But this life, too, had no change. Even though he was weary, even though he had completely despaired, Jiang Chen still found it in the Hengduan mountain range. Only this time, Jiang Chen did not protect it until it broke through to become a demon king but left early. The ending was no different. Even though Jiang Chen racked his brains, trying every means to change everything as long as the man and the fox met, they were doomed to a fate of mutual destruction. Once again, watching Jiang Chen being pierced by the black blade, the little fox's psychological defenses were completely shattered. Jiang Chen said that a lifetime is too long. Jiang Chen kept his promise but also broke his word. Because you said a lifetime was too long, so why did you protect me for 9 lifetimes? Watching Jiang Chen's body being burned yet once again, the little fox shouted in question. After speaking, ghostly fire burst forth from between its brows, shooting straight into the sky like a pillar. It wanted to burn the heavens with the ghostly fire. But alas, its cultivation was limited, and it was not skilled in controlling the ghostly fire. Soon, the ghostly fire bloomed like a flower and then dispersed, vanishing without a trace. This made the little fox once again experience its own powerlessness. Overwhelmed with intense guilt and sorrow, it stood in a daze for a long time. When it came back to its senses, its once lively fox eyes were now filled with towering rage. 10th life. Watching Jiang Chen bully his fellow disciples and tease the junior sister, the little fox finally understood. It turns out Jiang Chen had given up completely in this life. He was no longer kind, no longer sincere, only wanting to live freely as a thorough villain. So the Jiang Chen it smelled was foul. The little fox was happy. Because Jiang Chen's 9 lifetimes of kindness were met with misunderstanding and blame from everyone. In this life, he deserved to live unrestrained. No one, nothing, should bring him back into the nightmares of the past. 9 cycles of reincarnation came to an abrupt end. The little fox suddenly woke up in surprise. The roar of battle still echoed in its ears, leaving it somewhat dazed, as if 1,000 years had passed, yet by the measure of time, only moments had gone by. The tremendous noise of the fight had scared away the birds and beasts, and the cultivators had fled in all directions. The little fox remained frozen in place for a long time, its mind filled with the smile of Jiang Chen and the various events within the 9 cycles of reincarnation. Suddenly, the little fox's ears twitched, sensing someone rapidly approaching. It could feel it must be Jiang Chen, drawn by the sound of battle, worried that Chen Sheng might have encountered trouble, thus he was hurrying over. Jiang Chen. The little fox whispered softly, wanting to rush to Jiang Chen's side. It wanted to tell Jiang Chen that it remembered everything, it wanted to tell Jiang Chen that in this life, it would not take the surname Bai, nor would it seek out the fated one again. But after taking just one step, the little fox felt dizzy and on the verge of falling back into slumber. It maintained consciousness through the burning of its ghostly fire, but it also stopped in its tracks. In the 9 cycles of reincarnation, it had mostly brought harm to Jiang Chen. It felt unworthy. Unworthy of appearing by Jiang Chen's side again, unworthy of causing him further worry. It even felt undeserving of the name Zhuxuang, that Jiang Chen had given it. Because even with all understanding and knowledge, it was still the 9 heavens mystic fox, still a fox that would continually forget and always hurt people's hearts. Jiang Chen, take care. In the end, the little fox fled. It ran away from the man who haunted its dreams and filled its thoughts day and night. The little fox dashed away, finding Chen Sheng and its grandmother locked in battle. At this moment, Chen Sheng had been knocked to the ground by its grandmother, and from his uneven breathing, it was clear he was seriously injured. Seeing the grandmother about to deliver a killing blow, the little fox immediately stood in front of Chen Sheng. Grandmother, he can't die. He's a good person. A good person. Upon hearing this, both the 6-tailed old woman and Chen Sheng were dumbfounded. Especially Chen Sheng. After a brief moment of shock, he was furious. He, Chen Sheng, had killed countless people in his life and was known as a demon. To be called a good person now. That was slander. What Chen Sheng didn't know was that at that moment, the little fox had reversed the concepts of good and bad. Through the 9 cycles of reincarnation, it had seen Jiang Chen misunderstood and blamed so often that the little fox had grown to despise those righteous people. Although they were nominally good, they were bad in their hearts. On the other hand, Chen Sheng. In the 9 cycles of reincarnation, the little fox had heard Jiang Chen speak of this man. It knew very well that Chen Sheng the protector had been truly kind to Jiang Chen. Although nominally a bad person, he was a good person in his heart. He still stank though. Grandmother, take me away quickly, the little fox called out again. Did you see Jiang Chen? The 6-tailed old woman asked. There's no time to explain, Take me away, and I'll tell you everything in detail, the little fox said anxiously after sensing Jiang Chen getting closer. All right. The six-tailed old woman hesitated no longer. With a light sweep of her sleeve, she and the little fox disappeared at the same time. Seeing this, Chen Sheng was taken aback. And while he was still in shock, Jiang Chen and the others quickly arrived. Old Chen, are you all right? Do you need the Jiang family to? Seeing Chen Sheng extremely weak, Jiang Chen asked with concern. Young master. Chen Sheng got up and interrupted, saying with ease, no need to trouble the Jiang family. It's a bit troublesome, but everything is under my control. That six-tailed old hag has been driven away by me. Cough, cough. After speaking, he began to cough violently and spat out 2 mouthfuls of dirty blood. I have a lot of blood, it's good for the body to spit some out, Chen Sheng said with an awkward smile. After uttering those words, he felt dizzy again, his body swaying. Jiang Chen was speechless. He had always known that Chen Sheng was extremely stubborn, not only wanting to boast everywhere about how awesome his young master was but also very concerned about face. Helplessly, he had to quickly step forward to support him. Did the young master see that 3-tailed white fox? Chen Sheng asked after a while. Yes, I saw it, Jiang Chen nodded. I scared it away with my bad smell and scolded away by me. Young master is awesome. Chen Sheng gave a big thumbs up. To this, Jiang Chen could only sigh deeply. 9 cycles of reincarnation, each time he died, his consciousness still existed until the arrival of the next life. Therefore, even in death, he still witnessed the fate of people in the dark. Indeed, in the 9 cycles, the little fox's trust and reliance on him were like a light in the darkness, illuminating his world. But the ending was too tragic. He didn't want to repeat the same mistakes. He doesn't want the little fox to suffer in making choices anymore, nor does he want it to endure the pain of being burned by ghostly fire every day just to not forget him. He tried hard and attempted to save the little fox and others, but the outcome remained unchanged. Especially for the little fox, its ending of heart death and physical death was even more tragic compared to the original story. This made Jiang Chen doubt for a while. Was it because of his existence that the little fox lived in pain every day? In this life, he wanted to be the villain. Therefore, he could only stay away. He had tried for 9 lifetimes, so he was truly tired. If everything is predestined, if he is doomed not to save the little fox, why bring more pain and torment? In the cycle of 9 lifetimes, the little fox's physical death was due to Lin Feng, but its heart death was because of him. Moreover, since he is the villain in this life, he will naturally become detestable. In his view, a human and a fox are also doomed to have no further intersection. Elsewhere, at the Juyan sect. A mad roar echoed through the sect. The sound shook the heavens like rolling thunder, scaring and causing Xiao Ting to shiver, who was using the sect's dome realm to locate Jiang Chen. After a moment, 12 supreme elders gathered at the base of the second peak. What they saw was an old man with white hair flying in all directions, sometimes roaring in anger, sometimes shedding tears. Old ancestor, why are you doing this? Xiao Ting asked in disbelief. The Juyan old ancestor was silent, his eyes slightly vacant. Why, you ask? He wanted to know why too. Can't they consider the feelings of an elderly person? Did they know? How much does it hurt to watch these painful memories over and over again for an old man who is on the brink of death yet bizarrely turned into a spirit? He is innocent. Through this, the Juyan old ancestor realized that force in the dark doesn't play by the rules. Its purpose might be to drive him mad. If so, then let madness take over. If going mad could avoid all this, then it would be a kind of relief. After all, he is also a sect old ancestor. Even if he has to go mad, it must be on his own terms, not forced. This is the last stubbornness of an old ancestor. With this thought, the Juyan old ancestor relaxed his hold on his Tao heart. The images of 9 lifetimes surfaced in his mind over and over. He had a strong rebellious intent, like the carving of an axe or knife etched into his flesh and bones. Soon, his eyes became sinister, filled with intense malice. Seeing this scene, Xiao Ting and the others were struck as if by lightning. They could see at a glance that the old ancestor had gone mad. Old ancestor, you must hold on. Our Juyan sect has already lost its reputation. If you truly go mad, then our sect will really become a demonic sect. Xiao Ting clung to the legs of the Juyan old ancestor, crying as if his life depended on it. What's wrong with being a demonic sect? Today, I want to go mad and no one can stop me, the Juyan old ancestor roared non-stop. Hearing this, the other supreme elders also knelt down in unison and cried out loud. The Juyan old ancestor was unmoved and continued to let the inner demons take over. Hey. Suddenly, the Juyan old ancestor let out a strange laugh. His spirit was invaded, and a thick malice emerged. Gulp. Seeing this, Xiaoting and the others swallowed hard. A spirit tainted with malice is irreversible. At this moment, the Juyan old ancestor going mad seemed to be a foregone conclusion. Perhaps, he would even become a ghost directly. The 12 supreme elders were the pillars of the sect, all experienced in major events. Seeing that the situation was irretrievable, they knew further persuasion was futile and resigned themselves to discussing a new name for the Juyan sect. How about Juyan demonic sect? No, since the old ancestor has become a ghost, it should be called Juyan ghost sect. But we don't know ghost techniques, do we? We can steal them. Let's just rob the ghost controlling sect, and while we're at it, let's take some 9 abyss soul embryo too. Good plan. I think we should relocate the sect. Move to the Ghost Ridge Soul Abyss. Destroy the female ghost, rob the ghost controlling sect, and from then on, the Juyan ghost sect will be renowned in the central domain. That's also a good plan. But what about the disciples? Why do we need to explain our actions to our own people when we're a demonic sect? That's a great point. The discussion on what to do next left the Juyan old ancestor burnt on the outside and tender on the inside. Listen, what kind of talents are these? The words of these people almost made him unable to continue his madness. How had he not noticed before that these supreme elders were also cunning? Unfortunate for Juyan old ancestor, heaven had already labeled the Juyan sect as villains, and under the influence of this villain label, the people of the Juyan sect would naturally carry out some villainous actions and feel justified. If it's going to be a ghost sect, then so be it. What about the Juyan old ancestor? It's fine, after all, he was going to go mad sooner or later. At this moment, the malice invading his spirit was also irreversible. Hey. The Juyan old ancestor laughed strangely again. A cold and malicious aura burst forth from within him. His eyes crazed as he continued to laugh. From now on, call me Juyan demon ancestor. The 12 supreme elders ignored him, still discussing the future path of the Juyan sect. This made the Juyan old ancestor very awkward. Just as he was about to pick up these unfilial descendants and hammer them. Suddenly, an indescribable power appeared within him. Under this power, his mind suddenly cleared. Not only did the malice in his eyes fade away, but even his spirit was purified. The Juyan old ancestor was full of question marks. He didn't need to think to know that such an overpowering force must be the one that had been making him watch the 9 cycles of reincarnation all along. But the question is, what does this mean? Are they not letting him go mad? Or is it that choosing to go mad on one's own isn't okay? Must one be driven mad instead? The Juyan old ancestor leaned more towards the latter, feeling completely numb. The next second, tears gushed forth like a fountain, and he wept bitterly. This was the only time in his life that he felt so pitiful. Ah! The Juyan old ancestor roared again. He was filled with unwillingness in his heart. Why? Among the countless beings across the 10 directions of the world, why was it always him who got hurt? Why was it only him who had to keep watching the 9 cycles of reincarnation without any choice? This is too unfair. I want every person in this world to feel my pain, to think about my pain, to accept my pain, to know my pain. The Juyan old ancestor's eyes once again flashed with a fierce light, his words tinged with madness. At this moment, he had truly been driven mad. Old ancestor's words are extremely domineering. Too brilliant, Xiaoting took the opportunity to flatter. HMPH. The Juyan old ancestor snorted coldly and directly asked, where has Jiang Chen gone? What's the latest situation? It seems that Jiang Chen has no immediate plans to go to the ghost-controlling sect. He's wandering around a few hundred li away. He killed a disciple of the Billowing Clouds sect and a true disciple of the ghost-controlling sect, Xiaoting hurriedly replied. Ghost-controlling sect. The Juyan old ancestor's gaze turned cold. He speculated that it must be that the people from the ghost-controlling sect, seeing that the elders who had come for the marriage alliance had not returned for a long time, and that the soul lamp belonging to Yan Mei had been extinguished, had come to investigate. He didn't want to deal with this matter for the time being, as Jiang Chen would eventually bring the news. But the Billowing Clouds sect had piqued his interest. If I remember correctly, the Billowing Clouds sect was once a first-class sect. Although it has declined now, it still possesses a divine-grade spiritual weapon, right? The Juyan old ancestor narrowed his eyes. Old ancestor, that's correct. Shao Ting nodded and replied, the divine-grade spiritual weapon of the Billowing Clouds sect is called the memory retracing mirror. Since it can only project the memories of others and has no combat capabilities, the Billowing Clouds sect, despite its decline, still possesses it. Good, very good. That's it. The Juyan old ancestor was overjoyed and immediately ordered, ring the bell 8 times. My Juyan sect will declare war on the Billowing Clouds sect. Ah, the 12 supreme elders were stunned. And the reason is? Shao Ting asked after regaining his composure. Make one up. Ghost Ridge Soul Abyss. The 6-tailed old woman brought the little fox here. On the way, the little fox had detailed the 9 cycles of reincarnation it had witnessed to the old woman. At this moment, the old woman was still in shock. Such an inconceivable event was something she initially didn't believe at all. But when the little fox recounted how a 9 heavens mystic fox defied the heavens 1,000 years ago, offended the demon emperor, and ultimately became a ghost fox of the 9 abysses, surviving only a few hours before its soul dissipated, and its clan was exiled and suppressed. The old woman had no choice but to believe. Because that 9 heavens mystic fox was the little fox's ancestor. And she had never mentioned this to the little fox. Is my mystic fox clan destined never to return to the demon realm, doomed to be sealed and suppressed forever in our ancestral land? The old woman's face was filled with sorrow. The little fox nodded. Indeed, it was so. From the first life in its retrospection, it had realized this. No matter whom it chose, whether it defied or followed the heavens, it could never grow to have 9 tails. Grandma, I don't want to be a puppet again, I don't want to forget anymore, the little fox said earnestly. You mean? The old woman fell silent for a long while before continuing. You want to follow in the footsteps of your ancestor, to burn your body with ghostly fire and refine your soul with nether fire. But by doing so, you can only live for a few hours. Even if it's just for a moment, I want to be myself. Even if it's just for a moment, I want to stand in front of Jiang Chen and tell him that I will never forget him again, the little fox blurted out. The old woman fell silent. Grandma, please, the little fox pleaded. After 9 cycles of reincarnation, I owe Jiang Chen too much unless I can avoid forgetting, I don't have the courage to stand in front of him. The way I am now is worse than death. Ah, the old woman sighed deeply. Besides the reluctance to see her granddaughter die, the reason for her silence was a deeper concern. Burning the body with ghostly fire and refining the soul with nether fire could indeed allow a 9 heavens mystic fox to escape its fate, but it was not that simple. Firstly, about burning the body with ghostly fire. The ancestor was able to do so because she had completely mastered the ghostly fire. But the little fox, not even a demon king, was far from capable. Secondly, about refining the soul with nether fire. Beneath the Ghost Ridge Soul Abyss, there indeed was nether fire of the 9 abysses, but it was guarded by a notorious female ghost who was not to be trifled with. The slightest carelessness means the little fox would be extinguished by that female ghost before even touching the nether fire. Even with her protection, there was no absolute certainty. After understanding this, the little fox asked, Grandma, is there any way for me to quickly break through to Demon King without losing my memory? No. After a long contemplation, the old woman shook her head. Seeing her hesitation, the little fox said with a crying voice, Grandma, please help me. I don't want to hurt Jiang Chen anymore, I want to be by his side, to sleep in his arms, even if it's just for a moment. Alas! Upon hearing this, the old woman sighed again and replied, Silly child, there is a way, but you will die. Die. The little fox blinked. Yes, die, the old woman shook her head. The 9 heavens mystic fox is special. Pills and heavenly materials and earthly treasures cannot help it break through. Only by devouring ghosts can you quickly advance. And at the moment of advancement, you must sever your own fox tails, not one, but all of them. Devouring ghosts will surround you with ghostly energy, and the slightest carelessness will turn you into a senseless ghost. Severing your fox tails is akin to suicide. If you survive, you can keep your memories, but if you don't, you will die on the spot. So that's it, it's easy, the little fox said with a smile. Easy. The old woman was speechless. This was a matter of life and death, and just talking about it made it clear that it would entail endless suffering. Yet in the eyes of the little fox, it was considered easy. Grandma, compared to forgetting Jiang Chen and to never seeing Jiang Chen again, this is indeed easy, the little fox explained. The old woman was speechless again. And while she remained silent, the little fox had already leapt into the ghost-ridge soul abyss. The old woman did not stop her, but after another sigh, she sat down cross-legged on the spot, her divine consciousness enveloping the entire ghost-ridge soul abyss. Her life was not long, and she could not accompany the little fox through everything. All she could do was to wait silently here and to lend a hand when the little fox encountered difficulties. She also hoped that the little fox would know when to retreat and not to walk down a path of no return. After all, no elder ever wishes to outlive the younger generation. Zhuxuang, indeed a good name. The old woman looked up at the sky and murmured softly. Inside the Ghost Ridge soul abyss. Whoosh! Ghostly winds howled, and specters floated about. Upon arriving inside, the little fox felt as if it was in an ice cellar, its body trembling uncontrollably. In front of it appeared a ghostly specter with bared fangs and claws. It wasn't good at fighting, but it still charged forward, biting and tearing at the specter. After relying on instinct and ghostly fire, it finally defeated the specter and swallowed it bite by bite. In an instant, ghostly energy rampaged through the little fox's body, colliding and striking. Each rampage of the ghostly energy was like a sharp knife swinging wildly inside its body, leaving a trail of blood wherever it went. Each collision felt like a blow to the soul, causing unbearable headaches and a life worse than death. Still, the little fox charged toward another specter without any hesitation. Compared to the agony of losing its memories, the torment it was suffering now was insignificant. This was just the upper part of the Ghost Ridge soul abyss, mostly inhabited by mindless specters. Even a lower four-realm cultivator could easily destroy these specters. Several hours later, the little fox had devoured 100 specters. In its mind, it seemed as if these specters were howling non-stop one after another. Shut up! The little fox shook its head continuously, trying to silence these voices. But the more it resisted, the more intense the ghostly howls became. Under the influence of ghostly howls and eerie energies, the little fox found itself with crimson eyes, and its snow-white fur showed signs of darkening. Looking at itself, it remembered the words once spoken by Jiang Chen. You are a nine heavens mystic fox, so, Zhu, 9, is your surname. You're as white as frost, so, Shuang, frost, shall be your name, hence Zhuxuang. Its head hung low, its expression desolate. If it successfully defied its destiny, it would no longer be the nine heavens mystic fox. If it continued to devour ghosts, its fur would be tainted by the ghostly energy and turn black. At that time would it still be worthy of the name given by Jiang Chen? It's okay, the little fox shook its head, comforting itself. Even if Jiang Chen doesn't recognize me, I can recognize him. Even if I'm not worthy of the name, Zhuxuang, it is still my name. Because it was given by Jiang Chen. Because in this life, even in death, I will not become Bai Ling again. One day, I will appear before Jiang Chen and tell him. This life, I will not forget him again. He is more important to me than my own life. The little fox murmured incessantly, whispering to itself. Having said that, it walked deeper into the Ghost Ridge soul abyss. Vaguely, it seemed as if a figure in white was smiling at it and calling its name. Zhuxuang, I'm here. Zhuxuang responded with a smile. In the depths of the Ghost Ridge soul abyss, the ghosts here were much stronger than those in the upper layers. With the ghostly howls still ringing in its ears, Zhuxuang defeated a ghost that had not yet lost its sentience and devoured it. It could no longer remember how long it had been in the Ghost Ridge soul abyss. Maybe a day or perhaps a month. It also couldn't recall how many ghosts it had devoured. The only thing it knew was that it was now heavily shrouded in ghostly energy, its once snow-white fur completely replaced by black, and the malevolent energy from the many ghosts had turned its eyes blood red. Perhaps due to the intense pain in its body and soul, it did not lose its sanity but became even more lucid. Jiang Chen, it murmured softly. This name gave it tremendous courage, driving it to charge at another ghostly figure. After devouring this ghost, it felt that it was about to break through to become a demon king. It found an open space and let out a fox howl. The howl spread slowly, like a ghostly sound, both crying and laughing. Suddenly, the ghostly energy mixed with rich spiritual energy crazily entered its body. At this moment, the entire Ghost Ridge soul abyss seemed to tremble. With ghostly and spiritual energy entering its body, Zhuxuang's form grew larger, and it became as tall as an adult human in an instant. Under the moonlight above, its black fur shimmered with a strange luster. Then a new fox tail began to emerge. At the same time, Zhu Shuang's gaze became vacant, all memories and emotions fading to blankness as the tail grew. Just as Jiang Chen's name and image were being replaced by the void, it suddenly awoke. It bit down on the newly grown tail. Ghostly fire emerged from its mouth, instantly burning the new tail, which it then tore off. PFF'd. Blood splattered everywhere in an instant. The bright red blood scattered, creating a stark contrast in the dim Ghost Ridge soul abyss. Ah! After biting off its own tail, Zhu Shuang screamed in agony. The tail was as important to it as its life. In the moment of self-mutilation, it experienced an indescribable pain. The pain stemmed from the soul as if a pair of hands were continuously tearing and shredding its soul, a pain so intense it could only suffocate. But soon, Zhu Shuang smiled again. Because the method told by its grandmother really worked, the pain of severing its own tail was unbearable, but it truly did not forget Jiang Chen. However, this state did not last long. As the pain began to subside, the image and voice of Jiang Chen once again started to blur. I will not forget, never, Zhu Shuang growled through clenched teeth. With that, it turned its head and began to gnaw and tear at its remaining tails. With each tail it bit off and tore away, it felt as if it had died once. But in return, Jiang Chen's face became clearer and clearer. In the end, all tails were severed, leaving only a bloody stump. When all was done, Zhu Shuang was on the brink of death. It lay on the ground, curled up, its head slightly raised, staring blankly at the moon above. On that moon, it seemed to see Jiang Chen's smiling face. Indeed, it's easy, Zhu Shuang said with a pale smile. I truly am a proud member of the Fox clan, not a puppet. Before it could finish speaking, it fainted, completely losing consciousness. The commotion here attracted a large number of ghosts. These spectral beings surrounded the fox, their eyes filled with a crimson hue. The blood stimulated their strength, and the flesh made them go mad with desire. Just as the ghosts were about to swarm and tear apart the black fox before them to taste the flesh and blood they hadn't savored in a long while. From a distance, an overwhelming ghostly aura surged. A female ghost, clad in pitch-black robes, pale as paper but with features that could be considered peerlessly beautiful, descended from the sky. Scram! The female ghost spoke softly, but upon hearing her, the ghosts trembled and, turning into ghostly orbs, they literally scrammed. The surroundings became peaceful once again. The female ghost approached Zhu Shuang's side and crouched down. She licked her lips, her expression slightly ferocious. Nine Heavens Mystic Fox. No, this one wants to become a nine-nether ghost fox. Eating it should increase my cultivation quite a bit. But in the end, she dismissed the idea. Because the black fox before her, though its tails were severed and its life force gone, was smiling. And the smile was so blissful. Jiang Chen, Zhu Shuang muttered as if in a dream. Jiang Chen. This name caused the female ghost to pause. She didn't know Jiang Chen, but she became interested in this man called Jiang Chen. Although she was a ghost, her experiences were extraordinary. She naturally understood that it must be because of Jiang Chen that the Nine Heavens Mystic Fox before her was smiling so blissfully, daring to defy fate. He must be a good man, the female ghost nodded. In this world, good men were rare. Especially handsome good men, even rarer. The female ghost had spent countless years in the Ghost Ridge soul abyss, searching for a man worthy of her, both in life and in death. If that Jiang Chen is also good-looking, maybe I could snatch him to be my abyssal consort. The female ghost thought again, liking the idea. She waved her sleeve, enveloping Zhu Shuang in a wisp of ghostly energy, and drifted away. Before leaving, she looked up. Glancing at the sky above the Ghost Ridge soul abyss, she revealed a strange smile. Beside the Ghost Ridge soul abyss, this female ghost, she must be at the same stage as me, late Nirvana realm. Sensing the female ghost's gaze, the six-tailed old woman murmured softly. With her cultivation level, even from this place, she could still detect Zhu Shuang's every move through her divine sense. When the female ghost with ill intentions appeared, she had thought about intervening. Fortunately, the female ghost changed her mind and chose to take Zhu Shuang away. Otherwise, she would have had to fight with all her might. At that time, having a falling out with the female ghost was a minor issue, but Zhu Shuang's plan to use the nether fire to refine her soul would have been completely ruined. Alas, granddaughter, this may just be your fate, the old woman sighed and shook her head. Indeed, it was fate. Zhu Shuang had accomplished something nearly impossible. The formidable female ghost did not kill Zhu Shuang but instead took her to the deepest part of the Ghost Ridge Soul Abyss, where the netherfire resided. The old woman knew very well that Zhu Shuang, having severed all her tails, had sustained grave injuries and would need to sleep for several months at least. And when Zhu Shuang awoke from her slumber, if the female ghost was willing to help, Zhu Shuang would surely choose to burn her body with the ghostly fire and refine her soul with the nether fire, completely becoming a 9-nether ghost fox. At that time, her granddaughter would only have a few hours of life left, and then her soul would disperse. The old woman couldn't bear it but was powerless to stop it because this was Zhu Shuang's choice. Even if it meant death, it was the choice she genuinely wanted to make. Has my mystic fox clan really committed such heinous sins? Looking up at the sky, the old woman whispered to herself. The moment her words fell, she disappeared from the spot. Staying here was meaningless. Even if the female ghost suddenly decided to kill Zhu Shuang, with both of them at the same cultivation level, she wouldn't be able to stop it in time. Rather than sitting idly by and wasting her life, it was better to leave. As a grandmother, the only thing she could do now was to return to her clan and extend her life as much as possible. Then, wait for the day Zhu Shuang becomes a 9-nether ghost fox and emerges from the Ghost Ridge Soul Abyss. That would be her rebirth but also her death. Jiang Chen was feeling troubled lately. If there was a reason, it was that ever since he saw Zhu Shuang that day, he had been in a state of unease. He worried that he was poisonous, and then Zhu Shuang went mad. Fortunately, days passed, and the little fox didn't appear again. From the current situation, it seemed he was overthinking it. But still, he was worried. Take my 100 fists. After beating up a member of the ghost-controlling sect who had suddenly come to challenge him, Jiang Chen finally felt a bit better. This was the third member of the ghost-controlling sect he had encountered recently. He had always disliked the ghost-controlling sect. Because of the 9 cycles of reincarnation, he had been framed by the ghost-controlling sect countless times. In this life, although he was the villain, he still had to seek revenge. So when it came to beating up members of the ghost-controlling sect, he was merciless. Sometimes, after a satisfying fight, he would even let Lin Mubai and Zhang Hu have a turn to vent their frustrations. This time was no different. Mubai, Zhang Hu, you two go together and beat him to death. Seeing the people from ghost-controlling sect still struggling, Jiang Chen directly ordered. ALR. Lin Mubai and Zhang Hu immediately rubbed their hands with glee. In a relay effort by the two, it took no more than a moment for the ghost-controlling sect member to be done for. Zhang Hu once again showcased his specialty, incinerating the corpse to eliminate all traces. Eldest senior brother, where shall we head next? After everything was done, Zhang Hu asked. Billowing Cloud sect, of course, Jiang Chen replied instantly. The reason for choosing Billowing Cloud sect was because it was a righteous sect. Compared to the demonic path, the people of the righteous path were undoubtedly more suitable for him to bully and easier to obtain system rewards from. Now that Chen Sheng was injured, it was not good to cause trouble in a first-rate sect. But there were no such concerns with a second-rate sect. November LBJNN. After all, just Xiao Hongyi alone was enough to sweep through many second-rate sects in the central domain. Moreover, who asked the disciples of Billowing Cloud's sect to provoke him? You should know, when that disciple of Billowing Cloud's sect suddenly attacked, it gave him quite a scare. Billowing Cloud's sect must take full responsibility for this. They must compensate him for some emotional distress at the very least. Ha ha ha. Thinking of this, Jiang Chen laughed heartily. He was very certain that he would be able to rake in a hefty amount of system rewards when the time came. But just as everyone was about to enter the territory of Billowing Cloud's sect, they came across some news. Billowing Cloud's sect had been annihilated and it was Juyan sect that had done the deed. This news left Jiang Chen dumbfounded. Zhang Hu and Lin Mubai were equally bewildered. Even Xiao Hongyi, who was intermittently visible in the background, was suddenly taken aback. At this moment, there was only one thought in everyone's minds. What's going on? After regaining his senses, Jiang Chen quickly sent Zhang Hu to gather detailed intelligence. Before long, Zhang Hu returned while stamping his feet in urgency. Eldest senior brother, the people of Juyan sect have gone mad. The old ancestor personally led the team, under the pretext of searching for Lu Lin, and directly waged war against Billowing Cloud sect. The old ancestor not only blasted open the sect's grand formation with the dome realm of our sect but also pinned down the billowing clouds sect old ancestor and hammered him on the ground. And that's not all. After billowing clouds sect was breached, the 12 supreme elders completely let loose, plundering all of billowing clouds sect's foundations, and it's said that even their sect's divine artifact has fallen into our hands. The supreme great elder was the most outrageous. It's said that he held the divine artifact of billowing clouds sect, insisting it was Lu Lin's beloved item. Not only that, but the various peak masters, again under the pretext of searching for Lu Lin, completely plundered the power of billowing clouds sect. Now everyone is saying that Juyin sect is just a bunch of lunatics and bandits. Eldest senior brother, our sect's reputation of 1,000 years is ruined in an instant. Hearing this, Jiang Chen's eyes nearly popped out. No, what the heck? Has Juyin sect awakened a bandit attribute, robbing anyone they dislike? Did they have to be so villainous? After all, as a righteous sect of 1,000 years, even if they've all gone mad, shouldn't they care a bit about their face and restrain themselves a little? And who is Lu Lin? Crazy, they're all crazy. Jiang Chen's head ached. He just wanted to claim some compensation for emotional distress, but these lunatics from Juyin sect, they went ahead and emptied out the others' foundations. They're more villainous than him. Are they trying to walk the path of villainy he was meant to take, leaving him nowhere to go? Eldest senior brother, we must hurry to restore the reputation of our sect, Jiang Hu spoke again. Jiang Chen rolled his eyes. Why should he restore the sect's reputation? Besides, what reputation does Juyin sect have left to speak of now? Even demonic sects would be ashamed. No, we can't let these lunatics outdo us. Jiang Chen felt anxious and said, we must set off immediately, heading to ghost-controlling sect. Why? Didn't eldest senior brother say he didn't want to complete any sect missions? Lin Yubai was puzzled. Are you stupid? After kicking him, Jiang Chen said, now it's being spread everywhere that Juyin sect has become a demonic sect and is striking at the righteous path everywhere. So I must be even more ruthless, not even sparing our own people from the demonic path. Only then can my infamy be even greater. I see, Lin Yubai had an epiphany. Jiang Hu also understood. Though he understood, he also didn't get it. After all, is infamy something to compete over? Is it something to be proud of? Still, no one dared to oppose Jiang Chen's decision. Soon, the group set off again, heading to ghost-controlling sect. Several days later, something's not right. Jiang Chen suddenly stopped, his brows furrowed. With such a long journey, there would usually be many who came forward to challenge him, but this time, why was there no one? Not only that, whenever they passed by a city, they could see many cultivators pointing and whispering. Looking up at the flags in the hands of Jiang Hu and Lin Yubai, Jiang Chen understood. The problem lay with the words Juyin, and Ninth Peak. To put it bluntly, now no one dared to mess with people from Juyin sect. After all, they were all bandits and lunatics. Jiang Chen had never expected this. In 9 cycles of reincarnation, his infamy had somewhat affected Juyin sect due to the villain halo. But in this life, Jiang Chen was actually affected by Juyin sect's infamy. Jiang Hu, change the words on the flag. Make it concise, something that can quickly attract hatred without revealing our identity, Jiang Chen quickly instructed. Okay, Jiang Hu nodded and followed the order. Soon, an upper 4 realms cultivator flew over their heads. Out of curiosity, the cultivator glanced at the flag in Lin Yubai's hand, which read, "My senior brother has the bearing of a great emperor." He frowned but decided not to act rashly, thinking it was better to mind his own business. Then, he looked at another flag in Jiang Hu's hand, which read, "What are you looking at? Trash. Fuck. How can a lofty cultivator like him tolerate this? A mere core formation junior dares to call me trash. Give me your life." The cultivator was instantly enraged and charged down. Realizing the cultivator's level, Jiang Chen kicked Jiang Hu. The hatred was indeed in place, but this was a scattergun approach. It could attract all sorts of people, regardless of their level. As for battling in upper 4 realms, Jiang Chen expressed that such matters were too troublesome and not suitable for him to handle personally. "Master," he turned his head and called out. Then, Phoenix flames soared to the sky, and before the cultivator could even touch Jiang Chen, he was already burned to a crisp. Host's actions conform to the villain's character setting. Reward, Ghost Crystal of the Secluded Spring. Billowing Cloud Sect. After the great battle, the place was in complete disarray, with only the sect master's hall in the center still standing. At this moment, a group of captives, from the Billowing Clouds sect were gathered in front of the sect master's hall. The leading elder was Billowing Clouds sect's old ancestor, Fan Tong, whose cultivation was only in the second realm of the upper four realms, the Fate Transformation realm. The surroundings were in ruins. Fan Tong and the other disciples had their cultivation sealed. "What is this mess?" Fan Tong said with a helpless expression. After becoming a second-rate sect, the Billowing Clouds sect had always been cautious. As the old ancestor of the sect, he often reminded his disciples to stay away from those who clearly had a significant background. Even if they had to take action, they should only target some unknown small fry. That way, they wouldn't bring disaster to the sect. But who would have thought that despite being so cautious, today they still faced the catastrophe of sect annihilation? In reality, it wasn't a true annihilation, as most of the Billowing Clouds sect's disciples were severely injured, with only a few losing their lives in the great battle. Fan Tong was both relieved and speechless about this. He always felt that the disciples of the Juyin sect seemed to prefer roundabout harassment, taking advantage of the chaos for sneak attacks, and looking for opportunities to knock out their opponents rather than direct confrontations. Especially those from Juyin sect's ninth peak, each one was an expert in sneaky tactics. Fan Tong had not believed when the Juyin sect had fallen to a demonic sect. After all, they were all righteous sects, and he had even heard the Juyin old ancestor preach 100 years ago. But the reality had slapped him in the face. The Juyin sect of today, not only had it fallen to a demonic sect, it had become a sect of madmen and bandits. Watching the Juyin sect disciples plunder the Billowing Clouds sect, Fan Tong felt as if his heart was bleeding. Suddenly, Fan Tong saw Xiao Ting approaching from a distance. He became anxious and quickly called out, "Senior Xiao." Although he was the old ancestor of the Billowing Clouds sect, his cultivation was not as high as Xiao Ting's, so he naturally addressed him as "Senior." Upon hearing this, Xiao Ting originally didn't want to bother, but due to having met once before and for other reasons, he still responded. "Senior, what will happen to us?" Fan Tong quickly asked. "How would I know?" Xiao Ting shook his head and said. "The old ancestor's order was for you all to wait here. As for what he intends to do with you, I have no idea. But the old ancestor has been very irritable lately," he added. Fan Tong had no doubts about this. Indeed, very irritable. When the Juyin old ancestor pinned him to the ground and hammered him, he thought some lunatic had broken loose. "Senior, the Billowing Clouds sect has always been careful to offend others. You must plead for us." "That Lu Lin, we really haven't seen him," Fan Tong said again. At this point, he could also see that the so-called searching for Lu Lin was probably just an excuse for the Juyin sect. But as the meat on the chopping board, no matter what, it was necessary for him to clarify. "Nonsense," Xiao Ting became furious. "I personally saw Lu Lin enter the Billowing Clouds sect, and then you detained him. I am a witness. Damn it, can't you have some shame?" Fan Tong cursed in his heart. Who didn't know that Xiao Ting, as the supreme great elder of the Juyin sect, usually lives in seclusion? How could such a person casually come to the Billowing Clouds sect and witness Lu Lin being detained? He was lying through his teeth without skipping a heartbeat. The key point was, he couldn't even question it because the one with the bigger fist is always right. "Senior, you must have seen wrong." Fan Tong continued to explain. "Ridiculous," Xiao Ting waved his hand dismissively. "With my cultivation, how could I have seen wrong? I am extremely familiar with that Lu Lin. He is a genius of our sect." "Genius?" Fan Tong was slightly stunned. Didn't the Juyin old ancestor just say that he was a menial disciple? Ah, Xiao Ting looked embarrassed. The stories didn't match up. If he had known this would happen, he would have coordinated the testimony with the people from the Juyin sect first. But could he be blamed? No. After all, the situation was sudden, and he didn't have time to come up with a detailed lie. Moreover, he didn't even know that Lu Lin. He had just made up a reason to start a war on the spot. Seeing Fan Tong's strange expression and the other Billowing Clouds sect disciples discussing among themselves, Xiao Ting quickly spoke confidently. "That Lu Lin was indeed a menial disciple of our sect, but he hid his talent. Yes, that's it. Normally, such secrets should not be disclosed to you, but today, I will let you know how outrageous your mistake is. Guess what kind of physique Lu Lin has?" he asked. "How would I know?" Fan Tong was dumbfounded. "Humph, Have you ever heard of the human sacred body? Xiao Ting snorted lightly. Human sacred body. Fan Tong was so shocked he stuttered. Such a physique was extremely rare throughout history. Even emperors would fight to take such a person as a disciple. After the surprise, he felt that Xiao Ting was spouting nonsense. After all, he had never heard before that the Juyan sect had a human sacred body. Foolish. Seeing his thoughts, Xiao Ting cursed loudly. Such a physique is a secret of our sect, how could it be disclosed? That Lu Lin is our sect's genius and our hope. Your unauthorized detention of him naturally led our sect to come with an army. Fan Tong and the others curled their lips, still disbelieving. Believe it or not, it doesn't matter. Xiao Ting turned and walked away. Wait, I believe, isn't that enough? Fan Tong became anxious and pleaded again. But our sect really hasn't seen that Lu Lin, let alone any human sacred body. Still trying to argue, Xiao Ting became enraged. That memory-reflecting mirror is Lu Lin's beloved item. Now that there is both a witness and physical evidence, how can you still deny it with such conclusive evidence? The people of the Billowing Clouds sect were collectively speechless. Damn conclusive evidence. They were being framed without even the pretense of a setup. They were determined to smear the Billowing Clouds sect. Rest assured, the old ancestor said that as long as you behave, he won't harm your lives, Xiao Ting said again. These words finally gave the people of the Billowing Clouds sect some assurance. Thank you, Senior. Fan Tong bowed in gratitude. No need, it was just a small effort, Xiao Ting said with a faint smile. By the way, that memory-reflecting mirror is bound with your old ancestor's essence blood. The old ancestor orders you to enter the sect master's hall later to operate it. The people of the Billowing Clouds sect were speechless again. Xiao Ting had just said the memory-reflecting mirror belonged to Lu Lin, but now, he wasn't even pretending anymore. As you command. With the situation being stronger than the people, Fan Tong had no choice but to bow his head. In the end, Xiao Ting left. Watching his retreating figure, Fan Tong sighed deeply. The once famous Juyan sect was known as a major righteous sect. The Xiaos of the central domain were also a renowned righteous family. But now the old ancestor of Juyan sect was acting like a madman, and so was this Xiao Ting. Truly, the ways of the world are unpredictable. Fan Tong believed that what Xiao Ting had just said was most likely nonsense. However, the transformation of the Juyan sect was so abrupt that it left him with doubts. He turned to a young man who had been standing by the people of the Billowing Clouds sect. Judging by his attire, he seemed to be a menial disciple of the Juyan sect, and asked, "Young friend, what is your name?" Upon hearing this, the menial disciple trembled with shock, then his eyes filled with tears. He was Lu Lin. Finally someone had noticed him. To answer the senior, "My name is Lu Lin," choked up as he spoke. Well, it's not important. Fan Tong waved his hand to interrupt, then asked, "The earlier words of Elder Xiao, about Lu Lin being the human sacred body and the sect's hope, is it true or false?" Lu Lin was speechless. How was he supposed to answer that? He himself didn't even know when he had become the sect's prodigy, the human sacred body. "It's my fault, you're just a menial disciple, invisible like a transparent person, how could you know these things?" Fan Tong shook his head again. At that moment, Lu Lin felt like cursing the entire world. Not long after, Fan Tong was summoned by the Juyan old ancestor into the sect master's hall. Inside the vast hall, there was only the Juyan old ancestor, who was holding a palm-sized treasure mirror with a yellow-brown frame and a light blue surface. This object was the divine-grade spiritual instrument of the once Billowing Clouds sect, the memory-reflecting mirror. Can this object really project memories? The Juyan old ancestor inquired. Replying to the senior, indeed it can. The memory-reflecting mirror can project the true memories of cultivators and can be used to gather intelligence on enemies. However, unless voluntarily, it is only effective on cultivators below the upper four realms, Fan Tong replied with a bow. Hearing this, the Juyan old ancestor nodded. No wonder such a mediocre divine-grade spiritual instrument was in the possession of the declining Billowing Clouds sect with no one trying to seize it. How large is the range of memories this object can project? The Juyan old ancestor asked again. The memory screen it projects is 12 zhang wide and 6 zhang high, Fan Tong replied. That's small. The Juyan old ancestor was dissatisfied. His intention was to project his memories of the 9 cycles of reincarnation through this treasure mirror, allowing others to feel his pain. But with such a small range, if one wanted to see it clearly and immerse themselves in it, at most only a dozen people could watch at a time. Senior, to be honest, Fan Tong confessed. Although the memory-reflecting mirror is a divine-grade spiritual instrument, it is merely a fragment of a spiritual treasure from the upper domain, hence its limited function. Oh, the Juyan old ancestor raised an eyebrow. You mean to say, if all the fragments are gathered, this object could become a spiritual treasure? A spiritual treasure, both in rank and power, far surpasses a spiritual instrument and is exclusive to the upper domain. It is said that high-level spiritual treasures can even cover an entire domain. I'm not sure about the specifics, but that is indeed what the ancient records of the sect say, Fan Tong said. The Juyan old ancestor nodded. Although he appeared calm on the surface, he was actually extremely excited inside. He couldn't help but think that if one day he could gather all the fragments and assemble the complete memory-reflecting mirror, wouldn't it mean that with just a thought, everyone in the entire domain would have to watch the 9 cycles of reincarnation just like him? Such a thought was simply happiness. Is it possible to project a specific memory? The Juyan old ancestor asked again. Yes, Fan Tong replied without hesitation. You just need a keyword to project a specific memory. Moreover, it also has functions like loop projection, acceleration, slow motion, and so on. Of course, the prerequisite is the person's willingness. Perfect. Absolutely perfect. The Juyan old ancestor was overjoyed in his heart. Ahem. After a light cough to cover his embarrassment, he immediately summoned all 12 supreme elders of the Juyan sect. He planned to first let this group of supreme elders experience his pain. They were his own people, after all, and naturally should be more understanding than others. Soon, shouting and others appeared as ordered. The Juyan old ancestor handed the memory-reflecting mirror to Fan Tong, signaling him to start projecting his memories related to the 9 cycles of reincarnation. Fan Tong followed the order. The doors and windows of the sect master's hall were tightly closed, and all candles were extinguished. In the pitch-black hall, a silver screen several jong wide suddenly appeared out of thin air. On the screen, the image of the Juyan sect's 9th peak appeared with the words "First Life" shining above in the sky. At this moment in the image, Jiang Lianyue was just entering the sect, kowtowing to Xiao Hongyi and offering tea. Jiang Chen stood by Xiao Hongyi's side, dressed in white, with a clean and hearty smile that seemed to warm all seasons. At the sight of Jiang Chen, the 12 supreme elders were collectively shocked. They had never seen Jiang Chen dressed in white, nor had they ever seen him smile like that. Old ancestor, what is this? Xiao Ting asked, puzzled. When his own memories were being projected, the Juyan old ancestor couldn't move, but he could speak. After a light sigh, the Juyan old ancestor said, "This is the truth of this world." The truth. The 12 supreme elders didn't understand what he meant, so they watched attentively, involuntarily immersing themselves in it. When they saw was Jiang Chen clearly doing good deeds, but due to various coincidences he became associated with evil deeds. So that's how it is. No wonder the old ancestor said we were afflicted with inner demons. Indeed, we were blinded by superficial appearances. Xiao Ting was extremely shocked. What they saw was that Jiang Chen had expended his energy to refine the fire impurity pill for Jiang Lianyue, only to be labeled a peeping Tom, and later stripped of his core formation. Alas, one of the supreme elders sighed deeply. We have greatly misunderstood Jiang Chen. When they saw Jiang Chen again repeatedly misunderstood and accused, yet he continued to walk the righteous path and treat others with kindness, Xiao Ting was filled with self-reproach. Because in the images, he too had been extremely hostile towards Jiang Chen due to certain coincidences. He couldn't help but think. What kind of agony must Jiang Chen have felt after going through all of this? Jiang Chen lived a life of righteousness but was constantly misunderstood. On the other hand, people like Ma Wu claimed to be righteous but used despicable means and were still loved by others. This was unfair. At this moment, many of the supreme elders realized that it seemed like the heavens were targeting Jiang Chen. Regarding this, they could only sigh helplessly. After all, that was the will of the heavens. Who could contend with it? And when they saw even in death, Jiang Chen was determined to save his master, his junior brothers, and sisters. The 12 supreme elders were struck as if by lightning. The truth of this world was fully unveiled at this moment. Jiang Chen was benevolent, never seeking anything in return and always acting for the sake of others, but despite such dedication and goodness, what he received in return was death and the obliteration of his path. A kind of unprecedented anger and unwillingness emerged in everyone's hearts, giving rise to an impulse to defy the heavens. Yet, this impulse was quickly suppressed by them. After all, defying the heavens was taboo. The belief that the heavenly way of this world was unshakable had become a consensus among all cultivators. The first life came to an end, and the screen plunged into darkness. The Supreme Elders sighed incessantly. They thought it should be over, but they didn't realize it was just the beginning. The second life, the third life, the fourth life, the scenes on the screen continued. In every life, Jiang Chen gave his all. In every life, Jiang Chen strived to do good. But in every life, Jiang Chen's end was death at the hands of Lin Feng, and even the Jian sect was ultimately destroyed by other forces. The ninth life. After the end, the elders couldn't hold back anymore. They were all clenching their fists tightly, gritting their teeth, their bodies trembling non-stop. They finally understood. These were the memories of Jiang Chen's previous 9 lives. Although they didn't know why the Juyan old ancestor also had these memories, it was within reason that their own old ancestor was so awesome, possessing some mysterious power that they couldn't understand. The 10th life. In the scene, Jiang Chen is dressed in black. That black attire was extremely striking, and with just one glance, the elders felt as if their Tao hearts were also shrouded in darkness. Quickly steady your minds. Otherwise, we will fall into madness. Feeling the change in their Tao hearts, Shao Ting urgently shouted. Upon hearing this, the other Supreme Elders took action. But before they could stabilize their Tao hearts, the next 9 cycles of reincarnation began. They wanted to close their eyes and not watch anymore. But they found their own old ancestor was looking at them with a meaningful and threatening gaze. That look was a bit mad and somewhat mocking. Who knows how much time passed? Ha ha ha. Ah, it's truly touching. The heavenly way is heartless, I shall wield my sword against it. If this world does not distinguish between good and evil, then what is the difference between a righteous person and a demon? Rather than being a coward for a lifetime, I'd rather be a hero for a moment. What bullshit. Defy the heavens. Roars echoed throughout the main hall of the sect. Soon, the 12 Supreme Elders pushed the door open and came out. By the order of the old ancestor, groups of 10 from the Juyan sect shall enter the main hall in succession, Shao Ting announced loudly. Upon hearing this, the people of the Juyan sect shuddered with fear. They were so terrified. Didn't they see that the Supreme Elders were fine before entering, but now they came out with hostility in their eyes and madness in their speech. Although they didn't know what they would encounter inside, if the Supreme Elders couldn't bear it, how could the others? Those who disobey the order will be executed on the spot, Shao Ting's voice rang out again. The disciples were speechless. In other words, they had no choice, right? Reluctantly, everyone acted according to the command. Again, who knows how much time passed? The people of the Juyan sect really went mad. Sect Master Jiyu Chengqing was crying his eyes out, and the various peak masters all had unwillingness in their eyes, their bloodshot eyes seemingly filled with boundless rage. Li Fudu, who once presided over the Hall of Enforcement, even attempted to slit his own throat the moment he stepped out. If it weren't for the timely restraint by others, he might have been gone. And the most exaggerated was the 9th peak. After stepping out, the great elder Lu Yong looked up at the sky and shouted, "The heaven is unjust." The other 9th peak elders and disciples all drew their swords, swearing to defy the heavens in this lifetime. When they heard that someone else wanted to defy the heavens expressed their displeasure and once again made their presence felt. Boom! The earth and sky roared, thunder rolled, and dense lightning poured down. But this time, it didn't scare the people. Sword Peak's Zhang Lingfeng drew his ancient sword to resist the lightning. Beast Taming Peak's Master Jin Ru threw her contracted beast into the sky, watching it get struck into char. Weapon Peak's Master Niu Wu waved his hand, and numerous spiritual weapons gathered to contend with the thunder. The disciples also formed arrays to withstand the heavenly lightning. This scene left the people of the Billowing Clouds sect dumbfounded. But what shocked them even more was yet to come. Old Ancestor Fan Tong of the Billowing Clouds sect walked out of the main hall and commanded with an unquestionable voice. Groups of 10 from the Billowing Clouds sect, enter the hall. Ah! Upon hearing this, the people of the Billowing Clouds sect jumped in fright. They had come to realize that now, this main hall was a dragon's den and a tiger's lair, with everyone who entered going mad. Knowing this, who would want to actually enter? Those who disobey will be purged by me today. Fan Tong roared loudly, adding, those who obstruct my defiance of the heavens, kill. Boom! As soon as he finished speaking, a bolt of lightning struck him squarely on his forehead. Fan Tong resisted the lightning with his body, looking disheveled with singed hair, but he was not in mortal danger. Seeing this scene, the people of the Billowing Clouds sect were filled with despair. They hadn't expected that even their own old ancestor had gone mad. In the end, Fan Tong, while resisting the heavenly lightning, forcibly made the people of the Billowing Clouds sect enter the main hall. And then, the people of the Billowing Clouds sect went collectively mad. Although the images and memories of the 9 cycles of reincarnation had little to do with them, they were also driven to insanity for some reason. The only thing known was that those images were branded into their minds like a hot iron, amplifying emotions such as dissatisfaction and anger countless times over. Under the influence of these emotions, it was truly difficult not to go mad. Ha ha ha. Suddenly, with a loud laugh, the old ancestor of Jiang emerged from the broken hall along with the jade coffin. He stood on the coffin while hovering in the void. Facing the oppressive dark clouds and the sky full of thunder, the Jiang old ancestor was neither shocked nor panicked but simply uttered 3 words softly. "Carry the coffin." "All right." Xiao Ting leapt up and carried the jade coffin on his back. Immediately after, Jiang old ancestor controlled Xiao Ting's body, transforming into 100 Jiang tall giant. The giant withstood the lightning with his flesh, and his fist shattered the void. In no time, the dark clouds in the sky were dispersed, and the thunder disappeared before it could even strike. "Old ancestor is mighty," the crowd shouted loudly. "Mighty." To this, the Jiang old ancestor shook his head. It wasn't his might that repelled the heavenly power but rather that the thieving heavens disdained to exert full force against mere ants. Taking a deep breath, he then spoke words that echoed all around. "From now on, our Jiang sect will officially be renamed the Jiang demonic sect." The disciples of the Jiang sect cheered in unison. The Billowing Clouds sect, will also be renamed the Billowing Clouds demonic sect. We wish to become a subsidiary sect of the Jiang demonic sect, following only the demonic sect, Fan Tong also shouted loudly. The disciples of the Billowing Clouds demonic sect also chanted. Not long after, the Jiang old ancestor slowly descended. The disciples of the Jiang and Billowing Clouds demonic sects, instead of the hostility from before, became like-minded friends. Putting down the jade coffin, Xiao Ting suddenly remembered something. He turned his head to look at the soul-state Jiang old ancestor and asked, "Old ancestor, so the matter of us being planted with demonic seeds by the demonic path, was it false?" The Jiang old ancestor was at a loss for words. He had been so preoccupied with making others experience his pain that he had completely forgotten about this. How could it be false? Sect Master Ji Changqing arrived and analyzed. The demonic seeds do exist, otherwise we wouldn't have been blinded and misunderstood Jiang Chen through 9 lifetimes. It's just that the one who planted the demonic seeds in us is probably not the demonic sect, but the heavenly Tao. Presumably, the old ancestor was considering our situation and felt the timing wasn't right, so he claimed it was the work of the demonic path. Hearing this, everyone from the Jiang sect felt it made a lot of sense. The heavenly Tao indeed used their sense of justice to blind them, leading to their continuous misunderstanding of Jiang Chen. Going against the heavens was truly terrifying. If it weren't for watching the 9 cycles of reincarnation dozens of times, they wouldn't have had the courage to defy the heavens. With this in mind, the people of the Jiang sect were deeply moved. They collectively bowed to the Jiang old ancestor, saying, "Having the old ancestor in our Jiang sect is indeed a blessing for our sect." "Good, very good." The Jiang old ancestor smiled from ear to ear and immediately praised, "The disciples of our sect are all extremely perceptive and have gained great enlightenment. It's all thanks to the old ancestor's teachings." The crowd bowed again. After another round of compliments, the people of the Jiang and Billowing Clouds demonic sects dispersed. In front of the once bustling hall, now only Lu Lin was left standing alone. Lu Lin blinked in confusion. He couldn't understand what was going on at all. Because he had been forgotten again. He hadn't entered the hall to watch the 9 cycles of reincarnation. Everyone else had gone mad, but he alone was sane. This might seem like a good thing. But when madness becomes the norm, the only sane person will inevitably wonder. Is it actually me who is the mad one? No, I must go mad too, Lu Lin decided. He found the 9th peak Great Elder Lu Yang. What? You didn't enter the hall? Lu Yang was first surprised, then felt it didn't matter. One more or one less of you makes no difference. By the way, who are you? Lu Lin was speechless. He felt that if this situation continued, he might not need to enter that hall. He would be driven mad sooner or later. Ghost controlling sect. The sect was located in an abyss surrounded by mountains on all sides, with only one exit leading to the outside world. Recently, rumors were rife in the ghost controlling sect. First, it was said that there would be a marriage alliance with the Jiang sect and then that the marriage party had lost contact. Then there were rumors that not only did the soul lamp of the first true disciple, Yan Mei, extinguish, but other true disciples who went to inquire also died one after another. This caused panic among the people of the ghost controlling sect. After all, since the establishment of the ghost controlling sect, there had never been an incident where true disciples died one after another. At this moment, a short-statured youth with a sinister look in his eyes was preparing to leave the ghost-controlling sect. His name was Gao Long, the second true disciple of the ghost-controlling sect. Gao Long was always cautious and never took risks. His mission this time was to go to the Jiang sect to gather intelligence. Knowing that this trip was somewhat dangerous, he planned to wander outside the sect for a while and then pretend to be defeated and return to the sect injured. He thought himself very clever. In this way, he could avoid punishment from the sect and not risk losing his life. Leaving the sect and following the narrow mountain stream, Gao Long arrived outside the sect. He took a deep breath while enjoying the crispness of the air. Just as he was about to take a step, his pupils shrank. In front of him, he saw a person holding two large banners, each with writing on them. An unknown man with the stature of a great emperor. True disciple of ghost-controlling sect, dare to fight. In front of the two large banners stood a man dressed in black, looking quite handsome. Gao Long was very angry. Nowadays, any Tom, Dick, or Harry dares to claim they have the stature of a great emperor. An unknown man. Knowing that you're an unknown man and still having the audacity to make such claims. Although furious, Gao Long did not step forward. He wasn't foolish. Since the other party dared to set up a challenge at the entrance of the ghost-controlling sect, they must be skilled. It's better to avoid trouble when possible, so caution is the best approach. With that thought in mind, Gao Long decided to take a detour and leave this place of conflict. But he had only taken a few steps when he saw a wild man glaring at him viciously while wielding two machetes. Heavenly Origin Realm. Gao Long realized the cultivation level of the wild man before him and was immediately terrified. "Do you dare to fight me?" the wild man said. "I dare not, dare not." Gao Long immediately chickened out. He was merely at the earthly origin level. How could he possibly be a match for someone at the heavenly origin realm? "You must choose one of us," the wild man said, pointing to himself and the man in black. This Gao Long's mouth twitched. He was just out for a stroll, not looking for a fight. How audacious. Ghost-controlling sect is right behind me. Aren't you afraid of being besieged by our disciples? Gao Long grew somewhat angry. The wild man ignored him and began sharpening his knives. "I choose him," Gao Long pointed at the man in black. "Are you sure?" Lin Mubai asked. "Sure. Absolutely sure," Gao Long replied instantly. In his view, the wild man was at the heavenly origin realm, while the man in black seemed to be at the earthly origin realm. If he had to choose someone to fight, only a fool would not pick the latter. Lin Mubai sheathed his machetes while looking at him with pity. Gao Long, with a stiff upper lip, walked towards the man in black. "May I ask for your esteemed name?" he asked with a fist salute upon arrival. The response came. "Great majestic heavenly dragon." Buddhist teachings descended, and a golden dragon appeared. In just an instant, Gao Long was defeated. From beginning to end, he had no chance to resist. He was directly struck by the golden dragon that descended from the sky, and his entire body was buried into the ground. And at that moment, the man finally replied, "My name is Jiang Chen, and I am one with the ghost-controlling sect." Jiang Chen. Hearing this name, Gao Long was nearly scared to death. Who didn't know that Jiang Chen's backing was the Jiang family? And that he himself was incredibly powerful? Gao Long had never imagined this. He thought that as long as he didn't go to the Jiang sect, his life would not be in danger, but who would have thought that danger would come to the doorstep of his own sect? As for what Jiang Chen said about being one family. Please, now that Yan Mei is gone, the marriage alliance between the Jiang sect and the ghost-controlling sect is completely in chaos, right? Who is your family? Besides, who sets up a challenge at the doorstep of their family's house? And starts by beating up their family member, half to death? You go and inform the ghost-controlling sect master and old ancestor that I have brought 2 junior brothers here, and each of them wants to marry 10 female disciples from the ghost sect, Jiang Chen continued. 10. Gao Long was immediately shocked. Wasn't that a bit too much? Correct, tell the ghost-controlling sect to prepare 20 beautiful junior sisters and 20 dowries. We're all family, so the dowries don't need to be too extravagant. Just casually give 100,000 spirit stones each, Jiang Chen added. Hearing this, Gao Long was even more incredulous. He rubbed his eyes. For some reason, he felt that Jiang Chen's words and actions were reminiscent of a demonic sect disciple abducting a righteous woman. But the problem was, this was also the demonic sect. Had he mistaken the target? Moreover, 100,000 per dowry, totaling 20 dowries, wouldn't that require 2 million spirit stones? Why don't you just rob us? Gao Long exclaimed loudly. What else do you think I'm doing? Jiang Chen retorted. Gao Long was speechless. What, you're not leaving? Are you planning to leave your life here? Jiang Chen's gaze turned cold again. Hearing this, Gao Long was immediately frightened into a shiver. Enduring the pain in his body, he scrambled away as fast as he could. Ha ha ha. Watching his retreating figure, Jiang Chen laughed heartily. Host's actions conform to the villain's character setting, reward, Way of the Poison Grandmaster's Diary. Jiang Chen was puzzled. Way of the Poison Grandmaster's Diary. What did he need that for? He wasn't following the way of the poison. Recently, the system's rewards had been quite normal, and Jiang Chen had almost forgotten that it could give out useless items. Jiang Hu, this is for you. Jiang Chen casually tossed the diary to Jiang Hu behind him. Jiang Hu hurriedly caught the diary. After flipping through it briefly, he was moved to tears. This Way of the Poison Grandmaster's Diary not only recorded a vast number of poisonous pills and poisons but even detailed how to transform oneself into an acquired poison body. Although it was just a diary, its value was no less than any superior-grade secret manual. With this diary, he would no longer have to worry about deadly poisons entering his body when helping Xiao Hongyi find poisons. If he successfully changed his constitution to become an acquired poison body, his dream of becoming a Way of the Poison Grandmaster might also be realized. Eldest senior brother, please accept my bow. Jiang Hu, unable to hold back his tears, knelt down and said, not only do you help me find 10 wives, but you also give me such a precious diary. I am truly, deeply moved. As my junior brother, of course, I will treat you well, Jiang Chen said with a light smile. Hearing this, Jiang Hu was even more moved to tears. He was once again certain. His choice was correct. Only by clinging tightly to Jiang Chen's coattails could he truly follow his heart. Unfortunately for him, Jiang Chen's intention to help him find 10 wives was just to cause trouble, and giving away the Way of the Poison Grandmaster's Diary was merely to make Jiang Hu better at poisoning people, thereby reducing Xiao Hongyi's workload. Without a doubt, when they learned that Jiang Hu actually wanted to marry 10 female disciples from the ghost-controlling sect, the sect was bound to be furious. The ghost-controlling sect wouldn't dare to provoke him, but they would dare to make things difficult for Lin Mubai and Jiang Hu. At that time, the two of them would definitely face endless troubles and targeted actions. Meanwhile, he could take the opportunity to rack up some system rewards. Moreover, if one day Jiang Hu truly becomes a Way of the Poison Grandmaster, he will surely be cursed by thousands and hunted by the righteous path. These matters, however, would no longer concern him. I really am the best eldest senior brother in this world, Jiang Chen thought to himself, feeling moved as he looked up at the sky. In the ghost-controlling sect's main hall. At this moment, the ghost-controlling sect's old ancestor, several supreme elders, and the sect leader of the ghost-controlling sect were all gathered. Everyone's face was grim, exclaiming that it was just too much. In fact, the moment Yan Mei's soul lamp went out, the ghost-controlling sect's old ancestor sensed that the marriage alliance was doomed to fail. They all knew Yan Mei's character well. In their view, it was because Yan Mei failed to seduce Jiang Chen and instead provoked his disgust, leading to her untimely death. The death of the ghost-controlling sect's top disciple within their own sect was a major event. Normally, the ghost-controlling sect would respond with thunderous fury, showing the perpetrator the might of a demonic sect. But helplessly, Jiang Chen was the young master of the Jiang family, and the Jian sect had just beaten up the Buddha temple not long ago. After weighing the strength of friend and foe, the ghost-controlling sect dared not act rashly. They had thought that although the marriage alliance had fallen through, the dowry should still be returned, right? And the other ghost-controlling sect elders should also come back, right? But who would have expected that there was no news at all? The disciples sent out to gather information also met with death one after another. Various signs indicated that the Jiang sect seemed to be detaining the ghost-controlling sect elders and even wanted to double-cross and swallow the dowry. This made everyone regret deeply. Their original intention was to form an alliance with the Jiang sect to counter the myriad Dao demon sect and other righteous paths and, in the best-case scenario, even cling to the Jiang family's coattails. But the result was a loss of both people and wealth. And just recently, the sect members learned about the recent events from the disciple Gaolong. Everyone agreed that at such a critical juncture, what Jiang Chen said must represent the intentions of the Jiang sect. The Jiang sect is going too far, a supreme elder said. They won't return the dowry, they won't release our elders, and now they even have the audacity to demand to marry 20 of our female disciples and want us to prepare 20 dowries. Did they think our sect is easy to bully? Old ancestor, we can't tolerate this any longer. If we do, won't we become cowards? Another supreme elder said, I suggest we go to war. Although the Jiang old ancestor's strength is unfathomable, he is ultimately in a soul state, and we are not without a chance of victory. These words immediately ignited everyone's anger. That's right. The Jiang sect is shameless, killing and looting, provoking us, and wanting to forcibly marry our demonic sect's female disciples. If we don't retaliate, won't we be laughed at by other sects? Let's go all out, fight. If not now, when? When the ghost-controlling sect is enraged, corpses will float for thousands of miles. Everyone was filled with indignation. The ghost-controlling sect's old ancestor, annoyed, shouted, silence. The hall instantly fell quiet. After a moment of contemplation, the ghost-controlling sect's old ancestor said, I just received news that the Jiang old ancestor personally led a team and annihilated the Billowing Clouds sect. Now, the Billowing Clouds sect has been renamed Billowing Clouds Demonic Sect and has become a subsidiary sect of the Jiang sect. What? Everyone was shocked. It was not surprising to them that the Jiang sect had the power to destroy the Billowing Clouds sect. After all, the strength of the two was not on the same level. But the problem was the Jiang old ancestor had just fought a great battle with the Buddha old ancestor, and now he had led a team to destroy a second-rate sect. What did this prove? It proved that the Jiang old ancestor's cultivation was still intact. His strength was still present, and even in a soul state, he was unaffected. Strange, the sect leader of the ghost-controlling sect frowned and analyzed. Logically speaking, even if the Jiang old ancestor knows the ancient soul technique and can control other people's bodies, his soul power should still be consumed. 9 Abyss Soul Embryo. The ghost-controlling sect's old ancestor said. So that's it, the 9 Abyss Soul Embryo is a great supplement for ghosts and can also help cultivators in a soul state recover their soul power. No wonder they want to swallow our dowry, the Supreme Elder realized. Now the others understood too. After all this commotion, they were actually aiding the enemy. Everyone fell silent again. To go to war, with the Jiang old ancestor's strength right there, the chances of victory were slim. To not go to war having been bullied to this extent, if they didn't make a move, they would definitely be ridiculed. Old ancestor, I have a strategy that might make the Jiang sect pay a price, the sect leader of the ghost-controlling sect suddenly said. Seeing everyone looking at him, he slowly uttered, let's borrow strength. The female ghost from Ghost Ridge Soul Abyss is also quite dissatisfied with the Jiang sect. I suggest we send someone to persuade her to join us in attacking the Jiang sect. This plan is feasible, the ghost-controlling sect's old ancestor nodded. Alone, the ghost-controlling sect was no match for the Jiang sect. But with the addition of the female ghost from Ghost Ridge Soul Abyss, they would have a certain chance of victory. What about Jiang Chen? Should we send him away? Someone else asked. No, didn't he say we're all one family? Since we're family and he's here for a marriage alliance, let's keep him as a guest and discuss things slowly, the ghost-controlling sect's old ancestor said with a sinister smile. Upon hearing this, everyone was first stunned, then quickly understood. Naturally, they didn't dare to actually harm Jiang Chen, but they could keep him in the ghost-controlling sect under the guise of being a guest and discussing matters. This move had several advantages. First, Jiang Chen was the link between the Jiang sect and the Jiang family. If Jiang Chen were in the Jiang sect, the ghost-controlling sect would be constrained during a war to avoid offending the Jiang family. Second, if the Jiang sect were to be destroyed, they could naturally make Jiang Chen a disciple of the ghost-controlling sect, thereby clinging to the Jiang family's coattails. Although this would attract the attention of the empress, the ghost-controlling sect was under too much pressure and couldn't care about that anymore. Third, if the Jiang family came to make trouble personally, this would also avoid a direct confrontation with them. 3 birds with 1 stone. But old ancestor, Jiang Chen has such a bad reputation. Won't his stay in the ghost-controlling sect bring trouble to the sect? The sect leader of the ghost-controlling sect hesitated. Trouble. Bad reputation. Does our ghost-controlling sect fear trouble or lack a bad reputation? The ghost-controlling sect's old ancestor scoffed. Even if he is the young master of the Jiang family, can he bring about the destruction of our sect? There are rumors that the Juyan sect becoming a demonic sect has something to do with the Jiang family's actions behind the scenes. A supreme elder also expressed concern. It's just a case of misinformation. Old ancestor of the ghost-controlling sect shook his head. Even if it were true, our ghost-controlling sect is already a demonic sect, what is there to fear? The crowd nodded, finding his words reasonable, and said no more. Half an hour later, a group of people appeared before Jiang Chen, led by Tu Zheng, the sect master of the ghost-controlling sect. Cough. After a light cough, Tu Zheng laughed heartily. Jiang Chen, from now on, the ghost-controlling sect is your home. Home. Jiang Chen was taken aback. That's right. The old ancestor and the supreme elders are in seclusion recently. You can stay as a guest in the ghost-controlling sect, and we'll discuss other matters after the old ancestor comes out of seclusion. Tu Zheng nodded. Is that really okay? Jiang Chen's expression was odd. What's not okay about it? I think it's very good. Tu Zheng waved his hand cheerfully. Didn't you say we're all family? Right, one family. Jiang Chen also started to smile. Under the warm welcome of Tu Zheng and the other high-ranking members of the ghost-controlling sect, Jiang Chen and his companions settled in the sect. It's worth mentioning that, knowing the ghost-controlling sect had discovered her, Xiao Hongyi no longer hid her presence and entered the ghost-controlling sect openly. Several days had passed since everyone settled in the ghost-controlling sect. Jiang Chen was strolling leisurely ahead with Lin Mubai and Zhang Hu following behind. During this time, Xiao Hongyi was refining pills every day, and Zhang Hu was diligently studying the Way of the Poison Grandmaster's diary, so Jiang Chen took the opportunity to practice his cultivation as well. Jiang Chen's intention was simply to cultivate since he had nothing better to do. But the result? There was no progress in his cultivation. The suppression from the heavens was still present. Indeed, he still had to rely on the system rewards. At this moment, it was noon. Despite the bright sun in the sky, the ghost-controlling sect was filled with an inexplicable chill. Jiang Chen knew this was because the people of the ghost-controlling sect practiced ghostly arts, which were inherently cold. Senior brother Jiang, young master Jiang. Along the way, many disciples of the ghost-controlling sect greeted Jiang Chen with respect. Jiang Chen nodded in response to each one. He was a villain, and the ghost-controlling sect was also a villainous sect. Therefore, the people of the ghost-controlling sect felt a natural affinity for him, and he also found some of the disciples particularly likable. Of course, Jiang Chen hadn't forgotten his purpose. Although these were all villains, they were still normal people and could be used to earn system rewards. It was just that compared to righteous disciples, it was a bit more difficult. Soon, Jiang Chen led the group to an open space in the center of the ghost-controlling sect. This place was where the disciples practiced their skills, and at a glance, it was filled with dense figures. Junior brother Lin, what do you think of that junior sister with a face full of pockmarks and a plump figure? Senior brother thinks she's quite a match for you, Jiang Chen pointed casually. Upon hearing this, the junior sister in question trembled. Although Lin Mubai looked disgusted, he still nodded and said, whatever senior brother says goes. That won't do, Jiang Chen glared. How can a man have no opinion of his own? Then I want a pretty one, Lin Mubai added. Sigh, junior brother, Jiang Chen patted his shoulder and sighed. Listen to your senior brother, that pockmarked junior sister is more suitable for you. After all, it's all the same in the dark. Lin Mubai was left speechless. Jiang Chen nodded, satisfied with his convincing words. Turning to Zhang Hu, he said, you, go tie up that pockmarked junior sister. She will be Mubai's first wife. Lin Mubai's mouth twitched, but he didn't object. Zhang Hu was shocked and said, ah. Just tie her up. Senior brother, this is the ghost-controlling sect, aren't we being too arrogant? Are we? Jiang Chen countered. Yes. Very much so, Jiang Hu nodded vigorously. Sigh, junior brother Jiang, Jiang Chen sighed. We're all family, so naturally, we should be more relaxed. Besides, this isn't arrogance, it's care. I'm taking care of junior brother's marriage. This time, it was Jiang Hu's turn to be speechless. Well, aren't you going? Jiang Chen glared. With no choice, Jiang Hu reluctantly stepped forward and, under the watchful eyes of everyone, tied up the struggling pockmarked junior sister and threw her beside Lin Mubai. I would rather die than submit, the pockmarked junior sister declared. Oh, then chop her, Jiang Chen replied instantly. All right. Lin Mubai was overjoyed and raised the chopping knife. Stop, stop, I submit, the pockmarked junior sister exclaimed in terror, instantly caving. Weren't you ready to die rather than submit? Lin Mubai frowned, regretting that he couldn't go through with killing his wife. I am a person of the demonic path, going back on my word is the basic operation, the pockmarked junior sister blurted out. At this, everyone was speechless. Jiang Chen, even more so, internally exclaims. I was careless. He hadn't expected that those of the demonic path could be so shameless, making it impossible for him to establish a proper villainous image. His eyes darting, Jiang Chen then said, I observe that this junior sister has an outstanding presence and a unique appearance, surely not a common being. I suspect she must be an undercover agent from the righteous path. An undercover agent from the righteous path. Upon hearing these 4 words, the pockmarked junior sister was immediately upset. She glared angrily and retorted, Jiang Chen, you're slandering me. Everyone knows I'm ruthless and specialize in killing men. You can say I'm ugly, but you can't say I'm an undercover agent from the righteous path. A warrior can be killed but not insulted. In that case, chop her, Jiang Chen said with a shrug. All right. Lin Mubai was delighted once again, raising the chopping knife high. He really does chop people down. That's right, I am indeed an undercover agent of the righteous path. You've uncovered me despite my deep cover, the junior sister cowered once again. Ha ha. Watching her expression filled with anger, unwillingness, yet unable to lash out, Jiang Chen burst into laughter. This is the feeling. How nostalgic. He relishes this demeanor when others can't stand him but also can't do anything about him. Then, he turned to Jiang Hu and asked, Junior brother Jiang, what kind of woman do you like? Beautiful, Jiang Hu inquired tentatively. Jiang Chen raised an eyebrow. All right, I'll leave it all up to senior brother Jiang Hu quickly changed his tune. Good, very good. Jiang Chen praised him. He then turned his gaze to a female disciple of the ghost-controlling sect whose face seemed to have been scorched by fierce flames, her eyes filled with scars, and her figure extremely masculine. The female disciple locked eyes with him for a second. Then she ran off like an arrow. Seeing this, the other female disciples also shuddered. In just a few breaths, the bustling surroundings were devoid of any female disciples. Jiang Chen frowned. He had no choice but to look at a frail male disciple and said, Junior brother Jiang, since it's all up to me, you wouldn't mind a man, right? Jiang Hu immediately looked puzzled. Hearing this, the male disciples around were so startled that they jumped up and fled in a sorry state. At the same time, the system's prompt appeared. Host's actions conform to the villain's character setting, cultivation level upgraded to the late earthly origin stage. Haha, good. Jiang Chen felt extremely satisfied. Such feelings in such a situation were not something he could experience in the Juyan sect. At this moment, he was truly considering the ghost-controlling sect as a home. Jiang Hu let out a sigh of relief and quickly changed the subject. Senior brother, what should we do with this junior sister? Should second senior brother marry her tonight? Upon hearing this, Lin Mubai was furious. Goodness, this was like diverting a flood to someone else's field. His eyes turned cold, and he silently raised his machete. Seeing this, Jiang Hu shrank his neck and dared not speak further. Of course, Jiang Chen wouldn't let Lin Mubai marry this junior sister right now, as the dowry hadn't been secured yet. After some thought, he finally instructed, just throw her to the master. Is that really okay? Jiang Hu hesitated. The peak master is currently refining pills, and if she is sent there, she might be used to test poison pills. What's there to be afraid of? Just don't kill her. Jiang Chen was indifferent and looked at the 2 junior brothers. You 2 also go ahead and do your thing. I'll take responsibility if there's trouble. We're all family here, just don't kill anyone, but you can rough them up. Upon hearing this, Lin Mubai grinned viciously while Jiang Hu alternated between frowning, squinting, and flashing a gleam of insight in his eyes, it was unclear what he was thinking. Afterward, the ghost-controlling sect was in chaos. Lin Mubai, wielding 2 machetes, challenged people everywhere, chasing and hacking at the true disciples of the ghost-controlling sect. Jiang Chen would go out every day, then capture 2 odd-looking female disciples of the ghost sect and hand them over to Xiao Hongyi for poison testing. Jiang Hu's behavior became somewhat strange. He was nowhere to be seen all day, and it was unclear what he was busy with. At some point, rumors of disappearances began to circulate within the ghost-controlling sect, and the number of missing people continued to grow. Out of necessity, the Hall of Enforcement of the ghost-controlling sect took action. They first approached Jiang Chen, asking him to restrain himself and stop abducting demonic sect women. "Is that so? Which eye of yours saw me doing such a thing?" Jiang Chen blatantly lied. Many disciples of the Hall of Enforcement testified that they had seen it with their own eyes. "Then I'll gouge out your eyes." Jiang Chen became furiously embarrassed. In the end, he beat up all the disciples of the Hall of Enforcement and sent them running. The disciples were furious. It was simply too arrogant and too inhumane. Even the demonic sect had rules, okay. If it were someone else, they would have been subjected to the punishment of the 10,000 ghosts devouring heart long ago, but Jiang Chen had too strong a backing, and even the sect master didn't dare to act rashly. Helplessly, the disciples of the Hall of Enforcement had no choice but to turn to Xiao Hongyi. In their view, Xiao Hongyi, as Jiang Chen's master and the legitimate daughter of the central domain Xiao family, surely had to take some responsibility, right? But to their surprise, the dozen or so Hall of Enforcement disciples who went to find Xiao Hongyi never returned. All were detained by Xiao Hongyi and became her guinea pigs for poison testing. This is outrageous, too outrageous. After learning of this, the sect master of the ghost-controlling sect, Tu Zheng, was infuriated. The behavior of Jiang Chen and others, was it that of guests? They were clearly there to cause trouble. It had only been a little over 10 days since Jiang Chen and the others joined the ghost-controlling sect. But because of Jiang Chen and the others, dozens of people had been injured or fallen into a coma. What's more, a disciple reported that recently, 100 disciples who went out from the ghost-controlling sect had gone missing. This situation had put everyone in the ghost-controlling sect on edge. If they didn't handle it, morale would collapse. Huff. Tu Zheng exhaled a turbid breath slowly, his eyes slightly closed, his divine consciousness enveloping the entire ghost-controlling sect. Soon, he found the culprit. Meanwhile, at night, Jiang Hu was busy with something in a narrow cave while holding a book. In front of him were several ghost-controlling sect cultivators, male and female, with their cultivation sealed and their faces turning purple. He was conducting experiments in the art of poison. The way of the poison was different from others. It required understanding various poisons and their effects and finding antidotes through constant experimentation. To taste 100 poisons is to solve 100 poisons. Only by repeating this process could one become a postnatal poison body. This was his goal. Since Jiang Chen had told him to go ahead and do his thing as long as he didn't kill anyone, he often took advantage of the still of the night to abduct people for his experiments. Putting down the book in his hand, Jiang Hu fed some purple powder to a seemingly normal cultivator. Ah! Instantly, the cultivator screamed in agony. Jiang Hu watched as the person's blood flowed in reverse, blood oozed from all 7 orifices, and then fell into a coma due to excessive blood loss. He frowned. It doesn't make sense. According to the diary, this substance should turn a person into an idiot, so why does this person still seem to be conscious? Could it be that the dosage isn't enough? He muttered to himself. After saying that, he forced more of the powder into the mouth of the cultivator who was already in agony. Ah! The cultivator screamed again. This scream was clearly different from the last one, mixed with a hint of stupefaction and madness. Jiang Hu was overjoyed. After using more than a dozen cultivators, he finally found the right dosage. Next, he was going to start the detoxification process. As long as the detoxification was successful, he could take it himself and take the first step towards the postnatal poison body. The more he thought about it, the more excited he became, and Jiang Hu looked at the book again. This purple powder is made from the purple vine poison. To detoxify, one must use something intensely hot to expel it, he murmured to himself. Something intensely hot, he pondered. His 6th grade spirit fire could be used for alchemy, so naturally, it was something intensely hot. As long as he controlled the spirit fire well, he could detoxify without harming the person. Jiang Hu's mind stirred. Then, a cluster of green flames emerged from his fingertips and transformed into tiny serpentine flames that entered the unconscious cultivator's body. He held his breath and concentrated, fully focused on controlling the green fire. But suddenly, a deep roar suddenly erupted. Jiang Hu! Jiang Hu shuddered, his hand trembling. Sizzle! The green fire flared up, instantly turning the cultivator into black ash. Ah! Looking towards the approaching Tu Jiang and the many elders and disciples of the ghost-controlling sect, Jiang Hu scratched his head and said, "Would you believe me if I say it wasn't on purpose?" The answer he got was a single sentence. "Take him away." The next morning, the news that Jiang Hu had been captured by the ghost-controlling sect master and was under trial reached Jiang Chen's ears. Jiang Chen was thrilled. The reason he had incited Jiang Hu and others to act recklessly was to wait for this moment. Bullying the ordinary disciples of the ghost-controlling sect was satisfying, but ultimately, it was a small-time affair. From the beginning, he wanted to take advantage of the sect's higher-ups like Tu Jiang to rake in a hefty system reward. Of course, to prevent the ghost-controlling sect from making a desperate move, Jiang Chen had specifically contacted Chen Sheng to stay on alert at all times. With this, plus the fact that Xiao Hongyi's cultivation had been advancing rapidly and was on the verge of a breakthrough, he believed that the two of them together would definitely have enough time to get him out of there. Of course, all this was predicated on the assumption that Lin Mubai and Jiang Hu wouldn't cause a huge disaster and forcing the ghost ancestor to personally intervene. Hee. After a sinister laugh, Jiang Chen went with Xiao Hongyi to the sect master's hall to rescue their people. At that moment, the vast sect master's hall was filled with many elders and disciples of the ghost-controlling sect. Sect Master Tu Jiang sat on the sect master's throne, and perhaps due to anger, his expression was almost twisted. Jiang Hu was tied up with ropes and kneeling in the center of the hall. This scene made Jiang Chen's heart skip a beat. He had a feeling that the trouble Jiang Hu had caused was far beyond his expectations. Seeing Jiang Chen arrive, Tu Jiang reined in his anger and said, "Jiang Chen, our sect has lost over 100 people recently. And the culprit behind this is your junior brother, Jiang Hu. He practices the way of the poison and uses people for his experiments." What? Jiang Chen was shocked. He had anticipated Jiang Hu's experiments, but he hadn't expected that Jiang Hu would be so cruel. In just a few days, he had captured 100 people. He was indeed walking further and further down the path of a poison grandmaster. And he killed one and burned the body to erase the evidence. "I saw it with my own eyes," Tu Jiang added. Jiang Chen's mouth twitched. Using people for poison experiments was one thing, but killing someone within the sect was an unforgivable crime. No sect would tolerate it. Realizing that things were out of control, Jiang Chen patted Jiang Hu on the shoulder and said, "Junior brother, take care." With that, he turned to leave. "Don't go." Eldest senior brother, Jiang Hu's desperate plea came from behind. "You should save him. If you leave now, wouldn't it make the people of the ghost-controlling sect think you're scared?" Xiao Hongyi suggested through a voice transmission. Hearing this, Jiang Chen paused. It made sense. If it concerned his own reputation, he really couldn't just leave so abruptly. He turned back, patted Jiang Hu on the shoulder again, and said, "Junior brother, I was just kidding. Don't worry, no one can touch you today." "Senior brother." Jiang Hu cried tears of gratitude, deeply moved. Seeing that Jiang Chen was determined to protect Jiang Hu, Tu Jiang's face darkened. He was the sect master. If he couldn't deal with Jiang Hu today, how would he command respect in the future? But Tu Jiang's brow furrowed. The ghost ancestor had repeatedly emphasized that before allying with the Ghost Ridge Soul Abyss to annihilate the Juyan sect, Jiang Chen must not leave the ghost-controlling sect. If they had a falling out now, it could affect the bigger picture. After some thought, Tu Jiang said, "If Jiang Hu can reveal the whereabouts of the other missing 100 disciples of our sect, his punishment can be accordingly reduced. It's on someone else's turf, and since the other party had also stepped back, Jiang Chen didn't want to be overly aggressive, so he gave Jiang Hu a look." "Eldest senior brother, I've been wronged," Jiang Hu shouted back loudly. "I only knocked out a dozen or so people, not 100. I think this Tu Jiang is just looking for an excuse to cause trouble." "How dare you?" Tu Jiang shouted angrily upon hearing this. "Could I possibly be framing you? All 100 disciples who left our sect have disappeared, and this happened around the same time you were using people for poison testing. If it wasn't you, then who? So you mean there's no evidence?" Jiang Chen retorted. This Tu Jiang was at a loss for words. Sect Master 2, a brain is a good thing to have, but it seems you don't have one. Jiang Chen said disdainfully, analyzing the situation. Jiang Hu has only just broken through to the earthly origin level, and he's alone. Even if he had great abilities, it's impossible for him to kidnap 100 ghost-controlling sect disciples in such a short time. In reality, Jiang Chen didn't know whether Jiang Hu was responsible for the incident. But in any case, the principle was simple. Never admit to something without evidence. This left Tu Jiang with a dark face. How many years had it been? So much time had passed that he himself couldn't remember. How many years had it been since someone dared to insult him to his face? The demonic path didn't have many who were good-tempered. If it weren't for considering Jiang Chen's background and the sect's grand plans, he would have killed Jiang Chen on the spot today. In fact, Tu Jiang also suspected that Jiang Hu lacked the ability to make 100 sect disciples disappear, but Jiang Chen did. With the Jiang family's strength, any random person could do these things. Therefore, Tu Jiang always believed that Jiang Chen was the mastermind behind the scenes. Capturing Jiang Hu and punishing him in public was just to set an example. No matter what, Jiang Hu killed someone in front of me and destroyed the evidence. This matter must be severely punished, Tu Jiang said after taking a deep breath, his eyes flashing with a fierce light. Eldest senior brother, this is also a misunderstanding. Jiang Hu explained. He suddenly appeared and startled me, causing my spiritual fire to go out of control. So it's my fault, Tu Jiang shouted upon hearing this. Jiang Hu shrank back in fear. Jiang Chen couldn't be bothered with more words and said directly, we're all one family, so let's not quibble over such trivial matters. How about we have Jiang Hu apologize? One family. Apologize. These words not only enraged Tu Jiang, but also the other ghost-controlling sect disciples and elders. Listen to this, is this something a human would say? At this moment, they wanted to ask. The one family you speak of, is it meant to be killed? Murder requires a life for a life, not an apology. Hee. Tu Jiang was so angry that he laughed. Since we're one family, if I kill Jiang Hu, then you shouldn't quibble over it either. As he spoke, he reached out with a large hand towards Jiang Hu. The exclusive aura of the upper four realms pressed down on everyone, making it hard for them to breathe. Everything happened too quickly, and Jiang Chen didn't even have time to react. Jiang Hu was just staring at the approaching hand in a daze, only feeling a strong sense of life-threatening danger when he was about to be caught. Screech. At the critical moment, a phoenix cry suddenly rang out. Blazing phoenix fire erupted from Xiao Hongyi, instantly burning the spiritual hand to ashes. Then the phoenix fire transformed into a phoenix bird about several dozen zhang wide, flapping its wings in the air, its sharp bird eyes staring dead at Tu Jiang. The temperature inside the hall suddenly rose, but Tu Jiang and the others from the ghost-controlling sect only felt cold sweat dripping down. At this moment, although Xiao Hongyi's face was without ripples, she seemed to blend into the world around her, appearing ethereal. Just one glance at the solid phoenix bird instilled fear in people. Xiao Hongyi, you've actually reached the divine passage realm. Tu Jiang felt like he was facing a formidable enemy. His response was a single sentence from Xiao Hongyi. Whoever Jiang Chen says must die, must die. Whoever he says cannot die, even if they are in the netherworld, I will bring that person back. Tu Jiang fell silent. Although he was the sect master of the ghost-controlling sect, he was no match for Xiao Hongyi. To suppress Xiao Hongyi, it would require the ghost ancestor or the supreme elder to take action. However, that would mean a complete fallout. On the other hand, Jiang Chen was staring at the solid phoenix bird in a daze. Some time ago, he had obtained a drop of male phoenix essence blood as a system reward, but he had not used it yet. The reason was that a single drop of male phoenix essence blood wouldn't be enough to give him the physique of a male phoenix. He would need at least 3 drops for that. If he could become a male phoenix, he would naturally possess phoenix fire and his combat power would definitely increase several times over. Unfortunately, such treasures were hard to come by, and to obtain another drop, he would have to work even harder to earn system rewards. Old Chen. With that in mind, Jiang Chen called out softly. Rumble. Suddenly, it was as if thunderous sounds came from afar. A purple figure broke through the sky, first using a silver dragon cane to break through the ghost-controlling sect's grand formation, then rushing straight in and appearing in the sect master's hall in an instant. He looked around coldly and asked, Young master, who shall I kill? Another divine passage realm had arrived. Tu Jiang and the others' pupils shrank. They keenly realized that although both were of the divine passage realm, Chen Sheng's aura was definitely stronger than Xiao Hongyi's. November LBJNN. Such a person even the Supreme Elder couldn't suppress completely, and it would require the ghost ancestor to take action personally. Chen Sheng, do you dare to take the imperial dynasty's laws as a joke? To barge into a central domain sect without permission? Tu Jiang asked loudly. Imperial dynasty's laws? Chen Sheng sneered. In his eyes, there were no such things as imperial dynasty's laws. There was only Jiang Chen and the orders of the Jiang family. Of course, he couldn't say these words outright, as the imperial dynasty's eyes and ears were everywhere, and he didn't want to cause trouble for the Jiang family. Although I am a member of the Jiang family, the imperial dynasty's laws only restrict upper domain cultivators. Me. I am also one of the 3 ancestors of the central domain's myriad Dao demon sect, Chen Sheng said nonchalantly. Tu Jiang was left speechless by the retort. Jiang Chen first glanced at Tu Jiang, then stared coldly at the others and declared, "Whoever dares to touch my junior brother, I will make sure they bleed right here on the spot." Jiang Chen, do you really intend to bully others with your power? An elder exclaimed, unable to contain his anger. So what if I do? Jiang Chen retorted. Today, I will make sure the ghost-controlling sect cannot hold its head up high. Too arrogant. These words completely enraged Tu Jiang. But soon, he felt as if a bucket of cold water had been poured over him. An ancient bell suddenly appeared, hovering in front of Chen Sheng. Young master, with this ancient bell to aid us, even if the old witch from the ghost-controlling sect personally takes action, I am confident I can protect you and ensure we leave safely, Chen Sheng said with a smug smile. Jiang Chen did not respond but instead took out a jade slip and said, once this jade slip is broken, the Jiang family's purple cavalry will descend. You can bet whether the imperial dynasty would be willing to go to war with my Jiang family over a mere central domain demonic sect. The faces of the ghost-controlling sect members darkened once again. Now, are you willing to bow your heads? Jiang Chen asked again. Host's actions conform to the villain's character setting, reward, Phoenix Essence Blood X1. His words were met with no response. The members of the ghost-controlling sect were seething with anger but were unable to act. After a long while, the voice of an old crone resonated in everyone's minds, let bygones be bygones. We will heed the old ancestors' decree, the members of the ghost-controlling sect said through gritted teeth as they bowed in submission. Without a doubt, at that moment, the ghost-controlling sect truly bowed their heads today. With the ghost-controlling old ancestor speaking, no one dared to say more. Jiang Chen, satisfied with a smile, prepared to leave with Zhang Hu. But at that moment, a disciple came from outside the hall and whispered something into Tu Jiang's ear. Tu Jiang's eyes lit up, and he said meaningfully, Jiang Chen, guess where Lin Mubai has gone? Lin Mubai. Wasn't he recently going around cutting people down? Jiang Chen frowned. He went to the ghost tower and has entered the 9th floor. That place is full of ghosts as powerful as the peak of the heavenly origin realm. With his cultivation, it's very unlikely he will come out alive, Tu Jiang added. The ghost tower was actually the ghost-controlling sect's divine-grade spiritual weapon, housing ghosts of various levels for the disciples to train against. The formation covering it even prohibited upper 4 realms cultivators from entering. In Tu Jiang's mind, if Jiang Chen wanted to save Lin Mubai, he would have to go alone. But the 9th floor of the ghost tower was so dangerous that unless one had the combat power of the peak of the heavenly origin realm, their life would be at risk. A slight misstep and even Jiang Chen could perish inside. Of course, Jiang Chen couldn't die. Thus, Tu Jiang's plan was just to see Jiang Chen make a fool of himself, then step in to rescue him at the critical moment, thereby crushing Jiang Chen's spirit while also saving some face for the sect. But who would have thought? Oh, is that so? He died a terrible death, Jiang Chen replied indifferently, showing no intention of rescuing him. This response completely threw Tu Jiang off. Jiang Chen was willing to use his power to save Zhang Hu, even willing to burn both jade and common stone in a clash with the ghost-controlling sect. But why such a reaction when it came to Lin Mubai? Was Lin Mubai so unwelcome? Moreover, Lin Mubai wasn't even dead yet. He had just entered the ghost tower. Aren't you going to save him? You are Lin Mubai's senior brother, Tu Jiang tried to persuade him. I won't go, I don't have the time, Jiang Chen replied without a second thought. This left Tu Jiang speechless. Guessing his thoughts, an elder from the ghost-controlling sect sneered, what kind of young master of the Jiang family is this? He doesn't even dare to save his own junior brother, truly a coward. Upon hearing this, Jiang Chen's expression darkened. Xiao Hongyi stared coldly, making the elder who had spoken feel as if he had fallen into an ice cellar. Chen Sheng was even more direct. HMPH. After a loud shout, his immense aura pressed directly towards the elder. The elder instantly felt as if the air weighed a ton and his knees involuntarily bent. Finally, with a bang he knelt directly in front of Jiang Chen. Seeing this, Tu Jung clenched his fists tightly. Knowing he was no match for Chen Sheng, he could only mockingly say, "Today I see clearly that the so-called young master of the Jiang family only knows how to bully others with his power, without any real strength of his own." Upon hearing this, Xiao Hongyi's body was already flickering with phoenix flames. Chen Sheng narrowed his eyes, his aura growing even more hostile. Relying on the support of the ghost-controlling old ancestor, Tu Jung was not intimidated and continued to mock, "If you want to fight, then let's fight. But remember to keep Jiang Chen far away, after all, he's too cowardly, and I can't afford it if he gets scared. You're seeking death." Chen Sheng and Xiao Hongyi were both furious. And just as they could no longer restrain themselves and were about to take action, Jiang Chen raised his hand to stop them. Sect leader Tu Jung, this provocation is a bit too low-level, Jiang Chen said. Tu Jung didn't bother to hide it and simply stated, "As long as it works." "You will regret it," Jiang Chen said meaningfully. "Regret?" Tu Jung shook his head and declared firmly, "I, Tu Jung, have been in the demonic sect since I was young, my hands stained with countless blood, I have never known what regret is." "How about we make a bet then?" Jiang Chen proposed. "What bet?" "If I successfully rescue Lin Mubai from the ghost tower, then the ghost-controlling sect better prepare 20 dowries, each worth 100,000 medium-grade spirit stones." Tu Jung fell silent upon hearing this. The stakes were high. 2 million medium-grade spirit stones was a significant loss, even for a first-class sect like the ghost-controlling sect. What, has the ghost-controlling sect become so poor that it can't even come up with 2 million spirit stones? Now it was Jiang Chen's turn to mock. Even so, Tu Jung dared not agree. After all, the amount was too large, and he, as the sect leader, could not make such a decision on his own. "Hey, if you guys are broke, you should have said so earlier." Jiang Chen shook his head, continuing to mock. "Being poor isn't a crime, but pretending to be rich when you're poor, that's where you're wrong." Such mockery made Tu Jung and the others unable to lift their heads. Gritting his teeth, Tu Jung braved himself to ask, "What if you can't bring Lin Mubai out from the 9th floor of the ghost tower?" "You can do whatever you want," Jiang Chen replied instantly. "Fine," Tu Jung agreed through gritted teeth. "If that happens, I want you to behead your 2 junior brothers in front of all the disciples and elders of the ghost-controlling sect." Agreed. In no time at all, the news of Jiang Chen's challenge to the ghost tower spread like wildfire throughout the ghost-controlling sect. The ghost tower. This tower was located at the edge of a cliff in the deepest part of the ghost-controlling sect, with a bottomless abyss below, dark clouds swirling above, and the constant wailing of ghosts all around, giving it an extremely gloomy appearance. Jiang Chen and his group soon arrived at the location. Glancing at Xiao Hongyi and Chen Sheng, Tu Jung repeated, "You must not rely on external forces, use spirit tools of high grade or above, or destroy the formation from the outside. These are the prerequisite conditions. Why do you talk so much?" Jiang Chen gave him a disdainful look. HMPH. Tu Jung snorted coldly and turned away. He felt sure of his victory. Although intelligence suggested that Jiang Chen was extremely powerful in combat, with the restrictions on external interference and the use of high-tier spirit tools, Jiang Chen was bound to lose without a doubt. After all, in the 1,000 years since the founding of the ghost-controlling sect, many prodigies had emerged. And without exception, none of them had ever managed to enter the 9th floor of the ghost tower at the core formation stage and come out unscathed. Sect Master 2, how much do you know about the great battle between the Juyin sect and the Buddha temple? Jiang Chen suddenly asked. Tu Jung frowned, not understanding what Jiang Chen meant. The ghost-controlling sect always kept a distance from the Buddha temple because Buddhist teachings greatly restrained ghosts and demonic arts. Therefore, as for the great battle between the Juyin sect and the Buddha temple, the ghost-controlling sect only knew the basics and not the details. What do you mean? Tu Jung asked in return. Nothing, Jiang Chen shook his head. Under the watchful eyes of the crowd, Jiang Chen walked towards the 9-story ghost tower with his hands behind his back. Just as he was about to enter, he suddenly turned his head and gave Tu Jiang a grin. That smile made Tu Jiang's heart chill. But what shocked him even more was yet to come. Jiang Chen brought his hands together and declared, "This poor monk's dharma name is triple burial." As his voice fell, Buddhist teachings began to circulate within him, with a 5-colored Buddhist light shining above his head. His voice resonates with the sound of Buddha, his face serene like a high monk. Tu Jiang rubbed his eyes. The elders and disciples of the ghost-controlling sect did the same. They couldn't believe it, yet they had to. Jiang Chen was actually versed in Buddhist teachings. This isn't ordinary Buddhist teaching. This familiar feeling, could it be? Tu Jiang was astonished. He had clashed with the monks of the Buddha temple, so he recognized it at a glance. It made no sense. The teachings Jiang Chen practiced were likely the treasured sutras of the Buddha temple. Tu Jiang's mind was filled with shock and confusion. Why would those monks of the Buddha temple teach Jiang Chen such profound Buddhist teachings? And how had there been no whisper of this? If the old ancestors or high monks of the Buddha temple were here and knew what Tu Jiang was thinking, they would surely ask, "Are you stupid? Who would go around bragging about such an embarrassing matter?" Regardless, Tu Jiang panicked at this moment. He worried that Jiang Chen really could bring Lin Mubai out, and then he would have to pay 2 million medium-grade spirit stones. This decision was his alone. The ancestor would not allow him to use the sect's resources. Thus, he might lose everything this time. When Tu Jiang came back to his senses, Jiang Chen had already entered the ghost tower. Don't panic, Tu Jiang hurriedly reassured himself. It's just Buddhist sect techniques. Without the secret scriptures of the Buddhist sect, they're not that useful. As his voice fell, bursts of wild laughter and voices came from inside the ghost tower. Great majestic heavenly dragon. Dragon soars in the sky. Om Mani Padme Hum. Ha ha. Mere ghosts, you think you can break my golden body. Female ghost, I want you to aid my cultivation. Tu Jiang. Hearing Jiang Chen's laughter, Tu Jiang and the others immediately used their divine sense to probe the situation inside the ghost tower. What they saw left them all dumbfounded. The first 3 floors of the ghost tower were filled with ghosts without spiritual intelligence. They saw Jiang Chen transformed into a golden body tens of meters tall, randomly grabbing a ghost and hammering away at it. Perhaps it was his excessive violence, or perhaps it was the fear of the Buddhist light, but the rest of the ghosts didn't even dare come close. The middle 3 floors of the ghost tower. The ghosts here were comparable to earthly origin realm cultivators and possessed a certain level of intelligence. When Jiang Chen just reached the 4th floor, he was attacked by a group of fierce ghosts. But all he did was utter the 6 true words of the Buddhist family, and the fierce ghosts screamed continuously, cowering in the corner and too afraid to move. Seeing this, Tu Jiang's mouth twitched uncontrollably, cursing inwardly for the shamelessness. Although Jiang Chen possessed superior-grade Buddhist teachings and secret scriptures, he repeatedly refused to come to the ghost tower at first. Wasn't this a trap for him? Fortunately, things weren't that bad. The real danger lay in the last 3 floors of the ghost tower. Captured by the high-ranking members of the ghost-controlling sect from the Ghost Ridge Soul Abyss over the centuries, the ghosts on these floors were each comparable to heavenly origin cultivators. To say the least, any one of these ghosts, if released, could wreak havoc everywhere. Under everyone's watchful eyes, Jiang Chen finally reached the 7th floor of the ghost tower. Everyone thought there would be a great battle this time. But who could have expected that the moment he entered the 7th floor, Jiang Chen raised his hand and unleashed the move Great Majestic Heavenly Dragon. Even the ghostly apparitions of the heavenly origin realm were no match for the golden dragon wrapped in Buddha's light, and they could only flee in a sorry state. Just like that, Jiang Chen reached the 9th floor almost effortlessly and without resistance. Seeing this, Tu Jiang was utterly disheartened. At this moment, he regretted it. He regretted why he had been so foolish as to force Jiang Chen into the ghost tower. Wasn't this just giving away spirit stones? But what made him even more desperate was yet to come. After entering the 9th floor, Jiang Chen did not go to rescue Lin Mubai, who was in the midst of a fierce battle, but instead took out a dark blue crystal from his bosom. Though small, Tu Jiang recognized it at a glance. Ghost crystal of the secluded spring. The moment they recognized the item, the people from the ghost-controlling sect thought of something and prepared to rush into the ghost tower. But before they could act, Xiao Hongyi and Chen Sheng blocked their way. Take one step forward, you die. Both of them declared simultaneously. Moments before, on the 9th floor of the ghost tower. When Jiang Chen arrived here in his golden body state, he found Lin Mubai in the center, battling a group of ghostly apparitions. Lin Mubai was wounded in many places, but he fought more fiercely as the battle progressed, sometimes even relying on instinct to fight in a state of enlightenment. This is the fully activated innate Dao bone, Jiang Chen murmured to himself. He had known all along that Lin Mubai would be fine. After all, Lin Mubai possessed the innate Dao bone, and although his cross-realm combat ability was not strong, his cultivation speed was terrifying. When he left the Juyan sect, Lin Mubai was just at the early stage of the heavenly origin realm, but now he had reached the middle stage and was even showing signs of breaking through to the late stage. Ignoring Lin Mubai, who was still fighting, Jiang Chen casually found a corner to sit down. He took out a dark crystal from his bosom. This crystal was the system reward he had obtained not long ago, the Ghost Crystal of the Secluded Spring. The Ghost Crystal of the Secluded Spring is an 8th grade spiritual treasure. It could absorb ghostly chi and refine it into a crystal on its own, not only helping ghostly apparitions to shape their ghostly bodies but also extending their ghostly lifespan to a certain extent. Jiang Chen had never known what use he had for this item. But since he had nothing better to do at the moment, he might as well use the ghost crystal to absorb the ghostly chi inside the ghost tower, making it stronger and more potent. No sooner said than done, he placed the ghost crystal of the secluded spring on the ground and quietly waited. Soon, the ghostly chi inside the 9th floor of the ghost tower converged into a vortex, frantically rushing into the ghost crystal. In an instant, the ghost crystal shone with a dark blue light, pulsing like a heartbeat. After several moments, the ghost crystal had doubled in size. Just as Jiang Chen was about to put it away, "Die!" Lin Mubai suddenly shouted from a distance, cleaving the ghostly apparition in front of him in two. The ghostly apparition let out a miserable scream and dissipated into ghostly chi. At the same time, the ghost crystal of the secluded spring shone with a dark blue light again and absorbed all that ghostly chi. Jiang Chen's eyes lit up. He had discovered the secret to wealth. He had originally thought that the ghost crystal of the secluded spring could only absorb natural ghostly chi, but it could also absorb the ghostly chi from the dissipation of ghostly apparitions. And inside this ghost tower, there were thousands of ghostly apparitions. If he could slay all these ghostly apparitions and use them to nourish the ghost crystal of the secluded spring, the ghost crystal might break through from the 8th grade to reach the height of a 9th grade spiritual treasure. A 9th grade spiritual treasure. Such a treasure had never appeared in the central domain, and even in the upper domain, it was extremely valuable. Such a high-level spiritual treasure, even if he couldn't use it himself, would be a good choice whether for exchange or sale. For Jiang Chen, the central domain was just a temporary resting place. He would eventually return to the upper domain, save the Jiang family, and confront the imperial dynasty. For this goal, he must increase his cultivation and accumulate resources as quickly as possible. With this in mind, Jiang Chen looked at the ghostly apparitions surrounding Lin Mubai and grinned ferociously. He once again transformed into his golden body state, stepped forward quickly, and threw a punch. His fist was wrapped in Buddha's light, dispelling the darkness wherever it went, bringing out a 7-colored Buddha's light. A ghostly apparition took this punch head on and was immediately shattered by the Buddha's light and force, turning into a sky full of ghostly chi. Seeing that the Buddha's light seemed to be transcending the ghostly chi, Jiang Chen quickly took out the ghost crystal of the secluded spring to absorb it. He repeated this process up to 100 times. After several hours, not only were all the ghostly apparitions on the 9th floor of the ghost tower annihilated, but even the ghostly chi that had accumulated over the years had completely disappeared. From beginning to end, Lin Mubai just watched, his will to fight completely gone. It wasn't until Jiang Chen put away the ghost crystal and prepared to head to the 8th floor that he asked in confusion, "Eldest senior brother, did you come to save me?" Jiang Chen ignored him. "Wu, it must be so. Eldest senior brother, I'm so moved." Lin Mubai immediately burst into tears. The two of them, one after the other, went to the other floors of the ghost tower. Several hours later, Jiang Chen walked out of the ghost tower with Lin Mubai. "Ha ha. Young master is awesome." Chen Sheng saw this and laughed so hard he couldn't close his mouth. Xiao Hongyi nodded and also gave an approving look. In contrast, Tu Zheng and the others from the ghost-controlling sect had faces uglier than if they had eaten excrement. November, LBJNN. Because the ghost crystal of the secluded spring had absorbed all the ghostly chi and ghostly apparitions inside the ghost tower, the tower was now dim and without light. This meant the ghost tower was ruined. Unless they captured thousands of ghostly apparitions again, the tower would be nothing more than a shell, unable to serve its purpose of training the sect's disciples. Tu Jiang had never imagined that Jiang Chen would be such trouble and cause such a disaster for the ghost-controlling sect. It had only been a few days since his arrival, and he had turned the ghost-controlling sect upside down, and now he had even ruined the ghost tower. If he had known this would happen, he would have stopped it no matter what when the old ancestor said she wanted Jiang Chen to stay as a guest. But now it was too late for regrets. Tu Jiang and the others were silent. Their eyes were sometimes filled with ferocity, sometimes furrowed in worry. They wanted Jiang Chen to leave half of the ghost crystal of the secluded spring. After all, this item was able to break through to a 9th-grade spiritual treasure because it absorbed the ghostly chi and specters from the ghost tower. But they also knew that with Jiang Chen's personality, he would never agree. When the time came, there would inevitably be a war of arguments and even the risk of a big fight. Helplessly, Tu Jiang could only call out to the ghost-controlling old ancestor in his heart. He hoped the old ancestor would step in to mitigate the losses of the sect. But the response he got was, "This loss is all because of you. You solve it yourself." Undoubtedly, the current ghost-controlling old ancestor still didn't want to fall out with Jiang Chen. This was almost enough to make Tu Jiang cry. How could he bear such a huge loss? Even selling himself wouldn't cover it. Late at night, the high-ranking members of the ghost-controlling sect gathered in the main hall of the sect. The gazes around him were somewhat intense, making sect master Tu Jiang subconsciously shrink his neck. 2 million medium-grade spirit stones. The ghost tower is virtually useless. Is this how you manage the sect? A supreme elder asked coldly. Tu Jiang was speechless. Could he be blamed? No. Who knew that Jiang Chen would not only be so strong but also versed in Buddhist techniques and be in possession of the ghost crystal of the secluded spring? When he initially troubled Jiang Chen, neither the old ancestor nor the supreme elder objected. This proved that everyone had tacitly agreed to the matter. But now, as things had developed to this point, it was all on him, the sect master, to take the blame. The 2 million spirit stones will be resolved by you, the sect master. As for the ghost tower, let's put that aside for now and talk about it after we've destroyed the Juyan sect, the ghost-controlling old ancestor said after a while. As you command. Tu Jiang's face was a picture of misery. He had anticipated this and had already prepared to sell his possessions. Of course, he had also considered the possibility of not acknowledging the debt. However, with Jiang Chen's personality, he would surely turn the world upside down. The ghost-controlling sect was already embarrassed enough. If things escalated further, he could forget about being a sect master. Old ancestor, we should contact the female ghost from the Ghost Ridge Soul Abyss as soon as possible and send Jiang Chen away. This guy is a huge trouble, Tu Jiang urged anxiously. It's just a minor friction, don't worry about it, the ghost-controlling old ancestor said unconcernedly. After we destroy the Juyan sect, we'll have Jiang Chen join the ghost-controlling sect and then properly restrain him. Tu Jiang was speechless. He could see now that due to the pressure from sects like the Myriad Dao Demon sect, the ghost-controlling old ancestor was determined to cling to the Jiang family's coattails. But contacting the Ghost Ridge Soul Abyss is indeed something that needs to be done quickly. The ghost-controlling old ancestor thought for a moment and then called out, "Supreme Great Elder." Here, an old man with a goatee, whose eyes were narrowed into slits but filled with cold light, stepped forward. Go to the Ghost Ridge Soul Abyss and probe the attitude of that female ghost. Remember, do not act rashly, the ghost-controlling old ancestor instructed. I will heed the old ancestor's decree. The old man bowed and took his leave. Next, they discussed another matter. It concerned the continuous disappearances of the ghost-controlling sect's disciples outside, totaling over 100. This was somewhat strange. At first, everyone thought Jiang Chen was causing trouble, but judging from his reaction today, he seemed unaware of the matter. Let Gao Long, the third true disciple, investigate this matter, the ghost-controlling old ancestor finally ordered. After the discussions were over, everyone left one after another, except for Tu Jiang, who stayed behind. Old ancestor, with Jiang Chen causing such a stir, it's very difficult for me to be the sect master, Tu Jiang spat out in frustration. Indeed, it was difficult. As the sect master, he could only watch as Jiang Chen and his people turned the ghost-controlling sect upside down. If this continued, where would his authority be? How could he command respect? The ghost-controlling old ancestor felt this was reasonable. After pondering for a while, she finally said, "All right, call Jiang Chen to see me later. I'll give him a talking to." "As you command." Tu Jiang was overjoyed. Half an hour later, Jiang Chen arrived at the main hall alone. In the spacious and magnificent hall, the lighting was somewhat dim, with only an old crone standing in the center, the ghost-controlling sect old ancestor. Upon seeing Jiang Chen, the ghost-controlling old ancestor smiled warmly, her face full of wrinkles. She waved to Jiang Chen like a friendly grandmother and said, "Jiang Chen, come here." With such a warm invitation, Jiang Chen couldn't be rude and stepped forward, saying, "I pay my respects to the senior." The ghost-controlling old ancestor's smile widened. But in the next moment, her smile faded, and her nearly dried-up old eyes were filled with cold light as she asked, "Did my sect's first true disciple, Yan Mei, die by your hand?" Such a quick change of demeanor might scare others, but not Jiang Chen. He didn't explain, just twitched his mouth. The reason for this was that he disliked explaining and knew that if the ghost-controlling old ancestor was convinced it was his doing, then explaining would be useless. "Jiang Chen, you killed my ghost-controlling sect's true disciple, and recently, you've been causing chaos in the ghost-controlling sect, making things difficult for me," the ghost-controlling old ancestor continued. "Oh, so." Jiang Chen raised an eyebrow. The ghost-controlling old ancestor was left speechless. In the past, the disciples who saw her would invariably be stunned with fear. But not Jiang Chen. He had an attitude of, "What can you do about it?" What was even more infuriating was that the ghost-controlling old ancestor knew in her heart that she really couldn't do much to him. Sigh. The ghost-controlling old ancestor shook her head and sighed. The Jiang family is still not to be trifled with. Helplessly, she could only smile and say, "I'll let bygones be bygones. But from now on, you can't act recklessly anymore, or else I will have no choice but to expel you from the sect." Expel from the sect. These 4 words hit Jiang Chen right where it hurt. After finally arriving at a normal place, he hadn't earned enough system rewards yet. But if he behaved honestly, wouldn't he still be unable to earn system rewards? After weighing his options, Jiang Chen decided to be honest, for the time being. This honesty didn't mean doing nothing but rather shifting from overt to covert actions. He would quietly earn system rewards. I, a great villain, have been reduced to such caution. Jiang Chen lamented, feeling quite troubled. After receiving his promise, the ghost-controlling old ancestor also breathed a sigh of relief and then asked, "By the way, you came to the ghost-controlling sect this time to deliver a message, right?" "Correct." Jiang Chen nodded and took out a message jade slip. He was very clear about the contents of the jade slip. Worried that the ghost-controlling old ancestor might get furious and expel him, he cautioned her, "Senior, the content of this message is unbearable, you must brace yourself." The ghost-controlling old ancestor did not expect Jiang Chen to actually care about her. After a faint smile, she said nonchalantly, "No matter, what kind of storms haven't I seen in my life? A mere message jade slip is nothing." With that, she took the jade slip and injected a stream of spiritual light into it. The content of the letter automatically appeared in her mind. Immediately, the ghost-controlling old ancestor was so angry that she trembled all over, her breath fluctuating so violently that she almost blew up the sect master's hall. The message jade slip was written by Shao Ting, the supreme great elder of the Juyan sect. The content of the letter was quite simple. Just a few matters. First, the elders of the ghost-controlling sect who went to the Juyan sect for a marriage alliance will temporarily stay as guests. Second, to ensure the safe return of these people, 2 abyss soul embryos must be exchanged. Third, if the ghost-controlling sect was unwilling, not only would the lives of those elders be in danger, but sooner or later, the Juyan sect would also start a sect war with the ghost-controlling sect. This is a kidnapping and extortion letter. The ghost-controlling old ancestor couldn't believe it. She never expected that the once prestigious Juyan sect had now stooped to such despicable acts. All cultivators, even those from demonic sects, care about their reputation. Such actions even demonic sects would disdain. Only those lowly bandits and mountain thieves would stoop to such levels. Juyan sect, this is too outrageous, the ghost-controlling old ancestor roared. Alas, senior. I tried to stop them repeatedly but to no avail. Those madmen from the Juyan sect simply wouldn't listen to me. This matter has nothing to do with me. Worried about being expelled from the sect, Jiang Chen quickly cleared himself of any association. Really? The ghost-controlling old ancestor narrowed her eyes. Of course, Jiang Chen replied without hesitation. Then why did you come to deliver the message? The ghost-controlling old ancestor asked again. That. Jiang Chen was at a loss for words. After thinking for a moment, he said with a resolute voice, I came here to expose the conspiracy of the Jiang sect to you, senior. It's about justice over familial ties. The ghost-controlling old ancestor didn't believe a word of Jiang Chen's. Justice over familial ties. It seemed more like he was destroying the ghost-controlling sect, wasn't it? Otherwise, why would the ghost-controlling sect be in such disarray as soon as Jiang Chen arrived? Not wanting to argue with Jiang Chen, the ghost-controlling old ancestor began to ponder. Should she give the 9 abyss soul embryos or not? If she gave them, wouldn't the ghost-controlling sect lose all its dignity? But if she didn't? The ghost-controlling old ancestor's eyes narrowed slightly, a few sharp glints passing through them. If she didn't give them, considering the current reputation of the Jiang sect, they might indeed start a sect war. Although the ghost-controlling sect was prepared for this, they hadn't yet reached an agreement with the Ghost Ridge Soul Abyss, so for safety's sake, it was better to stabilize the Jiang sect first. After weighing her options, the ghost-controlling old ancestor decided to give not just 2 but 3. By doing so, she could buy time and confuse the Jiang sect. 3 9 abyss soul embryos were all the ghost-controlling sect had. Giving them away would be humiliating, but one cannot catch a wolf without sacrificing some bait. The lost dignity could all be regained once the Jiang sect was destroyed. With this in mind, the ghost-controlling old ancestor immediately summoned a supreme elder and instructed him to take the 9 abyss soul embryos to the Jiang sect after letting Jiang Chen leave. She repeatedly instructed him that he must keep a low profile at the Jiang sect and prioritize the lives of the sect elders above all else. At first, this supreme elder was also furious. But after understanding the ghost-controlling old ancestor's plan, the hall was filled with sinister laughter. Several days later, the second highest elder of the ghost-controlling sect arrived at the Jiang demonic sect. Xiao Ting, leading a group of supreme elders and holding various spiritual weapons, showcased the Jiang sect's hospitality. In the end, after the ghost-controlling sect supreme elder left behind the 9 abyss soul embryos, he took the hostages away. Inside the newly built sect master hall of the second peak, 12 supreme elders gathered. Xiao Ting looked at the 3 9 abyss soul embryos obtained through extortion and pondered for a long time. It seemed that he had discovered the password to wealth. He had thought that the ghost-controlling sect would rather be destroyed than compromised easily. Unexpectedly, the other party was so straightforward and even paid more than the demanded ransom. This kind of thing could definitely be done more in the future. Now that the Jiang sect had truly become a demonic sect, the sect members had also understood the truth of this world. Naturally, they would do whatever made them comfortable. I feel that the ghost-controlling sect must be plotting something, one supreme elder reminded. Xiao Ting was, of course, well aware of this. But he didn't care. After all, no matter how much the ghost-controlling sect struggled, they were nothing more than grasshoppers after autumn in the face of absolute power. A new OBE. What's more, now the Jiang old ancestor was not in the Jiang sect but near the ghost-controlling sect. He captured a few disciples of the ghost-controlling sect from time to time and then forced them to watch the 9 cycles of reincarnation. Xiao Ting and the others found this very comfortable. After all, they had been forced to watch the 9 cycles of reincarnation several times, and the indescribable pain was still fresh in their memory. Just thinking about it and knowing that many people were experiencing the pain they had gone through, they felt very comfortable. Quickly inform the old ancestor of this matter, then send 1 9 abyss soul embryo, Xiao Ting finally decided. Outside the ghost-controlling sect, Gao Long, the third true disciple, was once again sent out to investigate the disappearance of the sect's disciples. He had just left the sect last time when he was severely beaten by Jiang Chen, and he had only just recovered his ability to move. To avoid repeating the same mistake, Gao Long constantly reminded himself not to get involved in matters and not to greet anyone he met. Especially those who claimed to have the demeanor of a great emperor, he must stay far away from them. To be on the safe side, he even asked his master for a high-grade spiritual garment before leaving. This garment not only helps him conceal his tracks but also provides a certain level of protection. Feeling secure, Gao Long finally took steps to leave the sect. His plan this time was still to wander around aimlessly and then find some random excuse to return to the sect and report back. The main culprit was able to make 100 disciples of the ghost sect disappear within a few days. It was clear that this was no easy opponent. He certainly had no intention of provoking trouble on his own. Throughout his journey, nothing unusual happened, which allowed Gao Long to breathe a sigh of relief. As night approached, he planned to find a random place to rest. Suddenly, peals of mad laughter echoed from the dense forest in the distance. Ha ha ha, I'm not crazy, you are the ones who are crazy. Heaven is unjust, so unjust. Must we villains always be reduced to stepping stones for others and trampled upon by the protagonist? Although I don't have a heart for justice, I refuse to be toyed with by fate. In this life, I will defy the heavens. I no longer wish to die at the hands of the protagonist as I did in my previous lives. Hearing this, Gao Long immediately got goosebumps. Though he only heard the voice and saw no one, he was very certain that right ahead, there was a large group of lunatics. Without any hesitation, Gao Long turned and ran. But he had only taken one step when he saw two people appear in front of him. One was in a spiritual state, while the other looked mad, his eyes filled with malice. Gao Long's hair stood on end as if facing a formidable enemy. Rest assured, we will not harm you, but you need to see something, said the one with a physical body. What is it? Gao Long swallowed hard. The truth of this world, the spiritual one continued. Then, before Gao Long could resist, he found himself in the midst of a bunch of lunatics the next second. He recognized it at a glance that this group of lunatics was the missing disciples of the ghost sect. Junior brother, why are you here? Elder Li, it's me, the third true disciple. Jiang Long, how did you become like this? Junior sister Lan, why are you crying? Gao Long kept shouting, but no one paid him any attention. He wanted to escape but found himself immobilized, unable to even close his eyes. Then, a silver screen several meters wide came into his view. On the screen, he saw Jiang Chen dressed in white. The scenes shifted rapidly. The eyesight and memory of cultivators are far beyond that of ordinary people. Therefore, even with such fast forwarding, Gao Long still understood everything in the scenes clearly. By the end of the first life, he was already in tears. After the first 9 cycles of reincarnation, he was extremely angry, feeling the deep malice of the heavens. At the same time, he also felt pain. He didn't want to watch anymore, but the next 9 cycles of reincarnation appeared again. In the end, Gao Long couldn't remember how long he had watched or how many times he had seen the 9 cycles of reincarnation. The only thing he remembered was the pain that was like being carved into his bones with an axe and knife. Ah! When it all ended, Gao Long let out a roar. He drew his sword and questioned the heavens, are we villains not worthy of living? The heavens clearly didn't care to deal with a nobody. Seeing this, old ancestor Juyan smiled with satisfaction. Another person had experienced his pain. Unexpectedly, villains react more strongly to watching the 9 cycles of reincarnation than us righteous people, billowing clouds sect old ancestor said with some sighs. Such a result was indeed beyond their expectations. After all, in their view, villains with no good intentions in their hearts probably couldn't empathize with the pain Jiang Chen suffered. However, the reality proved that villains might not understand righteousness, but they could see themselves in Jiang Chen. A character of a villain who is played by fate and trampled by the protagonist, and no matter how much they struggle, they cannot change their destiny. That's enough, let's return these people to the ghost-controlling sect for now, said old ancestor Juyan. The next day, all the missing disciples of the ghost-controlling sect returned to the sect. This delighted the higher-ups of the sect, as among these 100 disciples were many with great talent, including several true disciples. But soon, the sect leader Tu Jung realized something was wrong. These disciples, they had all gone mad. Not only were their eyes filled with malice, but their emotions were also extremely volatile. Sometimes they were furious, sometimes they burst into tears. Some disciples even asked others if they wanted to defy the heavens together. What was even more bizarre was that these missing disciples occasionally took normal disciples out with them, and when they returned, the normal disciples were also driven mad. And in just a few days, the number of mad people soared to several hundred. It didn't take much thought to know that someone must be behind this. Tu Jung immediately conducted a thorough investigation. He summoned the third true disciple, Gao Long, to inquire about the specifics of the disappearance. I forgot, Gao Long said without thinking. Why do you want to defy the heavens? Tu Zheng asked again. Because the heavens are unjust, Gao Long answered. How are the heavens unjust? That's a bit complicated to explain, but if sect master is interested, you can come with me to see something. What is it? The truth of this world. Tu Zheng was speechless, thinking to himself that a madman is indeed a madman. But he also sharply sensed that this so-called truth of the world might just be the root cause of the madness of the disciples. After a moment of thought, he immediately took several elders from his sect and followed Gao Long outside. The group left the sect and entered a dense forest. Occasionally, birds and beasts flitted through the dense forest, but no human figures were seen. Gao Long took a deep breath and shouted, "Senior, I have brought the sect master." Senior. Upon hearing these two words, Tu Zheng and the others immediately prepared for battle. However, before they could see who this so-called senior was, they were bound by some powerful force. They couldn't move at all, and they couldn't even close their eyes. Then, suddenly, a silver screen appeared out of nowhere, with the three large characters "First Life" prominently displayed. After watching several 9 cycles of reincarnation, Tu Zheng and the others roared in anger. Heavens, how unjust! Despite their roars, their cultivation was far superior to the other disciples of the sect, and since the matter didn't concern them personally, they still retained a lot of their rationality. This caused Juyan Old Ancestor, who was sitting cross-legged above and projecting memories, to frown immediately. Senior, it seems that the higher one's cultivation, the less likely they are to be affected, especially when it doesn't concern them. Billowing clouds. Old Ancestor said from the side. Juyan Old Ancestor nodded and made a mental note of this. His visit to the ghost-controlling sect was not impulsive but part of continuous experimentation. The reaction of the Juyan sect to the 9 cycles of reincarnation was intense because it involved themselves and they had kindness in their hearts, which allowed them to feel the pain of Jiang Chen's 9 lives, but if the subjects were of higher cultivation and the matter didn't concern them, they could resist to a certain extent. Take Billowing Clouds sect Old Ancestor Fan Tong, for example. At the beginning of watching the 9 cycles of reincarnation, he too was using his cultivation to resist, and he only went mad because he had watched it too many times. After all, it was him who kept projecting the retrospective memories. With each projection of memory, he would watch the 9 cycles of reincarnation again with others. Therefore, in terms of the number of times, Fan Tong had watched the 9 cycles of reincarnation even more times than Juyan Old Ancestor. With this thought, Juyan Old Ancestor glanced at Fan Tong. The latter's eyes were full of malice, and he looked as if he had been possessed, occasionally letting out strange laughter. Fan Tong, you are doing well. In this world, you are the one who can best feel my pain, Juyan Old Ancestor praised. Senior flatters me. Fan Tong gave a ferocious smile and suggested, Senior, I think we should intensify the effort, play it in a loop 100 times. Let Tu Zheng and the others also feel our pain. Good. This suggestion is very good, Juyan Old Ancestor nodded in agreement. Immediately after, Fan Tong operated the memory reflecting mirror, and initiated the loop playback. Time flew by rapidly. Each projection of the 9 cycles of reincarnation, fast-forwarded by the memory reflecting mirror, felt like only a few hours in reality, but because they were immobilized, Tu Zheng and the others were completely immersed and felt as if thousands of years had passed. They could no longer remember how many times they had watched the 9 cycles of reincarnation or how long this prison-like situation had lasted. The only thing they could feel was pain and torment. Although only a few days had passed in reality, they felt as if they had been imprisoned for tens of thousands, even hundreds of thousands of years. Another round of the 9 cycles of reincarnation ended. Tu Zheng was now sporting dark circles under his eyes were bloodshot, and he was utterly exhausted. The mental torture made him consider suicide several times. But helplessly, they couldn't even commit suicide in their immobilized state. This time, he was truly tired. Since he couldn't commit suicide, he could only give up resisting and let the inner demons erode his Tao heart. Only in this way could he find release. Let it be destroyed. Tu Zheng murmured. He should be destroyed, the world should be destroyed. As the thought settled, ha 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 ha, Tu Zheng suddenly burst into loud laughter, his malice surging like a tidal wave, shooting straight into the sky. It wasn't just him, the other elders of the ghost-controlling sect could no longer hold on either, and while emitting surges of malice, they also let out wild, crazed laughter. It was clear to any discerning eye that they were completely mad, and it was a madness with little to no rationality. Seeing this, Juyan Old Ancestor smiled with satisfaction. Another group of people had experienced his pain. Through this event, he also obtained the results of his experiment. The people most easily affected by retrospective memories were cultivators below the upper four realms. These cultivators only needed to watch a few times before they developed inner demons due to emotions like unwillingness, frustration, and anger and found it difficult to resist. But for cultivators of the upper four realms, it was much more difficult. Most of Jiang and the ghost-controlling sect elders were in the first two realms of the upper four realms, and they were able to resist for so long. If the subjects were cultivators of the last two realms of the upper four realms, the effect would likely be minimal. This, memory-reflecting mirror, is ultimately just a fragment of a magical treasure, and the immersion is slightly lacking. To achieve a stronger effect, we still need to collect other fragments Jiang old ancestor analyzed. After speaking, he stopped projecting and began the final cleanup. The cleanup involved placing a seal of silence in the sea of consciousness of all those who had watched the 9 cycles of reincarnation. The purpose of this was to keep the operation secret. After all, if this matter were to get out, others would be on guard, which would affect the process of making the world feel pain. Besides, this matter could not be known to Jiang Chen. The reason was simple. Setting aside other factors, just one point: who would want to let others watch their memories for no reason? Isn't it embarrassing? After some thought, Jiang old ancestor personally took action and directly erased all memories related to the 9 lives, from Jiang and the others. Compared to silencing, this method was undoubtedly more direct. After all, given the cultivation of Jiang and the others, it was better to be safe. Of course, although the memories were erased, the inner demons still existed, so Jiang and the others remained completely mad. And unfortunately for them, it was madness without reason. Jiang and the others returned to the ghost-controlling sect. Their expressions were dull and dazed. They couldn't remember what had happened at all, the only thing present was the malice flickering in their eyes. On their way back to the main hall, the group encountered Jiang Chen. At that moment, Jiang Chen was bullying a disciple from the demonic sect while laughing boisterously. Seeing Jiang, the disciple immediately went up to complain, "Sect Master, Jiang Chen beat me up. I just said that although we are from the demonic sect, cultivators should act in accordance with heaven, and he beat me up for that. And he hit me really hard. Act in accordance with heaven." These 4 words made Jiang and the others look coldly upon hearing them. They didn't know why, but they found these words extremely grating. "He hit you, why didn't you hit back?" Jiang asked coldly. "I couldn't beat him," the disciple said with a wrong face. "You couldn't beat him and you still have the nerve to complain. How can my ghost-controlling sect have such a spineless disciple?" Jiang was furious. Then, with a slap, he crushed the complaining disciple on the spot. This scene terrified everyone around. Although the demonic sect practiced the law of the jungle, there were still rules. Even the sect master couldn't just kill a disciple so casually. Especially not in front of everyone. Soon, several elders from the Hall of Enforcement came forward, and upon seeing Jiang, they exclaimed in shock, "Sect Master, something is wrong with you. Your eyes are full of murderous intent, you might be possessed by demons. How dare you?" Jiang roared in anger. "How dare you slander me? Today, I will make your blood spill right here." With that said, Jiang killed several Hall of Enforcement elders with a few slaps. How audacious! A supreme elder appeared, hovering in the sky and rebuking Jiang. "Do you no longer wish to be the sect master? I've long since not wanted to be." Jiang's face twisted with rage. "What's the point of being the sect master? Every day, I have to take the blame for you old people. I will overthrow this ghost-controlling sect today." As he spoke, he charged toward the Supreme Elder. It was clear he also wanted to kill the Supreme Elder with a slap. "Have you gone mad?" Seeing this, the Supreme Elder was horrified. Overcome with murderous rage, Jiang completely lost his reason and, while attacking, shouted, "You're the one who's mad, your whole family has gone mad." Hearing this, the Supreme Elder was infuriated and immediately engaged in a fierce battle with Jiang. Jiang was no match and was soon knocked to the ground, his eyes filled with unwillingness and his murderous intent even stronger. "Jiang, surrender." The Supreme Elder commanded from above, his deep voice echoing around, "Do not attempt to resist, or you will be executed on the spot. Do not struggle, for this is your fate." Fate. This word instantly pricked Jiang's nerves. Although he didn't know why, it also pricked the nerves of the hundreds of disciples who had witnessed the memories of 9 lifetimes. Quickly, these disciples gathered around Tu Jiang, glaring angrily at the Supreme Elder in the sky. The atmosphere became tense and charged with emotion. Seeing this, the Supreme Elder in the sky swallowed hard, not understanding how he had stirred up a hornet's nest. Suddenly, Gao Long, the third true disciple, leapt up, sword in hand, slashing toward the Supreme Elder in the sky. My fate is mine to control, not heaven's. Other disciples and elders followed suit, leaping up with various spiritual weapons in hand. This sight made the Supreme Elder's scalp tingle. After slapping away Gao Long, who was the first to rush at him, the Supreme Elder immediately fled. It wasn't that he couldn't beat them, but rather that the sight of madmen was too terrifying. Moreover, as the saying goes, the law does not punish the masses. He couldn't possibly kill hundreds of people, could he? Ha ha ha, Tu Jiang felt a great sense of satisfaction. Feeling that this was not enough to vent his anger, he raised his arm and shouted, "We should go to the old ancestor and demand an explanation. Even if we die, we must defy the heavens and resist." Oh! Upon hearing this, the disciples of the ghost-controlling sect roared in unison. Then, led by Tu Jiang, they marched mightily towards the residence of the old ancestor of the ghost-controlling sect. Only Jiang Chen remained in place, completely bewildered. What was going on? He had simply been unable to hold back and bullied a ghost-controlling sect disciple, but how did that escalate into such chaos? And how did so many people in the ghost-controlling sect suddenly go mad? This shouldn't have anything to do with me, right? He muttered to himself. Elsewhere, at the residence of the old ancestor of the ghost-controlling sect, she was feeling anxious because the number of madmen in the ghost-controlling sect was increasing. This situation reminded her of a rumor. The Juyin sect had also gone mad like this in the past, one after another, until it became a demonic sect. She felt she had been too hasty. She had thought that the ghost-controlling sect, being a demonic sect, wouldn't mind the trouble, but who knew that Jiang Chen would cause such a commotion in just over 10 days and turn the ghost-controlling sect upside down? She had thought that since the ghost-controlling sect was already a demonic sect, it naturally wouldn't fear becoming one. But who would have thought that at this rate, it would become a mad sect? Could Jiang Chen be poisonous? The old ancestor murmured to herself. Then she thought she might be overthinking it. After all, even if the Jiang family was powerful, they couldn't drive a sect mad in such a short time, could they? Moreover, although there were many mad disciples, it was not enough to shake the foundation of the ghost sect. They were still under control. But this kid is indeed a bit dangerous. Perhaps I should reconsider letting him join the ghost-controlling sect, the old ancestor muttered again. Just as she finished speaking, a supreme elder arrived in haste, saying, "Old ancestor, it's bad. Tu Jiang has gone mad. Leading a group of equally mad disciples, they are on their way here. By the looks of it, they are planning a rebellion." What? The old ancestor was so shocked that she jumped up. She had been busy thinking and hadn't noticed the situation inside the ghost-controlling sect. She could never have imagined such a turn of events. Tu Jiang had gone mad, too, and was leading disciples in a rebellion. What was going on? Was it that she couldn't wield the knife anymore, or had Tu Jiang gone mad with power? Old ancestor, that Jiang Chen is a disaster, the supreme elder was almost in tears. The rumors are true. Wherever he goes, madness follows. I think we should quickly expel him from the sect. What's the rush? The old ancestor glared. Judging by the time, the Supreme Great Elder should have already arrived at the Ghost Ridge Soul Abyss. Our sect's battle with the Juyin sect is imminent and cannot be avoided. Now, if we drive Jiang Chen away and he returns to the Juyin sect, won't we be restrained by the Jiang family and unable to act freely? She added. Supreme Elder was left speechless, unable to retort. They're just a bunch of lunatics. I can suppress them with a flip of my hand. The same old saying goes, no matter how troublesome Jiang Chen is, could he possibly bring about the destruction of our sect? The ghost-controlling old ancestor added. Supreme Elder felt there was some truth to this. But for some reason, he always felt a sense of unease in his heart, so he asked, what if it really happens? The ghost-controlling old ancestor fell silent. Those two words, what if, started to make her feel uneasy too. I'll go suppress those lunatics first. All you Supreme Elders, stay close to Jiang Chen in the meantime. That way, there will be absolutely no mistakes, she ordered after some thought. Named as companionship, but in reality, it was surveillance. She refused to believe it. With such strict precautions, Jiang Chen surely couldn't cause any more trouble. The arriving Supreme Elder also felt very reassured and finally let out a long sigh of relief. In the deepest part of the Ghost Ridge Soul Abyss, there was an unnamed ghost city. Within the ghost city, shadows flickered, and at its center stood a black hall, the residence of the Ghost Master of this abyss. At this moment, the Ghost Master, Su-yi, was sitting on a black wooden chair, occasionally poking the cheek of a black fox whose fox tail had been cut off in her arms. The touch on its cheek made the black fox shift its body. It opened its eyes with difficulty and said helplessly, "Sister Su, can you let me sleep? I need to heal quickly so I can do something important." "Zhu, you just want to perform a soul-refining ritual with the ghostly fire, right? Tell me more about Jiang Chen, and I'll personally help you with the soul refinement," Su-yi said nonchalantly. "But I'm sleepy," Zhu complained. In reality, when it talked about Jiang Chen, it felt quite happy. But the problem was, although ghosts don't need to sleep, they needed to rest to recover. Being woken up from deep sleep, Zhu could bear it once or twice, but this had almost happened 100 times. Su-yi didn't care about these complaints and directly asked, "Zhu, did Jiang Chen really experience 9 lives? Is it that miraculous?" Upon hearing this, Zhu became serious and replied, "Sister Su, this matter cannot be spread. In this life, Jiang Chen deserves to live freely. Do you not trust me?" Su-yi asked, equally serious. Zhu fell silent. It really didn't trust her. Although it was now enveloped in ghostly qi and had become a black fox, even severing its own tail, its bloodline was still that of the 9 heavens mystic fox. It could distinctly smell a unique stench of evil on Su-yi. After 9 cycles of reincarnation, Zhu had overturned its concept of good and evil, but it still had its guard up. If it weren't for needing Su-yi's help and having revealed the words about the 9 lives, in its sleep talking, it would never have divulged a single word. After all, Jiang Chen indeed had the right to live freely in this life. "Tell me in detail, in Jiang Chen's previous 9 lives, did he ever encounter me?" Su-yi pressed on. Maybe." Zhu pondered and replied. It had observed the 9 cycles of reincarnation from its own perspective, so it wasn't too clear on the details. However, during the cycles, Jiang Chen had mentioned Su-yi, warning to keep away from this female ghost, but without going into detail. Such a vague answer naturally didn't satisfy Su-yi. But no matter how much she questioned, Zhu remained silent. Out of options, Su-yi asked straight to the point, "Then tell me, is Jiang Chen handsome? Is he a good man?" Of course, Zhu nodded affirmatively. "I've never seen anyone more handsome than Jiang Chen. No matter what he becomes in this life, he is the best man in the world." Su-yi nodded, satisfied with a smile. "Handsome and a good man. Worth pursuing. Then do you know where Jiang Chen is now?" Su-yi asked again. "I don't know." Zhu shook its head. "The last time I saw him, he was out on a trip. By now, he should have returned to his sect." "Sect? Which sect does he belong to?" "Juyin sect." Su-yi's expression darkened immediately. The Juyin sect often came to the Ghost Ridge Soul Abyss to snatch the 9 Abyss Soul embryo. If not for the fear of the Juyin old ancestor, she would have led the ghosts to cause trouble long ago. Suddenly, a little ghost arrived, reporting that someone from the ghost-controlling sect, the Supreme Great Elder, wished to see Su-yi. Ghost-controlling sect. Su-yi frowned again. She didn't have much fondness for the ghost-controlling sect either. After all, the ghost-controlling sect practiced ghost techniques and used them to capture and control ghosts, which put them at odds with her. But compared to the Juyin sect, in her eyes, the ghost-controlling sect was somewhat more tolerable. Because the Juyin sect robbed her, whereas the relationship between the ghost-controlling sect and the Ghost Ridge Soul Abyss was one of predator and prey. The ghost-controlling sect often ventured deep into the Ghost Ridge Soul Abyss, capturing and controlling ghosts, resulting in many cultivators falling there, their flesh and souls becoming nourishment for the ghosts and specters. The two sides seemed to be on opposing ends, but in effect, they also benefited each other. In the end, Su-yi decided to meet with the visitor. In no time, an old man with a sinister and cold aura appeared in the hall. The elder was dressed in a gray robe, his hair white as snow, his face full of wrinkles, and his presence extremely cold. After entering the hall and seeing the black fox in Su-yi's hands, the old man was first taken aback, then said, "My name is Han Kun, the Supreme Great Elder of the Ghost-controlling sect. I have come to discuss with the Ghost Master the matter of joining forces to attack the Jiang sect." Attack the Jiang sect? Su Yi was startled. Zhu was a bit confused and was about to say something, but sleepiness overcame it again, and it quickly fell back into slumber. Ghost Master, although there are frequent frictions between the Ghost Ridge Soul Abyss and the Ghost-controlling sect, the two depend on each other. Our Ghost sect old ancestor has said that after the matter is settled, the resources of the Jiang sect will be split 50-50, Han Kun said. Do you all know that the Jiang old ancestor came from the upper domain? Su Yi asked after a moment of contemplation. Of course, Han Kun nodded. And do you know that the cultivation of the Jiang old ancestor might have surpassed the upper four realms? Su Yi asked again. Han Kun nodded once more. Knowing all this, you still want to drag me into a suicidal mission? Su Yi was furious, her ghostly aura surging like waves. Perhaps the Ghost Master is not aware of the latest situation. Han Kun was not flustered and spoke calmly. The Jiang old ancestor has lost his physical body and only his soul remains. Although he possesses an ancient soul technique, his strength has definitely plummeted. With the Ghost Master and our Ghost sect old ancestor both at the late stage of Nirvana joining forces, we would be more than capable of battling the Jiang old ancestor, he declared confidently. Su Yi was truly unaware of this. She has spent years in the Ghost Ridge Soul Abyss, showing no interest in the outside world. In her mind, the Jiang sect is still that grand righteous sect of 1,000 years. Seeing her concern, Han Kun added, "There's no need for the Ghost Master to worry about the righteous factions. The Jiang sect has now fallen and become a demonic sect. We of the demonic sect are fighting among ourselves, and the righteous sects will only watch coldly from the sidelines. It's fine if they just watch coldly, but it could be troublesome if they wish to profit from our conflict," Su Yi continued. "Ghost Master, the Buddha temple has just been through a great battle and has no strength to care about us, and the 7 luminaries' sword pavilion still remains in seclusion. The power of the righteous sects is weak now. They simply don't have the strength to take advantage of the situation," Han Kun said with a faint smile. "Oh, is that so?" Su Yi immediately smiled. She was confident that Han Kun would not deceive her, and there was no reason for him to do so. That meant at this moment, it was indeed the perfect opportunity to avenge the repeated theft of the 9 Abyss Soul Embryo and to take Jiang Chen for herself. After pondering with her eyes closed for a moment, Su Yi said with a sly smile, "Since you are asking for my help, the spoils from the Jiang sect will be split 7-3. You get 30%. This Han Kun hesitated. "If you're not willing, then please leave." "Fine, 70-30 it is. And after the Jiang sect is destroyed, I want someone from within the Jiang sect." "Who? You'll know when the time comes." Hearing this, Han Kun nodded, indicating no problem. Although he didn't know why Su Yi was interested in someone from the Jiang sect, it had no impact on the grand scheme of the ghost-controlling sect. Next, the human and the ghost began to discuss when to attack the Jiang sect. "In a month's time," said Su Yi. Han Kun was somewhat dissatisfied with this timeline. After all, the command from the old ancestor of the ghost-controlling sect was to act as quickly as possible to avoid complications from delay. "This is the soonest I can do. I have an interesting matter to attend to," Su Yi said. "Interesting?" Han Kun frowned. Could anything interesting be more important than attacking the Jiang sect? Although he was more dissatisfied, he had no choice if Su Yi insisted. "Then in a month, my ghost-controlling sect will join forces with the myriad ghosts of the Ghost Ridge Soul Abyss to strike at Jiang." In the end, he had to agree. The interesting matter Su Yi mentioned was none other than Zhu. Zhu, the 9 Heavens mystic fox, wanted to escape its fate by burning its body with ghostly fire and refining its soul with nether fire. Such a matter was very interesting to Su Yi. She was eager to see the fox that longed not to forget Jiang Chen, even for a few hours, and wanted to stay by his side according to its own will. Could it endure the excruciating pain of the ghostly fire and nether fire? Su Yi hoped Zhu could withstand it. After all, she was counting on following Zhu to find Jiang Chen. Although she already knew Jiang Chen was in the Jiang sect, she did not know what he looked like. It was safer to let Zhu lead the way. Time passed, and in the blink of an eye, a month had gone by. Zhu woke up from its slumber. Its injuries were mostly healed, and its aura had stabilized at the level of a demon king. It still remembered that a month ago, an old man had come to invite Su Yi to join in the attack on the Jiang sect. Glancing at Sui beside it, Zhu wanted to speak out to stop her. But as it was about to speak, it paused. It noticed that as its internal injuries healed, the 4 tails it had lost were faintly showing signs of growing back. At the same time, its memories were becoming blurry again. Zhu knew that there was no time left. It had to burn its body and refine its soul quickly, or all its efforts would be in vain. Jumping down from the black wooden chair, Zhu left the great hall and went to an open space outside the ghost city. Jiang Chen. Muttering this name, it made up its mind. The next second, a surging ghostly fire erupted from its body, burning every cell, every inch of skin, every bone. The heart-piercing pain made it wish for death. But every time it thought of giving up, it would silently recite Jiang Chen's name and then reveal a hint of blissful smile. Soon, the ghostly fire consumed its body, leaving only its soul. The soul was unstable, flickering in and out of existence. Even so, the 4 lost tails were still growing rapidly. Memories continued to fade, so Zhu shook its head non-stop, turned to Sui, and said, "Sister Su, help me." "It will be very painful," Sui said seriously. "Refining the soul with nether fire is essentially turning your soul directly into a ghostly soul." As she spoke, she extended a slender finger with a wisp of nether fire on it. "Go." She flicked the fire towards Zhu. "Ah!" The next second, Zhu screamed in agony. A tiny wisp of fire caused it to experience indescribable pain. This pain was far greater than losing its tails or burning its body. It was a pain from the soul. "This is just a trace of nether fire. You can still turn back now. I can help stabilize your soul, and if you can find heavenly materials and earthly treasures to rebuild your body, you can still become a 9 heavens mystic fox with white frost fur." Sui's solemn voice rang out. "Don't forget, your name is Zhu. If you become a ghost fox, Jiang Chen might not recognize you," she added. "Perhaps." Zhu gave a pale smile. Perhaps Jiang Chen really couldn't recognize her. Perhaps this was a road of no return, where only death awaited her. Perhaps in this life, Jiang Chen would no longer name her nor protect her as she grew. But sister, I really like him so much. I really don't want to forget him. Even in death, I don't wish to. I've forgotten Jiang Chen for 9 lifetimes, hundreds of times, but he has never blamed me. So in this life, even if he can't recognize me, I won't blame him. Once, I had no choice, but now I do. Even though this choice leads to death, I'm not afraid. Because, at least with this choice, I can die in his arms." Zhu continued to speak. Hearing these words, Sui was left speechless. She asked herself, she did not have the courage of Zhu. She could not, like Zhu, willingly give up her life just to not forget. Sigh. After a long, deep sigh, she turned away. At the same time, a mingling of white and black nether flames burst out from behind her, transforming into a gigantic primordial hand, opening its bloody maw, and directly swallowing Zhu. "Ah!" Trapped within the nether flames, Zhu screams continued. Sui knew without looking that at this moment, Zhu must be in so much pain that she wished for death. But those continuous screams proved that Zhu had no intention of giving up. Otherwise, she could simply self-destruct her soul, and although it would scatter her soul to the winds, she would be released from suffering. The screams persisted for days on end. Unbeknownst to her, a 6-tailed old woman with a body full of deathly aura appeared beside Sui. Watching Zhu in the nether flames, the old woman's heart was torn with agony. She wanted to speak out and stop her multiple times, but in the end, she remained silent. "You're about to die," Sui said to the old woman. The old woman nodded. Her life was coming to an end, with only a few hours left. Perhaps she wouldn't even be able to witness Zhu transformation, rebirth, or even her death. The old woman sat down cross-legged and closed her eyes. Clearly, she couldn't bear to witness the pain Zhu was suffering. "Grandmother." As if sensing the old woman's presence, Zhu called out through the severe pain. "Zhu, life and death are predestined, and I have lived long enough," the old woman spoke with a hoarse voice. "Grandmother, can I save you?" Zhu asked again. The old woman shook her head. "Lifespan is a cultivator's shackle, and to break free from it, one needs extremely rare treasures or to continue cultivating upwards. Even great emperors fall, let alone her. Moreover, death, for her, was perhaps a release. The Mystic Fox clan had offended the demon emperor and were imprisoned in this realm. For 1,000 years, she had tried everything to save the Mystic Fox clan, but she had never imagined that there was no possibility of saving the Mystic Fox clan. No matter what choices Zhu made, the Mystic Fox clan couldn't escape the fate of being eternally suppressed and sealed. At this moment, she was tired. She just wanted to wait for death honestly, without struggling anymore. Then help Zhu fulfill her only wish. Zhu, I came to tell you that Jiang Chen is in the ghost-controlling sect. If you successfully transform into the 9 Abyss Ghost Fox, go to the ghost-controlling sect to find him, the old woman said. Ghost-controlling sect? Su Yi blinked in confusion. Wasn't it said that Jiang Chen was in the Juyin sect? She was just about to go and snatch him. I heard that the ghost-controlling sect and the Juyin sect have a very bad relationship. He might have been taken as a hostage, the old woman speculated. Is that so? Su Yi immediately became furious. Who was Jiang Chen? The good and handsome guy that Zhu was risking her life to see. Her chosen abyssal consort. How could he be bullied by others? Where are the ghost generals? Su Yi called out immediately. As her words fell, ghostly winds howled around her, and numerous ghostly figures emerged. We are here. The ghost generals knelt on one knee, replying in unison. Gather the 10,000 ghosts. Once Zhu soul is refined by the nether flames, I will go to the ghost-controlling sect to demand people. Those who block me, kill without mercy, Su Yi ordered. As you command. In the blink of an eye, several more days passed. Under the nether flame soul refinement, Zhu soul was completely cleansed, eroded by the nether flame's ghostly qi, and she had completely become a ghost fox. During this time, the light blue mark between her eyebrows completely disappeared, the 4 tails that had been severed grew back, and her fur also turned from pitch black to a faint ghostly blue. When she walked out of the nether flames, the grandmother who had nurtured her for 9 lifetimes, who had tirelessly traveled and toiled for her, was devoid of life. The 6-tailed old woman sat there quietly. Although she had fallen, a comforting and liberating smile graced her face. Grandma. Zhu threw herself onto the elderly woman with tears streaming down uncontrollably. The loss of a loved one filled her heart with sorrow. Yet, there was also a sense of relief. Relieved that in this life, she would not forget her kin, would not have to look at her grandmother's remains and utter the question, "Who are you?"